The first thing my daughter did upon being born was to try to kill me, her biological father. Yet, instead of being angry, I could only laugh, for my daughter is the reincarnation of a supreme heavenly demon. She believes that I, as her father, am merely a mortal who will inevitably hinder her rise in this life, and that only by severing the ties of causality can she attain the supreme path. Little does she know, I have long been an invincible existence in this world. At this moment, the little one is sitting with her eyes closed on a lotus platform. The next moment, she slowly opens her eyes, and with a very serious expression, steps down from the platform. Pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, she declares in a crisp voice, "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." Accompanying her declaration, the heavenly way seems to respond, with a faint, almost imperceptible sound of weeping echoing throughout the sky. Seeing this, I can only cover my forehead, feeling utterly helpless. My daughter is not only a heavenly demon but also a patient of a second-grade syndrome. Just look, even the heavens are crying. After Sia Jojo finished her declaration, she turned to me and said, "Mortal, why do you not kneel before the supreme heavenly demon?" Hearing this, I sighed, feeling like crying without tears, and replied, "Because I am your father." Upon hearing this, Sia Jojo's adorable little face immediately went blank, thinking, I actually have a father? But the connection of blood in her senses is undeniably true. Seeing her reaction, I continued, "I am called Sia Ji. Your mother is the flower empress Hua Jieyu, and your name is Sia Jojo." Upon hearing this, Sia Jojo frowned slightly and muttered, "What a terrible name." Then she said, "Sia Jojo it is, as my parents named me, in accordance with the heavenly way." Subsequently, she gazed at the sky with a resolute expression. Those strong enemies surely did not believe she was dead and might be searching through various worlds for her. As for this mortal, he was ultimately her father, and having him by her side was too dangerous for him. With this in mind, Sia Jojo sighed and said, "You should leave. I am surrounded by strong enemies, and now I have no cultivation left. Having a mere mortal by my side is not safe." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoed from the sky. 100-foot black dragon descended, spewing black thunder as it dove towards Sia Jojo. Seeing this, Sia Jojo widened her adorable eyes and said, "Damn it, how could it be at this moment? Heaven is abandoning me." Meanwhile, I casually glanced at the black dragon, and a sword aura shot up from my fingertips as I unleashed the thunder-breaking dragon slash. The black dragon let out its final mournful cry, crashing down the mountain, with dragon blood raining down. I, Sia Ji, came to this world without a system or divine weapons, facing numerous life-threatening situations, relying solely on my talent that made me invincible after 100 years. This little dragon was simply seeking death. I smiled and said, "The Great Sun Golden Lotus is an exceptional spiritual root. This evil dragon has been coveting it for years. My father deliberately kept it to wait for your birth, to give you a great supplement." By the way, Jojo, what did you just say? Sia Jojo looked at me deeply and said, "I misjudged you. You are actually a master." She raised her proud little face, pouting, and said, "I just said that I have no cultivation left, and from now on, I will rely on my father for protection." Upon hearing this, I was very happy and said, "Good, good, good. With a thick skin just like mine, you are indeed my biological child. Let's go celebrate your birth and take you to eat dragon meat." This is the Xiantan black dragon, with muscles as cold as ice and as beautiful as jade. It melts in the mouth with a refreshing sensation, truly an excellent tonic. However, upon hearing this, Sia Jojo frowned and said, "Wait, there are actually enemies?" She immediately pounced out, her hands moving like lightning, grabbing a furry creature and beating it mercilessly. Her small fist swung quickly and fiercely, and a series of pitiful ee cries came from the furry creature. I was stunned at the sight. No wonder she was born of the Great Sun Golden Lotus. Although she had no cultivation, her physical strength was formidable, and her potential was limitless. "But my daughter, why are you crazily beating a cute rabbit?" I have never seen a rabbit cry so pitifully. Realizing what she had done, Sia Jojo's little face turned red, and a hint of embarrassment rose in her heart. Oh no, without cultivation, she misjudged. Looking at my stunned expression, Sia Jojo immediately scolded with a straight face, "What are you looking at? I predicted that it would definitely become a spirit and harm me 100 years later, so I am cutting the grass and removing the roots first." I gasped in surprise, gave her a thumbs up, and said, "Daughter, your boxing skills are impressive, and your thoughts are so cautious. It reminds me of a certain hero who is clearly very strong but very careful." Sia Jojo haughtily snorted and then turned around with her little hands behind her back. In the next moment, I sliced through the dragon meat with a knife, cutting off the most tender piece, and then placed it on the grill to roast. However, Sia Jojo's mind was completely not on the meat. She was thinking that once her cultivation was restored, she would definitely seek revenge on the emperors who had attacked her that day. At that moment, I was flipping the grilled meat, checking that it was almost done, and evenly sprinkling various seasonings on it, releasing waves of strange aromas from the meat. I then looked at Sia Jojo and said with a smile, "Little Jojo, are you anxious? Just call me good daddy and you can eat." Upon hearing this, Sia Jojo disdainfully turned her head away and said, "I am a female emperor, already fasting, and can go without food or drink. You think I would call you good daddy for mere dragon meat? Dream on." However, with the enticing aroma, her little stomach suddenly let out a gurgle, and a strong sense of hunger surged up, making Sia Jojo feel dizzy from hunger. Oh no! She had forgotten that without her cultivation, she needed to replenish energy even more after just being born. She then swallowed and stared intently at the grilled meat in front of her, thinking, the meat smells so good, and it is filled with abundant spiritual energy. Seeing this, I waved the grilled meat in front of her nose and said, "Good girl, call me good daddy." At this moment, Sia Jojo's eyes followed the meat back and forth, and she said, "I am your daughter, calling you daddy is in accordance with the heavenly way, but it is definitely not for the sake of the grilled meat." Then she stiffened her face and hesitantly said, "Good daddy." Upon hearing this, I affectionately patted Sia Jojo's head and said, "So good, go ahead and eat." Sia Jojo took big bites of the grilled meat, squinting her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. In the next moment, this 100-foot-long black dragon's meat was actually eaten clean by Sia Jojo, and her little belly remained so flat. At this moment, I couldn't help but marvel, is this the stomach of a scion? She nodded in satisfaction, feeling the warmth in her belly. The dragon meat she had eaten emitted wisps of spiritual energy, nourishing her entire body. Then she turned to me and said lightly, "You did well. Once my cultivation is restored, I will grant you a lifetime of carefree wealth and honor." Upon hearing this, I was instantly speechless. The little one had just called me good daddy and now turned her back on me after eating. I scratched my head in distress, as my wife had asked me to teach our daughter well before leaving, but I had never had a child before. How was I supposed to teach her? As I pondered, I suddenly had a bright idea. First, set a correct small life goal, and then educate her step by step. That's right, just like that. Then I looked at Sia Jojo and smiled, trying to entice her. "Daughter, I see you are full now. What are your plans for life? How about I teach you swordsmanship, and then take you down the mountain to uphold justice, slay demons, and help others?" Upon hearing this, Sia Jojo glanced at me expressionlessly but said nothing. I immediately gasped in shock. My daughter was looking down on me, and it hurt my heart as a father. I then decided to change my approach and asked, "What is your greatest ideal in life?" Upon hearing this question, Sia Jojo's eyes lit up, and she crossed her arms in front of her chest, saying seriously, "Once my cultivation is restored, I will dominate the 3,000 worlds, exert pressure over the 8 directions, with mountains of bones beneath me and all beings kneeling before me." Then she clenched her little fist and said in a baby voice, "Those who do not submit will be exterminated." I was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "What if your father does not submit?" Sia Jojo coldly snorted and indifferently replied, "Then I will kill you too." I was shocked. My daughter definitely had some issues. I gritted my teeth and sneered, "You want to kill your father too? What if your mother does not submit?" At that moment, I clenched my fist, as big as a sandbag, ready to educate Sia Jojo properly if she said something inappropriate. Sia Jojo frowned, completely not expecting such a question to exist in the world. However, after a moment of thought, she decisively said, "Of course, I would persuade her." At that moment, I felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Was there such a distinction? What happened to gender equality? But I also felt relieved. At least my daughter still had hope. If being a father meant a lower status, then so be it. I said, "Daughter, your ideal cannot be said to be bad, but think about it, there are so many ordinary people under your command. You have to take care of their food, take care of their clothing. If they have grievances, you also have to mediate. How troublesome is that?" At this moment, I was calculating in my heart that I shouldn't oppose her for now. If I provoke her rebellious spirit, it would be bad. As long as I throw out a difficult problem, she will definitely retreat in the face of difficulties. Then I took a bite of the dragon claws that my daughter disliked and drank a mouthful of wine, thinking, "Little one, your father can still handle you." However, Sia Jojo seemed a bit confused upon hearing this and said, "What's so troublesome about this? Does my father have a brain the size of a pea?" Then she glanced at me and said lightly, "The way of heaven emphasizes survival of the fittest. If they can't eat enough, they can just starve to death, right? If they have no clothes, they deserve to freeze to death. If they have grievances, let them decide life and death." Upon hearing this, I sprayed my wine out with a puff, thinking that my little girl actually turned out to be a tyrant. "So it really isn't troublesome for you." I then took a deep breath and asked, "Since you don't manage anything, what is the point of being an empress? Is it for the treasures of the world?" Sia Jojo replied seriously, I am the supreme heavenly demon, formless and invisible, without desires, and naturally do not need treasures. It is to exert pressure on the 8 wildernesses and make all beings kneel. Upon hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched, and I said, what is the meaning of this? However, Sia Jojo looked at me as if I were a fool and said, I don't care, I just want to exert pressure on the 8 wildernesses, with mountains of bones beneath me and all beings kneeling before me. As soon as the words fell, I immediately felt a tingling on my scalp. Looking up at the sky, oh heavens, other people's daughters are either mischievous and cute or adorable. Why does my daughter have such a peculiar style? But it's okay, my daughter is not a demon yet, just from her wanting to eat barbecue earlier. It shows she still has desires, but she is just influenced by the past. She should still be saved. Xiaji made up his mind. I must turn my daughter into a budding normal girl paper. At this point, a snowdrift a couple of meters away suddenly fell apart and a man fell out of it. Sia Jojo's eyes stared and clenched her small fists. There's still a living thing? I'll go get rid of him. Natsuki hurriedly pulled her back. What's the matter? Can't see anything alive in your eyes? The one who fell out was a woman with a nice figure and a pretty face, just dry cracked lips and dull eyes. She gazed at Natsuki. 3 years. He had been kneeling here for 3 years, all supported by his Hotian 9 cultivation and the insane hatred in his heart. I, Neilin Yen, must succeed in worshipping the master and avenge the destruction of that family. Neilin Yen said in a breathless voice, please, mister, accept me, as a disciple. Xiaji gently shook his head. I said long ago, if you want to take revenge, I can help you. Sea of blood, deep hatred. Neilin Yen will never fake it. She struggled to get up, but fell to the ground. Xiaji smiled bitterly. In these 3 years, I have long seen your sincerity. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but my swordsmanship changes with my heart and varies from person to person. You harbor a great hatred in your heart, and if you cultivate my sword technique, the first thing you will hurt is yourself. Xiaji was rejecting it when he suddenly saw Sia Jojo on the side, and a bold idea rose up. It's all fake. It's all fake. Sia Jojo's eyes surveyed Neilin Yen as if she was interested in her. A heart of infinite hatred and a strong will. A good devil embryo. Xiaji watched the scene and rubbed his chin. Circumstances do gradually change people. Just now his idea was to expose his daughter to more people. Doesn't she want to rule the 3,000 worlds? I'll let her know how hard it is to be an empress properly. Let's start with this Neilin Yen. Xiaji deliberately said, I am not going to teach her. However, daughter, does the empress have many subordinates? Hearing Sia Jiaoji's words, Sia Jojo was instantly moved. She walked to Neilin Yen and said coldly, kneel and submit to me and become a devil servant. Then I will pass on your demonic skills and help you take revenge. Xiaji weakly reminded from the side. Good daughter. She is now lying on the ground, almost starving to death. I guess I can't kneel up. Instead, Natsu Jojo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. She's been 5-fold more sincere than kneeling. I'll take it. No, where did you see her giving you the finger? Never mind. The first step of the plan always goes well. Neilin Yen was at a loss. What is this? How did I become a demon servant? She was exterminated by her enemies a few years ago and seeks revenge in all directions. Seeing Xiaji's sword decapitating the demon king at Tianzhu Peak with ease, he was definitely a sword emperor. So he knelt down and worshipped his master for 3 years. Recently it finally became too much to hold on to, and a month ago it became blurry with consciousness. So she only knew that Xiaji, the sword emperor, was guarding a divine lotus and knew nothing about what had just happened. But, finally, I was able to stay, so I'm sure I'll be able to get my revenge. Neilin Yan's taut mind loosened, immediately losing consciousness and passing out. Natsu Jojo frowned. I am also too weak for this new ministry. Turning to Xiaji, she ordered, Mortal, go find some food for my servant. Xiaji said with a smile, it's not like I'm a servant. You don't care. I don't care. When he finished, he turned his head away, taking the wine gourd and gulping it into his mouth. Sia Jojo began to be entangled inwardly, and things deserve to starve to death. But, after all, it is the only servant I have now. She weighed 6 times in her heart and snorted coldly. This demon servant, what a disgrace to me. Then with little steps, she ran over to the rabbit she had violently beaten. With a twist of his small hand, the cute rabbit, who was still breathing, directly broke his neck and his soul returned to the west. Take the rabbit and go back next to Neilin Yen. Sia Jojo directly and roughly yanked off the rabbit's head and pressed the blood-spurting rabbit close to Neilin Yan's lips. Neilin Yen subconsciously sucked on it, and her weak breath, as the rabbit blood entered her abdomen, gradually got a little better. Seeing his daughter's hands covered in blood, pity rose in Xiaji's heart, but thinking of bringing her onto the right path, he had to be ruthless. Little Jojo, I'll make it up to you twice as much. Natsuki stood up and stretched. After 4 years here, I'm finally getting a good night's sleep. He walked toward his cabin, making wisecracks as he went. My father has gone back to the house to sleep. Good daughter. I'm afraid your servant won't live long in this freezing weather. What are you going to do? Natsu Jojo bared her tiny milk teeth, itching to give him a bite. She looked at Nalan Yen helplessly. This heavenly pillar peak. Although the weather was cold, it was nothing to the cultivators. But Nalan Yen was now running out of oil and had just relied on the rabbit's blood to recover some vitality. So if she stayed in the snow again, she would definitely freeze to death. God is merciless and deserves to freeze to death. But this is my only servant. Sia Jojo sighed and finally took Nalan Yan's hand and dragged her body towards the wooden house. Summer Pole's house is as simple as it gets. A bed, a sword on the wall, not even a table. He was lying on the bed, crossing his legs and smiling as he watched his daughter drag Nalan Yen in. Jojo had just entered the house when she realized she had been tricked. This shabby house has exposed seams everywhere, and it looks like it's made of random boards that can't even block the wind. She pursed her lips and shot a death glare at someone gloating on the bed. Twisting his head, he went out of the house again. She was seen holding a pile of snow and stuffing it in the cracks of the house. Then with warm little hands I rubbed the snow in the crevices, which had just melted and was frozen in one piece by the cold temperatures. After a bit of hard work, the cabin really doesn't leak anymore. Back inside, Jojo placed her hand on Nalan Yen. Her body was a divine item, the great sun lotus, and although she couldn't control all the flames yet, her body was fiery. A stream of warmth and heat from his small hands traveled into Nalan Yan's body. Day 2. Xiai opened his eyes to see Sia Jojo sitting cross-legged on the ground, head tilted, nose snoring softly, a hint of clear drool tracing the edge of a small mouth. Even so, her hand was still on Nalan Yen. Natsuki was unusually pleased. This daughter of mine has a nasty personality, but is resilient to the bone and does look like me. Thinking back then, when he had just crossed over, he had swung his sword tens of thousands of times a day, and was so tired that he could fall asleep while standing. At this time, Nalan Yen slowly woke up, and for 3 years this was the most comfortable night for her. The endless cold in his body was dispelled by a wave of warmth as he slept. The heart that felt fallen into the abyss was saved by a pair of small hands. Waking up, Nalan Yen happened to see the hand on her body, and her heart was touched. Could this be the hand in the dream? She's a kid and she's taking care of herself all night? Sia Jojo was awakened by Nalan Yan's waking movements. Calmly wiping away the saliva, he coldly said, "You servant, what a waste. Why don't you get up and cultivate?" Then he pointed at Xiai, "And you, mortal, go prepare the imperial meal for me." Xiai shrugged his shoulders. This daughter's personality, he understood it, and did not care about her tone in the slightest. The meal still needs to be made. You just want to put your daughter on the right path. You don't really want to abuse her. You can't afford to be less nutritious. His divine sense made the rounds of the storage rings on his fingers. What's good for a good daughter? Xian Laishan rhinoceros? It's not good. The meat is too rough and contains a raging aura. A 10,000-year-old snow python? No, the meat is too cold. And the ice aura clashes with the daughter. The red-haired ghost king? Xiai, how can my lovely daughter eat this stuff? Dogs don't eat this stuff, okay? Ha, golden-winged rock eagle. This is good. Make a stew for Jojo. Xiai directly drew out a several-meter cauldron from his storage ring. The 10,000-year-old spiritual spring filled the cauldron like it didn't need money. Fingers wiggled lightly. The endless swordlight faded the rock's bird's fur cleanly and threw it in the pot just to put it down. Next to her, Nalan Yen was directly dumbfounded. She was shocked. This is going to eat the golden-winged rock eagle? The golden-winged rock eagle that was born as a divine beast. I can't believe I'm eating it. Are you kidding me? Also, the fur of the divine sculpture that had been trampled on the ground was perfectly suited to be made into a golden eagle cloak. Wear on the body. Water and fire does not invade. Body as light as the wind. Can easily travel all over the world 9 states. Proper foreign treasure. Nalan Yan's expression disconcerted Sia Jojo. She reprimanded angrily. Aren't birds just for eating? Seeing less is a disgrace to me. Hurry up and sit down, and listen to me explain the devil's power. Nalan Yan retracted her eyes tremblingly and sat down on her knees stupidly. That's all fake. That's right, it's all fake. Ha ha ha, how in the world can someone eat a golden-winged rock eagle? It's all a lie. I wasn't exterminated. There's no carving hair on the ground at all. Natsuki was speechless for a moment. Come on, this girl felt like she was about to break. Go and get what's mine. Charlotte didn't care if Nalan Yan was bad or not. She was going to practice magic. Wouldn't it be better if she was bad? With a solemn expression, her mouth narrated the cultivation. The early stages of cultivation are divided into 6 realms. The Hotian 9, the innate 9, then the nascent soul realm, the sensory heaven realm, the sacred transformation realm, and the avatar realm. After cultivating to the avatar realm, one is barely a mole. The next step is to break through the celestial realm. then achieve quasi-emperor, and finally cast the emperor position. You are now at the 9th level of the Hotian. Well, not quite a mole, but a piece of trash at best. Nalan Yan's expression was stagnant. The Avatar realm is known as the land true immortal in the cultivators, and in the demons it is even a party of demon kings. I can't believe it's just a mole. Then my own Hotian 9. Seems like an honor to be called trash? Sia Jojo continued. I have 9 chapters of the heavenly demon record, each of which points directly to the quasi-emperor realm. Today, I will pass on the 3rd chapter to you, the chapter of deadly hatred. This piece starts with hatred. The deeper the hatred, the faster the progress. If you don't lose your mind in the boundless hatefulness after you've practiced it to great completion, I will grant you another piece. Speaking of which, Natsu Jojo's eyes exuded a dangerous aura. Boundless killing intent enveloped Nalan Yan, provoking her eyes to blacken. Char Jojo said word for word, but, yes, you have to remember, practice my magic power, life and death in my hands. If there is any dissent, immediately 10,000 devils devour the heart. The devil's power to reverse the chaos and die. Pust, Natsuki, who was stewing, burst out laughing. He really wanted to hold back, but he wasn't a professional after all. It's so funny to feel especially adorable when your own daughter is milking threats. Sia Jojo immediately maintained the killing intent. Deadly gouge out the summer pole. If it is not to beat you. She had no choice but to warn Sia Ji in a deflated manner. Dead cook, what are you laughing at? Stew the soup properly or I'll bite you to death. Oops, my daughter is angry. Can't have her hating me. Sia Ji forced away his twisted smile and pretended to concentrate on cooking. Nalan Yan didn't care about this little episode at all. All that echoed in her mind was the phrase, straight to the quasi-emperor realm. The old ancestor of the enemy family is but the transformation saint realm, and my revenge is expected. Nalan Yan bit her lips tightly. Blood bubbled straight up from her mouth, and the hatred in her eyes was as deep as a dark pool. As long as I can personally avenge myself, I, Nalan Yan, would like to serve you as my master for all eternity, with no regrets. Sia Jojo nodded in satisfaction. I like your eyes. However, the heavenly demon record is not that easy to practice. She lightly tapped Nalan Yan's forehead with one finger. Countless arcane symbols rushed into Nalan Yan's mind, but in Nalan Yan's eyes, where was this symbol? It's simply a boundless sea of hate. Countless demons, circling and wailing in her mind, wreaked havoc. Hate, hate, hate. Those devils chanted the word hate, their voices harsh and piercing. I hate it so much. Why did you hurt me? I hate it too. Why is it better looking than me? I hate it more. Why did you kill my family? Countless crazy hateful words, mixed into waves of shocking waves, impacted Nalan Yan's brain. She felt like there was a steel knife in her skull, churning her brain in a frenzy. The pain soaks into the bone marrow and penetrates deep into the soul. There was a black aura scurrying under her body, terrifyingly terrifying. Sia Jojo just watched quietly. Devils are born out of desire, but in order to achieve heavenly devil, one has to be emotionless and desireless. If Nalan Yan can't harness her hatred, then death is death. There's nothing to be sorry about. If it came to pass, it would be possible to be a little bit happier. Well, just a little bit. Sia Ji was even more focused on stewing the soup and didn't even look over here. If she intervenes, she will not be able to practice her magic and will not be able to avenge herself. Respecting her choice has been the greatest kindness. If you don't make it through, I, Sia Ji, will personally carry the heads of your enemies and pay homage in front of your tombstone. Little girl, you've got to get through this. The world is a beautiful and colorful place, and it's not good enough to just have hate in your heart. Half an hour later, Nalan Yan, who was in so much pain that she was on the verge of collapse, suddenly shouted in anger. You cowards, all you do is cry and wail. I, on the other hand, want 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times to repay my enemies, eat their flesh, drink their blood, suck their bones. I, Nalan Yan, make a vow to the heavens. I will carry the hatred of the world and return it one by one. The demons in her head all instantly went silent. Then they let out a delighted laugh. You said it, you said it, swear into it, swear it. These devils shouted their oaths into being. All of it turned into demonic chi and merged into Nalan Yan's dantian. She had a full head of black hair, and the black was even thicker, like ink. The blood that remained on his lips because he had bitten through them seemed to be frozen there forever. Vermilion lips like blood. The skin, however, was crystal clear. A magic pellet dripped and hovered in her dantian. Along with the molding of this demon pellet, Nalan Yan unexpectedly broke through 3 great realms in a row. In one fell swoop, he rushed from the Hotian to the innate, broke the nascent soul realm, and went straight into the sensational heaven realm. After the feat was accomplished, Nalan Yan immediately knelt down to Sia Jojo. Thank you, master, for granting the feat. Natsu Jojo, who should have been happy, waved her fat hand without a care in the world. She was a little distracted, not sure what she was thinking. On the other hand, Sia Ji had finally finished stewing the soup. Come on, have some soup, great tonic golden eagle soup. He grinned and served each person a bowl. He himself even poured a big bowl straight into it. Sia Ji sighed in praise one after another. Good soup, clear and penetrating, rich flavor, and even a spiritual wind straight into the lungs and remove impurities. Nailin Yen took a sip, only to feel a large strand of aura moisturizing her entire body. More than a good soup, it's a miracle cure. The realm that he had just elevated was instantly consolidated, and he was even more ethereal, his body pure and dustless. The body impurities were removed, which would be of great benefit to cultivation in the future. Sia Jojo, however, held the bowl, wrinkled her little face, and didn't drink at all. Sia Ji questioned, "Why don't you drink it, good daughter? Daddy made it delicious." Who knew that Sia Jojo, however, had a small mouth and cried out with a wow. Summer Pole heartily took her in his arms and patted her undershirt. "Why is little Jojo crying? Don't cry, don't you like soup? Daddy will slaughter another dragon for you to eat." Sia Jojo choked and said, "Whoa Dad, I can't practice magic." It turned out that Sia Jojo had just taken advantage of Nailin Yan's practice. She ran the Heavenly Demon record as she remembered, preparing to retrain the Supreme Heavenly Demon. As a result, he couldn't sense a trace of demonic chi for half a day. Is he wasted? My generation of empresses is wasted. She was overcome with grief and could no longer hold back her emotions. Sia Ji froze. Just this? Of course you can't practice magic. You are now a great sun lotus, a fire-generated divine object. How could you possibly absorb demonic chi? Sia Jojo's crying gave way and looked at Sia Ji. You knew? Then why didn't you tell me? Natsuki said. It's common sense. Sia Jojo froze and said, how come I don't know that this is common sense? Then how can I still cultivate? Of course she didn't know. She used to concentrate on practicing magic skills. Her talent was superb, and she progressed thousands of miles in a day. So how would she pay attention to other contraptions? Natsuki gently stroked her hair. It's fine, Jojo. 100,000 miles away from Tianju Peak, there is a swallowing flame mountain. That's where the 10,000 Flame Sect resides. And I heard that there's an invisible firewall in the mountain with the top-level technique, the Eternal Flame Scripture, engraved on it. Those little cuties from the 10,000 Flame Sect can't even comprehend a trace of it. Let's borrow it over for you to practice. Hearing that she could still cultivate, Sia Jojo instantly recovered. Tons and tons and tons. She drained the carved soup in a few gulps and tossed the bowl. Grabbing things, my favorite. Mortal. Now, immediately, take me back my own kung fu. Natsu Jojo was glowing. Sia Ji put his hand over his forehead. This daughter of mine, magical. The peach blossoms are all over the mountain. The 800-mile Tunyan mountain is so hot that the soil is scorched black. Any mortal who goes up the mountain will die of dehydration in a day's time. With this heat, there should have been no grass at all. But the world is always so marvelous, and there is one kind of fire peach tree that happens to love the heat. So the Tunyan mountains were covered with fire peaches. Peach blossoms like fire cover the mountains, as if a flaming veil is draped over the mountains. The three of them, Sia Ji, stood at the foot of the swallowing flame mountain. Sia Jojo looked satisfied. My place is really beautiful. Sia Ji is too lazy to pick up the conversation on the side. If you say it is yours, it is yours. Nailin Yan seemed to have completely integrated herself. Opening his mouth, he said, not bad, master. The 10,000 Flame Sect has been occupying your place for thousands of years, and it's time for things to be returned to their rightful owners. Natsuki was a little freaked out by what he was hearing. Nima, you Nailin Yan are definitely a traitor. Shut up, you two. We're here to borrow the gongfu. We must treat people with courtesy, affection, and virtue. When he finished, he slowly made his way up the hill. As we walked, we said, can't just fly to the top of the mountain. That would be rude. And my father has prepared a few exotic treasures as gifts. So maybe the 10,000 Flame Sect leader will let you see the Eternal Flame Scripture. The three walked for half a quarter of an hour, seeing a mountain gate built on the mountainside. The three big words 10,000 Fire Sect were engraved on it. Two 10,000 Fire Sect disciples were standing guard. Sia Ji stepped forward and saluted. Friendly two Taoists, I, Sia Ji, have come to pay respects. The words were not finished. One of the disciples swept a disdainful glance at the three. The blessed land of Mount Swallowing Flame. Outsiders should not enter. Get out. A mortal, a child, a woman. All of them don't have the slightest cultivation. How can they call us friends? Well, there weren't many people who could probably tell about Sia Ji's cultivation. And it was true that Sia Jojo didn't have any cultivation right now. Nailin Yan practiced magic kung fu, and ordinary people couldn't sense it. A word rolled, choking Sia Ji a bit, but in order not to bring bad children, he decided to hold back for a while, and let father teach you how to behave in the world. only to see him take out a precious pearl containing a fire spirit from his bosom. This Taoist friend, Mr. Xia, paid a sincere visit, specially bringing the fire spirit bead, phoenix guts, and the true dragon. The two 10,000 Fire Sect disciples looked greedily at the fire spirit bead and glanced at each other, killing and seizing the treasure. Thief, actually stealing my 10,000 Flame Sect's treasures, kill without pardon, only to see the two waving their hands. Two flames came towards the three. Natsuki? I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What's wrong with these two people? Sia Ji looked at the incoming flames. This was too weak. He didn't even bother to use his sword chi and lightly swung two palms. The flames directly dissipated under the palm wind, and the two 10,000 Flame Sect disciples were hit and fell to the ground vomiting blood. With a pair of big, budding eyes, Sia Jojo deliberately asked innocently, isn't it necessary to treat people with courtesy and convince them with virtue? Sia Jiadeng darkened his face. These assholes have caused themselves to be taunted by their daughter again. I don't believe that the Fire Sect is full of such idiots. Today, I, Sia Ji, am at war with you. The trio continued to walk up the hill. Meet the inner disciples of the 10,000 Fire Sect. This Taoist friend. My name is Sia Ji. I have come to pay respects. Inner sect disciple, surprisingly trespassing the gates of the 10,000 Fire Sect. Kill Nima. Meet the steward of the 10,000 Fire Sect. Fellow Daoist. Sia Ji brings his gifts to visit. Steward, injuring my disciples and stealing my treasures? Seek death. Natsuki, I. Plants. Meet the elder of the 10,000 Fire Sect. Get this. This time, before Sia Ji even opened his mouth, the elder had already characterized him. Elder, sins. Stealing a treasure and hurting someone. This seed will strip you of your skin and subject you to 1,000 fires. Summer Pole doesn't pretend anymore. Old me is here to rob the eternal inferno scripture. Beat you bunch of stupid bees to death. The entire 10,000 Fires Sect was in complete disarray. Countless 10,000 Fires Sect disciples surrounded Sia Ji and the others. Sia Jojo was watching from the side. This is too much for my taste. Neilin Yen was beside her and also explained to her. Master, the 10,000 Flame Sect cultivates blazing fire skills and has a violent and ruthless nature. And the people around this Tun Yen mountain are deeply victimized by it. Char Jojo, I think they're cute. What you see is what you get. If you want it, you grab it. How innocent and cute. Neilin Yen looked at the mountain full of muscular men with high killing intent. The committee was a bit unsure of where to be cute. But what the master says is right. Nice. Lovely indeed. At this time, the three of them had already arrived at the core of the 10,000 Flame Sect, where the invisible firewall was located, and where the ancient inferno scripture was located. The 10,000 Flame Sect leader leaving Flame Realist stood in the sky, with thousands of disciples below him. He snapped, Your Excellency is too overbearing, trespassing on my sect, injuring my disciples, and entering my forbidden land. You are really unbridled. Sia Ji looked helpless. Do you believe me when I say I'm here to give a gift? Li Huozhenjin pointed at Sia Jojo with one hand. You call this a gift? Shameless. What's Jojo Sia doing? The invisible firewall seemed like a light veil, floating in the mountains, invisible and shadowless, and if you touched it casually, you would be scorched to ashes by the divine fire. It could only be vaguely discerned from the air around it that was distorted by the heat. Mortals looking at it will only feel that it is very arcane inside, and will be burned into madness by the fire intent invading their divine sense. Sia Jojo's main body was the Great Sun Lotus, which was originally the Lord of all fires. After coming here, he immediately had a heart-to-heart with the firewall, and it turned out that this invisible firewall was the ancient inferno scripture. She subconsciously opened her small mouth, and the invisible firewall seemed to let out a joyful whine. It turned into a wisp and drilled into Charjo's mouth little by little. Natsuki looked at the scene. Okay, now I don't even believe I'm here to give a gift. He innocently looked at Li Huozhenjin. This thing is also useless to you guys, so why don't you pretend that you can't see it? Li Huozhenjin was immediately angry at him. God is useless, but also let me be invisible? Does he think the old man is a dumbass? Although the leading fire realist was about to explode with anger, it seemed all the way through that he also felt that he might not be Sia Ji's opponent. He ordered to the disciples below, set up the heavenly fire formation, honor the sovereign's order. Thousands of disciples responded to the drink, and then each stood in their own position, silently exercising their gong methods to the extreme. The leading fire realist was located at the center of the formation and felt thousands of fiery auras converge towards him. He centered himself in the center and shouted to Xiade, receive the old man's stallion D. An endless sea of fire rose from the sky and then condensed into a fiery giant. This giant held a huge fire sword, and terrifying heat surrounded it. The temperature of the entire Swallowing Flame Mountain rose sharply, and the fire peach tree was somewhat unable to withstand it. Boom! Burning into a torch. The beauty in front of him turned into a sea of fire, and Sia Ji felt it was too bad. With a wave of his hand, countless sword chi rushed out, It blended into the mountain full of peach blossoms and surprisingly suppressed all the flames on the tree. Li Huizhenjin was sweating profusely, using all his strength to control Yan Di. Yan Di instantly swung his sword, the blazing white sword carrying layers of fire waves as it chopped towards Sia Ji. Sia Ji helplessly shook his head. I will not bully you, so I will use the peach blossom as a sword and let you go. With a wave of his hand, a petal of peach blossoms infused with sword chi converged towards him. A mountain full of peach blossoms condensed into a flower sword, a flick of the wrist and a rich, cozy scent. Throwing it casually at Yan Di, it scattered a boundless sea of flowers. In this ocean of flowers, but a great terror rose in the heart of the real flame leaving this peach blossom, which is usually found everywhere. Surprisingly, each petal is like a supreme divine sword. Endless sharpness came from above. The inferno was shuttled by a petal of flowers, split into uncountable small pieces. Then it dissipated between heaven and earth. Every disciple of the 10,000 Fires sect was locked by a petal, and in the next moment, they could be killed. Li Huizhenjin's eyes were full of bewilderment, shivering his lips. Heaven wants to destroy my 10,000 Fires sect? How can there be such a horrible person in the world? No! He instantly came back to his senses, and in a flash of inspiration, he shouted at the disciples below. Senior has come to deliver a gift. Why don't you all kneel down and welcome them? My daughter's been pampered. Sovereign! Many people at the bottom shouted in defiance. Many Manhwa sect disciples were still unaware that they were in danger, thinking that the petals floating in the sky were nothing more than ordinary flower petals. Each one was still arrogant, their auras surging within their bodies, just waiting for an order from their patriarch. But I didn't expect that the patriarch would tell them to kneel down. Assholes! Old me told you all to kneel down, Li Huizhenjin said angrily. Yellow-mouthed children with eyes that don't recognize and Tai. The leaving fire realist sighed. Knowing the characteristics of the gong methods cultivated by the 10,000 Flames sect, although it is strong and domineering, it will affect the mind of the person who cultivates it. In the long run, they will become more and more brutal and stubborn, hot-tempered and ruthless. It's like a relentless flame that burns out everything, especially this 10,000 Fires sect under their own leadership, acting more arrogant, rampant, for dissidents at every turn to burn and loot, without mercy. Is it not naive to suddenly tell them to kneel down at this point? However, today's situation could not allow them not to kneel. Li Huizhenzi looked toward the peach blossom petals that were fluttering all over the sky seemingly at random. Beautiful, but deadly. Clenching his teeth, Real Flame Departure took the lead and knelt down towards Sia Ji's group before exerting his might. Instantly, thousands of disciples knelt down one after another like a domino effect. Even, because of the pressure, everyone hung their heads low, and half of their previous arrogance was gone. Sia Jojo had just come back from her tour on the firewall engraved with the ancient Inferno scripture, and she couldn't help but smash her tongue when she saw the scene. She twisted her head to see that her own father was looking at her with a smirk, and tilted her head. This group of mediocre people, how did they directly give their knees? Then turning to the crowd before him, he raised his boyish little face. I only heard her milky voice say, since this is so obsequious, the attitude is good. As long as you shout long live, I am in a good mood and will spare your lives. And holding his little head up high with a look of enjoyment. So divine. Sia Ji couldn't help but laugh lightly at this situation. Oh, my daughter's official addiction is too big. Sia Ji was not a person who was eager to kill. It was just that this 10,000 Flames sect's previous attitude was arrogant and unreasonable, which really called for a person to be upset. Thus, if he bloodied the swallowing flame mountain, it would not be an injustice to them. But look at my daughter just came down from the inflammation wall. Exquisite little face overflowing with joy. I think that the 10,000 Fire sect's gong method must be very suitable for her heart. Furthermore, this mountain was equivalent to a piece of spiritual eye, and the spiritual power of the fire element in heaven and earth converged here, which was perfect for his daughter's cultivation. Since the issue of his daughter's cultivation had been resolved, he might as well hone her ability to rule over her subordinates in the meantime. Natsuki was instantly calculating. Daughter, they didn't kneel down because of your identity, but they kneeled down when they sensed that they were going to be killed by your father me. Sia Ji said while making a gesture to kill them all, wanting to see what his own daughter's reaction would be. Sure enough, Sia Jojo took the bait. With a hesitant look on her face, she said, these people have already knelt down and begged for forgiveness, so I don't think it's necessary to drive them to extinction. Dad, you are so powerful, why don't you let them go? Griffins are just ants. Why don't you ask them to be used by me, and usually serve me tea and water or something? Wouldn't that be nice? Natsuki smiled slightly. What if I have to kill? Then kill me. I can't beat you anyway. The little guy rolled his eyes, slightly helpless. The actual mental calculation has long been, when he regained the strength of the past, who you want to kill, who you want to stay. Outsiders must not interfere, not even her biological father. Sia Ji cried and laughed. He did not expect his own daughter to give up so easily. Although its previous life as a heavenly demon, no desire to be strong is the basic way of survival. But in this life, as his Xiaji's daughter, Xiaji wanted to teach her something else. So, he leaned down slightly and whispered in Sia Jojo's ear, "Kill them, and I don't know how much longer it will be before you have to find so many followers on your own again." Oh, Sia Jojo bristled. Although these thousands of people were not as good as his own previous ministry, they were also considered an extraordinary army. She would naturally be happy if they all came under her command. Just looking at Pop's darker look, hell knows what he's up to. But, suddenly inspired, Sia Jojo took Xiaji's hand and shook it. "Good father, leave them alive. Grant them to your daughter. Will you?" And she promises to temper them into obedience. Not only did he change his mind and stop calling himself me, but for the first time in his life, he was pampering himself. Xiaji also didn't expect his own daughter to come this way. Originally, he was going to pretend to make a move and then give Jojo a chance to stop himself. This would not only allow his daughter to become the lifesaver of the thousands of people in the 10,000 Fires sect, but it would also allow them to recognize the limitless future of Sia Jojo, thus making them even more convinced. You should know that the daughter's body is the great sun lotus, and entering this Tunyen mountain is like a fish crossing into the sea. Although her cultivation might be quite a bit worse than the others, she was comfortable using the fire element. Moreover, the divine level pressure of the great sun lotus was unmatched by anyone. Despite the failure of the original plan, it was rewarded with the unexpected pleasure of a pampered Sia Jojo's little girl posture. What more bite do you need when your baby girl is pampering you? After all, one's original purpose was also to let Natsu Jojo slowly realize how important her subordinates' lives were to her as she took them under her wing. Learn to protect them. There's no rush to let your daughter convince people with her strength. Besides, if there's really any problem, it's not still yourself. Thinking like this, Natsuki pretended to show a grudging look. Since my precious daughter has begged my father like this, I will give them to you. If anything goes wrong, you're the only one to blame. Natsuki added so. In return, there was a brittle knowing from Sia Jojo. Xiaji's heart melted. Before, the little girl was used to hearing old-fashioned speeches all day long. Occasionally pampering herself was too sweet. If my daughter could be pampered like this every day, if she wanted the stars in the sky, Dad would pick them for her. As for Jojo, she was stealing her own little tricks. Her dad just looked like he was going to give himself a hard time, easily diffused by himself. In her previous life, she was a heavenly demon, so she had seen all the schemes and tricks in this world. Against a man of Dad's strength, it's not a loss to use her little beauty tricks. Wouldn't it be nice to be more pampered in the future and definitely suffer less? Bugger all, the main thing still can't be forgotten. Sia Jojo came in front of the separation fire scatterer and the group of 10,000 flame sect disciples and said in a childish voice, "I originally came to borrow the gongfa, but I didn't expect you to be unreasonable." Bad language, but also directly out. This is not righteous, but I have now learned why you are irritable and easy to anger. If you are willing, you will immediately snap your heads to me and swear allegiance. I can help you eliminate the negative effects caused by the gongfu. But, Sia Jojo paused and said slowly, if there are those who do not obey, or those who have dissenting views, kill without pardon. The voice was still soft and childish, but it contained killing intent, making people shiver, even without having to make a move. The crowd of the 10,000 Flame sect had already sensed that both the little girl and the smiling man in front of them were not characters to be messed with. The Great Fire Front, martial arts. How could the ancient Inferno scripture, being a top-tier technique, allow its cultivator to succumb upon such a setback? Quite a few disciples still forcefully urged their gong methods. The heavenly flame grand formation that had been interrupted earlier was vaguely burning brightly again at this moment. Disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect will not yield. Many disciples already had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. However, they still resisted the dual pressure of Sia Jojo's great sun lotus body, and the leaving fire realist. Enduring the severe physical pain brought about by the forceful operation of the gong method, he urged the great formation to gather power. The light of the heavenly fire formation grew more and more intense, and the disciples' miserable faces were reddened by this light. In this scene, even as Sia Jojo watched, she was quite moved, and away from the fire real person. Although do not want the disciples to go to get killed. Just at this time if they let them again without a fight and give up people, then really even the soul of the clan of the 10,000 Fires sect are extinguished. Thus, he resolutely withdrew the pressure, choosing to fight the enemy with his disciples. The 10,000 Fires sect, gathering the fire of the world and gathering supreme power. The leading fire realist had cultivated here for more than 2,000 years and had witnessed too much of the 10,000 Flames sect. He remembered that when he took over from the previous patriarch, he vowed to guard a group of disciples within the clan. Originally, for the sake of his disciples' lives, he chose to live in humiliation. But seeing the disciples' tenacious resistance, how could he stop the 10,000 Fires sect soul from burning? the leading fire realist came to the eye of the formation and sacrificed 2,000 years of his own cultivation. Immediately, the heavenly flame grand formation's light flourished. Flames flew out of the town and slowly gathered into the shape of a vermilion bird. As the vermilion bird took shape, the temperature at the top of the swallowing flame mountain reached a height that was unimaginable to normal people. Sia Jojo was unhindered since her body was the great sun lotus, a fire attribute divine object. Any fire attack would not harm her. What about Sia Ji? The sword chi protects the body. The sword chi itself was not a physical object, so naturally it could not burn and would not be affected by the temperature. And Nalan Yan was miserable. A head of hair had long been burned away most of the time, and the exposed skin was not only as dry as tree bark, but also scalded out by the hot air with dense and large blisters. She was frantically operating her demonic Dan at the moment. Black demonic chi enveloped the outside of her body, attempting to isolate the high temperatures, but it was no use. The heat was almost pervasive, following her breath into her lungs and trying to burn her to a crisp. The sense of heaven realm cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of the heavenly flame grand formation, and this scorching air was only a tiny effect brought about by the power of the heavenly flame grand formation. At this moment, the one that really needed to be noticed was the huge vermilion bird that was flying towards Natsu Jojo and the girls. Red golden wings, carrying purple flames, the vermilion bird flew fearlessly, carrying the battle spirit of all the people of the 10,000 Fires sect, vowing to burn the enemy to the ground. On the contrary, Sia Ji was fearless. He even took a few steps back and stood behind Sia Jojo. And what about Charlotte? She didn't show any sign of retreat, only half a step forward. She stretched out her white arm and gently pointed in the direction of the vermilion bird. In an instant, the vermilion bird that was condensed by the flames, as if it had suddenly gained spiritual intelligence. Only a chirp could be heard, and the deadly flaming vermilion bird dragged its long tail around Sia Jojo. It was as if Summer Jojo was its master. Sia Jojo stood in the air, unperturbed. It was just that she was only the size of a 4-year-old and the vermilion bird flying around her was too big. Thus, her small, powdered face was seen to be hidden in the firelight, standing in the air with equanimity, as if she were a god. Then, this godlike little girl raised her arm and made a downward motion. The vermilion bird seemed to know her intentions and once again let out a long cry. It flew towards the large formation, drilled into the eye of the formation, and turned into a piece of red spiritual power of fire, disappearing into thin air. Also disappearing into thin air was the heavenly flame grand formation that the people of the 10,000 Flames sect had worked together on. In its place, gusts of spiritual energy poured into the crowd of the 10,000 Flames sect. It was different from the ordinary spiritual energy between heaven and earth when they usually cultivated. It was also different from their own refined, overbearing and scorching fire spirit power. This spiritual energy was as hot and pure as volcanic magma, but they themselves could not feel the slightest bit of burning pain. Not only that, the sanity of the disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect became extraordinarily clear. The irritation and anger that I always felt before was actually gone at this time, and it's all thanks to. Scattered Man from the fire looked at the little girl in the air. The fire spirit energy that had previously entwined around Vermilion Bird now surrounded her. From a distance, it looked as if she was surrounded by a reddish golden mist, the spiritual power of fire, with the red gold color being the most superior. And spiritual energy is normally invisible to the naked eye because of the thinness of its existence. The aura surrounding the girl was already so obvious. Its purity was evident. Sia Jojo clasped her arms and looked down at the crowd. The look on her face made it impossible to guess what she was thinking. The crowd of the 10,000 Flames sect also realized that such a change was because of Natsu Jojo. For once, there was no one asking or forcing. A group of disciples from the 10,000 Flames sect knelt down in the direction of Charjo, thanking this godlike girl for bringing them a new life. Charjo spoke faintly, am accustomed to seeing people who are greedy and afraid of death, but I have rarely seen such a valiant and unyielding person. The technique you cultivate will make you belligerent and berserk, but because the cultivation is very grueling, it also hones your will to die rather than give in. I have already refined the mania and other impurities in the spiritual energy you have cultivated, and after that, your sanity will no longer be swayed by the kung fu. Little old 10,000 Fires sect leaving fire. With all the disciples of the 10,000 Fires sect, I pay my respects to the new patriarch. Thank you, Sovereign, for not killing me. Someone in the crowd shouted. Greetings to the new patriarch. The patriarchs harmonized and kowtowed to Sia Jojo. You're a well-behaved old man. Sia Jojo was very flattered by this. She looked condescendingly at the red-haired, red-bearded old man who led the kneeling and raised her eyebrows. Patriarch's status is extraordinary. If we had noticed it earlier, we wouldn't have caused such a misunderstanding. The separate fire scatterer respectfully said, his tone even carrying a few points of flattery. In theory, for a strong person of the celestial realm like him to kneel down to a little girl doll with no cultivation at all was something that would make people's jaws drop in shock. But the 10,000 Flames Sect's group of disciples were already half contemptuous after what had just happened. On the contrary, after everyone witnessed how Sia Jojo gently subdued the heavenly flame vermilion bird and miraculously erased the negative effects brought about by their cultivation technique, everyone's feelings towards Sia Jojo could no longer be described as awe, because the heavenly fire formation gathered the power of all the fires in the world and burned everything. The vermilion bird summoned by this formation was the spirit of all fire, and could battle with the level of a quasi-emperor, and the power of 10,000 fires, gathered from with heaven and earth, can be said to be endless. If there was really a legend-level powerhouse who wanted to deal with it freely, they could only use their own spiritual power to suppress and annihilate it, or restrain it with their attributes. And there is only one thing that makes the blazing power of all fire submit to obedience: Dahlia, the origin of the 10,000 Fires Sect. It is said that when the god of creation opened up the heavens and created all things, he was often defeated by the power of the darkness from the great void and his work was abandoned. After searching long and hard, the god of creation found the god of Yin, who was conceived in the great sun lotus, and asked for his help. Thus, the god of Yin offered himself as a sacrifice and borrowed divine power from the great sun lotus. With this, he burned his own flesh and blood and transformed himself into the sun in the sky, and after creating all things, the god of creation likewise borrowed the power of the great day lotus and hid under the earth's crust. Since then, the planet has been in perpetual business. This is also the reason why heaven and earth contain endless aura for all things to exhale and cultivate. This is a story that is well known in this world, but no one really believed in the existence of the Dahlia. The technique of the 10,000 Flames Sect was said to have been acquired by the Yin god in his mother's great sun lotus. Later, he met the creator god and was deeply moved by his ambition and decided to dedicate himself to the creation of the world together with him. The ancient Inferno scripture on the Inferno wall was inscribed by the Pro-Inferno god, and the god of creation placed it in the world. What it records is how Yin cultivated in his mother's womb by borrowing the power of 10,000 fires. As such, the 10,000 Fires Sect's technique allowed them to condense and use the power of 10,000 fires, causing them to believe that they were a unique being. The Inferno god surely did not expect it. The great sun lotus that had nurtured him had actually been used as a spiritual root for fleshly mortals, becoming the foundation and essence of his entire life. He also wouldn't have thought that the gong methods he had acquired in his mother's womb were now disguised as being learned back by his mother's womb. However, it was true that this set of gongfu was not suitable for mortals to learn. The Yenshin was conceived by the great sun lotus, and its relationship with the great sun lotus was similar to that of a pearl to a clam. Nichiren's purpose was to slowly refine the alien within, the Inferno god, into a flame for his own use. Unexpectedly, the Inferno god was not an extraordinary object, and not only was it not refined, but it was slowly sharpened by the gong method. Eventually, like a round, large, beautiful pearl, it came out of nowhere, and that's limited to Yendi, not so for ordinary mortals. If the general public cultivates this technique, although the strength is strong, but the temperament is invariably very violent. In the long run, those with a higher level of enlightenment may be able to use their spiritual energy to counteract some of the burning, irritating sensations brought about by the technique, but this wouldn't last long. Generally, as the cultivator's cultivation level increased, the negative effects of the gongfu became stronger. In the end, they would end up in the same situation as less enlightened practitioners, having their minds eroded by the gongfu and dying of insanity. What's more, one might go up in smoke. This was the reason why the 10,000 Fires Sect didn't have any tens of thousands of years old cultivators. However, even so, hundreds of disciples still worshipped under the 10,000 Flames Sect every year. There were two reasons for this, one being that the 10,000 Fires Sect's gong method was really strong. Those who practiced this technique were usually able to fight with cultivators whose cultivation was 1 or 2 realms higher than their own. Secondly, it was due to this powerful technique that caused the 10,000 Fires Sect to have a long-standing reputation for rampaging. Although the people of the 10,000 Flames Sect were short-tempered, they were surprisingly united and had always been outwardly outgoing when it came to things. This also feeds their arrogant, unreasonable attitude. The number of people who come here every year for this reason alone cannot be underestimated. People who cultivate understand that cultivation itself is walking on the tip of a knife. There are countless people who have died because their meridians burst due to going off the deep end during the cultivation process. And similar to cut the hand by the mighty fighting law wave and so on, horizontal death amount of circumstances is more commonplace. Instead of that, it would be better to join the 10,000 Fires Sect. It would be much more enjoyable to be blessed by the sect and raise your eyebrows for the rest of your life. You're always going to die anyway, so you might as well go through the motions like this. The cultivators of the 10,000 Fires Sect all thought so. However, what they saw today made them begin to wonder. In this world of the weak and the strong, life and death, there is too good to be true, isn't it? Just now they used 10% of their strength when they set up the formation. it was easily picked up by the legendary Dahilian and returned to them. Not only that, the spiritual energy that had returned to his body was much purer than before. Most importantly, all the negative effects of what had been cultivation were eliminated. Everyone was now clearer in their minds than ever before. The crowd pressed down the ecstasy in their hearts and followed the fire scatterer as they paid homage to Sia Jojo again and again. Sia Jojo was enjoying herself at first, but then she got a little annoyed. Alright, you guys hurt my demon servant. I haven't asked for punishment yet. Is there someone who is good at healing and can cure her? Sia Jojo pointed at Nailan Yen. Nailan Yen was not lightly injured by the previous great formation. The clothes on her body had long been burnt, her originally smooth skin had long been burnt and festered, and her beautiful hair was nowhere to be seen. Only a trace of her breath remained, her mouth murmuring indistinctly. Only a few wisps of black mist surrounded her body, covering the important parts and preserving the last shred of dignity for her. Yes. Little old me will call for a healer from the clan and order a few more female cultivators to take care of this girl. Scattered Man from the fire was busy responding. At the same time, he told the people around him to find someone immediately. While welcoming Sia Jojo and Sia Ji into the main hall, he invited them to take the seat of the patriarch. Sia Ji didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He wanted to see how his daughter behaved first. Although her daughter's move to find someone to take care of Nailan Yen was not bad. Just, Jojo, your servant is hurt like this. Did you expect that? The power of that formation, even back when I was in my heyday, should not be underestimated. Sia Jojo faintly said. In that case, why didn't you protect her? Natsuki followed the advice. Life and death have their own destinies, and since she is my slave and follows in my footsteps, there is a possibility that this will happen. She should have been well aware of it, Sia Jojo said without turning her head as she followed behind the discreet fire scatterer. Alas, it seems that my daughter's little stubborn mind still needs more guidance from myself to make her love her fellow man more. Xiapol sighed softly and said, if the people of the 10,000 Flames sect hadn't realized that your original body was the Great Sun Lotus, they might not have been willing to be subdued by you. If that were the case, wouldn't it be a pity for your only demonic servant to fall in this way? Well, hearing this, Nat Jojo stopped and thought carefully. Life and death have their own destiny is indeed true, but if he failed to subdue the crowd, this just received the only slave on this loss. Seems to be quite a pity. Alright, then, Jojo's carefully thinking little brow stretched as if she had made up her mind. I will pay attention to not letting her die in the future is all. Sia Jojo picked up. Sia Ji was quite pleased. Good daughter. Then what about the group of subordinates you took in today? Protect. Okay. The cute little mouth turned up in impatience. Hearing this, Sia Ji couldn't help but touch his daughter's little head. Sia Jojo was about to jump to her feet when she suddenly remembered something like that and said to the fire scatterer, old man, find me a place to cultivate. Then he turned his head again and rushed at Sia Ji. Mortal, you come and guard me. It's good to be petted. Daughters should be petted more often. Protector? Now, Natsuki froze for a moment, and then secretly criticized himself for being careless. Natsu Jojo's main body is the Great Sun Lotus, the Lord of all fires. Thus, it was natural that he could easily deal with the Heavenly Fire Grand Formation. This was also the reason why Sia Ji had seen the 10,000 Flames sect set up a formation before but did not make a move. However, he didn't expect that not only was Sia Jojo not injured by the Heavenly Flame Formation in the slightest, but instead, she absorbed the spiritual energy that she had condensed from the heavens and earth. That was actual pure spirit power of fire. At this moment, majestic spiritual energy was being hoarded within her body. Judging by its quantity, after Sia Jojo absorbed this spiritual energy completely, she would be able to raise her cultivation to approximately the 5th level of the Hotian 9 realms. This kind of opportunity, the next person is to cultivate for a few hundred years, may not be able to touch. Hey, not bad for my baby girl. Natsuki held back her proud joy, but she couldn't help but want to tease her daughter. It's not an easy job to be a protector. A good daughter has to ask her father for a favor. Natsu Jojo didn't want to put up with it. How can I, the heavenly devil, allow a mere mortal to act so recklessly? Only to see her roll up her sleeves, waving her small pink fists towards Sia Ji, clenching her silver teeth in a threatening manner. Mortal, don't get too far ahead of yourself. Sia Jojo thought that her look would at least make Sia Ji more or less scared. After all, that was the most fierce look she could put up. In her previous life, she didn't even need to put on a face to threaten people. Threatening people is just a matter of seeing some blood. This also led to the fact that nowadays, when Sharjo really wanted to make people feel scared by the expression on her face, she found that this skill was very rusty. Because of this, when Sia Jie saw this appearance of Sia Jojo, it was the same as seeing a little milk cat in a rage, open-mouthed and milky. It's so cute. Sia Ji laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground. Next to him, The face of the discreet fire scatterer was also suffocating red, and the whiskers on his face couldn't stop shaking. It seemed like he was holding back his laughter very hard. Sia Jojo was so angry that she mentally cursed herself. How had she forgotten that she was now a little girl with no cultivation? How could her own threat be effective? It was still not a joke for people to see. A little girl has to do what a little girl has to do in order to achieve her goals more easily. Sia Jojo wanted to open up. In the twinkling of an eye, Xiai's thigh was hugged by Sia Jojo. The latter pouted while hugging. Father, please, protect me. Nice guy. The corners of Xiai's mouth twitched straight, not realizing that his own baby girl was a master of face changing. But it's good for a girl to be pampered by her father. Xiai was still very flattered inwardly, thinking that the habit of letting his daughter be pampered must be cultivated. He then readily agreed to Sia Jojo's request. And the next to him, the discreet fire scatterer couldn't laugh a bit. It turned out to be that when he had just held back his own laughter, he had received separate eye warnings from Sia Jojo and Xiai respectively. It's clearly saying, laugh again and I'll kill you. The fire scatterer thought, you two are bullying my age cannot fight. The old man I have a low status heart bitter ah. There was no time to continue screaming in bitterness. Li Fire Scatterer had to ask first. In a moment he had to take in Li Fire Sect and receive the great gift of worship from the audience of disciples. And in a moment he had to find a place for them to cultivate on his own. What should we do first? If I don't fulfill these two masters' demands, will they not wave their hands and destroy themselves? Thus, Scatterer Li Hua hurriedly accompanied with a smile and asked, aren't the two of you going to the hall to participate in the new patriarch's big ceremony of taking over? Sia Jojo waved her hand. The clan's internal affairs are still handled by you for the time being. My cultivation is more important. Yes, little old me will take the two of you there. Discreet Fire Scatterer hurriedly said. It didn't take long for the trio to arrive at a cave nestled on top of a mountain. Looking out from here, one could see the entire Swallowing Flame mountain range in its entirety. According to the discreet Fire Scatterer, this place at the top of the mountain was the place where successive generations of 10,000 Fire Sect patriarchs had practiced. The rest of the disciples were each assigned another place to cultivate according to their status level. Only this was the place where the aura gathered the thickest. Natsuki and Natsujo looked around. It was indeed a good place. Not only, the scenery is beautiful and scenic. More importantly, the spiritual energy here was frighteningly abundant. The restless spiritual energy of fire filled the air with the purity of the energy. Even if an ordinary person came here and inhaled a breath, he would inhale those fire elements into his body, thus affecting himself with this energy. This also explained even more why those 10,000 Flame Sect disciples, including the separate Flame Scatterer, had such big tempers before. In addition to the reason for the top-level technique Eternal Flame Scripture, the fire spirit energy here being too violent and thick was also a factor. Spiritual energy can be categorized into four main attributes: wind, water, earth and fire. Based on this, the world's spiritual energy is transformed into 1,000 different kinds of spiritual energy. These spiritual energies are basically mixed together for the cultivating monk to exhale and absorb. The absorbed spiritual energy would be further refined by the cultivators in his body with gong methods. This step was to refine the ponderous spiritual energy into properties that matched the cultivator's spiritual root. However, in this process, due to the existence of attribute clash, or spiritual energy is too refractory to be refined well. As a result, much of the spiritual energy that had failed to be refined was exhaled outward and returned to the heavens and earth. Therefore, in general, the spiritual energy being exhaled would rarely be fully absorbed by the cultivator. For an ordinary cultivator, even if they were practicing a top-level technique, being able to absorb half of the spiritual energy that was spat out was already quite talented. This was why ordinary people were incredibly slow to cultivate. Originally, there was not much spiritual energy to exhale in search of between heaven and earth, not to mention that it could not be fully absorbed. However, if one only exhaled spiritual energy that matched their attributes, the effect would be much better. Because the attributes are the same, the refining process will be much less wasteful. If there was another gong method to add to it, it would really be half the work with half the effort, and the speed of cultivation would be much faster than that of an ordinary person. From this point of view, the 10,000 Fires sect was not only blessed with top-notch techniques, but it also occupied a precious land. It's just that the attributes of psychic power cause each element to have its own characteristics. The fire element is violent and has high attack power. The wind element is good at hiding and is very fast. The water element is good at healing, but it is not easy to manipulate. The earth elemental? Because it is extremely difficult to find. From ancient times to the present day to cultivate the great success of the tuna has not been found. Generally cultivators will practice its branch, that is, the spiritual power of the gold element. It is characterized by its hardness and sharpness, and can cause great damage to opponents. If the practitioner is not able to completely refine these elemental forces, he or she will appear to be harmed by the elemental energies of the spiritual energy. It was like the crowd of the 10,000 Fires sect being affected by the spiritual power of fire and becoming irritable and easy to anger and eventually delirious. The ancient Inferno scripture focused more on enabling cultivators to borrow the power of the spiritual power of fire rather than refining it. Therefore, all the practitioners are very good at fighting, but their brains are not so good. However, Sia Jojo, because the body is a great sun lotus, the spiritual power of fire in her does not need to be refined, directly absorbed. Therefore, even if one used the Gongfu Eternal Flame scripture, a situation similar to the crowd of the 10,000 Flames sect would not occur. Cultivating here couldn't be more appropriate. Talented and gifted. 9 levels of Hotian. Sia Jojo was quite satisfied with this place and waved her hand to tell the fire scatterer to leave. Then, not caring to enjoy the wonderful scenery of this mountaintop, he sat down with his legs crossed and ran his gong method to start cultivating. Sia Ji, on the other hand, was leaning against the stone wall near the cave entrance, protecting Sia Jojo's magic while enjoying the scenery outside the cave in a bored manner. This side is very beautiful indeed, and the presence of fire peach blossoms is an added touch of soft pink to the otherwise bare mountain. From afar, there are strange rocks and mountain flowers. The two spell out a marvelous scene. On the other hand, Sia Jojo's side, she concentrated on her cultivation. She silently recited the mantra and slowly guided the spiritual energy through her meridians in order to absorb it. Mount Swallowing Flame was a wonderful holy place for her. It was not only because this place contained the spiritual power of fire that was not found anywhere else, but also because of the raging energy that was present in the people practicing in the 10,000 Fires sect. That energy wasn't available to the 10,000 Fires sect cultivators, transforming into part of their combat power. Instead, it was because of its existence that the cultivators were sexually violent, but it was a great tonic for Jojo. In fact, originally, with her previous nature, if someone dared to disobey, she would definitely take his life. When Charlotte was a heavenly devil, she always acted coldly, killing and decisive, never soft. So what if he had thousands of disciples from the 10,000 Flames sect? Having been disobedient, there will be no mercy. Today, when the vermilion bird gathered by that great fire formation saw itself, it was like a child who hadn't been home for a long time seeing its mother. Sia Jojo knew that the life and death of the disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect at that time only rested on his own thoughts. However, as she wanted to sentence those thousands of people to death as she had done in the past, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Why was he not able to leave them behind and cause them to continue practicing the technique? In time, the cultivators on this mountain range would again surround that wonderful raging energy around them. And just pick it yourself. Wouldn't that be nice? With this thought in mind, it was only because of this that Sia Jojo had left these thousands of lives behind. It even returned the essence and spiritual energy that they had originally used to gather the vermilion bird to its limit. Anyway, the power of the heavens and earth condensed by that vermilion bird itself was astonishing enough. While thinking this, Sia Jojo accelerated her gong method to run her spiritual energy. The pure and majestic spiritual power of fire traveled through Jojo's entire body's meridians along with the gong method, eventually converging in her dantian. Slowly, the spiritual chi cyclone in her dantian grew larger and larger, turning into a small lotus seat. Then, the lotus seat was dotted with golden light, and it actually condensed into a golden elixir. Then, the radiance of the Jian grew brighter and brighter, slowly manifesting the embryonic form of a baby. As the outline of this baby became clearer, the golden light faded. In its place, a soft purplish-red light emanated from the lotus throne beneath the baby. This purple glow was beautiful and demonic, but such a glow remained for a while and then disappeared. Only that baby was left sleeping quietly on the lotus seat. Both Sia Jojo and Sia Ji closely observed these changes within her dantian. At this time, Sia Jojo had already formed an infant, which was a symbol of the seventh realm of the Hotian 9. Almost by this time, all of the spiritual energy that Summer Jojo had absorbed earlier had been refined. She took a long breath and opened her eyes. What came into view was fatigue written all over Natsuki's bearded face. "Mortal, how did you end up so down?" Natsu Jojo asked with a slight frown. Sia Ji laughed bitterly. "Your father. I'm still not there to protect you?" Natsu Jojo wondered. Would a protector require so much energy that it would make you? Who is so powerful, so haggard? I wasn't afraid that you might encounter any problems, and I didn't dare to stop sensing your situation for a moment. Sia Ji stretched, and in an instant, his previous downtrodden appearance was cleaned up by the spiritual energy. Things like general cleaning were a piece of cake for cultivators who could use spiritual energy. For a great power like Sia Ji it was like blinking. It was done by conditioned reflex, but Natsuki was unwilling to part with even that conditioned experience. This was his daughter's first time practicing, so he was extra nervous. While paying attention to the outside world for any abnormalities, he paid full attention to sensing the changes in the spiritual energy within Sia Jojo's body. In fact, in terms of Sia Ji's ability to focus on sensing a person's situation, there was no need to spend this much energy. However, this is his baby girl. When his precious daughter cultivated, Xiaji was 100 times more nervous than he was cultivating himself. Naturally, he went all out to protect Sia Jojo's cultivation. What are you afraid of? It's not like it's my first time. Sia Jojo was not amused. Ugh, this little white wolf can't even realize how worried her dad is. Xiaji said darkly, but extremely gently. Times are different now. Now that you have a different physique, I'm naturally worried. Yet still, Natsu Jojo did not look very concerned. Preaching, if I have an accident in my cultivation, it would be my fate. You are mortal, and it is justifiable for you to have such unnecessary worries. Saying this, Charjo stood on tiptoe, and patted Charge on the back as if to say thank you, with an old-fashioned expression of, said, hard work, mortal, not bad, and my daughter is slowly learning to empathize with others. I'm relieved for her dad. Xiaji was in a good mood. His daughter had only used 7 days to reach a realm that most cultivators would not necessarily be able to cultivate for 70 years. This speed was even faster than his own cultivation speed after he had just crossed over. Not only that, but my daughter told herself how hard it was. This is really growing up slowly. After Xiaji lamented a bit, he secretly laughed at himself for being easily moved as well. But that's not to say that your daughter's growth isn't something to be happy about. Rather, it means that while one is taking one's time in guiding one's daughter, one should not be satisfied too easily. Thinking this way, Xiaji asked Sia Jojo, little Jojo is hungry. You cultivate just. Dad caught a red-armored python. Wait and roast it for you to eat. Upon hearing about the food, Sia Jojo's eyes burst out with a light like that of a hungry wolf, obviously starving. Xiaji held back his laughter and brought Sia Jojo to a flat area on the mountainside of Tunyan Mountain. After the 100-feet-long python was taken out from the storage ring, Xiaji let Sia Jojo build a fire, saying that it would be considered as an acceptance of the results. Sia Jojo had wanted to refuse. A mortal wanted to make me work, but on second thought, it just so happened that he was also using his spiritual power for the first time in this life, so he might as well give it a try. With a wave of his hand, a cluster of tall bonfires stood between Sia Jojo and Xiaji, and the size of the flames was just right for roasting the giant python. Well, not bad, Natsuki complimented. It seems that her own good daughter is keeping her newly acquired powers under control as well. Many cultivators, even if they had a miraculous encounter and their cultivation increased greatly, it would take a lot of effort to control their power afterward. However, looking at this situation, Sia Jojo was even exempted from practicing this step. Not bad for my daughter. Mother's flower interpretations. Xiaji's pride grew even more. After the python was roasted, almost all of it was piled up in front of Sia Jojo. Baby girl, eat slowly. Sia Jojo was starving and didn't hesitate to grab the snake meat and chow down. Red-armored python, a spirit beast unique to Swallowing Flame Mountain. It is said that it is not easy for a crawling creature like a snake to grow to such a large size. It was possible that this snake's lifespan was several times greater than the lifespan of the 10,000 Fires Sect's discreet fire scatterer. Previously, when he was escorting the Summer Jojo at the summer pole, he stumbled upon it snooping around and captured it on the spot. This red-armored python sensed the spiritual energy around Summer Jojo as she cultivated and sneaked over. Ben was looking for a chance to swallow Char Jojo in one bite, and then eat the prisoner next to him on the way. But it was this greed that cost him his life. Now that it's in Summer Jojo's stomach, it's considered a grievance. At the end of the day, it earned a compliment from Natsu Jojo, said the large snake had delicate meat and a distinctive flavor that made it really tasty. Getting a compliment from my baby girl is not worth the thousands of years this python has lived, Sia Jie thought while admiring the cute way Sia Jojo wolfed down her food. Sia Jojo always ate seriously and never talked while eating. Sia Ji looked at her big watery eyes staring at the things in her hand, her long eyelashes hanging down. Very pretty. Baby fat cheeks stuffed with things. Natsujo carefully chewed them before swallowing them. Then another big bite into the meat in his hand, and another fine chew. Xiaji felt like he could watch his daughter for a day just watching her eat. She was practically carved out of the same mold as himself. Although she eats like herself, Charjojo's adorable little look is more like her mom. Thinking about this, Xiaji somewhat missed Sia Jojo's mom, Hua Jiayue. Back then, in order to break through to the imperial throne, Hua Huayu disappeared into the void after giving birth to Sia Jojo. I don't know how she is now. As Char Jojo ate, she suddenly heard her dad ask, Jojo, have you ever wondered about your mom? Sia Jojo swallowed the food in her mouth, pursed her red lips slightly, frowned and thought for a moment, then said with certainty, no. Well, Natsuki knew that with this little ninny, she wouldn't care very much. After all, Jojo hadn't even seen her mom since she was born. Jojo, your mom is trying to break through the emperor position and create a better world for you. It's only because she can't be with us for a while that you have to understand and don't blame her. It is only natural to pursue power and become strong. Why should I blame her? Sia Jojo was unimpressed. Xiaji's heart was slightly relieved, but he still hoped that Hua Jieyue would come back earlier. It's not just about giving Jojo a complete home so she can grow up more carefree and happy. More so, because, oddly enough, he missed her. Natsuki sighed slightly, shaking off the thoughts in his head and refreshing himself. He's not a sentimentalist per se, and will always look positively forward to anything that comes his way. A large part of his strength and position today is due to this mindset. If they were to be replaced by those with weak minds, experiencing any of the blows he had experienced before, they would probably not want to live. Now even though the return date of Hua Huayu is unknown, he will definitely try his best to create a happy childhood for little Jojo and let her grow up to be a happy adult. Mortal, why are you staring at me endlessly? Noticing that Xiaji was staring at himself in a daze, Sia Jojo asked. At this point she still had food in her mouth and her speech was a bit slurred, along with her childish milky voice. How my daughter is so cute. For the millionth time, Xiaji had already sighed in his heart. Jojo, when you're done eating, why don't you go to the 10,000 Flames Sect with Daddy himself for the succession ceremony of the new Sect leader? Natsuki asked. Sia Jojo's face showed reluctance. At this moment, she preferred to eat her fill and go to sleep. Sensing his daughter's reluctance, Xiaji advised. Think about it, this 10,000 Flames Sect several thousand disciples. Not everyone may know you. How about just letting them get to know each other during the succession ceremony? But before they had a big formation of several thousand people, all of them were suppressed by me. Can they still not recognize me? The little girl has gotten smarter, and now ordinary excuses won't convince her, Natsuki thought to himself. His own intention was to let Jojo truly integrate into the 10,000 Fires Sect, rather than being a lofty commander. And the first step to integration was to follow the tradition of the 10,000 Fires Sect and attend their succession ceremony. But if he really said that, with Jojo's character that was used to the kind of desireless life in his previous life, he would definitely refuse. When one plan failed, Xiaji had another one in mind. It's good that everyone from the 10,000 Flames Sect knows you, but you don't know anyone from the 10,000 Flames Sect. This time it's just right that they all know each other. Sure enough, speaking to Xiajojo from a different angle, Xiajojo got a little wrapped up in herself. Otherwise, if you don't know anyone, if something really happens in the future and you need to deploy troops, you won't even be able to call out the people for a while. So is it not a total lack of efficiency? In the same way that Natsu Jojo had figured out that Natsu Pole just loved to pamper himself, Natsu Pole had also found out through the time before that Natsu Jojo loved the feeling of having power. Using this as bait, Xiaji didn't believe that his baby girl wouldn't take the bait. As expected, Sia Jojo accelerated the speed of her eating, and while eating, she said, "Still, you are thoughtful. When I finish eating, take me there." As early as before, when Sia Jojo was about to complete her cultivation, Xiaji had already sent a message to the 10,000 Flames Sect. He instructed them that they could prepare for the succession ceremony, and that he and Jojo would go over after dinner. Xiaji smiled and agreed to Sia Jojo's request, then quietly waited for her to finish eating. When Sia Jojo was full of food and drink, she covered her small stomach and burped contentedly. Scattered Man from the Flame had also found them, looking at the snake bones piled up all over the ground, and Sia Jojo's expression of "I've eaten too much." Scattered Man from the Flame couldn't help but feel terrified in his heart. The red armor python that has plagued the 10,000 Fires Sect for tens of thousands of years was eaten. Just like that? Without waiting for Sia Jojo to stand up, Scattered Man from the Flame knelt down to her first. The little old man, Li Fire Scatterer, has come to welcome the new patriarch to his position. Well, lead the way. Sia Jojo lazily lifted her chin and signaled for Scattered Flame to go ahead. Scattered Flame hurriedly made a pleased gesture, and respectfully led Sia Jojo and Sia Chi forward. While walking, he fawned to please Natsu Jojo. Little old me knew that day that the new patriarch's essence was a legendary divine creature. But I didn't expect that you were so gifted. Sia Jojo just followed along and didn't even listen to the words of Scattered Man from the Flame. It only took you a few short days to reach such a high realm. With such a speed of cultivation, the little old man has lived for more than 2,000 years and has never seen anyone who can match you. Scattered Man from the Flame didn't mind that Sia Jojo didn't pay attention to him and continued to pat her on the back. How can anyone in this world be compared to me? Natsuki couldn't help but poof out a laugh as she listened. Not only did this Li Fire Scatterer fail to flatter, but he was instead disliked by Sia Jojo. His own daughter, indeed, is different. Fairy of the 10,000 Fires Sect, the Fire Scatterer is not annoyed. Smilingly continue to flatter. Yes, 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 the little old man is wrong. Lord Sovereign is unique. How can we compare others to the Sovereign? With this kind of skill in slipping up, Xiaji could not help but be impressed with the displaced Fire Scatterer. After all, the old man used to fight at the drop of a hat. Now it's turned into that. And he doesn't mind at all when Jojo doesn't give him any good face at all. Look at this attentive appearance. Simply a summer Jojo licking dog. Of course, Scattered man from the flame wasn't a cutie pie. He wasn't a brainless licker of the strong. It was only due to the fact that the 10,000 Flame sect cultivated the eternal flame scripture. These people of theirs had a deep connection with the Inferno God and the Great Sun Lotus. In particular, the Great Sun Lotus was worshipped as a divine object by them. For the disciples within the 10,000 Fires sect, the Great Sun Lotus was an existence and symbol that was above all things in heaven and earth and above the gods. Imagine what it would be like for a group of devout believers to see the God they believe in suddenly appear in front of them. Of course it's doing everything in its power to serve. This was the case for the 10,000 Flames sect in the case of Sia Jojo. But the good thing is, these people, though fanatical, do not lose their minds. The separate fire scatterer had warned everyone back at the beginning when they realized that they had seen the Great Sun Lotus. The matter of the new patriarch being the Great Daylily must not be spread abroad. After all, the Great Sun Lotus was a unique holy relic in heaven and earth. And if people with evil intentions knew about this news, they would definitely be unfavorable to Sia Jojo. While the fire separator ordered everyone to spread the news, he was also secretly somewhat expecting that his decision would be recognized by Sia Ji. Actually, it didn't matter to Natsuki. If anything really happens, it's just a matter of killing a few people. However, the separation fire scatterer did not know how deep Sia Ji's true strength was. After all, he had only seen Sia Ji strike once, and even if Sia Ji was strong, they were in the open and the enemy was in the dark. It's almost impossible to completely defend against enemies in the shadows. Who knows what tactics they will use. Anyway, whether that was true or not, that was the line of thinking that the off-fire scattered man was thinking along. He was also looking forward to the day when he would get the opportunity to tell Sia Ji and Sia Jojo and the others about this thought process of his. Perhaps the Xiaji father and daughter would praise him for being careful and thoughtful. But what he didn't know was this. If Sia Ji really knew that the discreet fire scatterer was thinking this way, praising him for being cautious was one aspect. However, Sia Ji would feel that this consideration from the fire separator was a distrust of him. Sia Ji in this world, he, Sia Ji, did not dare to say that he was invincible. But if anyone dares to put thoughts on his daughter, tell him to try. As they were talking, several people arrived at the Great Hall of the 10,000 Flame sect. The disciples were waiting here, and when they saw Sia Jojo appear, they knelt down in unison. This group of devotees met their god. Ever since that time when Sia Jojo took on the heavenly flame grand formation and absorbed the manic energy from them, the crowd clearly felt the difference. Many times in the past, they felt inexplicably irritable and belligerent in their minds, especially with people who clearly don't get into sword fights and big fights. The 10,000 Flame sect people, however, relied on the fact that they were outnumbered and all strong, and went straight on. Ever since the goddess, the new patriarch used the avatar, the 10,000 Fires sect people were all amazed to realize how barbaric and reckless they had been in the past. It was for this reason that everyone was extraordinarily ashamed when they thought back to their rude demeanor when they first met the new patriarch. However, the patriarch was magnanimous and not only did he not blame, but instead determined to stay. The 10,000 Fires sect simply fluffed up. Sia Jojo quite enjoyed the crowd's kneeling. She could feel the crowd's reverence from the bottom of their hearts. It's also so much fun to get so many people following you all at once. Luckily, I listened to that mortal. Otherwise how could I be in this situation? Looks like Dad's words were pretty useful. It was decided that after I recovered my cultivation and returned to the aspect's full strength, I would give the mortals a military advisor. Let him lead the army for me and conquer the territory. And all I have to do is sit back and enjoy the benefits. Isn't that great? Sia Ji walked slightly behind Sia Jojo's side, enjoying the attention of the crowd together with Sia Jojo. He glanced at the side of Char Jojo's face with his afterglow. The little guy looked to be in a good mood. The daughter, who had never been fond of writing her joy and anger on her face, was extraordinarily radiant at this moment. Suddenly, the little one glanced quietly to his side, a hint of cunning in his dark eyes. Natsuki fumed. Her daughter didn't know what she was up to again, but the witty look is so cute too. As he was thinking, several people came to the high platform right in the center in front of the main hall. Scattered Man of Separating Fire took a step forward and announced to the crowd that Sia Jojo had taken over as patriarch. Then, in the crowd's reverent gazes, the Separation Fire Scatterer pinned a badge symbolizing the identity of the 10,000 Flame sect's patriarch on Char Jojo's collar. Sia Jojo's eyes closed slightly. The corners of her mouth rose, very satisfied with the crowd kneeling and kowtowing to her. Sia Ji was a bit surprised that these people were not kneeling a bit too much. It's not like he's never seen a succession ceremony before, and it's not like today's scene. More than 100 years had also passed since he had crossed over to this world. He knew that the etiquette here was somewhat similar to ancient China in the original world. General disciples, entering the sect to learn the art, kneeling like a master patriarch or something like that was indispensable. Or like before when he first came to the 10,000 Fires sect, the separate fire scatterer ordered his disciples to kneel to greet him, or he used his might to forcefully tell them to kneel afterward. The weak kneel to the strong. It's a way of exchanging one's dignity for one's life. But right now, it's clearly not any of the above. Looking around, thousands of disciples, men and women, young and old, the 10,000 Fires sect still formed a small independent social system. These people were all wearing the clan's uniform green-gray Dao robes, and knelt in a circle under the high platform where Sia Ji and the others were standing. A scene that could not be described as anything less than spectacular. These people did not kowtow frantically to Natsu Jojo with any regularity or organization. Sia Ji remembered that before. Scattered Flame Li had only said that he had bowed to the new patriarch, but it doesn't say when it's going to stop. What was even stranger was the fact that the fire-departing Scatterer himself, even though he was on the same high platform, had been kneeling to Sia Jojo just like the other disciples. This frenzied atmosphere was not like facing a new patriarch. It is rather like a local drought. The people all go to the Dragon King temple to beg for rain. Daughter, Natsuki called quietly to Natsujo. Natsu Jojo responded perfunctorily. Don't you think it's strange? Natsuki asked. Strange what? Charjo wondered. The group took you for a mascot and kept kowtowing. What's a mascot? The words spoken by Sia Ji, a person who had traveled over from a different world, were not well understood by Sia Jojo. The reason why Dad started bringing you to the 10,000 Flames sect to borrow the techniques is because he had heard about the situation here a long time ago. Natsuki didn't answer positively. What's the situation? Your original body in this life is the Great Sun Lotus. This you already know, right? I know. That's why I can't cultivate magic skills. Sia Jojo hadn't yet understood Sia Ji's meaning and replied indifferently. The Great Sun Lotus itself is a legendary divine object, but in the 10,000 Fires sect, it is even more of their supreme god. How? Their gong methods were written down by the god birthed by the Great Sun Lotus. God? You mean cultivating to the god position? Is it by this technique? Sia Jojo was a bit surprised. If that was the case, her mortal dad's decision to bring her here to learn this set of techniques was pretty awesome. I don't know. Sia Ji patiently began to tell the cause of this to Sia Jojo. The soul that loves me really loves me. When the Inferno God was birthed from the Great Sun Lotus, his cultivation had already reached the peak, reaching the realm of a god. He had carved the eternal Inferno scripture on the fire wall, and no one knew where he had gotten it. Naturally, even less people knew where his peak cultivation actually came from. It was just that the 10,000 Flames sect had always told that the Yin god had begun cultivating this technique when he was conceived by the Great Sun Lotus. In addition to that, the flesh that was nurtured by the Great Sun Lotus and forged with the spirit of 10,000 fires. It was only because of this that he ascended to the godhead in one fell swoop when he was born. The truth of this claim was not verified, only that the ancient Inferno scripture technique was indeed top-notch, and the people who practiced it were all brutally strong. Nor have the people deliberated in detail whether this statement is true or not. Hearing this, Charjojo thought for a moment and asked, "This story sounds like the Great Daylily has a spirit." Sia Ji spread his hands and said, "Your dad when I first found the Great Sun Lotus to be your body. I didn't notice its spirit either. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this Great Sun Lotus is now my own body is all. Take things as they come and don't think about the extras. Life and death and all that is the result of heaven. Since this Great Sun Lotus is already my essence and has become my flesh and blood, it is doomed. There is no point in worrying about it more." Charjojo thought so. And this time, Natsuki had the same mindset. This is not the point. The point is that they are now worshipping the Great Sun Lotus, not you, our good daughter. Xiaji said, "What's that got to do with it? The Great Sun Lotus and I, in and of themselves, are one." Charjojo was unimpressed. "It seems that my daughter still doesn't quite understand the issues involved. The current Denichiren was Natsu Jojo's body, yes, but what this group of people were kneeling down to worship was the god of their hearts. In other words, it doesn't matter who the Dainichi Lotus is in its original form. As long as it's the Dainichi Lotus, that's enough." Natsu Jojo didn't think it made a difference though. Natsu Pole didn't really like the situation, perhaps because he was a traveler. Xiaji placed great importance on things like souls. Like, for example, many people fetishize his power or his unique talent, but if all his cultivation is dissipated, those people will leave. It was similar to the world that Natsuki was in before he crossed over to this world. The rich man is always surrounded by countless beautiful women, whether he wants to or not. But when the rich man goes bankrupt, these beautiful women will scatter like birds and beasts. In this world, it is indeed nice for the strong to always have a group of suitors around them. But what Xiaji wanted was a friend and lover who would be unfailingly devoted to him even if he didn't have the cultivation attainments he had today. Flower Explainer is kind of able to do that. What she loved was Shakti's humor, Shakti's spontaneity, and Shakti's dedication in his quest for top power. This was also the main reason why, even though Xiaji had many suitors, Xiaji ultimately chose Hua Sheiyue. What others see is only my outer shell. Only Ruan Xi Yin alone understands my inner core. Natsuki thought so. Don't see that he is usually very spontaneous and free-spirited in his dealings with people, but in reality he still has a tender and delicate side in his bones. Thus, it was only then that he perceived that what the crowd of the 10,000 Flames sect truly revered and knelt in worship was not the daughter herself, but only the totem, the great sun lotus. This behavior is like many people in the present world who will pay for their so-called sentiments, but really this sentiment itself, they don't care. If you wake up one day and realize that the so-called sentiment is just a figment of your own mind and doesn't actually match up, then they will regret their wishful thinking and turn away, never to return. The situation here in the 10,000 Fires sect was the same. Xiai originally thought that these disciples were because Sia Jojo had not only spared them from disobedience before, but also made their originally chaotic consciousness awake. In addition, the fear of Charlotte and her own strength was the reason why she held a respectful and deferential attitude towards Charlotte. Now it seems that this congregation of sons and daughters are kneeling to worship a mere symbol of a vain god. If they ever understand that Sia Jojo is not the divine creature they revere as the Great Day Lotus, the result must have been disappointment, even betrayal. If that's true, it's a lesson for your daughter. It might make a slight difference in your daughter's personality. Or, one could slowly guide their daughter so that she could properly lead the people of the 10,000 Flames sect. Let them realize that even if Sia Jojo was Sia Jojo, their own lovely daughter could be the perfect sect leader for them. And goddess. Well, whichever way you think about it, the ending was pretty good. Let your daughter think what she wants. The two of them had been talking for half a day, and the people below were still worshipping, without stopping in the slightest. Sia Jojo had to clear her throat and take 2 steps forward, saying, "Okay, everyone, get up," he said, before hearing a rustling sound, made by the friction of clothing as everyone got up from the floor. Although I am newly inaugurated as the sovereign, but the general affairs over here are still given to the old man Li Hua to manage on behalf of the rest of the ministries in their respective roles. Everything will continue as usual. Seeing that everyone had almost risen, Sia Jojo opened her mouth unhurriedly. Xiai stifled a laugh from the side. This daughter of his, after enjoying the feeling of power in her hands, she was going to be a shirker. That's a great little plan. Only to hear Sia Jojo add, "Your strength is not too high, as I have learned before. In the future, I hope that you will strengthen your cultivation and not slack off for a single minute." "Oh, come on, you can't be a handful and not make a mockery of it." Xiai was helpless and shook his head slightly. This daughter of his, is truly a living treasure. Thousands of people were being taught a lesson by a little doll that looked like it was not even 5 years old. A situation that would not have been imagined by a dead onlooker, but now it's literally happening right in front of us, and the crowd being lectured doesn't even dare to take a breath. Then, it was the usual. The elders of the peaks of the 10,000 Flames sect, the sect masters, and so on, who greeted Sia Jojo and Xiai. Everyone was all very respectful, in order to give a good impression to Sia Jojo. It made Jojo very satisfied. Then came the final part of the ceremony, when the new patriarch was to create a set of purple and gold battle armor for himself. The purple gold battle armor, which used the purple gold ore unique to Swallowing Flame Mountain. This ore was extremely dense and extremely hard. It was just that one had to go to the bottom of the crater behind the main peak of Tunyan Mountain to find it. The crater of Mount Tunyan is an active volcano. Due to the magma rolling inside all year round, the temperature was surprisingly high. Even Fire Peach Blossom, who was good at dealing with high temperatures, couldn't adapt. As a result, the area around the crater was bare. Only the red-armored python would recuperate here. Regular people who come to this neighborhood will surely begin to spontaneously combust until they are reduced to ashes. Even for cultivators, if their cultivation level was too low or their attributes were incompatible, they would easily lose their lives if they came here. But it is also such a terrible high temperature that can refine the minerals in it to an extremely high density and hardness, which is the purple gold ore. Therefore, how to get the ore is the first test. The successive 10,000 Fires clan used different methods, but the basic reasoning was nothing more than using spiritual energy to find it through the magma. Once you find it, you can then find a way to dig it out. Not so much for the little kid Chirp Chirp Summer, armor of purple and gold. After she learned what a billet containing purple gold ore looked like, she followed the crowd to the crater. Then, before it was too late for the crowd to react, he plunged down and jumped into the volcano's hot lava. This kind of magma, even the Li Hua real person didn't dare to touch it easily. But Jojo is different. Her main body, the Great Sun Lotus, was not only not afraid of the high temperature here, but she would also feel warm and very comfortable because of the fire energy it contained. It's as if the average person is comfortable and cozy swimming in a pool that's just about the same temperature as their body. Slightly differently, not only can Sia Jojo swim here, but her senses such as breathing and sight and hearing are not affected, soaking in magma and still being able to see through it to what's underneath. Those who can do that can no longer be called human, right? Normal people who think of magma only cringe at its heat. But the flames of this liquid are just as blinding. If you gaze at it for a long time, your eyesight will be greatly damaged. Unfortunately, the natural phenomenon that everyone fears has run into its owner and the source of its energy, the sky and the earth, both the sun and the lava, owe their amazing power to the great sun lotus. So how could Dahilian be affected by his own power? As the crowd whispered, "It's worthy of the great sun lotus," when they did, they only heard a loud slamming sound coming from underground. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly. Xiai guessed that it was probably his baby girl who was waving her fists, wanting to smash the blanks out. Sia Jojo's physical body itself was incomparably strong and contained an astonishing amount of power. Now with a certain level of cultivation, combined with spiritual power to strike, an easy punch that shakes the ground, full force, landslide, none of it matters. Xiai was quite confident about this. The rest of the onlookers just seemed to make a fuss. Historically, setting up this link in the inauguration ceremony of the new sovereign of the 10,000 Flames sect was a kind of trial for them. From gathering materials to smelting armor, every step of the way, the new patriarch needed to personally complete. The process could be a bit long, and every single one of the 10,000 Fires sect's crowd of disciples had the right to spectate at any time. Once someone feels that the new patriarch is taking too long, it will take even less time if they come on their own. Then it can be challenged at any time. At the same time, the challenger can then begin to perform the same steps. If the challenger completes the battle armor one step ahead of the new patriarch, then the new patriarch will have to be the challenger. If there are multiple challengers, the one who takes the shortest time will be the one. Moreover, these superior challengers will never receive any objections for being the patriarch, not for any other reason, just for this battle armor from finding materials to smelting and making. It was a thing that extremely tested one's strength. The battle armor that is made will be properly collected. It will be taken out if necessary. The patriarch donned it and led the clan to set out to plunder other people's land, treasures, kung fu, and the like. Many sects have suffered from this. As a result, this battle armor is also known as the robber's armor. This was also the reason why Sia Jojo actively participated in this trial after learning about this battle armor. Put it on and grab something afterward. That sounds too happy too. As per usual, the 10,000 Fires Sect succession ceremony always had a few people jumping out to challenge them in the final trial. But today was different from the past, leaving aside the fact that the new patriarch was their goddess, Denichiren. Just this body alone jumped into the lava without being affected in the slightest. Who can match that? There was no chance or thought of a challenge. But the onlookers had no intention of leaving. This is because the goddess's trial process is just that. It's brilliant. Jump straight into the lava and rely on your fists to smash through the rocks beneath it. Summer Jojo a fist smashed down. Listen to the sound like the war drums, inexplicably boiling blood. Then their own go down to smash out of the more energetic. Only the sound of fists slamming against the rock was heard in regular bursts and stops. Sia Jojo floated up with several huge blanks in her arms and dropped them all outside, and then zipped back into the lava. All the crowd heard was a muffled thud. What was thrown out with it was a red-armored python that was about to break. One more sound is heard. Another one. In this way, a giant python was thrown out of the magma, and all of them were kept in a state where they still had a breath left. So it was evident that the person who struck them had a very precise control of the force. Xiai reckoned that the little girl was trying to eat the fresh ones. That's why they were left to take a breath. Roughly hundreds of giant pythons were thrown out of the magma by Sia Jojo, and each one was not small. The crowd couldn't help but sigh again. The strength of these giant pythons were all roughly equivalent to around the 9th grade consummation of the Hotian. The goddess caught them as easily as plucking a leaf from a garden. Prior to this, if anyone has ever seen or been called born with the power of God, now, in front of Jojo, also have to give way. After catching the python, Sia Jojo came out of the lava. She wrapped her clothes and hair with her spiritual power as she jumped into the lava. As a result, these things that feared the heat were not damaged at all. It can be said that aside from a slight bit of panting from Sia Jojo after her labor, basically what she jumped in was what she came out as. The deadly lava failed to hurt her. Sia Jojo didn't stay idle after jumping out, but used her spiritual power to control the purple gold or blanks to hang in the air. Then, she catalyzed her spiritual energy, transformed it into a flame, and began smelting it. This metal was precious not only because it was not easy to find, but also because it was difficult to refine. After all, it was something that existed in the magma of the swallowing flame mountain, an existence that even magma could not be refined for years and years, since it required an extremely strong spiritual power output to dissolve it. Sia Jojo was also thinking about this. Her current strength did not allow her to be able to maintain her extremely high output for very long. Realizing that this was going to be a protracted battle, she had even caught dry food, self-sufficient and not intended to rely on the help of others. My daughter is smart on that point. Pandering to Natsuki in private matters could easily serve the purpose. Not a single word was said to ask for help in such a scene. After all, how can we convince the public by relying on the power of others? Summer thought approvingly. The refining on Natsu Jojo's side had begun to pay off. The impurities on that huge billet are being burned away bit by bit, and the dark purple color of the purple gold itself was showing through bit by bit. However, this state didn't stay for long, and Sia Jojo couldn't hold out any longer. After all, her cultivation level hadn't even reached the 9th great perfection of the Hotian. As for the successive patriarchs, the lowest they had reached was at the bottleneck of the transformation sacred realm ascending to the avatar realm. Compared to Sia Jojo, it was nearly 4 great realms higher. Even in the year of the separation fire scatterer, who was already in the late stage of the avatar realm, it took him 2 days to completely refine the ore. On the contrary, Sia Jojo, thanks to her own natural talent, as well as those heavenly treasures, rare beasts and whatnot that Xiaji had fed her before, to be able to have the output of refining purple gold ore in today's realm was already impressive. Even if they couldn't keep it up for too long, this kind of ability was enough to make people smack their lips. Challenger. When Sia Jojo felt that she couldn't hold out, she waved her hand and used her spiritual power to invite a giant python that she had caught earlier. Just now, when Sia Jojo was refining the purple gold, there was also a pile of ordinary fire by her side, specifically for roasting snakes. In her hand at the moment, she was holding the snake meat that had just been roasted. She was seen opening her big mouth and taking big gulps of snake meat into her mouth. It didn't take long to eat one. At the same time, the spiritual energy was almost recovered. Natsu Jojo resumed her refining work. The subsequent steps are pretty much a repeat of this. Eat when you're tired, and refine minerals when you're recovering. Week after week, not to mention herself, even the crowd of onlookers on the sidelines slowly felt that this was a boring errand. Is it nothing more than the process of violently outputting spiritual energy, waiting for it to recover when it runs out, and then outputting it again? Favorably, Natsu Jojo didn't complain a single word. Don't look at her. She'd usually throw in the towel by pampering herself with Natsuki. When it really came to her on the field, it was literally on her own. From start to finish, it's all about focusing on yourself. Neither complained, nor did they have the slightest intention of asking for help from Natsuki. Even, from the beginning until now, she hadn't even glanced over at Xiaji's side, willing to suffer when it's time to suffer, worthy of being his Xiaji's daughter. Xiaji recalled that when he first started cultivating, he had also gritted his teeth and desperately tried to survive those boring and grueling days. If not for that, cleverness and opportunity alone would not have enabled him to have the strength he had now. Wisdom, luck, is indeed essential for success, but the foundation of it all lies in the word effort. Effort is like a net for catching fish. Wisdom is picking when and where to catch them. Luck on the other hand is how many fish are in the river. Any more fish, without a big enough net to catch them, is a waste. As his Sia Jojo's daughter, the chance and luck naturally had Xiaji to create her, and it's up to her to be wise and hardworking. But the good thing is, Sia Jojo is willing to suffer and work hard. It was a good daughter of his, Xiaji, who did not let him down. This and other processes had also been watched by the separate fire scatterer. For one thing, he wanted to see how far this little girl of the great sun lotus essence could go, and learn more about her potential. Then it is to examine the willpower of Sia Jojo. Smelting and forging is by no means an easy task, and the separate flame scatterer spent a lot of effort back then to win the position of patriarch. If Sia Jojo was weak-willed and unwilling to suffer and ask for help from Xiaji, or if she played a tantrum and refused to do it, then she wouldn't be worthy of being the 10,000 Flames Sect leader. Even the great Daylily could not allow someone with such a heart to lead the 10,000 Flames sect. Scattered Man from the Flame made up his mind that if he thought that Sia Jojo was not worthy of being the sect leader, even if the price was the lives of the entire clan, he would still bring the people of the 10,000 Flames sect to resist. Fortunately, Summer Jojo was not an idle person. If anything, the mining process at the beginning was eye-opening and jaw-dropping. Now then, refining minerals is mediocre to the point of being too much of a dish. It was only that even though Natsu Jojo's refining of ores was so reluctant for her, the process was also this boring. The crowd of onlookers had begun to stir a bit and were whispering. The content is roughly that I didn't expect the goddess Dainakiran to be unable to perform perfectly, which is disappointing and cloudy. In the midst of these devilish whispers, Jojo never wavered, and remained focused on the task at hand. And, Natsu Jojo had absolutely no intention of asking for help from Natsu Pole. The separate fire scatterer could see early on that although the fluctuations of spiritual energy in Xiaji's body were almost undetectable, his strength was unfathomable, not only above himself, but 1,000,000 times higher. Even though the 10,000 Fires sect was at the top of the hierarchy within a kind of sect, strong as it was, however, even if the entire clan's strength was gathered to send an all-out attack against Xiaji, it would not be able to injure him in the slightest. Destroying the 10,000 Fires sect was nothing more than a matter of breathing for Sia Ji. To have such a great power as one's old man, and yet not a hint of turning to him for help at such a moment. This Lord Denichiren was truly impressive to the Lee Fire Scatterer, even though the fire departing disperser appreciated Summer Jojo so much. However, at this moment, the commotion from the onlookers of the 10,000 Flames sect disciples was growing louder and louder. Many people felt that even they could refine it faster than Sia Jojo. Each fist pumped, feeling like they could do it again. They all wanted to try the challenge. The separate Fire Scatterer sighed. These little children, they are really stupid. He was watching over Sia Jojo's side at all times, with the additional purpose of preventing the crowd from making a scene. Scattered Man from the Flame was too familiar with the group of guys within his clan, even though Natsu Jojo had absorbed their berserk ability earlier, causing them to regain their sanity. But the instinct for warlike militancy in the bones of these people is not something that can be easily erased. If you meet someone you're not happy with them, and if you don't think the new patriarch is capable, challenge them. Going up if you don't submit is a principle that the 10,000 Fires sect people have always abided by. After all, the separate Fire Scatterer was an old man who had lived for more than 2,000 years. It's natural to look at things longer term than other young people. Sia Jojo has a lot of potential and a bright future. Having her lead the 10,000 Fires sect has since been beneficial. Besides, her old man is a great power. Although Sia Jojo doesn't spell father, it doesn't mean her dad won't make a move. Just in case Natsuki thinks they're bullying his daughter and decides to step in, then they must have died without even a crumb left. So that is why, watching moment by moment and stopping the provocateur was the first priority of the discreet Fire Scatterer after recognizing Summer Jojo at the moment. Just as he was thinking, a scholarly-looking man had jumped out. I am the second disciple of Fire Cloud Peak, Lu Jiang. This person looks slender, a weak white-faced scholar look, but the voice is very loud. Hearing such a loud voice announce itself, Sia Ji's attention couldn't help but be drawn over. Not for anything else, the name sounds interesting. Second disciple of Fire Cloud Peak, Pekin 8-9. His strength isn't exactly at the front of the clan. How dare this kind of person? Not to mention within the clan, even within Fire Cloud Peak, it's not considered first class. If he has the guts to stand up for himself, then he might as well be on me. Seeing Lu Jiang step forward, the fire of the crowd's discussion turned to focus on him. Not only that, since the target of the discussion was only a not-so-strong disciple, the firepower of the crowd's mouth attack was much fiercer all of a sudden. Lu Jiang's face has some cannot hang, originally full of confidence and firm standing. At this time he has a few faltering, although he himself had worshipped under his master early on, becoming the second disciple of the Fire Cloud Peak master. But due to his mediocre strength, he had already been surpassed by countless senior brothers and nephews, originally unappreciated within the peak. Lu Jiang had planned that it didn't matter if he won or lost this challenge, but if the master could see him stand up for himself, he might think he was courageous and might be able to impress him. Only, Lu Jiang's inferiority complex has long been engraved in his bones. Therefore, as soon as the next person gives him some verbal stimulus like you can't, he starts to back off. Under I want to pick. Challenge the new patriarch. The crowd booed even louder and couldn't speak properly, so I guess they already wanted to back out. Ridiculous, with you coming to challenge? This time, the one who stood out was a burly man with a body length of 8 feet. Take up the challenge. Senior uncle. White-faced scholar Lu Jiang's face changed as he adjusted his standing posture and saluted respectfully. Sia Ji had some impression of this big man. He had appeared once before in the succession ceremony, and was a direct disciple of the fire departed. Sovereign trials. Why do you and other curmudgeons want to get involved? This big man didn't give Lu Jiang an ounce of emotion at all and came up with sarcasm. What? Your master is cowering on his own, and instead he's telling you, a weakling, to get on? It seemed that this person should be quite powerful, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant and rude in his words. Senior doesn't dare to represent master. It's just that the patriarchal trial challenge can be initiated by anyone within the clan, and Senior would like to come and try. Try? The big man let out a sneer and said, is it a try or are you just out to humiliate yourself? Senior uncle, you. Lu Jiang's face was red with dislike. Nay, the other party was a direct disciple of the former patriarch, the fire separator, and was of the same generation as his master. What's more, due to its high natural talent and extraordinary strength, it is quite favored by the fire scatterer on weekdays. Therefore, this person usually rampaged through the 10,000 Flames sect and acted as a bully, and no one dared to say a word or two. Lu Jiang, as a junior whose strength was greatly inferior, naturally dared to be angry. Seeing that Lu Jiang couldn't speak anymore, the big man was even more pleased and flaunted the news that he was going to announce his challenge to the crowd of disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect. When he finished speaking, he even looked at the discreet fire scatterer with a proud look on his face. thinking that his master would praise him. Who knows? What greeted him was a violent chestnut from the fire-leaving scatterer. Asshole, quickly back off and don't make trouble. Separate fire scatterer droned. He had a feeling that this asshole was going to cause trouble today. Master, the big man called out, covering his head, sounding rather aggrieved. Trial challenges are meant to be initiated by everyone. Why are you singling me out for a lecture? Lu Jiangjiang at this moment also disregarded the previous verbal clash with Dahan, and now on the same front as him, he also went forward to salute. Senior ancestor, disciple and senior uncle have come to challenge. Please let them go. That's right, master, get up. Don't delay. You guys, are you all here to fool around? The fire scatterer was so angry that his beard was sticking up. He really didn't expect the disciples within the clan to be so colorless. Two idiots. Challenges should be directed to the same person. In the past, of course, it was fine under normal circumstances, but now, without even looking at who the new patriarch was and what kind of character her old man was, she dared to come forward. Lu Jianjian then just, there is no battle spirit on the body. Think it is to brush the presence, but his usual most precious disciple, the burning desire to win in his eyes was almost smoking, absolutely not stopping until he reached his goal. Apprentice, if you offend Xiaji today, but you may not even have a life. Take some pain for now for the sake of your life. Adversary, you try taking half a step forward again? The walking stick held by the separate fire scatterer was faintly glowing, clearly a warning. Master, why are you so biased in favor of the great sun lily? She's just a little doll, and although she's a divine object, it's not like she has much cultivation. The big man was a bit anxious when he saw that the Li fire scatterer was determined not to let himself go forward. If she wants our leaving fire sect, wouldn't it be enough to give her a holy maiden? One day, my disciple will recapture the great sun lotus and not ask the divine object to be another person's flesh. At that time, when our 10,000 fires sect obtains the great sun lotus, won't we be able to fight for supremacy in the world? Recapture it how? Of course it's to obliterate that little doll while she's defenseless. When her soul is dispersed and the divine object is no longer attached, offer it up. The big man who was originally gushing, at this moment it was as if he had seen a ghost. Just now, too emotional to pay any attention to who I was talking to. At this moment, dumbfounded, he looked at Sia Jojo in front of him, his eyes dropping out. Erase me, and when my soul is dispersed, only my original body, the great sun lotus, will remain. Sia Jojo had no expression on her face whatsoever and repeated it faintly. Repeat while walking around the big man twice. At only 4 years old in stature, it was as if she was a rabbit standing in front of a ferocious beast when compared to the 8-foot-tall, muscle-covered Hulk. You just said that, didn't you? Natsu Jojo stopped in her tracks and raised her small face to look at the big man. The tone of voice was breezy and light, paired with an innocent expression, as if she was just asking what to eat for dinner, as casually as if she was just asking what to eat for dinner. I can't speak, said the big man. From the moment Jojo looked at him, he had the feeling that he was being targeted. Any more thousand-hammered flesh, any more majestic spiritual power base, any more unparalleled techniques, or any more sharp and incomparable weapons, no matter what he has, no matter how long he has practiced, all it takes is one thought from Jojo. He will surely go up in smoke. The great sun lotus, both the master of all fire and the origin of the eternal inferno scripture, then it is by no means difficult to eliminate it. It didn't matter how high or low Summer Jojo's cultivation level was. What mattered was that as long as a person cultivated the eternal inferno scripture, his life was firmly in the hands of Sia Jojo. The big man couldn't help but soften his knees and kneel down towards Sia Jojo. Patriarch, it's the disciple who was rude. Please spare my disciple's life, please. Sia Ji couldn't help but want to laugh. Obviously the one who repeatedly jumped sideways on the deathline was him, and the one who really died on his knees and begged for forgiveness was also him. Thinking back to the previous scene where Scattered Fire leaving Scattered Fire told his disciples to kneel down and greet him when he realized that he couldn't beat him. This is a very Manhwa's own way of doing things. It looks like they'll have their hands full with their own baby girl trying to tune them out later on. But this time, in the face of the disobedience of the disciples of the 10,000 Flame sect, would Sia Jojo make an example of them? Sia Ji still didn't know what his daughter was playing at. He resisted the idea of helping his daughter to calm down the scene and continued to stand aside to watch things unfold. After all, his daughter is going to take over the 10,000 Flames sect, and starting to deal with the various problems within the sect now is also a kind of training for his daughter, and it is better for him not to always interfere. Over there, Scattered Flame's precious disciple was still begging for mercy. This was also the first time that the crowd saw that he, who was usually used to flaunting his power, also had today, crouching on the ground like a lost dog. No, it was crouching on the floor that was wet with his pee. It turned out that the guy had just peed himself within seconds of locking eyes with Jojo. Nowadays, This kind of demeanor simply disgraced the face of the 10,000 Flames sect and the face of the separate flame scatterer. Just when everyone thought that Sia Jojo would surely this guy who acted arrogantly had annoyed Sia Jojo, and the latter would surely kill him. Instead, Sia Jojo turned to the crowd and faintly said, I, having attended the succession ceremony of the new sovereign and accepted the trial, shall follow the rules and accept the challenge. Progress by leaps and bounds. The crowd of onlookers from the 10,000 Fires sect boiled over at these words. Some of them were appreciating the fact that despite her low level of cultivation, Charlotte had amazing courage and was willing to accept the challenge to convince the public. Some people are rubbing their fists and jumping on the bandwagon. And some, at this point, have stepped forward and challenged. The gaze that the separate fire scatterer cast at Sia Jojo was even more appreciative. But when his afterglow suddenly swept over his piss-soaked apprentice, the disgust on his face was hard to describe. While many people were launching challenges, the big man who had been high and mighty before remained on his knees. The original fighting spirit had long since been extinguished, and in its place was an air of decadence. Scattered Man from the Flame didn't have the time to care about him, and was busy continuing to keep an eye on Sia Jojo and the group of challengers in case there were any accidents. It's not that the separate fire scatterer is ruthless. In the 10,000 Fires sect, a person can be brainless and not be afraid of his overbearing and arrogant behavior, but he can't be scared out of his wits and lose his fighting spirit. The 10,000 Fires sect, what it despises the most, is cowards. Natsu Jojo returns to try out the place where he originally smelted the metal. There, in addition to the ore blanks and refined portions, there was also a several feet high hill made of bones, as well as nearly 100 snake skins of the red armored python. These are the ones that Sia Jojo just finished eating. The people who wanted to challenge before were currently using their divine sense to detect the billet containing the purple gold ore in the magma of the volcano, intending to use their spiritual power to take it out later. Sia Jojo herself, on the other hand, was not only not slow in organizing the red armored python skin. Sia Ji had actually noticed long ago that the way his daughter ate the snake this time was different from the way she ate the one he had caught for her last time. The last time, she had thrown the whole python inside the fire and roasted it, only to tear off the skin piece by piece when she ate it. And it was a case of tearing off part of the snake's skin, eating the exposed snake meat, then tearing off part of the skin and eating it again like this. This time, on the other hand, Sia Jojo first controlled her spiritual energy on the layer of snake flesh that the snakeskin was attached to, burning off the thin layer of flesh from the inside, causing the snakeskin to fall off intact. That means that by burning off the skin and flesh joints, the snake's skin is not damaged in any way. Only when the snake's skin came off completely, did Sia Jojo roast the snake's meat and feast on it, and the skins that were peeled off were all barricaded and set aside. The crowd was puzzled as to why Summer Jojo not only didn't rush, but instead put together those red armored pythons' leather armor, and then used her spiritual power to sew them together. Since all of the red armored pythons that Sia Jojo had caught were about the same size and length, the size of the skins of these pythons were also very uniform. On average, 10 or so are joined together to form a large sheet. Next, Sia Jojo used her spiritual energy to manipulate the pieced snakeskin to wrap the billet of purple gold ore. Then, only a slight frown was seen on her small face as she struggled to control her spiritual energy, letting the flames it turned into burn within the snake's skin. The snakeskin wrapped around the flames, and the flames refined the metal. The crowd suddenly woke up and understood why Sia Jojo was like this. The red armored python lives in volcanoes and usually swims freely in the lava. Apparently, their leather armor was so resistant to flames that it was able to protect the red armored python from being harmed. Also, Summer Jojo realized when she ate the snake meat her dad caught earlier, she had obviously used a very fierce fire to burn the snake herself, but the meat didn't cook as fast as she had expected. It was much slower than she expected the meat to cook. She still remembered that she was outwardly unmoving, but in actuality, she kept strengthening the burning power of the flames before finally cooking the snake's meat. And, as she ate it, she realized that the snake's meat wasn't the result of flames burning the snake's skin and then cooking the flesh. Rather, it is the toughness of the snake's skin and good insulation that simmers it by the moisture of the snake's own flesh. What Summer Jojo was utilizing now was the heat-resistant and heat-insulating characteristics of snakeskin. Wrap the purple and gold ore with it and ignite it in the spirit power its interior. The snakeskin will insulate the heat from the outside world, reducing energy expenditure. When heat is consumed at a much slower rate than new energy is replenished, the thermal energy within the space of the snakeskin-wrapped billet becomes higher and higher. At the same time, the ore billet will be heated over a more uniform area and impurities will be burned off more quickly. Smelting like this is simply half the work. The reasoning is the same as the fact that the thicker the quilt you put on, the hotter it gets. One's body heat will not be easily lost out by being insulated by the quilt. Another steady stream of heat emanated from the quilt. The quilt stores all this heat. That's why people will feel hotter and hotter. In layman's terms, Sia Jie also realized that the duration of Natsu Jojo's powerful output was getting longer and longer. It subconsciously transforms one's meridians as the body's energy is constantly being depleted and restored. The purpose is to allow the meridians to recover more spiritual energy faster for the master's use. Exhausting energy and then recovering it was the most boring and grueling of all the cultivation methods that cultivators could experience. Most people had already chosen other methods, such as taking pills and so on. It was because this method was too strenuous. The average person could not bear it. However, but anyone who was not afraid of hard work and chose to use this method of cultivation to progress, their foundation was usually much more stable than others. This type of cultivation also has the same effect of refining the body. As a great sun lotus, Sia Jojo's own physical body was very strong. According to today's method of cultivation, before long, she could meet the full force of an early sensory sky realm cultivator with her physical body. Sia Jojo had been burning like this for some time, since the temperature and energy of smelting metals within the snakeskin was much higher than the energy of magma. Therefore even the snakeskin of the red armored python could only last for a while. After it has passed, it too will be scrapped, revealing the original billet of purple gold ore inside. However, the crowd was very surprised when the first snakeskin scrap blank was revealed. This method of smelting is surprisingly fast, and there is much more purple part on the blanks than there was originally. At this rate, even if the challenger's cultivation level was much higher than that of Sia Jojo's, and the duration of sustained high energy output was much longer, he wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up with Sia Jojo. After all, these people are still stuck on the first step, looking for purple gold ore in the lava. The ones that Sia Jojo scooped up earlier were the biggest ones closest to the surface. Now it's not so easy for the crowd to find one that big again. Moreover, there were simply too many challengers, a number that could not be compared to the number of challengers that had appeared at previous New Sovereign trials. Everyone was probing beneath the magma with their divine sense, looking for ores. It was also for this reason that their divine senses were extremely prone to interacting with each other, resulting in failure to find it. Or several people see a blank at the same time and want it for themselves, fight over it, and even come to blows over it. There are even those who, in a very firebrand manner, directly rob the ore blanks from those who have already found them. And of course those who were snatched defied. A vicious battle of looting and guarding has been fought. The chaos next to the volcano instead set off the purity of Natsu Jojo's side. Natsu Jojo was completely unaffected by them, concentrating on her own business. It's like a precise machine that does boring work over and over again without the slightest bit of fatigue. The crowd marveled at her wisdom in knowing how to utilize the tools produced by her environment, and Bitch felt very proud. This one would most likely become their new patriarch. Not only was his body a great sun lotus, he was exceptionally talented, but he was also very intelligent, simply perfect. However, until she was the first to refine the battle armor, it wasn't certain if she could actually become the new patriarch. This was because, while Sia Jojo's refining progress was soaring, someone else had also already found the ore and used his method to refine it. The same unexpected methods were used, and the same rapid refinement took him from being the person who was originally least favored, to the person who was lamented the most besides Sia Jojo. That person is Lu Jianjiang. Lu Jianjiang's method. Although Lu Jianjiang's cultivation was average, he was not ranked at all in the entire 10,000 Flames sect, but the man does have a good head on his shoulders. He was originally a folkloric scholar who felt the ill-fated fate of mortals and the plague of conservative sickness, so he gave up his merit and came to the 10,000 Fires sect to seek the way. Although because the talent is really average, even if you are fortunate enough to worship the Fire Cloud Peak, the cultivation level has been surpassed by many later senior brothers. But Lu Jianjiang is, after all, a scholar and educated. It's not like these brown guys from the 10,000 Fires sect who are full of muscles. The new patriarch was but a tender urchin, still able to think of a way to utilize snakeskin to speed up his smelting speed. Lu Jianjiang of course could not even be inferior to a child. This was the swallowing flame mountain, and there was terrible heat all around, and magma was the least of it. Isn't this a ready-made prop? Although there was still no way to catch up with the speed of Summer Jojo's smelting of purple gold or by simply using magma. But, one's brain couldn't be too rigid. He could have made some minor adjustments. All the disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect practiced the ancient Inferno scripture, and he was no exception. This technique was created by the god of Yin in the past, with infinite power, and the flames evolved were the most sunny and strongest fire in heaven and earth. With this flame, the disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect were even able to fight across a large class when fighting for their lives. The temperature of the magma alone might not be enough. What if we add this flame of his, the same supreme yang and strong things, if fused together, the power exerted could be more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Lu Jianjiang, this person's hands-on ability is still very strong. Think and do. He first closed his eyes and drew out a faint strand of fire aura from his body's aura, carefully maneuvering it and polishing it into the shape of a faint spark. The spark was then manipulated with his mind and slowly fused together with the magma inside the swallowing flame mountain. This step is easy to say and looks easy, but it's not easy to do in practice, because the magma was extremely hot, and with the flames transformed by his spiritual power was not a mortal fire. These two superimposed on each other could certainly erupt into a power far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, but there was also no small safety risk. In the event that he did not operate properly and over-injected spiritual energy, there was no way for him to survive such bursts of energy with his innate 9th level cultivation. In short, Lu Jianjian looks calm, but he is actually fighting for his life. His cultivation level was not high, but because of his naturally delicate character, his control of his spiritual energy was far superior to that of his fellow disciples. There is no way. Senior brother's talent one race one high. There is a realm to hit the bottom. When fighting a wave of direct reckless up to finish, pressure does not need to bother to drill how to control the spiritual power. Only a humble rookie like him would go into these little ways in the eyes of others. Lu Jianjiang this moment simply took out the spirit of his own year when his head was hanging from the beam and piercing the stock, and did not even dare to breathe a breath. Watching as his spiritual energy came into contact with the magma, the heat that erupted was even close to getting out of control for a split second. But fortunately, he was able to control it in the end. But even so, he was scared out of his wits. In this way, little by little, he went from rusty to skillful, gradually figuring out the rules of fusing spiritual energy with magma, utilizing this massive heat perfectly, and the speed of smelting the purple gold ore instantly increased. It was still quite a bit slower than Sia Jojo, but so what? He hadn't wanted to win against the sovereign in the first place. Patriarch was born extraordinary, is a divine object great sun lotus transformed, and has a father who was perverted to the extreme at first sight. His kind of rookie can come up to brush a sense of existence is already enough. The other is not necessary, really not necessary. And to take a step back, even if he did win the new sovereign, he wouldn't be able to sit on this sovereign seat. You want to be the leader of the 10,000 Fires sect at the 9th level of innate talent? Are you kidding me? Probably had to be shot down on the spot. Because of holding such thoughts, Lu Jianjiang had long since looked away, so his movements were not slow and everything was focused on his own safety. But even so, the speed of its smelting of the ores also suppressed a group of 10,000 Flame Sect disciples. This sovereign trial had finally come to a close. Unsurprisingly, Sia Jojo roundly won the trial, while Lu Jianjiang, because of his good brain, also took down the second place, shocking a crowd. Seeing Sia Jojo take the title, the big man who had previously taunted Lu Jianjiang's face turned pale. The game is over, so I guess it's time to deal with him next. Speaking that kind of disobedient words, even if it was just because he didn't control his emotions. In the cultivation world where the weak were the strong and the strong were the strong and shouting to kill at the drop of a hat, it was enough to make a mortal enemy for himself. Can I live after offending the sovereign? Wait online. It's quite urgent, as expected. Melting the smelted purple gold ores in one place, Sia Jojo patted her little chubby hands and gave him a sidelong glance. I have one. And next, it's time to deal with you. The big man's face showed despair, and he looked to the side of Li Huozhenjin as if begging for help, hoping that his master would open his mouth to plead for mercy for himself. In the end, it was a disciple who had been raised for so many years. The departing fire realist was very intolerant in his heart, and after hesitating for a while, he still coughed lightly, intending to plead for leniency. Xia Ji glanced at him faintly and didn't say anything. You want to kill my daughter and not pay for it? Is that possible? The departing flame realist who had just taken a step and was about to open his mouth suddenly turned pale. No threats, no words, just a glance. An unspeakably great terror rose up in his heart, and Li Huozhenjin retrieved his footsteps, no longer daring to make a sound. This disciple uttered such disobedient words, and if people didn't care, pleading for mercy would be fine. But Xia Ji didn't look like someone who would hold back anyhow. You can't have this apprentice. Li Huozhenjin had lived for thousands of years and was old enough to be refined. Although his heart could not bear it, he would never hitch himself for the sake of a little disciple. After all, if the disciple is gone, he can still take another one, but if his life is gone, it's really gone. It was with great difficulty that he had waited for the great sun lotus to appear, and he had yet to see the 10,000 Fires sect rise, so how could he be willing to die at this time? My disciple, go in peace. Next year today, my master will offer you a pillar of incense. Undercurrents. Everyone present felt the stormy atmosphere. No one spoke. Everyone was quietly watching the scene, wanting to see how exactly Sia Jojo was going to handle this. What would she do when faced with a disciple who wanted to kill her with a sneak attack? Kill, of course. What else can we do? If Sia Jojo knew what was going on inside these people's minds, she would not be able to stop despising them. Are you kidding? Who is she? She is the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. An unparalleled existence that kills and destroys, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths horizontally. the only way to offend is to die. Or do we save it for New Year's? A cornered dog will jump over the wall, offending the sect leader and harboring ill intentions. I grant you the death penalty. Are you convinced? Sia Jojo had her hands behind her back, looking disdainfully out of the corner of her eye. This kind of action, if done by a domineering middle-aged cultivator, did have so much momentum, but the tiny toddler girl, who hadn't even had her baby fat completely removed, made such a gesture that made no other feeling than being cute. Xiaji almost forced himself to hold back his laughter so that he didn't laugh on the spot. His daughter was so cute that he couldn't suppress his old father's heart. Thinking of this, he lifted his hand to touch Sia Jojo's head again, and in the process, rubbed her freshly tied-up hair bun to mess it up. Rightfully so, the little girl was rewarded with an unfeeling blank stare. Natsuki didn't care, rubbing her hair in a bun for fun. On their side, father and daughter warmed up, and on the other end, the big man who had been easily sentenced to death had a miserable look in his eyes. Convince? How could he? I've shed blood for the 10,000 Fires Sect. I've sold my life for the 10,000 Fires Sect. Master, say something for my disciple. As soon as the big man flung himself at the feet of Li Huoxinjin, he cried out like an aggrieved toddler, completely unable to see the arrogant dominance he had before. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? The leaving fire realist sighed and did not say anything after all. He has already given the opportunity, previously also 3 times to mention the other side, but this idiot is bent on, fell into today's situation, can only be said to be self-inflicted. The surrounding disciples' onlookers had mixed reactions when they saw this scene. Some people showed pleasure on their faces. The big man had acted as an authority within the sect in the past by virtue of the name of the leaving flame realist, and the bystanders didn't dare to argue with him, but it was inevitable that they would feel resentment towards him. There are also people who have a long sigh and a miserable heart, and they can only sigh that there is reincarnation in the heavens. Anyway, no matter what these disciples think, one thing is common. No one was willing to plead for the big man. It can't be helped. Poorly liked people are like that. It doesn't show yet when you're in your element, and one day when you fall off the face of the earth, there's plenty for you to suffer from. After slapping off her stinky dad's hand that was playing with her hair bun in a bad mood and fixing it up again, Sia Jojo then looked at the big man without any expression. Do you do it yourself, or let me do it? She felt majestic in her current state, not realizing that this scene fell into Xiaji's eyes, and only felt that her own daughter had simply grown up eating cuteness. It's great that you're acting mature and all. Loved it. Not ashamed to be my cub. Patriarch, could it be that you really want to kill me? The big man gritted his teeth, his eyes already covered in blood. Natsu Jojo looked disgusted. Are you out of your mind? How else can you not even understand human language? It's just a little doll with no hair growing, so what if it's the incarnation of a divine object? Can he kill me? The big man gasped for air and looked at her with his eyes wide open. If you want to kill me, I'll drag you along with me. With a roar, his surging fire aura attached to his hands, he actually killed directly towards Sia Jojo. Asshole, stop it now. Li Huoxinjin was scared out of his wits, never expecting that this sinful disciple would have such a big guts and make death again and again. Didn't he think about the fact that there was an even more terrifying Xiaji still standing next to him? With your 3-legged cultivation, it's fine to show off in front of ordinary people, but now you want to attack his daughter under the eyes of such a terrifying powerhouse? It's not just a death wish anymore. This is simply the old man hanged himself too long. The suddenness of the incident, coupled with the fact that the distance between the big man and Charlotte was too much, almost in the blink of an eye, he flashed in front of her. The fire real person certainly reacted extremely fast, but still a step slower. Can only watch the big man full of fierce, clenched his fist into a claw, and ruthlessly towards the summer Jojo grabbed the past. This blow was made with all his strength. The big man was no longer a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, a big realm higher than Lu Jianjiang, and at the moment he had a head start, and with his full strength, even a beginner sensational heaven realm cultivator might be hit. Sia Jojo was certainly transformed by the divine object Great Sun Lotus, but she herself did not have the slightest cultivation. At best, the strength of her physical body far exceeded that of a mortal. But how could she resist the full force of a peak nascent soul realm great cultivator? The departing flame realist was on the verge of crying in a hurry. He subconsciously looked to the side of Xiaji, thinking that this is your daughter. You can't just watch and die? Xiaji was filled with calmness, standing in place without the slightest inclination to make a move. The leaving fire realist was truly desperate this time. Damn, what kind of a father are you? He would have practically cursed if he hadn't been less skilled. Actually, it wasn't just Xiaji, the person in question. Sia Jojo was also calm at the moment. After all, he was a former supreme heavenly demon, and was extremely sensitive to the malice of others. When the big man's heart just gave birth to the killing intent, Sia Jojo had already felt it, but she still didn't hide, and even more so, She didn't ask her father to help her teach the other party a lesson. Why? Because it's not necessary. She was without cultivation, but with the base of the Great Sun Lotus, it wasn't something a small nascent soul realm cultivator could hurt. Not to mention, this big man was stupid enough to sneak up on her with his fire spirit power. The Great Sun Lotus was originally equivalent to the source of all flames in heaven and earth, and even the original Inferno god was born from it. You're targeting her with fire spirit power. What's the difference between that and lighting another fire into your campfire? You can only make the bonfire get bigger and bigger, not let it just go out. That's why. This person still need to read more, or else you won't even know how you died. Fruity. The 5 claws of the big man had just fallen, and the fire spiritual energy attached to it was like a swimming fish entering water, happily surging into Sia Jojo's body and being absorbed by her as much as possible. As the vermilion bird that was condensed by all the disciples of the 10,000 Fires sect, not to mention harming Sia Jojo, it was like seeing his own mother, more well-behaved than a dog. The big man was dumbfounded. Did I get the wrong script? But it was just a little doll with no hair growing. How could he be unharmed by his own full force strike? It's just hard right now. Very hard. This was a strike that he had saved up his essence, and it could be said that he had completely drained his potential, and he had thought that even if he died, he would have to pull a cushion first. But who could have expected that the result would be so outrageous? Sia Jojo didn't even bother to dodge. To her, this so-called sneak attack was just a tonic. Natsuki didn't make a move for that reason as well. If the big man could really threaten his daughter's comfort, he would have been blown to pieces long before he first had the idea. As a good father who is worried about his daughter's future, Xiai feels that he needs to teach Jojo what it means to be on the defensive and what it means to make an example of her. Jojo's personality is too cold and doesn't care about the death of her men, which is not ideal for her physical and mental health. The end of the show. Only by letting her understand that water can carry a boat or capsize it, and by letting her learn to treat people with generosity, can she be saved from becoming a demon. I have given so much for my daughter. Natsuki was full of sighs. What followed was simpler. Offending the patriarch and even attempting to attack him. This is simply a great crime of rebellion. Without needing to be urged by the others, the leading fire realist personally took action to clean up the door. With his cultivation at the celestial realm, even just the spiritual energy leaking out of his fingers was enough to make the big man die again and again. Soon there were 2 resourceful disciples who came forward to drag the corpse and wash the floor, restoring the scene to its original appearance. Today's battle, let them to Sia Jojo reverence, but also more a few points of fear. No longer dare to treat her as a child who does not understand. This was the effect that Xiaji wanted, to give his daughter the authority. Right now, it still seems to be a success, but Dahan was left behind by everyone. Winning the match earns Jojo the awe of everyone, but that doesn't mean she's okay. After the purple gold ore was smelted, there was the final step, to make it into a pair of battle armor. In a sense, the job is even more difficult than smelting purple gold ore. After all, smelting purple gold ore could be done by anyone who knew the fire technique. Even those defeated disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect could accomplish the job, just at a slower pace. Whereas smithing is not for everyone. Purple gold battle armor. As the name suggests, since it is a battle armor, it must be worn on the body. The defense cannot be poor, and the style cannot be too ugly. As the incarnation of the Great Sun Lotus, a layer of aura was inherently shrouded over Sia Jojo, and no matter what she did, all the disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect would have the highest expectations of her, because she was the incarnation of the Great Sun Lotus, a godlike existence. Isn't it only natural that gods either don't do it, but if they do it, they must do it to the best of their ability? Before Li Huozhenjin took over the position of patriarch in the first place, he had studied forging intensively for quite some time, so this step was not difficult for him. But Summer Jojo is just a little doll, but also grew up in the pink jade. Hands even layer of calluses are not, at first glance, as a pampered grown-up. How could such a porcelain doll know the art of forging? Just as real Flame leaving Flame pondered whether or not he should find an excuse to give His Highness the Great Daylily a step down, Sia Jojo suddenly moved. She raised her hand and a fiery red spiritual energy shot out, wrapping the smelted purple gold ore tightly. Then there was no sign of any other movement from her, only a gradual distortion of the fire-red spiritual energy, which seemed to be some kind of change in the purple gold ore in it. Li Huozhenjin was about to raise his voice to ask the young patriarch what he was doing, when he saw a flash of purple light in front of him. A beautifully exquisite purple battle armor just appeared in midair. Even the size was the size of a girl of about 4 years old, and at first glance, it looked like it was what Natsu Jojo had prepared for herself, the real person of the leaving fire. Dumbstruck. What happened? This. How long has this been going on? When I built my own battle armor, I spent 7 whole days and 7 nights. The spiritual energy in my body was nearly exhausted, and my entire body was as gray as a refugee fleeing the famine. But what is this? A wave of the hand and the spirit power automatically starts forging? Since when was refining a magic treasure such a simple matter? The old man subconsciously looked at Sia Ji next to him. It couldn't be that this lord was helping to cheat, could it? Hey, what kind of look is that in your eyes? Could it be that you don't believe me? Sia Jojo was a little disgruntled at the moment. The stinky old man is so annoying. Does he suspect that I am cheating? It's a joke. I am the supreme devil. And even more so, I'm the supreme female emperor who oppresses the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and whose mighty reputation shakes the ancient world. I'll cheat by refining a small battle armor? Humph. Mortal wisdom. The little girl heaved a cold snort, her little mouth pouting enough to hang a bottle of oil. She glared slyly at Sia Ji, who was holding back laughter next to her. Bad egg. Why don't you hurry to help me explain? I can't. Good girl is too cute. How in the world can there be such lovely creatures? In his previous life, Sia Ji had never understood those so-called daughter slaves. What was so good about a bear child? Naughty and mischievous, but also difficult to manage. Simply a disaster. But now that I'm a father, I suddenly understand what it's like to be a parent. It's so cute everywhere you look. Especially that little expression of being so depressed that he wanted to kill someone. It could just melt one's heart. If it was possible, Natsuki actually wanted to watch the little girl eat her words for a little while longer. But Natsu Jojo's eyes were getting more and more dangerous and seemed to be about to get angry. Sia Ji finally chose to stand up for his daughter. Anyway, there's a long time to come, and there's still a chance to do it later. He coughed softly and transmitted his voice to the real flame leaving fire. There's no need to look at me like that. I didn't do it. Ugh, I believed you. Who else could it be if you didn't do it? The great sun lotus was indeed not bad, and it could be called the topmost divine object of the heel. But no matter how uncommon it is, its current incarnation is just a little dull. How could it possibly have left the old man so far behind on the forging course? However, Sia Ji had already said so, and it was considered a characterization of the matter. The leaving fire realist didn't dare to retort and smiled apologetically. It's the old me that's misunderstood. It's the old me that's misunderstood. Then facing the crowd of equally shocked disciples, he said in a loud voice, the trial has been completed. From today onwards, my 10,000 Flames sect has officially changed its patriarch. So you must do your best for the sect and do your best for the patriarch. I honor the order of the true Lord. Thousands of disciples spoke in unison, turning to look at Sia Jojo on the side. Greetings to the patriarch. The heartfelt submission of so many people clearly pleased the little girl. She even retrieved a few moments of the honor she once had as a supreme heavenly demon. The small face still with baby fat was full of seriousness, and with a wave of her fleshy little hand, Sia Jojo majestically said, all get up. In fact, the heart is already happy. After thinking about it, the little girl tilted her head slightly and pointed her pink finger at Lu Jiangjiang, who was on the side. He's very good, so he'll be a disciple under you in the future. The words were addressed to the real person of the leaving fire. Although Lu Jiangjiang's talent is average, but his brain is really good. More than one step better than this group of strong men from Wanhua Zone who practiced muscle and even stupidity. Sia Jojo children appreciate such a person. In the future, she is going to fight her way back to the 9 heavens and suppress the great heavenly devil for 100,000 years. How can she not have some strong soldiers under her command? Although it was true that the cheap old dad was very strong. But, for the sake of the grace of his birth and upbringing, after her cultivation had returned, the former only needed to enjoy her happiness in peace. What's the point of letting your old man go out and fight? Charlotte couldn't afford to lose this face. Lu Jianjiang is one of the reserve subordinates that she sees. With a good brain, he can be a military advisor in the future. Of course, she would have to watch and observe again. It said that planting trees is good for your health. By the sovereign's order, the leaving fire realist certainly didn't dare to refuse. Sia Jieku was still watching from the side. If Sia Jojo had just become the patriarch and he had been shady, how could he still have a life? Although Lu Jiangjiang's talent, press simply not up to his standard of accepting disciples, but special circumstances special treatment well, listening to the leader, can that be called conceding? As for Lu Jiangjiang, he was even more delighted. Although he had worshipped the master long ago and was the second disciple of Firecloud Peak, because of his talent, he had not been taken seriously within the peak, and the master had treated him as an invisible person. If one could be cast under the door of the leaving fire realist, it would truly be a good thing that could not be invited even if one's ancestors' graves were covered in smoke. From today onwards, you are the shut-in disciple of my Li Huozhinjin, as witnessed by the thousands of disciples present. Li Huozhinjin Green stroked his beard, and smoothly threw him a token with the word fire printed on it. Come back to me with the token. This is also the proof of your identity. Thank you, Makoto. Lu Jianjian received the token, and then looked to the side of Sia Jojo, who was still in a concave shape, and his eyes showed gratitude. Thank you, Patriarch. No one had asked Lu Jianjian's former master for his opinion since the beginning. Of course, it is estimated that even if he is asked for his opinion, he would not dare to have an opinion. The matter was settled. Sia Jojo finally sat on the seat of the 10,000 Flame Sect's patriarch, and the sect disciples up and down were all convinced. It's a real joy to see. All in all, it's a long window of silence after this. Sia Jojo had previously obtained the ancient Inferno scripture and hadn't yet had time to comprehend it. And after returning from the swallowing Inferno mountain, he had sought out Li Huozhenjin to ask for a secret room to retreat in, intending to earnestly cultivate this peerless technique. Sia Ji had asked her if she needed her own protection, but was arrogantly refused by the little girl. I am a supreme heavenly demon, a mere ancient scripture, but a small door. How can it be difficult for me? That's what Sia Jojo said, confidently. Sia Ji did not care anymore when he saw the situation. His daughter was not small anymore. She had her own ideas. He could appropriately give some guidance to his daughter, but he could not teach her everything hand in hand. The development of the 10,000 Fires sect was also back on track. Although Sia Jojo became the new sect leader, but she is simply a shirker, will not manage the sect, also lazy to manage the sect. All matters as usual to let the fire real person is responsible for. His daughter didn't need him, and Sia Ji was happy to be free. Giving people protection is actually a pretty boring thing. When Sia Jojo wasn't even born yet, he had already been guarding Tianju Peak for 4 years, and he couldn't even get a peaceful sleep. Right now got free. Sia Ji pondered. He should not do something to cultivate a little sentiment, but to do what? He wandered around the mountain gate of the 10,000 Flames sect, and finally suddenly saw the ruins of the fire peach forest from before. The reason why it was called a ruin was because during the previous battle of the 10,000 Fires sect, Sia Ji had used a mountain full of peach blossoms as a sword, scaring the soul out of the departing flame reality and admitting defeat on the spot. This peach blossom sword is handsome, but the cost is not without. At the very least, the fire peach trees that bloomed royally on the hills before have all gone bald, just like the amputation surgery that was just done, and it's as ugly as it can be. The ruins of the Flint Peach Grove were a great inspiration to Summer Pole. Since I don't know what to do, I'll plant a tree. When the fire peach tree blossoms, the flower color is so compelling that it looks like a flame veil, so beautiful that it is like a fairy tale. If this kind of tree was placed in the previous world, it would definitely be sought after by the powerful and wealthy. And even in this prosperous and boundless metaphysical world, it was still a famous curiosity. He heard people say that planting trees and flowers can cultivate the body and nourish the character. He was still worried about how to teach his daughter, not to let her go on the wrong path. Now this is the opportunity, is not it? When Sia Jojo gets out of customs, she will let her plant the fire peach tree with her own hands, experiencing that feeling of nurturing a small life, which will definitely make her good daughter realize the preciousness of life. I'm a genius. Sia Ji was so smug that he turned around and went to ask for a few pounds of seeds of the fire peach tree from the realm of departing flame. The corners of the mouth of the real person from the fire twitched. A few pounds of seeds, which are really not there. No? Sia Ji was dissatisfied. Can't even afford to shell out some seeds. Are you guys from the 10,000 Flame sect any good or not? What do you mean by your 10,000 Fires sect? The current patriarch of the 10,000 Fires sect is your own daughter. Rounding up, you are the oldest ancestor of the 10,000 Fires sect. Why are you acting like an outsider? Leaving the fire real person's heart to slander, on the surface or a bitter smile, in the time when I was a child. This mountain full of fire peach trees have already existed. It is said to have been the founding ancestor personally planted. The seed is extremely rare. So many years down, I have only saved a few grains. A few pounds of, is really cannot take it out. TSK. Sia Ji smacked his lips. A few grains is a few grains. Take them all out. I'll plant them for fun first. What the hell do you think a fire peach tree is? It's a cabbage. Don't be so casual. Li Huozhenjin roared in his heart, but being less skilled than others, he still could only force a smile and endure the pain to take out a few crystal clear flame-shaped seeds from his storage ring and hand them over to him. The fire peach tree doesn't do much for cultivation, but it looks good. A good face is a good face, and that applies wherever you go. Just a few seeds, or he quietly stole from the master, has been placed in the storage ring collection. Pressure cannot afford to plant. I did not expect today all were looted. What a human tragedy. Sia Ji didn't care how depressed he was, took the seeds and joyfully went back to his yard to plant trees, only leaving behind the departing flame realist remained in the same place, looking at his departing figure in depression, deeply impressed that these two are worthy of being father and daughter. They are simply unreliable in the same vein. Back in the small courtyard, Sia Ji began to think about how he was going to plant the fire peach tree. After all, whether in his previous life or in this life, he had never developed this kind of very petty hobby, and at first glance, he was quite overwhelmed. On final thought, the tree thing, it's not a flower, so it shouldn't be that delicate, right? Then dug a random hole and just buried a seed in it. Let's leave it to God. If his behavior was seen by the leaving fire realist, it was estimated that the old man could spit out a pound of blood in anger. Defeat. Too much defeat. Can't you respect the peach tree? You just threw a hole and buried the seeds. You're planting turnips here? The time soon came after March. Two major events happened in the 10,000 Fires sect today. The first thing that happened was that Sia Jojo came out of the gate. The second thing that happened was that the fire peach tree that Summer Pole planted sprouted. 3 months ago there was no cultivation at all, and 3 months later, Sia Jojo had already turned into a Hotian 9th level cultivator. At first glance it didn't seem like a big deal, but considering her age, and then considering how long she had been practicing, this speed was simply astounding. This metaphysical world was vast and boundless, and there were more than billions of cultivators. Some people with mediocre talent might not be able to break through the innate realm in their entire lives, while it only took Sia Jojo 3 months to catch up with the cultivation level that people could only achieve in their entire lives. It wouldn't be the great sun lotus that was transformed into this talent, it was simply terrifying as hell. When he had just received this news, the leaving fire realist immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Unreliability is a family tradition. The leaving fire realist had grown up in the 10,000 Flames sect since he was a child, and ever since he had been cultivating, he had always been a Heaven's Pride level character that was highly regarded by his elders. But even for him, it took a full 3 years to break through to the 9th level of the Hotian. I didn't expect the new sovereign to be 10 times faster than him. Is this the benefit of a great heal? I eat lemons. Natsuki didn't think it was a big deal. He was a traveler, and all travelers were wall hangers. It only took less than 100 years to cultivate to the extent that he was now invincible in the world, and it was difficult for any heavenly pride or demon to make waves in his heart. How long did it take for you to break through the Hotian 9th level in the first place? I think it's 3 days, right? It's so far back in time, it's kind of hard to remember. But that didn't stop him from being complacent and taking credit for everything. My good daughter has reached the level that it took my father 3 days to reach in only 3 months. She is indeed a genius. This point follows me. Sia Jojo didn't know what was going on in her idiot dad's mind. She was at that moment looking at the few fire peach trees in the yard that had already sprouted seedlings with a weird gaze. What are you up to again? She asked Natsuki. Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? Sia Ji was smug. The fire peach tree that my father purposely planted. Originally listening to the tone of old man Li Hua, I thought it would be very difficult to plant. Who knew that it would be fine with a hand? Sia Jojo looked at him with disdain, thinking that this cheap dad of his would not be mentally retarded. Can't see that you still have the elegance of learning how to plant trees. After the little girl came out of the gate, she was very swollen, although it is only the 9th level of the Hotian. But in the end, there is a cultivation in the body. It is always not a handless chicken. If it were 3 months ago, even if she disliked it in her heart, she wouldn't have shown such obviousness. Sia Ji did not care about her attitude. Teaching children, it is a long way to go, not in a hurry. He just took it for granted and said, it's not me who has the grace to learn how to plant trees, it's you who does. Sia Jojo, a slow question mark. Isn't it obvious? Although I want to take the seedling of planting trees, so that the good daughter will learn to cultivate her body and temperament, grinding her temperament, and incidentally feel the beauty of life. But this kind of words certainly can't be said outright. Sia Ji followed the good advice. Look, you only used just 3 months of effort to turn from a mortal with no cultivation into a Hotian 9 heavy cultivator. This kind of speed, if you put it in the outside world, can simply scare a bunch of people to death. Although my daughter's genius is a matter of course, but advancing so quickly, there will definitely be the problem of unstable foundation, and when she breaks through to a higher realm in the future, there might even be a mind demon, which are all hidden dangers, right? My father specially inquired that planting trees in forests has the effect of honing the state of mind and sensing nature. That's why I asked old man Li Hua for some seeds back for you. Well, is Jojo impressed? Touching a hammer. Sia Jojo always feel where the strange. Obviously since this cheap old man is still a white shirt. Elegant, as if the immortal man. But it was as if she saw a grey wolf's tail wagging wildly behind him, and had a gut feeling that she was being tricked. Worthy of being the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. Even if a rookie had reached this level nowadays, his intuition was amazingly accurate. Sounds like it might make sense. Unfortunately, no matter whether it was in her previous life or this life, Sia Jojo was a little white person who knew nothing about mundane matters other than cultivation, and even though she felt that something was strange, she couldn't tell why. Seeing her hovering, Sia Ji hastily struck the iron while it was hot, adding, of course it makes sense. Would I lie to you? Your father? Jojo in the future is not still want to fight back to the 9 heavens, the might of the 8 wastelands, so that all beings submit to it? Want to accomplish so great goal, no good foundation can hut a line? Yao! Sia Jojo subconsciously nodded her head and suddenly came back to her senses, cataloging her vigilance. Wait, I am the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. What kind of heart demon is so bold that it dares to find me? Are you not lying to me? My daughter has grown up. She's not as gullible as she used to be. Sia Ji was dumbfounded, and after slightly reminiscing about Jojo's appearance when he was first born, he then said without any panic, Heavenly demon is your identity in your previous life, and in this life, you were transformed by the great sun lotus, so naturally, you don't have immunity to the heart demon. Justified and convincing. Summer Jojo was born not long ago, the spirit has not yet grown, can think of the previous point has been very good, and now by the summer pole so round, and give a spare in, the small face immediately a serious color, needy little hand a clap, decided, for the sake of my foundation, I will plant trees, plant living trees. The purpose was finally achieved. Sia someone cozy sip of tea on the side, not the slightest bit guilty of bullying the little kid, even though she's a little one, she's a real doer. Since she had already decided to go planting trees, she didn't hesitate any longer and went off to water the saplings in her ass. In the eyes of Jojo Sia, I am the reincarnation of the heavenly devil, born to sweep the 8 wastelands, the might of the world, the district planting trees. Is not a hand on the line? Unfortunately reality is harsh. After several days of continuous watering, the fire peach tree, which was still thriving, was getting more and more shriveled, and the breath of life was getting weaker and weaker, as if it was going to die soon. Pissed off at me, pissed off at me, pissed off at me. Hey, that one over there, my nominal father. Where on earth did you get the seed from? Is it broken? The little girl was frantic. What do you mean by nominal father? Let me clarify here. Even in fact, I am your father. Xiai did not have the good sense to pull the little girl's hair bun. Planting a tree that does not live is blamed on the seed. Sia Jojo, my father does not remember to teach you to become this appearance that will only dump the pot. I've obviously tried very hard to water it. Sia Jojo's eyes were a bit red, and she said in an aggravated manner, why is the sapling getting weaker and weaker instead? Natsuki didn't know what it was because of. He's never planted a tree. Who understands that if you ask? But looking at his daughter's heartbroken appearance, an old father's heart still can't help but soften. Warmly consoled, Jojo, don't cry. Let's try for a few days. If it really doesn't work, then forget about it. We don't suffer from this aggravation. At some point in time, the leaving fire realist who had already arrived at the small courtyard finally couldn't help himself. Patriarch, and the supreme elders, can you listen to little old me? Li Huozhenjin had a constipated look on his face. This fire peach tree, as the name suggests, belongs to fire, prefers flames, and is best suited to be planted in places of high temperatures, but you have to water it. He didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but the meaning came through. It's not easy for the flame peach tree to last these few days, okay? This father and daughter were truly unreliable from one lineage to the next, and realist Lihua had even been considering whether it was a bit too rash to just place the future of the entire 10,000 Flames Sect on them. I need to borrow some blood from you. Natsuki scratched his head, also a bit embarrassed. Why didn't you think of something so simple? But after all, having practiced monasticism for 100 years, his skin is not as thin as it once was, and he pretends that nothing happened. Not so with Jojo. The little girl had never encountered such a big aggression in her past life, flung the shower in her hand, and her little mouth pouted so much that it could hang a bottle of oil. No more planting, no more planting, I'm going to cultivate, as long as I'm strong enough to suppress everything. So what if I have a heart demon? Just kill it. She looked to the side of Xiai and said pitifully, Lord Father, my daughter is about to break through the innate, but there is no foundation building material. Jojo also put up a fight. He even went so far as to be cute to Natsuki in order to give himself a good foundation. Anyway, he is indeed my blood father, so even if he shouts a few words, it's no big deal. It's in accordance with the heavenly law. Yes, that's right, heavenly, although you are heavenly devil reincarnated, but you have to conform to the heavenly way. Sounds quite strange. However, Sia Jojo didn't care about all these things. The benefits were real when they came to hand. Natsuki was already adorable. Hearing his good daughter call out to his father in a soft and cuddly voice, her still somewhat tender little airy voice glutinous like cotton candy, was simply awesome. This old fatherly heart of mine. The desire for protection and sense of responsibility in his heart instantly exploded, and Xiaji said with confidence, no problem, the matters of the foundation building materials will all be left to my father. He had guarded the heavenly pillar peak for so many years, he didn't know how many demon king divine beasts he had killed, and the corpses were piling up like a mountain. If not for the fact that his storage ring was big enough, he might not even be able to put it in. If these corpses were placed in the outside world, they would be enough to make countless people snatch their heads off, and could be called the strongest material for foundation building. But Summer Pole still couldn't see it. The reason is simple, he doesn't find it refreshing. These so-called demon kings, divine beasts, do not know how long they have been dead. Although they were powerful in life, even after death, they can be immortal for 10,000 years, but to Sia Ji, it still belongs to the remnants. He still retained some of his previous life's viewpoints in his mind, and always felt that demonic beasts were still freshly killed now, and that they wouldn't be flavorful enough after being dead for a long time. Sia Jojo was his Sia Ji's own daughter. It was only natural to use the best materials to build the foundation. With this in mind, Sia Ji no longer hesitated. Touching Sia Jojo's head, he revealed a gentle smile. Jojo, wait here for a while, Daddy will be back later. Then it rushed up into the sky and turned into a golden light far away. The speed was so fast that the little girl was dumbfounded. This cheap father of his own is also too action-oriented, right? He said he would do it without any hesitation at all? Surprised, but actually a little warm inside. She wasn't treated so well in her last life. This feeling of being on the tip of her heart, pretty good. The other side. Sia Ji had already arrived at the Divine Ape Clan's compound located at the top of the extreme north at this moment. Indestructible divine apes, when they reached adulthood, were at the very least top races of the divine profound realm. Clansmen with a little bit of talent were able to break through to the celestial realm, and today's Divine Ape Clan chief was even a peak quasi-emperor level powerhouse. The only drawback was that the speed of reproduction of the Divine Ape Clan was really too slow. The clan had not been able to break through the triple digits so far, and it could be said that every cub that had not yet grown up was a treasure in the clan. But even so, looking at the entire continent, the Divine Ape Clan was a well-deserved hegemonic level force. As an example, the strength of the 10,000 Fires sect was not bad amongst the human race, but the entire sect only had one celestial realm powerhouse in the leaving fire realm. It was simply reduced to dregs by the Divine Ape Clan. If an ordinary person, even a celestial realm cultivator, came to the Divine Ape Clan's compound, they would have to be careful and walk on thin ice. But Natsuki didn't have this worry, and was as natural as if he had gone home. It couldn't be helped. The current patriarch of the Divine Ape Clan had been pummeled on the ground by him so many times as a child that he was used to it. Sia Ji had only just shown up when two divine apes on duty jumped out. What man? Residents of the Divine Ape Clan, do not enter. The two divine apes were both at the peak of the Avatar realm, about 9 meters tall. Standing there, just like two small mountains, Sia Ji said indifferently, tell your clan leader that a deceased person is visiting and seek it to borrow some blood. He had no intention of getting the Divine Ape Patriarch killed. The reason is actually very simple. They are all old acquaintances, and usually bullying is just a matter of bullying, and they can't do anything to kill each other. Secondly, the bloodline of the Divine Ape Clan was too overbearing, and if you wanted to build Jojo's foundation, taking a little bit of heart essence blood would be enough, and you couldn't use up any more. The two divine apes were furious. Damn human! He waltzes into our clan's compound and asks the clan leader for blood. The nature of the situation is so egregious that it must be severely punished. Otherwise, where's the honor of my clan? The two of them immediately struck out, wanting to teach this hateful human a lesson. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as the others, and he was slapped by Sia Ji and flew away, crashing and stepping on more than 10 icebergs before stopping and passing out. The little monkey has gotten fat. I'll give you 5 seconds. If you're still hiding in the dark and playing dead, don't blame me for coming to the door to reason with you personally. Sia Ji clapped his hands. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the entire clanland. Almost in the next second of effort, a brilliant golden light appeared in front of him. A powerful divine ape with gnarled muscles and divine light around him looked at him warily. His tone bad. What are you doing here? Came to catch up with you. Sia Ji wanted to take it by the shoulders, but after comparing the height of the two, he gave up such an idea and said with a smile, how about lending me some of your heart's blood? Not good. Is heart's blood something you can just borrow? Will you give it back if you borrow it? The divine ape had resistance written all over his face, but looking at Sia Ji's darkly threatening smile and thinking of those tragic memories of his early childhood, he gritted his teeth and still didn't dare to refuse. If I lend you my heart's blood, you'll leave immediately? Didn't forget to ask that. We're old friends who haven't seen each other for years anyhow. There's no need to treat me so poorly, is there? Natsuki sked. Her young mind hurt. Thanks to that I kinda miss the days we used to spend together. Because he was worried that his daughter was waiting impatiently, he didn't continue to tease the little monkey, and nodded his head tastelessly. Give me the blood. I'm leaving now. There are several more behind. There are several more? I may not be human, but you're a real dog. Is that a human thing to say? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, God Ape would want to have a 1v1 intermale fight with him right now. It snorted coldly, and did not want to entangle more with this bogeyman, and with a thought, it took out a drop of blood that looked like a golden liquid and emitted a burst of powerful breath, and sent it to Sia Ji's hand. After this drop of blood was taken out, the divine ape's aura withered down with the naked eye. Even the brilliant divine light that surrounded its body dimmed quite a bit. Obviously, the heart blood was extremely consuming to it, and it could be said that it had made a blood sacrifice. Jojo's scared. Just one drop. Ha! Looking at the heart blood in his hand that was filled with a powerful aura and came from a quasi-emperor great demon, Sia Ji was a bit disgusted. You're also too stingy. Gouge my ass. The laborer has been nurtured for thousands of years and has only saved 3 drops of his heart's blood up to now. And now you're going to take 1/3 of it away with a single word. And you're even scolding the laborer for being stingy? The divine ape took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. Calm down. Don't be fished by this damned human. He must be trying to deliberately provoke himself to make a move so that he would have a reason to fight back. Endure the wind and waves for a while. Take a step back. It was hard to calm its mind down, and it coldly looked at Sia Ji. You can go now. This is your promise. Sia Ji was originally just teasing it, and every time he saw the little monkey's appearance of being defeated but not daring to attack, he found it very amusing. Since his purpose had been accomplished, he didn't continue to stay here and waste time, once again rushing up into the sky, turning into a golden light and disappearing far away. Watching his back disappear, the divine ape's face was cloudy. It took a while before he spat hard. Bah! In the next period of time, Sia Ji went to the Candle Dragon clan, the Green Luan clan, and the Qilin clan respectively, as well as many other top great demon clans. However, other than the Green Luan clan, the other clans weren't so lucky. Several patriarchs would rather die than give in, resolutely not give the heart essence blood. Sia Ji had no choice but to do it himself. After sending them to the Western Paradise Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, he threw the body into the storage ring, intending to take it himself later. This day could be called the darkest day for the demon race. Even after many years had passed, those cubs who had grown to maturity could still recall the fear of being dominated by that horrible human, and the humiliation of having their clan leader reduced to a blood-sucking machine. This is an afterthought for now, just so the major clans slipped around, estimating how so many good things should be collected enough, right? Sia Ji finally returned to his journey and returned to the 10,000 Flames Sect's mountain gate. Sia Jojo has been waiting for a long time. Papa Cheap never came back and she was calm at first, but when it got longer she started to panic. Couldn't help but wonder if this damnable villain didn't want himself, right? So he used this excuse to escape? The more the little girl thought about it, the more angry she became, the more scared she became, and her eyes were suffocating red. Right now, when he finally saw Sia Ji's figure, it was like seeing a loved one, and with a wail, he jumped into his arms and bawled. It took half a day's work for Sharji to calm his daughter down. At the same time, he couldn't help but think happily in his heart. Only left me so short a short time cannot stand. It seems that in the heart of the good daughter, I'm the old man's weight is still quite heavy. Well, with a wave of his hand, several demonic beast corpses as massive as mountains appeared in the small courtyard, crowding the entire small courtyard. Li Huoxinjin hadn't left at this moment. He was also quite curious about what kind of foundation building materials Sia Ji would prepare for his own daughter. After seeing these demonic beast corpses, their mouths instantly grew so long that they could stuff oil bottles. Candle Dragon, Karen, Kuan Peng, the lowest were all at the peak of the celestial realm, and even quasi-emperor powerhouses were not uncommon. If these demonic beasts were still alive, they would be completely capable of sweeping across the entire 10,000 Flames Sect. Even the heavenly fire formation wouldn't be able to stop them. But this moment, it's all laying down, literally laying down, and all of them were killed in one blow, without the slightest extra wound on their bodies. Boy, how strong is this lord? The quasi-emperor realm was already a great demon that stood at the peak of this world. As a result, he was killed by Sia Ji as a chicken. What kind of person is he? Is it possible that he's a real great emperor? The leading fire realist couldn't help but slander in his heart, while a wave of fear washed over him. It's a good thing he didn't die with Natsuki in the first place. Even the quasi-emperor great demon had been reduced to building material. A celestial realm griffin like him would be fine to stand tall in front of ordinary cultivators, and if he really had to face off with Sia Ji, he probably wouldn't even know how to die. Thinking so in his heart, he was envious of Sia Jojo again. When he first built his foundation, he wasn't treated so well, and his master had only helped him hunt down a few peak transformation Saint Realm Demon Kings. Although a peak transformation Saint Realm Demon King was already a great deal, but in all things, one was afraid of comparison. Between the sacred transformation realm and the quasi-emperor, there were 3 whole realms between them. The gap between them could be called a rift valley, and to say that it was an ant and an elephant would be lifting it up. It's cool to have a good dad. If it is not because of living so old, cannot afford to lose this face. Away from the fire real people would like to ask a summer pole. Father, you still lack of sun? It was itself transformed by the divine item Great Sun Lotus, and now it had the essence blood of a great quasi-emperor demon as its foundation building material. The departing flame realist didn't even dare to think about just how brilliant Sia Jojo's future accomplishments would be. However, one thing was certain. The 10,000 Flames sect had already embraced this extremely thick thigh. Xiaji had already skillfully disemboweled the corpses of the demonic beasts in the field by this time, removing the impurities and condensing the essence blood. He took out another large cauldron and dripped all the collected essence blood into it, fusing them together. If it were a cultivator from the other side, it would undoubtedly be a pie in the sky to try to fuse the essence blood produced from these paragon emperors together. But to Xiaji, it was nothing more than a casual effort. His control of spiritual power had long been at the peak, not to mention fusing the essence blood. Even if it was to perfectly separate the essence blood that was fused together, he could easily do it. The cauldron, which was 3 meters high, was quickly filled. The great demon essence blood tumbled together with divine light, releasing a powerful aura. Unmoved, Xiaji cut his index finger with his sword chi and dripped another drop of his own blood into it. The essence blood that had already turned into a brilliant gold color once again underwent a miraculous mutation after coming into contact with its blood. If just now it was more like radiant gold, now it had turned into translucent glaze, eye-catching and dazzling, making people forget what they had seen. The departing fire realist's eyes were red. If he could, he really wanted to snatch the drop of essence blood and swallow it himself. He was confident that with the help of this drop of essence blood, he would definitely be able to reach the quasi-emperor realm in this life, and it was not impossible for him to even truly achieve the emperor position. But, with a glance at the expressionless Xiaji, he still didn't have the courage in the end, and he could only hide on the side to steal lemons. Sour, too sour. It's really a skillful job to be reincarnated. What do you mean by winning at the starting line from birth? Great job. Clapping his hand, Xiaji smiled gently. Jojo, absorb it and use it as your foundation building material. Sia Jojo, who had always been fearless, was suddenly a bit abashed at this moment. Can I refuse? The little girl wanted to cry. Cheap old man's handiwork is indeed great, but I am still just a Hotian 9-weight child. A drop of essence blood that is greatly beneficial to even the celestial realm. Let me, a Hotian 9th level, absorb it and make sure I won't explode and die? One of the brightest and most luminous tripods in the world. If it was in its heyday it was naturally no big deal. This drop of essence blood was no more heaven-defying. It was just a mere tonic for Sia Jojo, but the current her was just too weak, and there was simply no way for her to bear the benefits brought about by this drop of essence blood. Even if her original body in this life was the divine item Great Sun Lotus, if one were to swallow this drop of essence blood rashly, the greatest possibility would be to explode on the spot and die without a burial site. Sia Jojo couldn't even help but wonder if it was because she had been so misbehaved before that her cheap old dad had used this method to scare her. Father Lord, I will be very obedient from now on. You don't let Jojo drink blood, okay? The little girl tearfully hugged Xiaji's thighs, selling her pampering with her mouth open. Natsuki scratched his head. I don't understand why my daughter is so scared. This is good stuff. And also added his own essence blood. As long as he can drink it, even the most mediocre and incompetent Rottenwood can be transformed into a superhuman demon with superhuman talent in one leap. Even if it is to be called an emperor, it will be easy to do so. After a little thought, he quickly figured out Charjo's fear. This girl couldn't be worried that she wouldn't be able to withstand the power of her essence blood and end up exploding her body, right? Xiaji laughed, confidently gave her a shot. Don't worry, there is a father in. Absolutely keep you safe and sound. After so many years, Xiaji himself didn't even know how strong he was, but the so-called great emperors were just dirt in front of him, and it wasn't necessary to kill a chicken to make it harder. The essence blood of a mere quasi-emperor great demon. In front of him, not even a splash of water can come out, and can be suppressed with the flip of a hand, definitely allowing his daughter to absorb it peacefully, without the slightest aftermath. But, Natsu Jojo was still a bit hesitant. She knew that Xiaji was strong, but there wasn't a measuring stick in her heart as to just how strong. But, then I'll believe you for once. Sia Jojo bit her small white teeth with an expression of impending generosity. Although the time spent with Xiaji is not particularly long, but she can also see that the other party is really taking her as a biological daughter. Should not sit back and watch her explode to death, right? Anyway, spell it out. The little girl held the drop of glazed-colored essence blood and carefully swallowed it into her mouth before closing her eyes and feeling the powerful force in detail. So good. It was like soaking in a hot spring. Warm, and a gentle power surged through all the limbs, but the good times don't last long. Before he could get comfortable for 2 minutes, the glazed essence blood suddenly rioted. Summer Jojo is now only 4 years old girl about the size of the body has not yet grown. At this moment but the veins protruding, powder-carved jade face is also more and more pale. Do not see a trace of redness, just like a ghost child like a regent. She subconsciously wanted to scream out, but thought about how she, as the reincarnation of a heavenly demon, could not even endure this kind of pain. So, obviously in pain and desperate to roll on the ground, she still clenched her teeth and held on for dear life, unwilling to cry out. Natsuki rubbed his chin. My own good daughter was so tolerant? He had been prepared to immediately use his spiritual power to suppress the essence blood riot. Who would have thought that Sia Jojo would be so resilient and unwilling to call a doctor? Never mind. Who made me an old father prone to weakness? With a wave of Xiaji's hand, the essence blood that had been violent and restless just a moment ago was like a mouse seeing a cat, quieting down in a flash. Scary good behavior. The unbearable pain immediately sailed away in a tidal wave. Sia Jojo's legs were soft, reflexively like kneeling down on the ground, and then it was held in the arms of the quick-eyed Xiaji. The little girl's mouth flattened and tears instantly welled up. Looking at Natsuki, aggravated, he wanted to cry. You said you had a way to stop the pain a long time ago, but you had to wait until I couldn't stand the pain anymore to use it. Stupid old man. Stinky pops, I'm gonna ignore you for 3 days. Being stared at by his daughter with a condemning gaze, Natsuki was also a bit embarrassed. He touched his nose and said calmly, well, it takes a lot of suffering to be a man. My generation of cultivators, originally acting against the heavens, not even afraid of death, so why be afraid of pain? To put it mildly, Sia Jojo glared at him grudgingly, but didn't pursue the matter any further. The real person from the fire has been completely transformed into a lemon essence on the sidelines. He watched as the drop of glazed essence blood was absorbed by the young Sect master, but he himself could only salivate. It was a sour one. How come he didn't have such a great dad when he was first reincarnated? While he was feeling sorry for himself on this side, on the other end, Xiaji had already thrown the large cauldron that he had used earlier to melt his essence blood. Old man leaving fire. Go find some people to wash this thing. I have to protect Jojo's magic. I don't have time. Okay, I was born to be a laborer. The fire real person also did not care, casually took over the cauldron, then prepared to find a few clever disciples commanded to go down this matter. Who would have thought that the great cauldron had only just entered his hands when he felt that something was wrong? It's too heavy. Who was he? Celestial realm cultivator? Although he had always been hit one after another during this period of time, but the realm was there after all, and even among the human race, he was considered a rare great power, to be able to make even him feel heavy. What kind of material was this cauldron made of? Curious, he took a closer look at the cauldron in his hands. The tripod was about 3 meters tall, and the whole thing was a metaphysical black color, and even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell what kind of minerals were used to refine it. A meteor? Star? Suddenly discovering a few large and somewhat vague words on the tripod, Li Huizhenjin subconsciously recited a few sentences, and his face suddenly stiffened. Meteorites. Surprisingly, it's a meteor. Come to think of it, it all comes to think of it. The meteorite tripod is said to have been transformed by a meteorite from the sky 1,000 years ago, hence its name, indestructible, which contains great power. Even a quasi-imperial cultivator in the face of the full force of the meteor tripod also have to retreat 3 times. Is a great emperor of the strongest people or grabbing the head of the treasure. The first owner of the meteorite star tripod, Emperor Tai Hao, had used the tripod to kill 3 great emperors of the same realm, becoming famous in one battle and also laying the foundation of a great reputation for the meteorite star tripod. Only after the fall of Emperor Tai Hao, the meteorite star tripod was nowhere to be found, and countless people had traveled to search for it. But in the end, it was just an empty space. Now how did it suddenly appear here? It also became the medicine cauldron that Xiaji used to fuse his essence blood? Hey, this is a rare treasure in the world that combines offense and defense. Can't you respect it a little bit? The leaving fire real person was already numb. He felt that in the future, no matter what shocking treasures Xiaji pulled out, he didn't need to be surprised anymore. Anyway, this lord was earthy and scary. There was still quite a bit of great demon blood from the quasi-emperor realm remaining inside the meteorite star tripod. It looked dirty, so it was no wonder that Xiaji would be so disgusted, and told him to take it and clean it. Isn't he afraid he'll run away with the treasure? Such a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and then the real person from the flame sadly realized. Sorry, people may not really be afraid. Secure in the knowledge that one has backing, Xiaji's cultivation was definitely far beyond his imagination, and it was estimated that the entire 10,000 Flames sect was under the surveillance of the other party's divine thoughts. If he really dared to entertain the idea of running away with the treasure, he would probably be slapped to death before he could carry it out. That's the beauty of strength. Emboldened, even if you give you your baby for a while, you are not afraid, because of the confidence that you do not dare to run away. Sighing quietly in his heart, Real Flame leaving fire treasured and cherished the meteorite star tripod, intending to personally clean this rare and supreme treasure himself. It couldn't be helped that without reaching the celestial realm, Even picking up the meteorite star tripod was enough of a struggle, and those disciples weren't qualified to clean such a supreme treasure. It had to be him, a few thousand years old, in person. But before leaving, he suddenly remembered another important thing. Reporting to Sovereign, in a few days, a relic will be revealed 700 miles away from my 10,000 Flames sect. I wonder if my disciples can go there to have some experience. 700 miles. That's not so far. This was a big metaphysical world after all. 700 miles. In the previous world it was only about 70 miles. A few moments of work and he was there. Xiaji looked at his daughter in his arms. Jojo, what do you think? After all, the other party was the nominal patriarch of the 10,000 Flames sect now. He could guide his daughter's growth, but he couldn't make decisions for her in everything. Jojo is still in pain at this moment. Although Natsuki had already exerted his power in time to calm the pain for her, the shadow from before was not something that could simply disappear. She now only wanted to hurry back to her bedroom and get a good night's sleep. And after hearing this, she subconsciously nodded, granting the request of the real flame leaving, by the Sovereign's order. With a respectful nod of his head, the leaving fire realist intended to retreat. In fact, he alone could decide on such a small matter. But now that the 10,000 Flames sect had changed masters after all, if he didn't ask for Sia Jojo's opinion, he was worried that the father and daughter would be unhappy in their hearts. The old man's back was already about to cross out of the small courtyard, but Sia Jojo suddenly thought of something as if she opened her mouth and shouted at him, departing from the fire. Elder, she pondered for a while, or decided to give this old man an elder seat, otherwise it is not good to address. When the secret realm opens, I will also participate with the large force. Ha! Li Huizhenjin was shocked. That secret realm was only opened up by a Shintong realm cultivator. It did have a lot of benefits for the younger generation of disciples, but for the top second generation of the patriarch, which was transformed by the divine object Great Sun Lotus, and had a bull batch father, it was simply dispensable. Other than that, you've even sucked the essence blood of a quasi-emperor great demon, and you're still looking at a small avatar mystic realm? Even he, a little celestial, couldn't look at that secret realm, and when the time came, he only planned to find a few elders to lead the group, never even thinking of going there in person. Can't you? Sia Jojo was very dissatisfied. My intention has been decided. You don't have to persuade again. Go down. Her thoughts were actually quite simple. Since it was a secret realm, there would surely be a lot of Heaven's Pride to go and join in the fun. Isn't this the best time to recruit? If we can gather all the celestial pride of the entire human race under our command, and fight our way back to the 9 heavens, would it be far to press down on the 4 seas? Sweep across the universe, and make all living beings submissive? But it's as easy as a slap in the face. And, in 2 lifetimes, she hasn't seen what the secret realm is like yet, and her heart is inevitably curious. Sia Jojo had decided. So naturally, it was impossible for Xiaji to have an opinion. Whether the cultivator who opened up the secret realm was at the avatar realm, the celestial realm, or a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, it had nothing to do with him. Couldn't beat him anyway. If your daughter wants to go, she can go. Seeing more of the world and feeling the beauty of the world will help her grow up in the future. Anyway, with him protecting us, it's hard to see how anything could happen. Stop it. To put it immodestly, in this side of the world nowadays, the person who can beat Xiaji hasn't been born yet. By order of the Sovereign, the departing fire realist twitched the corners of his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to continue his persuasion. Forget about it. With this immortal in the room, nothing will happen, so why should he worry about it? When he left, the 2 of them, father and daughter, were once again left behind in the small courtyard by Xiaji. Sia Jojo had slowed down by now, but she was just still tired and wanted to go back to her room to get a good night's sleep. Xiaji, however, did not immediately release her to her room. Since you've already succeeded in building your foundation, Jojo, my father will also make an appointment with you. He looked at his daughter with a serious gaze. Covenant 3? The little girl was a little confused. You were transformed by the Great Sun Lotus in this life. Your innate qualifications are extraordinary, and with the glazed essence blood as your foundation, your starting point is already beyond 99% of the people in this world. So I hope that in the future you can be practical and down to earth and cultivate diligently. Don't waste this amazing talent of yours. Can you do that? It was rare for Natsuki to be so serious. Other times he was smiling, seemingly unconcerned about anything. Sia Jojo thought that he was so by nature, and now he realized that his cheap old man still had such a serious side. White clothes like snow, clear eyebrows, do not say, looks strange handsome. No wonder you can give birth to a daughter like me, who is the only one in heaven and on earth. She raised her chin. Her small appearance was arrogant. Humph, I don't need you to say that. I will also diligently cultivate, and strive to return to the peak as soon as possible. Then I will fight my way back to the 9 heavens. suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and making all beings submit. All this time she hadn't forgotten her ultimate goal, and could be said to be obsessed with the subjugation of all beings. Natsuki huffed. My daughter has gone astray and taken such a deep and crooked path that I always thought it would be difficult to try to set her straight. But isn't that what parenting is all about? No matter how daunting the future may be, as long as he can get his daughter back on the right path, he has no fear. Oh, I'm such a good father. Xiai sighed while dotingly rubbing his daughter's hair bun, and managed to reap an uninterested blank stare from Jojo's classmate. All day long, she can only play with the little girl's hair bun. Sia Jojo does not want to get involved with such a childish cheap old dad. She clenched her small fists and looked at the corpses of the great demons in the small courtyard that died like miserable deaths and hadn't been cleaned up in time, and said excitedly, "Let's eat roasted wings tonight, shall we?" Among the demon clans that were approached by Xiai, there was the Confronting clan. The Confronting clan patriarch was a great demon of the peak quasi-emperor realm, just one step away from achieving the emperor position and immortality for 10,000 lifetimes. Its strength was heavenly and earthly, resounding through both the human and demon realms, and it could be called the topmost existence in this great world of metaphysics. It was said that the Confronting clan had even more powerful ancestors in the upper realm, at least true immortal realm existences. In short, all kinds of factors piled up together. The Confronting clan, whether it is the heritage or strength, are real behemoths. 10,000 fires sect together, are not the opponent of others. Unfortunately, the heavens have fallen and encountered a monster that is more demonic than even its family's oldest ancestor, and the patriarch of a clan can now only be mercilessly reduced to an ingredient. Call dad. Even that cultivation that was strong to the extreme could only serve to make the meat tighter and chewy, when it is really sad to smell and drool at the sight. Not right, the sight of tears. The summer pole is self-evident. Come to think of it, he hadn't had grilled chicken wings in a long time. During the years of guarding Tianju Peak, although there were always demonic beasts that didn't know how to die and packed their doors, most of them were land beasts that had long since gotten tired of eating them. It's not impossible to change things up today. Saying that he would do it, Xiai immediately took out the barbecue grill that had been refined long ago from his storage ring, then sharpened the knife to the kunai. Go to the hair, go down to the water. A series of operations are extremely skillful, and it looks like a grill master. It had to be said that quasi-emperor realm great demons were definitely the top ingredients in this heaven and earth. Just simple barbecue, even before putting in all kinds of condiments. The thick fragrance will already fill the whole small courtyard. Let people's mouth and tongue, stomach crazy hesitation, want to eat 10 cows in order to satisfy. This scent was long-lasting and extremely overbearing, and even had a tendency to spread outwards, quickly spreading from the small courtyard to the entire mountain gate of the 10,000 Flames sect. It is now late in the evening. Although cultivators used the heaven and earth aura as a tonic and had long since left the stage of oral and abdominal desires, the 10,000 Fires sect was an exception. Most of the disciples here are gnarled and muscular men who believe in eating meat and drinking wine in big bowls, so every evening someone will make a fire to cook, and then a group of fierce men get together to feast, and after they get high, they can even spar on the spot. The one in charge of the spoon today was a senior brother of the nascent soul realm, who had worked as a cook for a few years when he was still a mortal, and his skills were good, and he was widely praised in the 10,000 Fires sect. Today, he was making a demonic beast stew, which was, in more colloquial terms, a potpourri. This method of eating was simple and crude, but it was liked by many people in the 10,000 Fires sect. But today is different. Looking at the demonic beast meat in the bowl that had already been stewed into a mushy mess, and then smelling this overbearingly rich aroma in the air, many of the 10,000 Fires sect disciples felt that the meat in their bowls didn't smell good anymore. Even that nascent soul realm senior brother thought the same way. He didn't know exactly which kitchen god was cooking, just by smelling the fragrance. The spiritual energy in his body had a tendency to riot. If you could taste it for yourself, there's no telling how good it would be for you. He let out a sigh, looked at the disciples underneath, and knocked on the pot in a bad mood. What are you looking at? What are you all looking at? Eat your own meal honestly, don't smell it. The more you smell it, the hungrier you get. Of course, Xiai was not aware that an unintentional move of his had attracted the attention of so many people. He was brushing oil at this point. The 2 Confronting wings had been roasted golden brown on both sides by now, and he sprinkled on many of his own special spices. The aroma was suddenly even greater than before. Sia Jojo's greedy little tummy rumbled, looking pitifully at the 2 big, fat Confronting wings that were still tumbling, his mouth watering. Well, the aroma is delicious. The meat is firm, and it looks like I'm still in such good hands. Using a small knife to cut off a small piece of roasted meat on it, he brought it into his mouth and carefully tasted the flavor. Xiai nodded his head in satisfaction, still pleased with himself. After all these years of traveling, he didn't have many hobbies as a person. Nothing but beauty, wine, and food. Of course, After meeting Hua Xieyue, she was the only beauty that Xiaji loved, so this one didn't count and could be crossed out. As for the wine, in the Tianzhu peak those years, he never drank once again, worrying about getting drunk and delaying the birth of his daughter, and now that he has survived the 4 years, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get interested in the future. It's safe to say that his biggest passion right now is food. Earlier in the year, because there is no background and backing, in addition to the talent is nothing, Xiaji initially can only take life to spell the future. Sleeping out in the open was a common occurrence, so I developed a good cooking skill over time for the sake of my stomach. Although it was then deserted for a few years, the technology doesn't seem to have regressed much at the moment. Looking at his daughter's gluttonous appearance, Xiaji's heart teased her, wanting to tease her, deliberately cut a piece of both sides of the golden yellow, still in the zipping heat of the fat tender wing meat clip in front of Sia Jojo, and when the little girl is full of joy want to bite down, and then suddenly take back the chopsticks, against Sia Jojo's gaze that seemed to want to kill. Xiaji smiled and said, "Want to eat? Call out good daddy and I'll give you some." Good father? I'm not going to sell my character and dignity just because of a piece of barbecue meat. Sia Jojo, even if I were to die today, outside of death, jumping down from Swallowing Flame Mountain, I would never eat a piece of your roasted meat. A bad guy who bullies even children, with such a bad character, curse you to be unable to get a wife for the rest of your life. Sia Jojo ground her little tiger teeth and turned her head to the side, not looking at him, expressing her dissatisfaction with her actions. Yo, you've got some backbone. You don't eat food handed out in contempt, do you? Sia Polar was happy, taking the roasted meat and waving it in front of the little girl's eyes, letting the aroma get fully evaporated. Sure you don't want to eat it? It's really delicious. The ingredients of the quasi-emperor realm. Even I haven't eaten it in years. Missing this time is something you'll regret for the rest of your life. Then without waiting for Sia Jojo to answer, he took a bite and smacked his lips with a face full of happiness. Well, worthy of the Kunpun clan. This meat, this flavor. I can eat one head for one person. Abominable. I've never seen such a father. It's not even enough to bully his own daughter, but to maliciously gluttonize her. Natsu Jojo condemned him with her eyes, in a vain attempt to evoke the latter's guilt. Unfortunately, it was of little use, and Natsuki was more than not guilty of eating it. Little tummies have been rumbling. I can't stop the drool secreting from my mouth. If it was the summer Jojo in her heyday, naturally she wouldn't be easily convinced by the roasted meat, even if the roasted meat was roasted with the blood and flesh of a quasi-emperor great demon. But there are no ifs about anything. Right now, she was just a child who hadn't yet turned a year old, and because she was a divine object transformed by the great sun lotus, her need for energy replenishment was far greater than that of a human cultivator. The Koanpang clan chief's flesh and blood was definitely one of the best tonics in this world for her. Not to mention, summerpole baked and still smells so good. Food is the only thing that matters to the people. It doesn't seem like a big deal to bow down to your cheap old dad for food. I'm in line with God's ways. Yes, in accordance with heaven. Sia Jojo frantically persuaded herself in her mind. That doesn't seem so hard to accept. The little girl coughed softly, brewing darkly. In Xiaji's playful gaze, she rose her red face and said in a voice like a mosquito, Good daddy. Jojo wants to eat barbecue meat. Ruan Xi Yin. Interjection of surprise. I'm dead. Although it was just a short 3 words of address, but when hearing it in person, Xiaji was refreshing as if he had made a whole set of the highest specification of the great sword in his previous life. My daughter is also too cute. It's just a piece of roast meat. People give you their hearts and their lives, and all the stars in the sky if you want them. With a wave of his hand, he said with bravado, Good daughter, eat with an open belly. If it's not enough, daddy will go and grab it for you again. Not to mention just a Koanpang. Even if Jojo wanted to eat a whole bird feast, he could catch all the famous bird demons in the whole continent, and then fry, deep fry, steam, boil and cook them into 18 kinds of dishes. Natsu Jojo ignored him. Stinky dad, you bullied me so much before. What's the use of showing goodwill now? I, for one, will remember you. While stuffing chicken wings into her mouth, Natsu Jojo thought viciously, after doing such an outrageous thing to her, it will take at least 10 days to ignore this stinking father. Unless he apologizes to me, and then cooks a steamed glazed dragon and braised golden rock for me. Only then will he have the discretion to consider whether or not to forgive him. Sia Jojo's little classmate wisely arranged the ending for Xiaji in her mind, and she felt refreshed. Even the roasted meat in her mouth smelled better. Time just flew by in the daily routine of father and daughter's jovial banter. In the blink of an eye it came to 4 days later. Today was the day when the secret realm would be opened. And early in the morning, Elder Blazing Son of the 10,000 Flames Sect gathered the good disciples and held a mobilization meeting. This trip to the secret realm 700 miles away is about to open. You are all the most elite group of disciples of my 10,000 Flames sect, and also the group of disciples that the elders are most optimistic about. Is there any confidence in this trip to the secret realm? Most of them are chicken soup remarks like this one, used to motivate the disciples. Although this technique was childish and embarrassing in Xiaji's eyes, compared to those netizens who had experienced the information explosion in their previous lives, the aborigines of the metaphysical world were still a bit more simple, not to mention that the 10,000 Fires sect was originally famous for its fierce disciples. These words of Elder Liang directly stirred up the hot blood in their hearts, and each one of them instantly howled and wailed. 10,000 Flames sect will win. With me there is no enemy. All evils retreat. Brothers charge. So stupid. These people. Looking at this chaotic scene, it was rare for Sia Jojo to be a little disgusted. It was always a shame to have such a group of subordinates full of muscles. Stealing a glance at the reaction of Xiaji next to her, as expected, the cheap old man was in the middle of stifling his laughter, and winked at her when he saw her gazing over. Don't mention the banter. No, don't laugh. The little girl was a bit annoyed and pinched his waist hard, making a super fierce appearance. Unfortunately, her looks were so adorable that even when she tried hard to be menacing, she would just look human. Natsuki laughed even more. The most infuriating thing is that he laughed while denying it. Ha 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 ha. No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just remembering happy things. Ha 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 ha. Stinky dad. Bad dad. You've obviously been laughing at me and you haven't even stopped. Sia Jojo became even more angry and pounced on him with a flurry of cat and cat scratches. The interaction between father and daughter is warm and natural. Perhaps even she didn't realize that since she was reincarnated and reborn as the daughter of Xiaji, she has changed a lot. She is not as cold as she was in her previous life, and she can't help but relax. Instead of being a heavenly demon, nowadays, she was actually more like a human being. An impassioned mobilization meeting ended quickly. Elder Liang led the group, followed by dozens of carefully selected disciples who were all seated in the 10,000 Flames sect, and the large troop rushed towards the secret realm 700 miles away. Elder Liang was an avatar realm cultivator, and these disciples he was leading were at least at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and there was even a half-step transformation existence present. A journey of 700 miles was no different from 7 miles to these great cultivators of theirs, and it took less than an incense stick of effort to arrive. Xiaji and Sia Jojo of course followed along, only they didn't go with Elder Liang. By the time everyone had arrived at the secret realm, many teams from various sects had already gathered here, and of course, there were many loose cultivators as well. The secret realm was located on an extremely dangerous and high mountain peak, with unapproachable cliffs on both sides and only a narrow path in the center to pass through, making it the perfect heavenly danger. The secret realm would not open for quite a while yet, and looking closely, the open space in front of the mountain peak was simply packed with people. Except for those disciples from prestigious sects who had places dedicated to their own sects, all the free places were dabbled by the casual cultivators. It's not unusual. In the eyes of mortals, monks fly to the sky and seek immortality, so dashing, but the family knows its own business. Other than those second generation with deep backgrounds, the vast majority of casual cultivators lived a life worse than a dog. At least domesticated puppies don't have their lives in danger. They have people to feed them good food and drink, and all they need to do is be cute with their owners every day. However, for most casual cultivators, eating in the wind was the norm, and killing and seizing treasures was the daily routine. That's really putting your head on your waist, and no one knows if you'll suddenly mess with a big shot someday and get run over by the other side at the drop of a hat. For them, they have a rotten life, and if they want to fight their way out, they can only fight and rob. This secret realm was created by a great cultivator of the avatar realm. In the eyes of a strong person of the celestial realm such as Li Huojinjin, of course it was nothing, but in the eyes of this group of loose cultivators whose cultivation level was generally only nascent soul, and whose sensory realm of the heavenly realm was few and far between, this was simply a heavenly opportunity. As early as the news of the secret realm of this place has just been spread, hundreds of miles in a radius have rushed to many scattered cultivators from all directions, and only today have they gathered together. Everyone was rubbing their fists and sharpening their swords, vigilantly staring at the people beside them. When they entered the secret realm, these people were their enemies. In comparison, those disciples who had elders specifically leading them and came from famous sects were more bashful. Not only did they not panic, but they even got together in twos and threes and talked and laughed with their close companions. The gaze that looked at the surrounding loose cultivators was even more vaguely disdainful. No way. Life with a backstage cover is just so comfortable. You can't envy it. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Fires sect was an exception. It had been mentioned many times before that the 10,000 Fires sect was a place that was full of fierce men. In Slugger's values, it's take it or leave it, life or death. They were even more excited than those loose cultivators showed. Each one of them had their faces reddened. itching to rush into the secret realm right now to make a big loot. Among the disciples who came today, the strongest one was a half-step transformation sage named Lu Chaoran, a stout man of exceedingly large size. The arm is thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, and a sliding shovel kills a sense of heaven realm demon tiger in a minute. You're qualified to be my father. As the strongest cultivator among the disciples of the 10,000 Flames sect, this fellow's status was comparable to that of the eldest senior brother. At the moment, it was frantically encouraging the other disciples and cheering them on. On today's trip to the secret realm, the little patriarch has specially come to sit in on it, and the purpose must be to test us. This is also a good opportunity for us to show our faces at the Great Sun Lily Highness. Success only, no failure. What is the slogan of the 10,000 Flames sect? Do you guys still remember? Of course I remember. Dozens of disciples' faces flushed red as they spoke in unison. Life and death are not important. 10,000 fires unite. All evils retreat. The voice went straight to the sky. Good. Very spirited. Lu Chaoran was very satisfied. These are the future seedlings of my 10,000 fires sect. One by one, they are full of vigor. Why worry that the sect will not prosper? Dozens of strong men came together and had hot-blooded smiles on their faces. And the scene couldn't have looked any hotter at first glance. Especially with that voice of theirs earlier. It simply drew the gazes of all the cultivators present. Sia Jojo felt more and more ashamed to see anyone. How did he lose his eyes in the first place and take in such a bunch of simpletons as subordinates? Over there, are the stupid big guys from the 10,000 Fires sect? Not far away, in a clearing, the white-clothed, snow-like teenage cultivator raised his eyebrows and glanced this way, subconsciously revealing an expression of disgust. Obscure. It's too bad luck. How did we meet up with these beaners again? Because of the special nature of the gong method, while the 10,000 Fires sect was prolific in producing cranky old brothers, fierce men also appeared in piles. This group of people is simple-minded is not false, but all are not to be messed with mania, because a little friction can chase you storm-cut 10 streets. If you break their face, minutes to give you called a large number of brothers to play group beating. It is notorious. The teenage cultivator had been in enmity with the 10,000 Flames sect's bearer, Lu Chaoran, over a small matter. Then he was chased and beaten by the latter for 10 blocks, and although he didn't suffer any injuries in the end, he lost all his face. It had even briefly fallen into a burst of being the laughingstock among the younger generation of disciples of the righteous sect. Also because of that incident, his overall impression of the 10,000 Flames sect was not very good, thinking that the disciples inside were all too barbaric, not as elegant and ethereal as the disciples that came out of their Houchi sword alliance. Of course, he only dared to whisper such words in his heart, not daring to let Lu Chaoran hear them because he couldn't beat them. Now that enemies have met, are they not red in the face? Beside the teenage cultivator, there was also a tall and cool silhouette standing. She wore a plain white long dress and carried a light long sword on her back. Her face was perfect as if it was missing, just like a fairy on the 9 heavens, immortal posture and jade quality, turning the world upside down. Hearing the teenage cultivators muttering, the cool female cultivator frowned without a trace. Cloudwing, be careful what you say. The 10,000 Flames sect was a famous and righteous sect today no matter what, and the current patriarch, Li Huojinjin, was a celestial realm powerhouse who was renowned among the human race. If the other party heard his own disciples' mutterings, with the brain circuits of the 10,000 Flames sect's disciples, 9 times out of 10, they would have to find him in single combat. At that time, if you lose the fight, you will lose the face of your own clan, and if you win the fight, you will only make this matter bigger and bigger, and neither side will be pleasing to the eye. What's more, and Ruosa didn't think that with Li Yuni's cultivation at the heaven-sensing realm, he would be able to single-handedly take on the 10,000 Flames sect's Lu Chaoran without losing. However, it was because of a little bit of petty feud. After the elders of both clans stepped in, the big matter had long been resolved and the small matter had been resolved. And Lu Chaoran had also expressed his humbleness to Li Yuni under the orders of the clan elders. In the normal course of events, this matter should have come to a close long ago. However, he has been holding a grudge until today. This temperament really fell down, slightly shook her head, and Ruoso subconsciously looked toward the Manhwa Sect's compound, but seemed to see a familiar figure. Is it an illusion? At this moment, Sia Ji didn't know that danger was approaching. He was happily taunting Sia Jojo for accepting such a group of beaners as his subordinates, thus showing that she, the head beaner, was the biggest beaner of all. Sia Jojo's little face turned red with anger. Watching this stinky dad is extremely irritating. In the end, he couldn't hold back his anger, and with a wail, he jumped into his arms, his little tiger teeth pointing out and biting down hard. Oi 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 oi. Are you a dog? Natsuki was a little nonplussed. Although with his cultivation, even if he stood and let Jojo bite, the little girl would not be able to bite through a layer of his skin, but would instead chip off her own mouth full of small white teeth. But, this is his own daughter. Natsuki wouldn't want to chip her mouth full of teeth. In that case, you'll have to suffer on your own. With a thought, he adjusted the strength of his physical body to the same level as Sia Jojo's, and it was only then that the little girl was able to easily break through his defenses and avoid the end of chipping her teeth. But in that case, it's convenient for Sia Jojo, but it's himself who's in pain. As the saying goes, tiger's teeth hurt. But in fact, tiger's teeth don't just hurt, they also hurt when you bite on your wrist. Humph, I'll make mud, bite you to death. I'll make mud, bite you to death. Let's see if you still dare to bully me. Sia Jojo let out a cold snort. Having been bullied for so long, she finally got out a mouthful of bad breath. Seeing Xiaji's reddened wrists from the bites, she was in pain and a bit puzzled. Are you an idiot? Surprisingly, you will really be bitten by me. The cultivation that you showed before shouldn't be fake, right? Hey you little heartless, daddy didn't do this for you? Xiaji gasped and laughed. If I didn't restrain my cultivation, with your three-legged kung fu, my teeth would have been chipped off for you. Where would I still be able to dislike your father me with a sharp tongue here? Cut. Sia Jojo raised her chin and made a disdainful expression. Actually, the heart is still happy. Can't say why I'm happy, but I am. It was only because he didn't want her to get hurt, so Cheap Pops would rather be bitten squarely by her. But he also had to restrain his cultivation. This feeling of being cared for and favored. In her last life, she had never experienced it. As a heavenly demon, the onlookers either feared her or loathed her, or wanted to kill her or capture her. There was malice all over. Even the sun was cold. But what about after meeting Natsuki? The man was foul-mouthed and never seemed to have a straight face, but he was really good to her beyond words. When she asked for the technique, her cheap old man brought her to the 10,000 Fires sect, beating up a 1,000-year-old man and hanging thousands of disciples. She wanted to build a foundation, and without saying a word, the cheap old man killed the great demon of the quasi-emperor and took its essence blood as material. Now it was preferable to be the one bitten in order not to hurt her. Natsu Jojo didn't know what was wrong with her at the moment. Obviously out of the blue, she should be happy in her heart. But, why is there suddenly sand in the eyes? It felt like my face was burning, but I still didn't want to show my weakness so easily. Natsu Jojo braced herself and said, "You guys," the voice trailed off steeply, "is qualified enough to be my father. Give prior notice." The father and daughter were bickering and childish as if they were children arguing. The cozy vibe couldn't be hidden. The crowd of 10,000 Flame Sect disciples beside them had their eyes on the nose and their noses on the heart, pretending not to see. Even Lu Chaoran is no exception. He was a bit reckless, yes, but not an idiot. What people can mess with and who cannot mess with is still clear. The big man was exchanging feelings with his own daughter, and supporting characters like them were content to be a backdrop. If you have to jump out and make your presence felt, aren't you looking for death? I have to say that this idea is actually quite true. But, there are always some people in the world who are looking for death, or who are not afraid of death. Fellow Taoists of the 10,000 Fires sect, long time no see. A cold female voice suddenly sounded behind her. Lu Chaoran subconsciously looked over, and a silhouette was reflected in front of him, a plain white palace dress, carrying a long sword on his back, and his face was perfect, just like a fairy in the dust. Isn't this that Eldarin from the Vast Sword Alliance? Why does she suddenly want to say hello to us? The Vast Chi Sword Alliance, like the 10,000 Fires sect, was one of the top human clans. The Lord of the Sword Alliance was even friends with the Realm of the Departing Flame when he was a teenager, and although the contact has faded a bit in recent years, the relationship hasn't faded, and both are celestial realm powerhouses. Just like the disciples of the 10,000 Fires sect are all playing with fire. The Haochi Sword Alliance, as the name implies, the cultivators who come out from here, 11 out of 10 are sword cultivators, and they also especially like to wear white clothes, and they never forget to concave the shape, which is called a tawdry concentration camp. Just like Li Yuni could not look at the Wanhua sect and felt that the Wanhua sect disciples were all naive goods full of muscles, the group of Wanhua sect disciples led by Lu Chaoran actually could not look at the sword cultivators that came out of the Vast Chi Sword Alliance. I think these people have no skills, but they are arrogant, small arms and legs, not like a man at all. As a matter of fact, a Wanhua sect disciple could completely single-handedly take on 3 Haochi Sword Alliance sword cultivators of the same realm if they were in close quarters, but of course it wasn't necessarily the case if they were at a distance. The patriarchs of these two sects actually had a pretty good relationship with each other, but the disciples under their doors were always causing trouble, and over time, the interactions between these two sects became fainter and fainter. The people from the Vast Chi Sword Alliance scolded the Wanhua sect for being limber and simple-minded. The people from the 10,000 Flames sect then scolded the Haochi Sword Alliance for being a pussy and disgracing men. Each side has its own version of the story, and most of the disciples have died of old age after meeting each other. What kind of wind was this Eldarin pumping today that he took the initiative to greet someone from their 10,000 Flames sect? Elder Liang, who was leading the group, was also confused. He didn't remember having crossed paths with this elderin, who was famous throughout the entire Kyushu. So how could the other party suddenly come over to greet him? And Ruosa's person was not only the most popular elder among the disciples in the vast Chi-Sword Alliance, but also a renowned fairy-class stunner in the entire 9 states. She was born with a sword heart and extraordinary qualifications, and after stepping into the cultivation path for just 300 years, she broke the mirror one after another and advanced all the way to the peak of the Avatar realm, and is now a great cultivator at the peak of the Avatar realm, just one step short of entering the celestial realm. He would be able to step into the protector of the human clan's foundation. There had long been rumors that she had already been internally designated as the next Hauchi Sword Alliance master, and that as soon as she made a breakthrough, she would be able to immediately take over the position of the Alliance Master and master the entire clan. It was impossible for such an immortal character to be less well known. What do you mean, top senpai? To put it in no uncertain terms, if one was lucky enough to become an Ruosa's Taoist couple, it would be equivalent to eating one of the most fragrant bowls of soft rice in the cultivation world. Not to mention having an extra beautiful and capable wife, but also having an extra big power as a backer. It was no wonder that the various heavenly pride and heroes had gone crazy in pursuing her. People and money can't be bettered, no matter what world or era it's in. Unfortunately, Farian was bent on seeking the Tao, and was blind to the attentive pleasing of the bystanders, and after so long, she hadn't heard of any member of the opposite sex getting close to her, and couldn't even get slightly closer than a few meters. On the contrary, there was a rumor a few decades ago that Farian was in love with one person but was mercilessly abandoned by the other party, and such ridiculous claims have always been scoffed at by the world as well. Liang Elder does not have any bad thoughts about her. He is a few thousand years old man, on the age can do people's ancestors, plus the 10,000 Fires Sect disciples have always been not close to women, believe that there is no woman in the heart, the cultivation of the natural god. He is certainly not an exception. Elder Liang was just curious. Why would this sister suddenly think of greeting someone from their 10,000 Flames sect? Is this a change of heart? But although he thought so in his heart, he still didn't dare to be slow on the surface, and busily returned a salute, saying, Elder and is courteous. I don't know what kind of inter-opinion I'm here for, it's just a chance encounter with a fellow traveler. My heart is happy, so I'm just saying hello, and Ruosu was still expressionless, but her gaze, if anything, looked in the direction of Sia Jojo. Elder Liang doesn't have to be concerned, because the other party's back was turned to her. She wasn't able to get a good look at Natsuki's appearance, but just that back alone was familiar enough. Can't go wrong, can't go wrong. Could really be him? A heart that rejoices because it sees fellow travelers? I simply believe in your ghost. If this had been said by any elder in the vast Sword Alliance, Elder Liang would have believed it, but it wasn't Ruosu who was the one who said this, so that was unusual. Her external persona has always been an iceberg beauty, as cold as the Tianju peak on a beautiful snow lotus. There was a divine dynasty prince to spend a lot of money, to the water and fire spirit beads, the demon emperor's inner Dan, as well as 100,000 years of the Phoenix Wutu 3 major treasures as a hire. Want to ask to marry her for the royal consort, but even in Ruosu's eyes did not get, but also was beaten by the explosion. Whether it was the water and fire spirit bead, the inner Dan of a celestial realm demon emperor, or the 100,000-year-old Phoenix sycamore, when thrown to the outside world, they were all supreme treasures that even a great cultivator of the celestial realm would be madly moved by. But even so, that unlucky imperial prince of the divine dynasty didn't get to hold a beautiful woman. Obviously, this absolutely unparalleled and fairy is not at all a frivolous female cultivator who can be impressed with these mundane things, only with a sincere for sincere. After this matter spread out, not only did it make Ruosu's reputation go up a notch, it also made everyone realize the difficulty of ripping her off. That divine dynasty's prince wanted power and money, and he also had a good look, and there were a full 3 celestial realm elders in his family, so it could be said that he stood at the end of the runway right out of the gate, and he didn't have any bad habits, and his outside persona had always been the image of a graceful and warm prince, which could be called the most perfect dream lover for the majority of female cultivators. Even such a highly equipped imperial second generation was unable to impress Ruosu. Those cultivators who thought they were inferior to him of course dared even less to donate to the beautiful person. Is this the same Farian, who is soft and hard, cold in style, and even slandered as a stone woman by those female cultivators who are cynical about her behind her back? Who would be happy to see a fellow practitioner who has an average relationship and even take the initiative to come up to say hello? Who doesn't have a dark history when they're young and crazy? Come on, I'm just a little bit straighter, but that doesn't make me a cutie. Even if you are looking for an excuse, can you find a decent one? That way I'll be able to believe it in a symbolic way. Elder Liang slandered in his heart, but on the surface, he still made a harumph and laughed awkwardly. In that case, it has been a long time since I've seen you. elder and is still as elegant as ever. Aha! In response to his politeness, and Ruoso only nodded her Jinsho in a faintly unnoticeable manner, and then didn't speak again. It was only his gaze, which always subconsciously looked in the direction of the summer pole. Elder Liang couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this woman was selling in her gourd. What kind of answer is aha? I'm embarrassed that you're playing dumb. Just as he was wondering if he should find something to talk about awkwardly, and Ruoso suddenly snatched his mouth open. Is that Side, your newest disciple from the 10,000 Flames sect? She looked in Xiaji's direction, unable to see joy or anger on her flawless pretty face. It was clearly so plain that it was like a casual question, but Elder Liang was alert almost instantly. Why do you ask? He was tempted to say so, but I guess that even if I said it and Ruoso was too lazy to answer him, so after thinking about it, I still honestly said, it's a little higher than a disciple's status. But no, one is the current head of the clan and the other is the current head's father. This status was not a little bit higher than that of an ordinary disciple, and Ruoso looked thoughtful. A little higher than a disciple's status, that would be an elder, or a guest minister level role? She momentarily wondered if she had recognized the wrong person. Although the 10,000 Flames sect was also a famous and prestigious large sect of the human race, the patriarch was only in the celestial realm, and judging from the extent of that person's demonic prowess back then, the mere fact that it was a 10,000 Flames sect should not be enough to qualify for absorbing him as an elder or a guest secretary. Not to mention, the man was clearly dead, although he was very reluctant to believe this fact. And Ruoso had to admit that with his cultivation at the Transformation State realm in the first place, there was no way he could have survived under the siege of 3 Avatar realm demon kings. Add to that the fact that he hadn't been heard from in so long, and not even a trace of him could be found over time, and Ruoso could only accept this fact helplessly. It was also since then that she was bent on the Tao, only wanting to break the mirror as soon as possible, break through to the Celestials, kill those 3 Avatar demon kings at the beginning, avenge that person, and then hang herself. The reason why he suddenly came over to say hello was also because he saw an extremely familiar back figure, with the idea that she'd rather kill than let go. She'd come to say hello, wanting to prove if she'd been wrong. In fact, and Ruoso regretted it a bit when she first came over, although he hadn't seen the front face yet. This guest minister that Elder Liang spoke of, although his back was very similar to that person's, he even had a child. Looking at that little girl's appearance, it was estimated that she was also 4 or 5 years old in size, indicating that he had already had a Taoist for many years. That doesn't square with the guy at all. But come are here, simply get a clear. Anyway, from the opening of the secret realm there is still a period of time. Idle is also idle. So even though she didn't have any expectations in her heart, she still pretended to ask as if she had no intention of doing so. I wonder what this Taoist friend's name is. How old is he? Does he have a Taoist couple? What are you doing here? The corners of Elder Liang's mouth twitched madly. If it wasn't for the woman in front of him with her sword and aura, there would never be any possibility of her being taken over. He simply had to think that the famous and Ruosuan fairy was being impersonated. Obviously, it was only the first time they met, and they even only saw a back, and they were asking for people's names, asking for people's ages, and asking if they had a Taoist couple. Is that a question for a girl like you to ask? Can't you see they have children? Spitting madly in his mind, Elder Liang politely said, I am not quite sure. If you are interested, Farian can ask personally. Kidding aside, he wouldn't dare to casually divulge any information about Xiaji. This lord is an absolute fierce man who single-handedly challenged the entire 10,000 Flames sect, and even the heavenly fire formation was ineffective against him. It was also their 10,000 Flames sect's current sect leader's own father, and on the premise of not yet figuring out his intentions. If he betrayed his information to this woman, what if Xiajia looked for him to settle the score afterward? Elder Liang wasn't confident that he could last a single move under his opponent. Don't you want to know? If you want to know, ask yourself. The old man won't be entertained. This way, even if something ends up happening, it's none of his business. After all, he's lived for thousands of years, and he's old enough to be a smart man. Even in a clan like the 10,000 Flames sect that prided itself on being reckless, Elder Liang had learned a few things about avoiding misfortune. In the final analysis, he is a small cultivator of the Avatar realm. It is okay to pretend in front of ordinary people, but he does not have the guts to participate in the private affairs of the big brother. And Ruoso didn't answer. In his heart, he was even more curious about Xiaji's identity. Elder Liang was one of the well-deserved top echelons of the 10,000 Flames sect, and his power in the sect was second only to the sect leader, Real Flame leaving. But it was such an old-timer who didn't dare to divulge information about a guest minister within the sect. She's also a straight shooter. The heart is curious. Never hold back. Surprisingly really listen to the advice of Elder Liang. The body shape of a drift. It came to the side of the summer pole. The voice is clear and light. I've never seen you before. I wonder if I could have a word. Natsuki was still teasing the baby at this point. He was so happy bickering with his daughter that he didn't even pay attention to what was going on around him. And naturally, he didn't intentionally eavesdrop on that conversation that Elder Liang had with Enrowoso earlier. At this moment, he suddenly heard a cool female voice ringing in his ears. And the most crucial thing was that this voice was also familiar. Immediately, he was scared and subconsciously trembled. Even Sia Jojo couldn't be bothered to tease, feigning calmness as she looked over. The familiar plain white sari, the familiar carrying of a long sword, a familiar delicate brow. Even his temperament was first-rate and high-strung, the best bite of his youth. Oh, come on, it's over. What do you do now when you are suddenly approached by an old lover while teasing your daughter? Waiting online, pretty urgent, though outwardly calm. He actually couldn't help but groundhog squeal inside. Die. How did this woman find out? It was true that he had gotten so used to his cozy days lately that even his vigilance had dropped to this level. Natsuki condemned himself in his mind while he was trying to think of how he was going to get through this. It's also because I didn't know what I was doing and I made a mistake. When he was young, because he had just crossed over not long ago, he was deeply influenced by those metaphysical fiction novels he read in his previous life, and felt that the traveler should wake up in charge of the world's power, drunkenly lying on a beautiful woman's knee. And along the way to fight monsters and upgrades to pick up another carload of magical girls and saints and nymphs, later experienced more things, have seen all kinds of cruelty is also more open eyes at the same time. I think that before those ideas are really ridiculous. Act also convergence of many. There's no such thing as Shura. Just like what was written in those metaphysical novels in the previous life. Because there is no backing, no background, and even less resources. Sia Ji, who only had a demonic talent, wanted to get ahead and could only rely on himself to fight. Don't look at him now, invincible. Unlimited scenery. In fact, when he was young, he also could not eat a lot of suffering, and even several times almost overturned. And Ruosu was the one who got into a love affair back then. A clay-legged man with a demonic talent meets a female sword fairy from a prestigious school. This couldn't be more orthodox and kingly plot. Not to mention the fact that Ruosu, who was still young and tender at the time, fit perfectly with all of Xiaji's aesthetics, and he definitely couldn't help himself, and had a good time flirting with people during those months when he was a teammate. How can a young girl who is new to the world stand up to the output of an iron scumbag who has experienced the information explosion? It didn't last long before he surrendered and was as good as gold to him. The reason for the later separation was that Summer Pole himself wimped out first. There is no way. Originally ruffled before also thought that Ruosu was the kind of more introverted nature, such as ruffled on the hand only to find that the girl is simply cold outside and hot inside. It's not enough to be pestering, it's ridiculously controlling. He was not allowed to talk to other female cultivators or even get too close. Communication jade and other things were even checked at all times, in the manner of a girlfriend checking in. Who's gonna be able to handle that? At the beginning, Xiaji's dream was still to fight all over the world, and finally open a big harem. What goddesses and fairies and magical girls and demonesses all came to the ball. Although Ruosu was really beautiful, the looks and figure are even longer on his XP. But, even so, trying to get him to give up an entire forest for a tree was never going to happen. But here comes the conundrum. Just say break up. Is not too ruthless. After all, this girl, in addition to the strong desire to control the strong point, other aspects are really perfect, no words. Obviously go the way of the high cold female sword fairy, but is willing to wash his hands for him to make soup. But do not say break up. Sia Jian really cannot stand this feeling of being disciplined everywhere. Not like finding a girlfriend, more like finding a jailer. And he was also afraid that a forced breakup would break Ruosu's heart, and what if he blacked out at that time? So, after meditating, Sia Ji came up with a perfect and scummy method. Deadly recluse. That's right, as long as I die thoroughly enough, no one will be able to find me. And it's not like you're still holding on to me after I've turned dead, is it? This method was truly perfect, and it just so happened that a few days later there were a few Avatar Realm demon kings that specialized in hunting human geniuses that had their eyes on them. At that time, Sia Ji had just broken through the Avatar Realm not long ago, but it was unreasonable for a traveler to hang a wall. With his strength at that time, he could have completely flattened these 3 Avatar Realm demon kings and pressed them to the ground to beat them recklessly 100 times. It can be done, but it's not necessary, thanks to his previous good habit of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. And Ruosu didn't know his true strength and had always thought that he was at the peak of the sacred transformation realm. Encountering the siege of 3 Avatar Realm demon kings, the little girl became anxious on the spot and gritted her teeth to stay behind to break the back, letting him go as far away as he could. Although he was sorry in his heart, Sia Ji did not let go of this excellent opportunity. He righteously refused Ruosu's request for him to retreat and firmly stated that as long as I am here, not even an Avatar Realm demon king can harm you. Taking advantage of the little girl being moved to tears, Xiai wrapped the other party with a soft force and threw her far away, not giving her a chance to stay at all. After doing so, he rushed towards the 3 Avatar Realm Demon Kings, making a show of looking death in the face. Of course Ruosu was not willing to leave just like that, but she was also not willing to waste the chance to escape that Xiai had fought for her with his life. In the end, she still left with 3 steps and swore secretly in her heart that in the future, she must cut off her love, lust, cultivate hard. Sooner or later, one day, she would kill these 3 Avatar Realm Demon Kings and then martyr herself with Xiai. At the end of the story, after completely failing to perceive Ruosu's breath, Xiai flipped out on the spot, pressed the 3 Demon Kings who had previously flaunted their power to the ground and beat them up explosively, and then killed the demons to silence them, destroyed their bodies, and then faked the scene, and even left behind a few relics, to make the illusion that he had died of force. Finally, he gave up his trumpet and escaped, going incognito and changing his name. He admitted that his approach was rather unorthodox, iron scum of the earth, the kind that deserved to be hung from a streetlight. But, after getting out of the control-filled Ruosu, no longer have to worry about being checked out and interrogated life. Really good Xiai was so happy that he couldn't stop thinking about it, and he flirted with an unknown number of girls along the way. When he was so tired of playing, and happened to meet Hua Xieyue, he was able to wind down and had a daughter, Jojo, with the other party. Originally, time has passed for so long, Xiai would have almost forgotten about these flirtations when he was young. As a result, today suddenly saw the old lover of the year to find the door. 3 souls scared away most of the soul, if not seen a lot of the world. It is estimated that at this time cannot help but expose. The only thing he was thankful for was that after so much time had passed, he had changed quite a bit from the image he had when he was young, and his temperament was very different, so that unless he was particularly, exceptionally familiar with someone, he would never be able to recognize them at a glance. Plus he had a daughter now, so even if Ruosu felt a resemblance, she should only think it was a coincidence. So, the key now is to be calm, and calm again. Never show any cracks, much less act like you know her. Having been with Ruosu for so long, Xiai could know her character too well. It's not true that you're cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and it's not true that you're cynical. If he let the other party know that he had faked his death to get away that year just to get rid of her presence, it was estimated that the girl could black out on the spot, and it wasn't out of the question for her to explode on the spot. Xiai was originally guilty to her. If Ruosu really raised the sword to cut him, he can only dodge. Return hand is never able to return hand. Even with his strength nowadays, it is estimated that standing and letting her cut she can't cut. Not to mention, the daughter is still here. It's hard to get Jojo to be more intimate with herself, in case she exposes her once flirtatious and prodigal side in front of her. Natsuki simply couldn't dare to imagine that scene. You'll be despised, won't you? It's going to be despised, isn't it? From now on, they can't hold up their heads, even when Jojo grows up. Probably when they mention themselves, they will only say in disgust, a heartless and disgusting scum, is not my father or something like that. No way, mustn't end up in this field. No one can strip me of the good fatherly image I have in Jojo's eyes. Spell it out. Xiai secretly made up his mind, and only after his emotions calmed down did he look at Ruosu, pretending to be puzzled. I don't know who this Taoist friend is. Try one after another. I wonder if it's an illusion. Sia Jojo always felt as if the cheap old man's mood was strangely tense after this woman appeared. It's as if we're facing some kind of a flood, but that's not right either. This woman was only at the peak of the Avatar realm. Her own old man could even kill a quasi-emperor great demon like a dog, so it didn't make sense that he would be afraid of a mole in the Avatar realm, right? And, if I'm not mistaken, Pops should be feeling more guilty than intimidated right now. It was as if he owed this woman a great deal. There are circumstances. The little girl narrowed her eyes vigilantly, glancing back and forth between Ruosu and Xiai, her eyes full of suspicion. Natsuki certainly noticed this. The face remained calm, but only the heart had secretly screamed. Forgot about that. My own daughter ghost fine. Intuition is more accurate frightening. His acting skills can fool others, but really not necessarily can fool Jojo. If he fooled Ruosu but not Jojo, what was the point of acting like this? His scalp was numb, but he could only take one step at a time. The atmosphere in the field was eerie in its calmness. Not far away, realist Liayan's expression gradually became odd. No, it can't be what he thinks it is, can it? This famous fairy Ruosu, who was worshipped as a goddess by countless proud sons of heaven, was really having an affair with their patriarch's own father? The other loose cultivators in the surroundings couldn't help but look this way as well. There was no way around it, and Ruosu came with an aura of attention. Wherever she existed was the center of attention. Previously, she was indifferent when she was at the Haochi Sword Alliance's compound, but now she suddenly came to the Manhwa Sect's compound, and out of gossip, the group was curious as to what this female sword immortal was trying to do, and Ruosu was oblivious to the stares of the bystanders. She eyed Natsuki, the odd feeling in the back of her mind growing stronger. Familiarity. It's just too familiar. There were a lot of little things that weren't right yet, but she just had a gut feeling. It was as if a voice from the underworld said, "It's him, there's no mistaking it." But, can't be determined just yet, after all, there's no critical evidence. Thinking this way, she remained aloof and didn't reveal her thoughts at first, just slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely light, yet beautifully picturesque and shallow smile. And Ruosu, what is the name of the Taoist friend? Here it comes, here it comes. First try. Alarm bells were ringing in Xiaji's heart. On the surface, he did not move in life or death, and while touching his daughter's head, he smiled and said, "My name is LV Fengxian, and this is my daughter, LV Qiling. Goddamn LV Fengxian, goddamn Louis Yiling." Sia Jojo, who had her name changed on the spot by her own father, was confused for a moment. How did she not know her name was that? Also, why do you always have to pull people's hair out of their buns when you're just talking? The little girl subconsciously tried to struggle, but Xiajia's hand was as steady as a rock, and she simply couldn't break free. In the end, he could only glare at his cheap old dad with a depressed face, but he didn't exit his mouth to poke at his lies. Sia Jojo was now even more convinced of her previous guess. There's definitely something fishy going on between Cheap Daddy and this strange woman. Why else would he be afraid to even give his real name? And Ruosu had been quietly observing their father and daughter's reactions. She realized that this guest secretary named Lu Fengxian had a natural attitude when he said his name, and looked at her with a clear gaze, as if he were a stranger. The little girl next to him was a little less than happy, but I think it was because her hair was pulled out of her bun. Is it really not? And Ruosu couldn't help but doubt her instincts, but didn't give up lightly. Attitudes can be acted out, which says nothing. Her smile didn't diminish as she continued to probe. I wonder how old Taoist Lu is this year. Why don't you see a couple? This woman is so troublesome. Xiaji's heart was sad, but he still didn't show it. He also touched the head of Sia Jojo, naturally said, but the empty life of more than 300 years is just not compared to the Taoist friends. As for the home Taoist couple, because of something, so did not come with me. He paused and asked rhetorically, "You and I are but meeting for the first time. Mr. Lu doesn't think he has any outstanding qualities. I wonder why fellow Taoistin is here. As the saying goes, the best defense is an offense." Now, in this situation, it was determined not to cede the initiative of the matter to the other party, so as not to be led by her nose. Xiaji deliberately pointed out that you and I are just meeting for the first time. The subtle meaning is that we are just strangers, really not familiar with each other. So be polite. Don't be like checking my account. I don't know if Ruosu heard him or not. Her face was as usual. It's just that I see that you are quite similar to an old friend of mine that I haven't seen for a long time, so I wanted to come and get acquainted. She had said so it was really hard for Xiaji to refuse. As for the crowd of loose cultivators gathered around the side, they were already looking dumbfounded at this moment. The famous Ruosuan fairy, who was regarded as a goddess by countless celestial pride, would actually have a time when she was so proactive? Not only did she take the initiative to meet a man, but this man even has a daughter. If Fairy Anne's crazy suitors heard this news, would they not collectively vomit 3 liters of blood? In fact, some people are already getting upset at this moment. It was that Li Yuni who had been greatly disgraced by Lu Chaoran. He had always been an admirer of this elder and of his own family, and his greatest goal in life was to cultivate hard and break through the celestial realm as soon as possible, so that he could propose marriage to Eldarin at that time, and then embrace the beauty. Although he was only a sense of heaven realm rookie now, but people always have to have a dream. In case it is realized, possessiveness is extreme for a young boy of this age. It's especially hard to see your favorite member of the opposite sex talking to other men, coupled with the fact that Li Yuni was born into a famous family and was a genius from a young age. Growing up amidst the touting of people from all walks of life had caused him to lose himself somewhat. He had long listed Eldarin as his forbidden. Sour water bubbled up in his heart when he saw that his future daughter-in-law was paying so much attention to an unfamiliar cultivator. Xiaji's cultivation had long since reached the realm of realization, which could be called the unity of heaven and man, and if he didn't want to, it would be impossible for anyone to see through his cultivation. Li Yuni was certainly no exception. In his eyes, this guy was nothing more than a little white boy with a good face but a fragile breath to the extreme, not even comparable to the pride of heaven coming out of a prestigious sect like him, but it was such a little white boy that managed to attract Elder Anne's idea, while he, even if he were to learn how to open the peacock screen, the latter didn't even bother to give him a look. This kind of differentiation made Li Yuni jealous as hell. He was accustomed to running roughshod over the clan, and subconsciously wanted to jump out and give this little white boy a good look, only to snap back to his senses when he saw Enruosu's pretty face, which was slightly softer at the moment. I predicted your prediction. No, it can't be that reckless. Eldarin doesn't like arrogant and bossy men. He needs to be calm. Calm. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to barely calm the jealousy within him. Li Yuni forced himself to reveal a fluttering and elegant smile, crossed over to the middle of the two, and said aloud, "In fact, I also have the exact same intention. I wonder if you can give me face. You and I can get acquainted?" He turned his back to Enruosu. His tone was brash, but his gaze towards Xiaji was extremely unkind and vaguely threatening. "It's just a little white boy with a good skin. I advise you not to refuse the wine and take the penalty wine. If you dare to refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless and quietly doing away with you later." "Who is this being?" Natsuki frowned. The malice on Li Yuni's face was so thick that it was almost turning into substance. He wasn't blind, so of course he wouldn't be unable to feel it. Originally this was only between him and Enruosu. This little cutie, suddenly jumping out to disgust people. Xiaji, this could not be tolerated. "Who are you? What do you call a Taoist friend? Am I familiar with you? Obviously already have the invincible strength of the world. Meet trouble and still be coy." This is not the style of Xiaji. He was tired of playing the pig and eating tiger routine decades ago, and dealing with an ant that didn't know how high the sky was. It was better to just run him over. Li Yuni's face was a bit ugly. Obviously, he hadn't even expected this little white boy to be so cross, ignoring his threats not to mention, but also daring to fall on his face. It's not even if it falls on his face. This is in front of Eldarin. If he swallowed his anger and became a wimp, would he still have the face to appear in front of Eldarin in the future? Whether it was for the sake of his own face or to hold a beautiful woman, Li Yuni did not intend to swallow this breath. He was also pampered from a young age, and his threatening words came out of his mouth. "Fellow Daoist is so arrogant. Is it possible that he is looking down on my Li family? Looking down on my vast Qi sword alliance? Kinda has some brains and knows to cap people first instead of coming up and screaming about it." Although Xiaji's words were indeed arrogant, if he came up and beat this little white boy to death, not to mention whether the surrounding onlookers of the casual cultivators would think that he was going too far, Eldarin alone would not be able to pass the barrier. Randomly killing people. Impressions are expected to be pulled right down to the minimum, but not if you find a justification for your outburst. "I want to get to know you. You open your mouth and spray me. Are you looking down on the family behind me? Are you looking down on the Haochi sword alliance behind me? Rounding up. This is insulting my family, cursing my master. It's a great feud that won't end in death, and I'm bothering you out of moral justice. That's not too much, is it?" No one can pick a fault. If he accidentally hit too hard during the sparring session, others would only think that he was angry, which is understandable. Li Yuni had even fantasized about Eldarin impressing him after today and letting him have his wish. When he thought of this, his gaze towards Xiaji became more and more grim. "Daddy, he's got a nasty look in his eye." Natsu Jojo wrinkled her nose and tugged on the corner of Natsuji's coat without a care in the world. The little girl was arrogant. She was always the only one who threatened others. When did anyone dare to threaten her father? "I think he's a pain in the ass too. So how about daddy steps in and teaches him a lesson?" Xiaji laughed lowly and pinched his daughter's cheeks, his tone doting, worthy of being his own seed. No matter what, he firmly stood on a united front with him. This baby didn't suffer in vain. "Good. Daddy, I want to see it." Sia Jojo blinked her big clear eyes and said softly, "Ha ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." On the other end, Li Yuni had already laughed in anger. He coldly looked at Xiaji and said grimly, "But just a vase with an empty pair of good skin. How dare you have such a big mouth and still want to teach me a lesson? I will stand here today. See how you teach me a lesson." Bang! There was a loud bang. Xiaji is still standing quietly in the same place, but Li Yuni does not know when he flew backwards more than 10 miles away. Life and death unknown. He'd long since gotten tired of pretending to be in the face. If you don't like an ant, you can just crush it to death. Don't you have to wait for him to finish his lines? What a joke. Li Yuni is considered to be a good life. These days Xiaji cultivate his body, plus his daughter is still beside him, to avoid teaching little children. So he does not intend to kill people indiscriminately. Just kicked him out of the past. Powder fracture all over the body just, with the means of the Xian fantasy world, lying in bed for a few years to convalesce, should also be almost recovered. Everyone's hearts fluttered when they saw this scene. With the exception of the 10,000 Flames sect, they had long known the strength of Xiaji. That was a superb man who could rub the original patriarch on the ground 100 times, bullying a peak sense of heaven realm Li Yuni only. Was it not a breeze? But not the others. Most of the people who came to participate in the secret realm today were scattered cultivators. Their strength was not very strong. The highest was less than the sacred transformation realm. In their eyes, even goods like Li Yuni was already a rare and powerful person. He ended up getting knocked out like a chicken and a dog, and he didn't even finish his lines, and with so many people, they couldn't even see Xiaji's striking movements. Even Ruosu was no exception. She was a great cultivator at the peak of the Avatar realm, only one step away from breaking through to the level of the realist of the Rising Flame, and of all the people present, even Elder Lian wasn't necessarily a match for her. But even so, it's still hard to see. Xiaji just stood there as if he had never moved, but Li Yuni just flew out strangely. Even the breath shriveled to the extreme in an instant, to the extent that it barely retained a breath and would fall completely if it crossed the line slightly, but it could still be recovered with timely treatment. Other than that, this control of power alone was enough to amaze Ruosu. Is he really the one? Once again, and Ruosu couldn't help but be skeptical. It's similar in every way, but there's something about it that's not. Taking this incident just now alone, if it was that person, when facing Li Yuni's provocation, he would have chickened out and not said a word, waiting for him to finish reciting his lines, and only when he was at his most ambitious, would he step in and directly shatter all of his pride. What's this trick called? That's right, it's dress up as a pig. However, Xiaji had just struck out harshly and decisively without the slightest hesitation. The attitude towards Li Yuni was like treating an impatient bug, full of carelessness. The gap between the two was just too great for Ruosu to catch. Little did he know that a large part of the reason why Xiaji had struck so decisively had to do with her presence. As long as all my demeanor is very different from my infantile self, you should be able to deny your suspicions, right? This wave is me anticipating your anticipation. Sister, you've lost your character. And Ruosu was still undeterred. This man called Lu Fengxian gave her a really weird feeling. That feeling of familiarity mixed with strangeness was as if he had done it on purpose. If Xiaji knew what she was thinking right now, she would probably break out in a cold sweat. Women's intuition is horrible. His natural acting skills absolutely no problem. Put into the previous life, small gold man movie star can get soft, but even in this case, but with unreasonable intuition. And Ruosu surprisingly also spied out the beginnings of his disguise. In short, the female sword immortal wasn't going to give up easily. She was going to keep trying. As for your claim that Xiaji had just knocked Li Yuni away and fell on the face of the vast sword alliance? Stop it. Where did Emir Li Yuni get the qualification to represent the vast Qi sword alliance? As long as she didn't lose, the vast Qi sword alliance wouldn't lose. The light smile on her pretty face, which had always been unsmiling, didn't stop now, and Ruosu calmly said, "Fellow Taoist doesn't have to be so repulsive. I don't have any malicious intent. It's really because you are exceptionally similar to my late friend, so I want to get acquainted with you." If it was an aside cultivator, in the face of Fairy Anne's undisguised show of affection, he probably would have been unable to resist surrendering his arms long ago. But Natsuki was different. He was too strong-willed to be knocked down by this kind of hitchhiking that wasn't even sugar-coated. Really don't have to. Holding his daughter's hand, Xiaji firmly but euphemistically said, "I have some fear of the interior, also do not want to cause anger to the Taoist couple, so always will be on other female cultivators to retreat. Fairy and reputation in the world, want to become your friend, from here can row all the way to the swallowing of Inflammation Mountain. There is no need to hold on to a no-name casual cultivator such as me, not let go, to be able to defeat Li Yuni with a speed that even I can't see. It's not something that just any nameless casual cultivator can do." And Ruosu was nonchalant. Fellow Taoist is too self-effacing. Damn, why is this woman so obsessed now? Hasn't she always been 3 miles away from outsiders? Natsuki was a bit frantic. If he continued to be so aggressive, he really wouldn't be able to resist. The smile on his face grew forced. Xiaji snorted. Maybe that's the power of a father's love. After all, if my daughter wants to see me beat him up, then I must beat him up. Aside to Sia Jojo? Can you find a better excuse? Most of the casual cultivators next to them also had odd faces, seemingly holding back their laughter. Li Yuni was no longer arrogant and domineering, but he was also a genuine heaven-sensing realm cultivator. And among the people present, excluding a few leading elders, there were really not many people who were his opponents. If they could violently beat up such a rare heavenly pride just because of their father's love, then they would want to have daughters as well. And Ruosu, however, didn't laugh, but just said lightly, "I only feel that you are more like that late friend. Same flowery mouth, same venomous tongue." Natsuki was silent. He couldn't wait to slap himself. Much ado about nothing. And the words of the old fathers were true. This woman before or half believe half doubt state, but now believe obviously more than doubt. Always feel that soon will be overturned. How to do? I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Ryoga let out a bitter laugh. I wonder where exactly did Mr. Lu offend Fairy and that the fairy would hate me so much that she would be aggressive. This wave? This wave is portraying victimhood and incidentally changing the subject. Never let this woman's train of thought continue anyway. Fellow Daoist is serious. And Ruosa thought for a moment and felt that it was indeed a bit too obvious to test the waters like this, and that maybe she would startle the snakes. Simply change the method. How about this? You only need to answer a few questions for me, and I'll leave here. How about it? Xiaji was frantically calculating gains and losses in his head. After a moment, it was alert. A few questions? Even this catty look is exactly like that guy. And Ruosa smiled helplessly. 3, just 3. 3, then. Xiaji sighed in relief. He really didn't want to continue to tangle with this woman. It seemed like he could reveal himself at any time. First question. And Ruosa raised a slender, onion-white finger and waved it in front of him. Do you know someone named Xiaji? It's about the same size as you. Never heard that name before. Xiaji did not change his face and denied without thinking. Sia Jojo, who was on the side, gave him an untraceable look, having a full realization of her old dad's thick skin. To be able to tell a lie so calmly, one can only say, no. Such and Ruosa tilted her head, a strand of long hair scattered on her shoulders, a kind of gentle beauty. Say it is not afraid of your joke, although it is a deceased person. In fact, it is also a lover. We have long been privately engaged, but then he mysteriously disappeared, but also really let a person's head ache. The secret news that was enough to shock the entire cultivation world was just so lightly spoken by her, and the eyes of the onlookers were glazed over. Farian actually admitted in person that she had a private lover? Boy, such a big melon. If her fervent suitors knew about it, they would not be able to break the sky. Natsuki was unmoved. So, that's kinda a shame. Yeah, it's kinda a shame. And Ruosa guffawed, as if she was able to relax completely in front of him. A stranger, obviously cheating on my feelings, yet halfway through the process. Such a heartless man. If he's captured, he must be properly concocted, right? What do you say, fellow Taoist Lu? That's a threat, right? This must be a threat. To dare to make such a horrible declaration to a stranger before one is fully sure of one's identity. One really can't admit one's true identity, or else people will die. It will definitely kill people. Xiaji couldn't care less about hiding his flirtatious past in front of his daughter at this time. To be more precise, he couldn't hide it if he wanted to, regardless of how Jojo would look at him in the future. It was imperative to hurry up and get through this. The father-daughter relationship could continue to be maintained later, but if this crazy woman really found out her identity, that would be the most troublesome thing. Xiaji was silent for a while, before revealing an approving smile. Yes, even a beauty like Farian can mercilessly abandon her. This kind of heartless man, if I meet him, I will definitely kill the thief with my hands and take revenge for the fairy. This wave calls me to curse myself. That's what I think. 2. Do you think that man is blind? And Ruosa lifted the long hair on the shoulder. Obviously is extremely simple action. By her to do out but exceptionally soft and beautiful. Or, he has a dark disease in his body? Excessive. It's really over the top. You're the one with the disease. Your whole family has a disease. The smile on Natsuki's face crumbled a bit. This woman is so ruthless. It's almost vicious. Why didn't I realize she was so dark in the first place? Worthless. The persona is crumbling. The collapse is simply out of bounds. Can you imagine the scene where Farian Ruosuan, who has always presented herself as a cool person, discusses the matter of the dark disease with a man she met for the first time as if it were nothing? It wasn't just Xiaji who couldn't hold it together, but the melon eaters were also a little bit unable to hold it together, and Ruosu didn't mind at all the gaze of the bystanders, and still said as if nothing had happened. But it doesn't matter. But it's a pity that soon after I made up my mind to be married to him, I realized that I was pregnant, and then I gave birth to a daughter, but I could no longer see my own father. Don't you think so, Aji? Natsu Jojo sniffed with a shocked face. She looked at Xiaji in disbelief. Her face full of you even went behind my back and had another cub outside. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I never even touched you in the first place. Natsuki, who couldn't bear it anymore, ended his voice abruptly. Screw it. A moment's mouthful of words, and all the previous work is lost. On the contrary, and Ruosu was still looking at him in a good manner, then smiled slightly. Good what? Well, practice well. Every day? A drop of cold sweat was left on Xiaji's forehead as he looked at Ruosu's pretty face that seemed to be smiling, and drew the corners of his mouth. If this is all a misunderstanding, will you believe me? Is it exhilaration, nervousness, or rustiness to finally reunite with the person you've been thinking about for so long? Sadly, the above emotions, through and through. Fairy Anne's response to this was, Tianya, sheath your sword. Tianya was the name of the sword she was carrying, passed down from the current Lord of the Sword Alliance, and one of the few divine weapons in the world, specialize in cutting down negative people. Do not think about those sad and happy, Nor do I think about those lovesick red beans. What Ruosu wants to do the most nowadays is to take the dog man in front of her, who lied to herself not to mention that she quietly had a child with another wild woman, and pretended to be unrecognizable after the reunion. Cut. Song. 108. Blocks. Stop. In the end or did not escape the sanction of the Shura. In the Tianya has not yet sheathed the time. Xiaji has already grabbed the first pounce on the now anger value EX fairy and overwhelmed. The movement of the keen, as if a see the master homecoming of the golden hair. Let go. The girl's pretty face contained fury, and her delicate eyebrows were already tinted with scarlet, but she still glared hatefully at the golden hair that was pressing on top of her, trying to shark him off with her eyes. Then promise first that you won't keep at it after you let go. Xiaji bargained with her. He had just thrown a boundary at his feet in passing. Now only the two of them existed in this space. The purpose was to discuss with her properly without interference. Still holding the girl's limbs down, he said righteously, I have a reason. Bitterness? Fairy Highness was almost laughed at by the anger, and said in a chilling voice, hundreds of years without a trace. I had thought that you were killed a long time ago, and gave up all the external things, and tried to cultivate again and again, just to avenge you, and then hanged yourself to death. But what about you? Disappeared for hundreds of years looks like living a very nourishing even the daughter has. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Should not disturb the happy life of your family of three. No, you're just in time. Xiaji's mind suddenly thought of that famous scene, but his mouth still honestly admitted his mistake. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Okay, trying to get rid of me with an apology. Xiaji, in your eyes, just how cheap am I? And Ruosu still hadn't lost her temper. Anyone who found out that they had been lied to by someone they loved dearly for hundreds of years, and that person was still on the loose for hundreds of years, having children with other wild women, would probably be as cranky as she was right now. Of course she knew that she couldn't beat Xiaji, but so what? Thoughts and grudges that had been accumulated for hundreds of years were not something that could go away so easily. As the source of it all, isn't it only natural to take it all on? No, I'm the cheapest one. I'm the one. You're the most precious. Auntie. Summer Pole grimaced bitterly. It couldn't be helped. It was true that he was invincible, but there was no way he could take out that strength on a woman he was guilty of, right? Men are always helpless when it comes to a woman who loves them dearly. Ha! And Ruosu sneered twice and didn't say anything, but it was this kind of attitude that was the most problematic for Natsuki, and Ruosu actually didn't do anything wrong, although she was a bit more controlling, but she really had no words for him. Considerate, more willing to put down the face of Tianjiao for him. Washing her hands for soup. Apart from her personality, she is a perfect candidate for a wife. Even if he couldn't stand this desire to control, he could have asked for a breakup in the first place. There was no need to use such a stupid method. It is true that the dead recluse is happy for a while, but the crematorium afterward, and the ancients are not deceived. The debt that should be paid, sooner or later, must be paid, and there is no way to hide from it. I've owed and lied to others for hundreds of years, and now the girl wants to vent her frustration. Isn't that too much to ask? You can't hit, you can't scold, and in the end, you can only coax? Xiaji carefully tried. Why don't you hit me to take the heat? Regardless of his past life and present life, he is actually not very good at coaxing girls. Young tease and Ruosu with those words of love. But also the past life seems to be the pressure does not consider the applicability of a swarm of smashing up on the end of the matter. Couldn't really think of what exactly to do to take the edge off of her in this situation. Beat you? Beat you can make up for my hundreds of years of waiting? When it comes to this and Ruosu was angry. Do you want me to get rid of the anger or do you want me to be more angry? Beat you do not heartache yourself, I still heartache it. She sometimes felt quite worthless, as if she had been held by this man all her life. Obviously, he had decided before that he would give him a good time and let him know the price of deceiving himself. But after Xiaji had only slightly said a few soft words, she began to soften her heart, and was even actively making excuses for him. During these hundreds of years of waiting, and Ruosu had also thought back to her own shortcomings, such as too much jealousy and too much desire to control. 1 day or 2 days is fine, but after a long time, a normal man can't stand it. It's no wonder that Natsuki ended up preferring to die and hide to get rid of her. If she had been more generous in the first place, wouldn't it have ended up like this? Maybe so much time has passed that their children have grown up. Of course, soft heart to soft heart. This kind of words certainly cannot be said. Otherwise this asshole tale will not be up to the sky. And Ruosu said coldly, how are you going to compensate me? That's a good question. I don't know how to make up for it. Xiaji thought for a moment and tried. A magic treasure? It's enough for me to have Tenya. Divine warrior? Use Tenga. The feats? It couldn't be helped. Other than these 3 old things, Xiaji couldn't think of any good compensation for a while. Stepmother and stepdaughter. and Ruosu finally couldn't stand this dog-straight man anymore. She laughed back in anger and grabbed Xiaji's collar. Don't know how to compensate? Fine. I'll tell you. It's easy to want me not to be angry. Pay yourself back. If she went by seniority, she was actually the first woman to accompany Xiaji. It's impossible not to be angry when you see your longed-for lover having a child with another woman. Obviously she was here first. Even if it's a child, she should be the one to have it. The logic was so perfect that Xiaji was powerless to refute it. In fact, it's a rare and ravishing experience, and Ruosu was already a beautiful woman, and because of her years of practicing the sword, her body was also tall enough to have material. Coupled with her iceberg-cold temperament, she was the one that attracted men's desire for conquest the most. If he were younger, Natsuki would probably have obeyed, but not now. The good girl is still out there, rolling in bed with another woman in front of his daughter? Although there is a boundary present, Sia Jojo can't see it. But, if this kind of thing is really done, it is estimated that he can't raise his head in front of his daughter in this life. For the sake of his image as a loving father, Xiaji resolutely refused this great temptation. Female monks, please don't. I'll promise you anything but this. But I don't want anything but this. And Ruosu answered quickly. But looking at Natsuki's resistant expression, she still bit her lip and couldn't help but soften her voice. I know you can't take it right now for a while, but I'll give you plenty of time to prepare. She had already taken a step back, so anyway, this time, don't even think you can leave me. It's kind of hard to get. Natsuki had a headache. All he wants now is to be a good father and put Jojo on the right path, so that he can stop thinking about conquering the world, and really doesn't have that kind of free time to talk about love. But the other girl has already said this. If she continues to refuse, this behavior is cruel, or not to say first, Xiaji is also afraid that she will blacken again and do something irreparable. At the end of the day, he decided to calm her down first. Good, but there is one thing you have to promise me. In front of Jojo, you are not allowed to be too intimate with me. In short, all the actions that tend to teach little children. Xiaji added. He is not a eunuch, and Ruosu, this kind of completely long in his aesthetic beauty of the big beauty of the obscene poor paste, is a man cannot top. But his daughter was his bottom line. Xiaji could never do such a thing as getting close to any woman other than her mother in front of his daughter. While it may be pretentious to say so, a more pretentious bottom line is better than no bottom line at all. Jojo? Is that our daughter's name? It's beautiful. A long-cherished dream has finally been realized. And Ruosu smiled sweetly. The high and cold iceberg of the past had long ago been lost to nowhere. The corners of Natsuki's mouth twitched. Hey, what the hell is our daughter? Why do you women still fight snakes? And Ruosu, however, took it for granted. You are my recognized Taoist partner. Your daughter is my daughter. Isn't this a very reasonable thing? Where's the sense in that? Natsuki took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with her on this issue. Sort out your clothes first. I'll undo the knot later. Just now. In order to stop the blackened and Ruosu from pulling out a knife and slashing people, Xiaji pounced on her in a hurry and pressed her to the ground, even messing up her clothes quite a bit. Hell, if Jojo would get the wrong idea if he just went out like that. And Russo didn't continue to hit straight balls. It was satisfying to finally reunite with the person she had been daydreaming about for so long to get to where she was today. Continuing to be aggressive would be a bit much and might still backfire. So she gave a submissive hum and quickly straightened her slightly disheveled clothing. Xiaji didn't continue to waste any more time. Staying alone with her like this was a really big psychological pressure. With a wave of his hand, he removed the boundary and was relieved to see the blue sky and white clouds. In broad daylight, at least he didn't have to worry about Ruosa doing something to him. Those who were eating the melon crowd before fell through and dispersed, returning to their seats. I don't know if it was because the people from the 10,000 Flames sect had just made a move to drive them away. Anyway, they were the only ones in the neighborhood right now. Xiaji just looked up and saw his daughter standing not far away, her arms wrapped around her chest, looking at him with a contemptuous gaze. It's finally over? I thought you guys were going to stay in there all day. Ahem, stinky girl, what are you talking about? Xiaji almost choked to death by her words, and without any good humor, he pulled his daughter's hair as a punishment. Then he coughed lightly again and pointed to Ruosu on the side. This is your, ahem, Antian. Yeah, bad old dad. How dare you call me a stinky girl for another woman? Who knew that Char Jojo didn't care about Ruosa's existence at all? The little girl's eyes reddened and her little mouth flattened, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Natsuki only felt a headache. What can he do? His own daughter, for crying out loud, had to be spoiled. Holding the little girl in her arms for a good time to comfort her, bowing her head and admitting her faults, signing countless unequal treaties, and also promising to bake her a real dragon to eat sometime. Only then did Sia Jojo break down into a smile, humming twice, saying that she wouldn't bother with him. After all this was done, Xiaji realized that he had already left Ruosua to dry for 10 minutes. Sorry, girl, unintentional mistake. Unintentional mistake. Not knowing what to apologize for, Xiaji could only embarrassingly muddle through with a harumph in the end. It's fine, with the relationship you and I have, there's no need to care about these petty things. And Ruosu smiled sweetly and looked at Sia Jojo beside him, like every stepmother who sees her stepdaughter for the first time, and said with a smile, "Is this Jojo? It's really a cute name. My name is Ruosu. You can call me Sister Sue, or you can call me Mother." Mother? Mother? The shock of 3 views shattered appeared on Sia Jojo's cute little face. She subconsciously looked towards Xiaji next to her, and realized that although the other party was full of helplessness, he did not retort, and her heart was instantly enlightened. That's right. So, this self-made woman who appeared out of nowhere was actually a fling from Pop's youth? Although there had been speculation for a long time, when this matter was actually confirmed, Sia Jojo still couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. Man. I don't know what kind of mentality it was, for in Ruosu's initiative to show her kindness, the little girl didn't generate any hostility. This is, after all, a square metaphysical world, neither a patriarchal society nor a feminist society, but a powerful society. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right. It was normal for powerful cultivators, both male and female, to have a few more Dao couples. The relics are open, and with the next appointment, though it felt like Cheap Pops was always blabbering and hadn't got a straight face yet. However, Sia Jojo had to admit that Xiaji's own conditions were actually extremely outstanding. First of all, good looking, the kind of good looking that is comfortable to look at and doesn't look sharp. When you change into a white coat, you are a fluttering gentleman, slightly shaking a paper fan, the celebrity's natural style. Secondly, strength. Even with her eyesight, she hadn't even scratched the surface of what realm Xiaji was actually at now. But one thing was certain, even if she now regained all the cultivation she once had as a supreme heavenly demon, she would not be a match for Pops. Finally, character. Even the most disliked by Sia Jojo for not having a proper form was only relative. In fact, most of the time Xiaji still acted very dependable, as if as long as he was with him, he didn't have to worry about anything. This sense of reassurance is one of the rarest and most valuable, and a key factor that is most difficult for the opposite sex to reject. When a male cultivator with good looks, strength, and an okay personality appeared, it was only natural that he would attract so many heavenly maidens. At the same time, foot in several boats, shelved summer pole previous life is certainly Iron Slagman. This hat absolutely did not run. Takeoff also cannot take off. But in this side of the strength of the metaphysical world, as long as you are able to fight enough, more than a few dogs, will only be reduced to a beautiful talk. Flirtation since the beginning of the end cannot be a derogatory term. This woman in front of me is not bad looking, and her body is not bad, and she has everything she should have, especially her temperament, cold and clear, so it is no wonder that she can charm her old man, although she disliked the fact that she just had an extra cheap mother. But, as soon as she thought of all the sulking she had previously received under her old dad, Sia Jojo forced herself to show a cute smile and said sweetly, "Sister Sue is good." She decided, from today onwards, it is important to have a good relationship with all of Pop's flings. That way when Xiaji bullies her in the future, she won't be afraid of not having any help. I'm a very resourceful person. Sia Jojo's smile grew sweeter as she gloated, and Ruosu felt adorable. No one can resist a cute little girl. No one. What's more, the little girl is still her lover's daughter, under the love of the house. She simply can't wait to carry Sia Jojo home and raise her now, lest Xiaji, the iron-strayed man, teach her good daughter to be crooked. She bowed down and stayed on a plane with Sia Jojo, gently pinching the little girl's bud-like pink cheeks. "Jojo is so good. Sister Sue gave you a gift, okay? A gift? I'm not sleepy if you're going to say that." Sia Jojo was instantly energized. Even her smile was quite sincere. Good, because he came out in a hurry. The storage ring was only filled with some of the most basic pills or magic treasures, and Ruosu rummaged around for a while before finding an ice bracelet, cast with 10,000 years of Xian ice, worn on the body. It has the effect of condensing the spirit and quieting the mind, avoiding going off the rails, and is considered to be a nice piece of magic treasure. Most importantly, the bracelet is a beautiful style, perfect for a young girl of this age to wear. It was the first time that Sia Jojo had received such a gift, although Xiaji is also very good to her, but after all, he is a straight man, and does not know how to give gifts to create a surprise type of maneuver, coupled with the fact that the bracelet did look very nice, so the little girl happily accepted it, and obediently thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Sue, like it." And Ruosu touched her head and was about to say something else when a rumbling sound came from the entrance of the secret realm not far away. It was like the earth's dragon turning over, and it shook like thunder. It lasted a quarter of an hour before it stopped. I don't know who suddenly shouted, the secret realm is open. The scattered cultivators who had been waiting calmly earlier suddenly surged towards the entrance like mad, fearing that the treasures would be taken away by others if they were a step slow. Disciples from famous sects like the vast Chi Sword Alliance or the 10,000 Fires sect were not in much of a hurry. After all, they understand the news must be more comprehensive than these loose cultivators. The secret realm is so big, the treasures are just that much. It's not possible to just put it at the entrance and wait for you to grab it, right? What kind of chance one could obtain in the end still depended on one's own skills, and there was no use in hurrying. Elder Sia will lead his disciples to go ahead. Seeing that these few people would probably have to wait for a while before they could finish their conversation, Elder Lion took the first step and proposed to take his leave. Xia Ji didn't refuse and nodded. Go, be safe. Then came Ruosu. She was the leading elder sent by the vast Chi Sword Alliance today. Although it was tempting to continue to stay with Xia Ji, after all, there were still so many disciples behind him that he couldn't just ignore them. So, even though she was no longer reluctant, and Ruosu decided to get down to business first. Anyway, the person had already been caught by her, and couldn't run away even if she wanted to, and there were still long days ahead, so there was no hurry at all. Nodding towards Xia Jie, she said, then I'll leave first as well. The disciples of the Sword Alliance still need me to protect them from the side. Business is important. Business is important. Xia Ji couldn't wait for her to hurry up and leave. There was just too much going on today and he just wanted to be left alone to calm down. And Ruoso grunted, annoyed at his attitude that he couldn't wait to kick himself out, but didn't say much. She squatted down, touched Sia Jojo's head, and earnestly admonished, Jojo should only have just built her foundation now, right? When you break through the nascent soul realm, remember to ask your father to bring you to the vast Chi Sword Alliance to find me. There is a sword chi pool in the Sword Alliance, which is very effective in forging the body to build a foundation, and also removes magazines from the body, which will have many benefits for you. A large reason why the vast Chi Sword Alliance could develop into the behemoth it was today was because of the existence of this sword chi pool. It was said that when the old ancestor of the mountain was an unearthly genius of the sword path, it only took 900 years to break through the Emperor realm, breaking the shackles of not entering the Emperor within 1,000 years in one fell swoop, shocking the world. Before he ascended to the upper realm, for the sake of the clan, he left behind such a sword chi pool to nurture the geniuses of his descendants, because the sword chi pool will always be depleted one day. So within the Haochi Sword Alliance to enter the sword chi pool cultivation of the disciple quota has always been very dead, such as Li Yuni that kind of goods, although in the eyes of outsiders has been a well-deserved genius, but there is no qualification to enter the sword chi pool. However, this was not a big deal to Ruosu. After all, she had basically been internalized as the next alliance leader of the Sword Alliance, so she was still able to make decisions on this matter. It was estimated that the other top echelons of the Sword Alliance wouldn't take it to heart when they found out about it. After all, in their eyes, how much could a little girl who was only in the innate realm absorb even if she absorbed the sword chi from the sword chi pool? It can't be sucked dry. Okay, thanks Susan. Sia Jojo's voice was soft and sticky. She was now becoming more and more attached to her old man, the flirt of her youth. What kind of angel is it to give gifts and arrange for a back door as soon as you meet? How did such a nice flower get stuck on Pops back in the day? The little girl thought regretfully in her heart, but the bargain was still to be taken. Daughters are meant to be bullied. One last reluctant glance at Natsuki, and Ruoso still led the disciples of the vast Sword Alliance into the secret realm. Seeing her back getting farther and farther away and finally disappearing completely, Xia Ji finally sighed in relief. Damn, that was thrilling. All of this today was simply exciting, and his entire body was on the verge of vanishing. Are you that happy to see Sister Su leave? Dad? Sia Jojo skimmed her mouth on the side and gave him a look of feigned contempt. How could I have a father as scummy as you? Hey, what do you mean by scum? Stinky girl, have you made up your own father like that? Natsuki's face was a little hard to hang on to. Annoyed, he grabbed the little girl's hair by the bun she had just recently tied up and messed it up for her once again. Childish. Sia Jojo hummed softly, protecting her little grips, not wanting to get into it with him. Taking people's hands is soft, eating people's mouth is short. After receiving so many benefits from Ruosu, she was still quite fond of this gentle and pretty girl with a high cool side. Aren't creatures like Pops meant to be mocked anyway? Ha, I'm childish. Familiarly, Xiaopol smiled coldly and said mercilessly, fine, then you'll find someone who isn't childish to grill true dragon meat for you to eat. Natsu Jojo was dumbfounded. Wow, you people, what a way to go. Surprisingly, it comes with an outlier? Do you think I will give in if you threaten me like this? I'm telling you, give in and give in QWQ. She hugged Xia Ji's thigh, tearfully looking up at him. Daddy, good daddy, it's Jojo who's wrong. The childish person is Jojo, and daddy has nothing to do with it. The little tone was extraordinarily pleasing. It had already disgraced the face of being a heavenly demon at one time. If I had known this, why would I have bothered? Xiaji laughed and stroked the cat's head. That's what makes her father's good daughter. The little girl gritted her teeth. But the situation was stronger than others, and for the sake of her stomach, she could only force a sweet smile and be pathetically cute. This little crybaby look obviously pleases the unscrupulous old man. Xiaji was in a good mood. Although his daughter was to be spoiled, it was still fun to bully her once in a while. Even the depression from those previous inadvertent cartwheels dissipated quite a bit. Father and daughter played around for a while longer, and when they came back to the outside world, only the two of them remained. All the other cultivators had already gone into the secret realm to seek their own opportunities. Xiaji also did not intend to continue wasting time, holding Jojo's hand and similarly walking into the secret realm. His expression relaxed to the extreme, not nervous at all. It's not unusual. The master behind this secret realm was an avatar realm cultivator, certainly an extraordinary powerhouse in that group of loose cultivators, but to Xiaji, there was no difference between the avatar realm and the quasi-emperor realm. It's all slap in the face stuff anyway. The reason why he brought Jojo to this secret realm to take a look at it was purely for the sake of dispersing his mind, and he couldn't see the chances inside. After all, when he was young, he was not invincible, and could only rely on his talent to fight for the future. This kind of secret realm he did not see too much, and now he has long been strange. But Charlotte is different. In her last life, she was born as a heavenly demon, and her strength was incomparably strong right after her birth. And even if she didn't cultivate, she would automatically become stronger, and she was simply at peace with herself. People were prone to laziness when they were turned on, and Sky Demon was no exception. In her last life, the most common thing that Sia Jojo did was to sleep it for dozens of hundreds of years, and then wake up and realize that she had broken through. Such a life may sound wonderful, but it is not without its disadvantages. For example, because the cultivation was too simple, Sia Jojo's combat experience was completely incomparable to those cultivators of the same realm who had killed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood with a single sword. She might only be able to exert 1/10 of her power when she had an Emperor Realm cultivation, but someone else with an Emperor Realm cultivation could exert 100%. The group of people who had surrounded her back then hadn't actually reached her level. It was only because the other party was experienced in battle and was able to fully bring their battle power into play, coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered and coordinated with each other. And in the end, they also grabbed the first move, that they were able to cross the line and kill her. The book returns to the subject. Sia Jojo didn't have any experience in entering the secret realm, so this outing today was something new to her. Looking east, looking west, wanting to touch everything, completely a look of an unseen earth doll. Zaji was happy to take it easy too. He wasn't really much of a babysitter and was still a new dad. Since his daughter was having fun all by herself, it was actually just what he wanted. Let Jojo look if she wants to look. Let her touch if she wants to touch. Anyway, with him guarding from the side, no matter what dangers they encountered, they would be suppressed and crushed by him at the first opportunity. There's no way around it. Confident men, they're just so powerful. Also thanks to Xiaji's presence, even if he didn't turn on his own pressure, there wasn't any ungrateful magical beasts living in the secret realm along the way that dared to rush up and send them to their deaths. There was a difference between magical beasts and demonic beasts. Demonic beasts are capable of transforming into human bodies after becoming powerful, while magical beasts cannot, and if there are no accidents, they can only maintain their demonic forms for the rest of their lives, and because of this, they are generally very powerful. The owner of the secret realm was an avatar realm powerhouse in his lifetime, and the secret realm that he opened up was filled with a number of powerful magical beasts, the least of which had the cultivation of the 9th level of the innate. Even, Xiaji could clearly perceive that in the deepest part of the secret realm, there was a magical beast at the early stage of the avatar realm, only that it was currently in a dormant state, so it must have been the secret realm's master who left behind the backhand of suppressing the secret realm. Jojo had a good time walking along the way. There wasn't much treasure in this secret realm, but the scenery was still quite nice, with mountains and water, and occasionally one could see colorful butterflies dancing in the flowers. It goes without saying that this landscape is naturally lethal to little girls. Summer Jojo looked at the two eyes glowing, cheered and jumped up to catch butterflies, although these butterflies looked weak and feeble, and seemed to be able to blow away with a gust of wind. In fact, each of them possessed the innate realm cultivation, and were also a kind of magical beasts, only that they were gentle in nature and would not attack humans. Because of the wings, they are very agile. Jojo busy half a day, but did not catch a wing? Angry little mouth puckered up. Simply can hang oil bottle. Xiaji was right next to him, watching the scene with a smile on his face, and didn't take the initiative to help his daughter catch butterflies. He was waiting for Jojo to beg him. Unfortunately, the little girl didn't know what kind of drug she was on today. Pressing on, he didn't intend to ask Pops for help. and summoned up enough energy to try to catch a beautiful butterfly on his own, his little body jumping and bouncing, not to mention how adorable he was. That scratch lasted half an hour. Jojo, if you really can't do it, it's not impossible to spill your guts and ask for your father's help. Watching the little girl tired out with a forehead full of sweat, Sia Ji smiled, seemingly kindly reminding a sentence. Brigand, I don't want your help. I can do it. A soft grunt. Natsu Jojo decisively rejected Bad Eyes Pop's flirting. I hope you catch a butterfly of your own before sundown. Being rejected, Natsuki wasn't angry. He shrugged and leaned against a tree, continuing to watch his daughter flutter butterflies like bean. Stinky old dad wants to see me laugh, so I can't let him have his way. Sia Jojo secretly made up her mind in her heart. It could be that even God is helping her. The butterflies that had been alive and well before now wilted. Even the frequency of flapping their wings slowed down quite a bit. Looking breathless, the little girl's heart was glad. Sure enough, that's what she said. This swarm of butterflies had been flying around in the sky for so long that they were bound to get more and more tired by the end of the day. And that's when her chance came. She held her breath and watched with dead eyes as one of the butterflies slowly flew to rest on a petal, subconsciously easing her breathing. It's now. The little girl made a flying leap, her figure tracing a perfect arc in the air. Boom! The first thing that happened was a loud, earth-shaking noise. Damn humans, I'm going to kill you. Along with it, there was a roar of anger to the extreme, which even transformed into a wave of air, surging from the end of the horizon as if it were a bamboo. Wherever it went, not an inch of grass would grow, and it was even enough to shock all the cultivators below the nascent soul realm to death. It was estimated that even if it was a nascent soul realm cultivator, being yelled at like this would not be easy, and at the very least, he would have to get an internal injury. Natsu Jojo was unharmed. As early as when the airwave had just spread over, Sia Ji had stopped it, pressing it to not give it a chance to pass over. But, the people are fine. The butterfly they just caught is not. Because of the suddenness of the incident, the little girl was startled by the roar and subconsciously used a little more force on her hands. The end result. It's the butterfly that was so hard to catch that it was crushed with force. The other butterflies were scattered by the birds and animals because of the roar just now. In other words, she had failed in capturing the butterfly and had wasted so much time for nothing. Dumbfounded, he looked at the butterfly's mangled body in his hands. Sia Jojo's eyes reddened violently, and the golden peas fell down without any money. Oh, butterflies, my butterflies. Natsuki scratched his head, not knowing what to do. You can't really blame him for that. The airwave had already been stopped by him, and the butterfly had died because the roar just now had scared his good daughter, causing her to subconsciously exert herself, resulting in the present end. Looking at his daughter heartbroken, crying on the breathless look, Sia Ji, a soft old father's heart cannot help it. He looked in the direction of the roar and squinted his eyes, able to clearly see that the roar was emitted by a white giant tiger the size of a mountain. In front of the white giant tiger, there are still a few loose cultivators who are not wearing the uniform of the sect who are frantically fleeing for their lives. And I don't know what kind of bad things this group has done to make this white tiger so angry. That kind of anger can be heard from 30 miles away. But what does that have to do with him? All Natsuki knew was that his sweetest, most adorable, sweetest daughter was crying. The culprit for making his daughter cry was this giant white tiger, and those unlucky casual cultivators in front of it. Why is this happening? My butterfly, ooh my butterfly. Sia Jojo was still wiping tears from her eyes. It was a heartbreaking situation. She's been fluttering butterflies all afternoon. It was hard to catch one, and I accidentally pinched it. At this moment, the heart is sad and remorseful. The small appearance is not to mention how pitiful. Jojo, do not cry. For father, this will be the group of death of the butterfly arrested over to educate some. Do you think it is good? Sia Jia was most unaccustomed to seeing her daughter cry. Hurriedly, he took the little girl in his arms, kissing and coaxing her, and never had his heart been so tired. What's all this about? Aren't they just a father and daughter on an outing? Why is there always something like this ruining the mood? After easily coaxing Jojo to stop her tears, Sia Ji showed a murderous aura and looked in the direction where the white giant tiger was. It just so happens that the ingredients for the roast have not yet been prepared for the evening. Tiger meat is actually just fine. Meanwhile, on the other side, those few cultivators who were being frantically chased by the giant tiger were repenting in their guts at this moment. Assholes! It's all because of you assholes. What do you say? Stealing a cub of this kind of magical beast and selling it to the outside world. You won't have to worry about spending money for 10 years. But if he has the life to make money, he also has to have the life to spend it. A sharp-tongued cultivator's face was full of collapse, wishing that time could be turned back immediately. If he was given another chance, he would never dare to hit the idea of this magical beast cub again. It really hasn't been this stifling. Cut the ing crap. Didn't you agree to this plan before? Now that you've been exposed, you're regretting it. The other fat cultivator was not willing to show weakness, and after nimbly dodging a piece of flying debris, he sneered back, asterisk 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 asterisk, do you want to fight? Believe it or not, I'll drag you to die with me? The thin cultivator burst into a rage, itching to have a real-life PK with this dead fat man right now. Scared of you? Whoever wimped out is a grandson. The fat cultivator was also grumpy and disliked back without saying a word. The smell of gunpowder between the two was getting stronger and stronger, causing the loose cultivator in the lead to have an extreme headache. Will you two stop? Run for your life now. If you really want to die, I won't stop you. Hurry up and fight. Fight now. You two better beat out the dog brain, and you can still add a meal to the behind. He seemed to be very reputable among the three, and with these words, both the fat cultivator and the thin cultivator took a step back each and didn't continue their tit-for-tat. Instead, all attention is focused on the run. Among the three of them, the highest person's cultivation was only at the heaven-sensing realm, which was fine in the outside world, but inside this secret realm, it really didn't count for anything. For example, this white giant tiger that was chasing them today was a peak transformation Saint Realm magical beast, born with an extraordinary bloodline, and with its strong physical body, it was even enough to cross the line of battle. The reason why the three of them hadn't died for so long was because the white giant tiger had just finished giving birth. Its chi and blood were weak, and its cultivation had dropped to the early stage of the sacred transformation realm, and although it still wasn't something they could powerfully fight against, it had slowed down quite a bit. Originally thought it was God to send chance, thought to take advantage of that mind and soul tired, stole a small tiger and ran. The peak of the realm of the saint of the transformation of the magical beast S cubs. This to be put out there is not to be sold out of the sky price. Who expected this perception to be so sharp? They had only just made their move, and before they could get their hands on them, they were discovered by the white giant tiger, who became furious, dragging his sick body, which had just recently given birth, to also decapitate these little thieves who dared to steal their cubs. Now it was bad. The cubs didn't arrive, but were also targeted by a sage transformation realm demonic beast. This kind of immortal hatred was not something that could be easily resolved. Assemble, a giant white tiger, formerly known as the tsunami tiger. Although this name always gives people a feeling of drama, but the tsunami tiger is actually an extremely strong race. Adult is the saint realm, the clan geniuses, and can even break through to the realm of the avatar, to become a party of the beast king. For magical beasts, especially the kind of race that had difficulty reproducing, stealing pups was a complete and undying hatred, and only blood could wash away this anger. All it wanted to do now was to tear these hateful beast dealers apart as quickly as possible, to tear their bodies to shreds and splatter blood all over the earth as a means of guarding its cubs. But it was not to be, because it had just given birth. It was still very weak. Its cultivation at the peak of the sacred transformation realm had all temporarily fallen to the early stage of the sacred transformation realm. Although in a normal battle it would still be able to press these few abominable beast dealers to the ground and beat them up. But the problem was that these few beast dealers were too cowardly. They didn't fight with it at all, and only ran away in a single-minded manner, failing to achieve its goal for a long time. The Sautian tiger's mood became more and more violent. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and it could cause devastating effects by raising its hands and feet, and this forest was on the verge of being lifted up by it. But those few loose cultivators were just too flexible, sharply dodging the splintered forest of debris around them. The distance to it was even gradually drawing away. Could it be that we could really only watch these few beast dealers escape today? While the tsunami tiger was in an impotent rage, things suddenly took a turn for the worse. This fellow Daoist, what is the reason for stopping here? Gazing warily at the man in front of them who had suddenly jumped out to stand in their way, the loose cultivator in the lead was a bit scandalized. He was also present when Xiai killed Li Yuni seconds earlier with a speed that everyone could not see. Although I don't know exactly how strong this guy is, a man who can be loved by Fairy and Ruosu, even if he is weak, he can't be weak, right? It certainly wasn't something that a few of their small casual cultivators could afford to mess with anyway. If he could, he did not want to start a conflict with Xiai, and now that the tsunami tiger was still chasing behind him and was not yet out of danger, it was inevitable that his tone was a bit hasty. Behind that has gone crazy. Dao you still leave as soon as possible is good. Mo be it stared at, so as not to be in danger. Natsuki didn't say anything, just sizing up the guys with a creepy look. One fat and one thin, with a dour man in the center. This couldn't be a more classic dragon set. In the previous life of certain metaphysical novels might even be able to mix in a supporting role. The head loose cultivator was a little hairy in his heart as he looked at him. Can't figure out what the hell this guy is selling. There could be a Sautian tiger of the sage transformation realm in the back. Can you not be so calm? If you want to see what I look like, wait until we get to a safe place and I'll let you see enough, okay? Anyway, get out of the way now. He was broken inside. If it wasn't for the fear of not being able to fight, it would have already blatantly struck out at this moment. Big brother, what are you bothering with him for? That will be coming after us soon. Before that fat cultivator inadvertently looked back and found that before they have been thrown away for some distance, tsunami tiger at this moment actually chased up, immediately scared out of his wits. Not caring about anything else, he gritted his teeth and was about to rush past Sia Ji. He didn't want to continue to stay here and wait for death. Unfortunately, do I have your permission to go? Sia Ji raised an eyebrow and lazily looked at the fat cultivator. The latter looked as if he had been hit by some terrifyingly heavy blow, and immediately let out a miserable scream and fell from midair, spitting out a full 3 pounds of blood, and even the grass underneath him was dyed red. It wasn't even active. The power of this look truly intimidated the loose cultivator, who was the leader of the three. Although the fat man was a bit quick-tempered, his strength was not watered down, properly at the peak of the nascent soul realm, just one step short of a breakthrough. But it was such a cultivator who was strong enough to flaunt his power in that kind of small border town and even start a family. But when facing Sia Ji, he couldn't even hold up a single look? The heart of the leading loose cultivator sank straight down. Even if it is a great power of the avatar realm, no, it is impossible for a great power of the celestial realm to be able to kill the enemy with his eyes, right? Only a quasi-emperor powerhouse who had thoroughly mastered a rule and could invoke the power of heaven and earth by raising his hands and feet could do so with ease. That's a quasi-emperor. The entire human race, and even the entire continent, had a number of powerful people in it. So how could it be that they had met them by themselves, and people seemed to be hostile to them? The leader of the loose cultivator was screaming in his heart, and he didn't know what virtue he had to be able to make a quasi-emperor powerhouse personally take action. He thought, his own cultivation of the sense of heaven realm, in a slightly larger city is nothing. A quasi-imperial power does not sit in the rear of the human race, deterring the foreigners, but instead ran this small secret realm of the avatar realm to find me trouble. Exactly what hatred and what grievances. The gap between the sensory heaven realm and the quasi-emperor realm was simply too great. There's no way to even describe it in terms of elephants and ants. Comparing an ant to the whole of heaven and earth is more like it. The leading loose cultivator didn't think about resisting either. There's no way to press the issue. If his opponent was just a sage transformation realm demonic beast, he wouldn't even be so scared, and he would even dare to quietly steal someone else's cubs. But let him fight with a quasi-imperial power. That is never possible. Looking for death is not such a way to look for. Now that Sia Ji's intentions were still unclear, the leader of the loose cultivators only wanted to live honestly. When it came down to it, he wasn't even afraid of the tsunami tiger behind him. Comparisons are the most feared in all things. In front of him stood a bit of fury, lining that all became lovely. In just a moment's time, the tsunami tiger had already caught up. Although its speed was slowed down quite a bit due to the fact that it had just given birth and had insufficient chi in blood, that was only relative. The strength of the transformation saint realm was still there. Only after catching up, it didn't choose to strike first. Instead, the tiger's eyes were wary, carefully sizing up the emerging human with scorn. Can't see through it at all. The perception of magical beasts should be much stronger than human beings. In the eyes of the tsunami tiger, the hidden power in Xiaji's small body was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Even in its heyday, it was not necessarily a rival. Such a strange and powerful person suddenly appeared here, still with a human identity. What exactly did he want? The tsunami tiger's intelligence wasn't worse than the average person. It was just a bit simple because it didn't deal with people much, but it wasn't stupid at all. It couldn't figure out Xiaji's path, and it wasn't clear if this person was here to help himself, or to save those damnable beast dealers. Just look at what happened before. Sa Tianhu thought uncertainly, this human should be here to help himself, right? After all, those damnable beast dealers were stopped by him when they tried to run, and one of them was still unconscious. It's a good deal. Xiaji was too lazy to care what was going on in its mind. He looked around the room and realized that everyone who was supposed to be there was there, and then he nodded his head in satisfaction and clapped his hands together. With all the people here, it's time to come and settle our business once and for all. Settle? Tsunami tiger froze. What solution? It subconsciously opened its huge mouth and said in a voice like a bell, human, what exactly do you want to do? This question also attracted the curiosity of the leading loose cultivator of the three loose cultivators from before. He was also curious to know what kind of wind this great powerhouse, who at the very least had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, had drawn to find trouble with a small shrimp like him. My good daughter was happily swooping butterflies to play. You came up and roared the butterflies to death with one voice directly. Guess what I want to do now? Sia Ji is serious. Although the butterfly is actually Sia Jojo panic accidentally pinched to death. But how can a daughter make a mistake? Even if she made a mistake, it is also the reason for you people. Rounding up the butterfly is still dead because of you. What's the reason for this? Not only the beast dealer, even the tsunami tiger was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaji's expression was so serious, they would have simply thought that this unknown quasi-emperor powerhouse was joking. But upon reacting, the two still-awake beast dealers were overjoyed. Seniors, elder, it's our fault for disturbing your Jian, but the culprit is this First is the leader of that loose cultivator full of sincerity said. The skinny cultivator next to him, also busy nodding and concur. Yes, is this reasoning? All because this have something to do to pull the throat howl. That poor little butterfly is not to be roared to death. In short, all is this fault. Their bite by bite and also the appearance of hitting a rake backwards really angered the tsunami tiger. The latter burst into a rage. Damnable beast traffickers, if it weren't for the fact that you wanted to steal my child, I wouldn't even be wasting my time with ants like you. Can't you just pretend you didn't see us steal your child? Do you have to yell your ass off to show that you have a big voice? The two beast dealers were not willing to show weakness and sneered back. The tsunami tiger was about to explode with anger. Stealing my child and making me pretend I can't see it? Are all humans as shameless as you? Unfortunately, it is not good at words. Hesitation half a day did not think of any useful words to refute them. And finally the more they thought about it, the more angry, the ferociousness of the attack, actually roared, waved his claws and pounced on them. The two beast dealers were shocked at this. They never thought that this would be so reckless, daring to strike the two brothers in front of a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Is it not afraid of being wiped out for this? The two wanted to resist, but with their strength, one at the nascent soul realm and one at the sensory sky realm, and the haste in which the incident occurred, how could they block the anger-laden strike of a sacred transformation realm demonic beast? Even the blink of an eye did not last. Like a kite with broken strings generally hit a giant tree not far away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, and then fainted. From the beginning to the end, Xiai had his hands wrapped around his chest, watching the scene with a good look on his face, and had no intention of stopping it. What are you kidding? He is not a saint mother disease. Stealing other people's cubs quietly to sell this kind of thing, originally is not decent people can do out. Even if they are killed can only say that it is deserved. This is originally a weak and strong metaphysical world. There are some things that you have to be prepared to pay for since you dare to do them. And, after becoming a father, Xiai actually kind of looks at this kind of person. Watching the three people dying of serious injuries and unconsciousness, Xiai stroked his chin and looked at the remaining angry tsunami tiger. The people who were in the way are gone, and it's time for you to pay the price next. Xiaotian tiger said vigilantly. What do you want to do again? It's actually quite confusing. It was expected that this sudden human would favor the three hateful beast dealers. They were all of the same race after all. But no, he clearly had the ability to stop himself. But he watched as the three beast dealers were severely injured and dying by himself, without even a single fluctuation rising in his eyes. Can't feel it at all. Didn't really want to do anything? Natsuki looked it up and down. The gaze was like picking pork in a food market, making the beast feel creepy. Can you get smaller? I mean in terms of volume appearance, not just illusion. He asked suddenly, not knowing exactly what he was thinking. Sure, Tsunami Tiger was disgruntled and felt that he was being underestimated. Although wraiths couldn't take human form, there was still no shortage of other functions. Today's appearance is only its battle form. On weekdays it is the normal size of a tiger. Otherwise life is inconvenient. Then change one for me. Natsuki nodded. Rightfully so. You, human, are you not humiliating the great Tsunami Tiger clan? Tsunami Tiger was angry. What do you take this tiger for? I'll change when you tell me to. I don't want to lose face. Change or not. If you don't change, I'm going to be reasonable. Xiaji made a gesture to roll up his sleeves. The Tsunami Tiger was suffocating, but thinking of the gap between the rift between one person and one beast, he still gritted his teeth and said, this tiger, change is it? This is definitely not a wimp. It is just a tiger under the roof has to bow down. It's also survival wisdom to give in to strong enemies who have no way to fight back, to stay alive, no less. Mentally slandering as it was, it still moved quickly, only to see a white light flashed. The white giant tiger that was as majestic as a mountain just a moment ago shrunk countless times, with fur as crystalline as snow, long and athletic limbs, and the most conspicuous thing was a pair of brilliant golden eyes, with a frighteningly high face value. Not bad, the selling looks pretty good. Such a handsome tiger. If you give it to your good daughter as a mount, she will be very happy, right? The moment he thought of the scene where Sia Jojo was overjoyed after receiving this gift and calling him good father in a pouty and cute manner, Xiaji couldn't help but reveal a smile that belonged to an old father. This scene looked at Tsunami Tiger's heart. This weird human shouldn't have any special fetish, right? Is it hard to believe that the reason he made me shrink was to fulfill his own perverted desires as well? One thought. The incomparable white giant tiger retreated a few steps backward in fear. And if it wasn't because of that natural instinct to fear the strong, it was estimated that it couldn't help but turn around and run at this moment. Natsuki wondered what was going on in this drama tiger's head. His idea was actually very simple. Jojo looked as if she liked these pretty little animals, and since his daughter liked them, then he, as a father, would go and catch them. It just so happens that this tsunami tiger delivered to the door has a high enough face value, and it seems to have just given birth to a litter of cubs, so this is a buy one get several free Since you roared my daughter's butterflies to death, it's not too much to pay for your family, is it? It wasn't a bad deal, and Sia Ji felt able to do it. It's extremely lethal and insulting. I'm very pleased with your selling, and from today, you're my daughter's ride. What was decided in his heart, and not intending to ink, Sia Ji opened the door. He also didn't think to ask for Tsunami Tiger's opinion. This wasn't the previous life, where whoever had the biggest fist had the right. The strong would have had absolute dominance over the weak, and it was not easy to cultivate to a level of invincibility in the world. If everything had to be discussed with someone, it would be too stifling. Sit, 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 that's it? The Tsunami Tiger was dumbfounded. It had thought that this eccentric human had some special fetish and had been prepared to die rather than give in, so it was just to take it as a mount, and so on. Neither can the mounts. In the Tsunami Tiger clan, there is only living while standing, not dying while kneeling. Human, you're delusional. It roared and killed itself. It's a nice way of saying it's a mount, but if you really give in, how much better than a slave can you be in the future? Having gotten used to living a free and easy life in the secret realm, for these magical beasts that viewed freedom as life, becoming a slave to a human's mount was something that could never be tolerated. Obsessed? Natsuki grinned. That's the kind of prick he likes to tweak. Without saying a word, a brain crash went up. Saw Tian, who didn't even see his figure before he felt a pain on his forehead. Almost didn't give it a concussion pop. The originally divine and incomparable white tiger wobbled a few steps, and like a drunkard, his entire brain was dizzy. Ouch, is it delusional? As he said it, he flicked it. How dare you be delusional? Just your name is Tsunami Tiger. Ha, had to force me to reason with you myself to learn to be soft, didn't you? After talking about a dozen or so brain crashes one after another like that, Satsi Tigers finally couldn't crash anymore. It flung its huge tiger head fiercely and collapsed. This tiger is wrong. This tiger is wrong. I will be your mount. I'm willing to be. Stop flicking this tiger. At least it was a magic beast of the sage transformation realm, which was considered in existence at the top of the food chain in the entire secret realm. But today, it was flicked a dozen or so times by an abominable human on the forehead of a dignified tiger. The bullets are fine. The point is it hurts. Sia Ji's cultivation was there, even though he did not purposely exert himself, and even took the initiative to collect quite a bit of strength. To the Tsunami Tiger, there was no difference between it and being madly hammered on the forehead by a giant hammer. It was only a dozen or so strokes, and it felt dizzy, as if the tiger's head was about to explode. Add to that a double whammy of psychological and physical blows. It really can't be carried in such a lethal and more insulting way. Wouldn't it be nice to be so good? Sia Ji clapped his hands and smiled and touched the tiger head. It is necessary for me to rough up and be reasonable. Tsunami Tiger gave him a mournful look. Didn't dare say anything. I'm really scared of being bounced. And anyway, life is like strong popping, and since I can't fight it, I can only enjoy it. Alright, don't always cry and mourn. There should be a trace of divine whistling tiger's bloodline in your body, right? If nothing unexpected happens, there's no way for you to utilize this trace of bloodline in this life, but as long as you can honestly follow me, there may not be no possibility of your bloodline returning to your ancestors in the future. Natsuki patted its head and drew a pie first. Divine Tsunami Tiger and Tsunami Heavenly Tiger. Although there was only a difference of one word, the gap in between was a world of difference. The highest the Tsunami Tiger could reach was only the Avatar realm, and although it was enough to become a party of beast kings, it could only stop there. But the divine whistling tiger is different. Adult is the celestial realm. The best can even break through the quasi-imperial. Is one of the top races with the golden winged rock, Kuwanpun, Green Luan clan. It is that the number of people in the clan is pitifully small. The reproduction rate is too slow, and the birth of the pure blood young generation is so few and far between that it is already on the verge of extinction. Those few old undead of the divine whistling tiger clan had their hair turned white with worry over this matter. In order to leave enough bloodline for his clan, he even went so far as to run out and become a stallion, snatching and sowing whatever magical beasts looked good. Fly in the sky, swim in the water, run on the ground, all of them. It was simply more excessive than the true dragon clan. The trace of bloodline within this Tsunami Tiger in front of him was presumably from this. You really didn't lie to this tiger? The Tsunami Tiger's expression was aghast. To the magical beasts, unable to take shape, what they valued most was the growth and strength, and the return of their bloodline to their ancestors. This trace of divine whistling tiger bloodline in its body had always been its pride, but because it was too thin, it was estimated that it should naturally dissipate in the next generation. If it was possible, Tsunami Tiger certainly wanted to raise the concentration of the bloodline in his body. For this reason, let alone being a mount, even if it was actually a slave, it did it. Is there any money to be made by lying to you? Xiaji shook his head. Raising the concentration of the bloodline may sound difficult, but it's nothing more than a show of hands for me. But, why would I want to do that? It wasn't that Xiaji was snubbing it. Raising the concentration of the bloodline was as difficult as climbing up to heaven for others. But it's kinda a handful for him. The big deal is to catch a pure-blooded divine tsunami tiger from the divine tsunami tiger clan and exchange some blood. How hard can it be? I'm sorry, but being strong means you can do whatever you want. If you can really do this. The tsunami tiger had been torn for a while, but still hadn't resisted the great temptation of raising the concentration of his bloodline. It gritted its teeth and its huge tiger head waved around. This tiger will be very obedient. If you let this tiger go east, this tiger will never face west. If you tell this tiger to fight dogs, this tiger will never shoot chickens. There's no way around it. He's giving too much. Sugarcoating is always the best thing to soften a person's willpower. And wraiths are no exception. There is no need for you to do these things. Xiaji touched his nose. You will only have one identity in the future. My daughter's mount. And at certain times you can also play the role of a playmate. I don't need you to go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire. And I don't need you to beat the dog and whisk away the chickens. The only thing that you will be useful for is to coax my daughter into being happy. And to let she understands the preciousness of life. Understand? Understood. Tsunami Tiger nodded fiercely. In fact, after psyching itself up, it realized that being a mount was no big deal. Submitting to this kind of strong person who can completely crush himself is not a shameful thing in the value of the magical beasts. On the contrary, it is enough to be proud of, and will even lead to the envy of the magical beasts on the side. What's more, this big brother doesn't need it to go into battle and kill the enemy, and the only requirement for it is to bring up the children, which it is familiar with. Anyway, having only just had a litter of cubs, taking one cub is taking one, taking a bunch of cubs is taking one. When Nurse Tiger, it's a pro. You don't have to take risks, and you can still steadily get the chance to raise your bloodline concentration. This is simply a good thing that can't be found by hitting the lantern. If it is spread out, it is estimated that the magical beasts in the entire secret realm will have to go crazy, crying out to come and join them. Twisted human. Satsi is devastated. It always feels unsettling to have such a great benefit, just by doing such a simple thing. How about I kowtow to this human again? Xiaotian, who seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. Unfortunately, it hadn't even considered it for long before Xiaji had already begun urging it to hurry up and pack up and move because he was worried that little Jojo was getting impatient waiting. From what those people said before, didn't you have a few more cubs? Grab them and bring them with you. We're leaving now. The whistling tiger growled softly, not the angry vocal line from before, but more like a signal to gather. As its roar gradually fell, two small white tigers the size of an unusual earth dog ran from afar with small short legs, because they were too short and moved too fast. Their asses were a seizure. Like too stupid era. Is this your cub? Xiaji's face looked odd. The tsunami tiger is still very divine and full of divine beasts from its appearance alone. But it's these two cubs. If an uninformed person sees this scene, even if he recognizes it as Era, there is no sense of incongruity. Tsunami Tiger was also a bit embarrassed. It feels so humiliating. The two tiger cubs had by now run happily on their short legs, squeezing their way to their mom. The whistling tiger bit the skin on the back of the neck of one of them, and tied the other with its tail, before dropping them onto their backs and settling them down. Only then did one person and three tigers rush towards their original location. At this very moment, the other side, Natsu Jojo was already bored out of her mind. Stinky Pops, Papa Ben, leaving Jojo alone for so long, kicking up a small stone with all her might. The little girl was filled with depression. She'd been waiting for half a column for a long time. He didn't feel it before when Xiaji was there, but when he left, Sia Jojo realized that the world would become so boring away from him. I'm not interested in butterflies anymore. All I can think about is why isn't the stinky old man back yet? Even if you bake me meat afterward to make amends, it'll be a day. No, 3 days. 3 days of ignoring him. Natsu Jojo gritted her teeth, and then got a little worried after a while. That stupid old man couldn't have snuck off with an excuse, could he? Oh, he must be too tired of me. Obviously said that it is a lifetime of baby to come, just so a while work on tired of me. Really, men are big pig hooves. Oh. The more she thought about it, the more sad she became. The little girl had lost a bit of the majesty she once had as a supreme heavenly demon. She couldn't help but wipe her tears, her little expression pitiful, like a young beast abandoned by its owner. Oh, stinky old dad, stupid old dad, why don't you come back? Chirp afterward, obedient, can't it? I will never bump into you. So stupid old dad, hurry back. Though her voice was very, very, very small, not much bigger than a mosquito's cry. But who is Natsuki? Do you know the meaning of invincibility? Not to mention that it was only a few hundred meters away. Even if it was a few hundred miles away, as long as he wanted to, with a single movement of his divine thoughts, he couldn't even avoid the slightest bit of wind in grass. I didn't think Jojo would be so reluctant to give up on my father. A faintly smiling voice rang in Natsu Jojo's ears. The little girl was slightly stunned, followed by unspeakable surprise. Stinky Dad, when did you come back? Just now, when you said you'd obey me from now on and never contradict me again. Natsuki looked at her playfully. I didn't realize that the good daughter was still a prude. Don't mention how much you dislike him when you're usually together, but I didn't realize that this was only a short time apart, so I couldn't help but be scared. Such a clingy daughter is also very cute. Humph. I'm not the one who said that. It's your illusion. Yes, illusion. Natsu Jojo blushed. The little girl still wanted to save face. Of course it didn't matter when she was alone, but after being caught by Sia Ji, an overwhelming sense of shame came up. Can't admit it, can't even admit it to death. Otherwise the stupid old man's tail will be up in the air in the future. So it's an illusion? Then it's really sad for my father. Sia Ji pretended to sigh, and regretfully touched Tsunami's head on the side. Originally, I also planned to give Jojo 3 cute pets if she called me a good father, but I didn't expect that I still paid by mistake. In that case, you 3 little tigers should leave first. There's no use staying here. Tsunami was flabbergasted. The human heart, the needle at the bottom of the sea. Do I go now or not? The 2 cubs on its back haven't figured out what's going on yet, and are grabbing and nibbling on their mom's ears, looking silly. It was only then that Sia Jojo realized that the stupid old man hadn't come back alone. He also brought 3 white tigers with fur like snow. 1 big one, 2 small ones. Should be a family. Girls are not naturally too resistant to furry and cute creatures. Tsunami's face was high, and although it was a female tiger, it was as imposing as an elf in the snow. And its 2 cubs were likewise female tigers, because they had just been born not long ago. They didn't even open their eyes completely, and right now they were happily grabbing their mother's ears to bite. Not to mention how cute they were. Bad. It was love at first sight. The little girl's face stiffened, and then her small, powdered face strangely began to blush. So cute. Why there are such cute little creatures? The mind is already screaming. Still, out of reserve, she didn't show it at first. Just braced myself and said, no, but that's all. No big deal. I have seen countless rare and exotic beasts, but the district furry and milky little tiger, I simply do not like at all. Well, not at all. And finally repeated it affirmatively, lest he should not be strong-willed. That's a shame. Xiaji sighed and patted Tsunami's belly. Such a soft belly, white and tender. The feel is simply better than velvet. If it is used as a pillow, it must be the top enjoyment in this world, right? But since Jojo doesn't like it, my father can only endure the pain. Tsunami, why don't you hurry up and take your child with you? Let me go. Why don't you let go of my paw? Satsumi tentatively used a bit of force, and it didn't move. The smile on Xiaji's face was still gentle, but the left hand that grasped its paw was as steady as a mountain. So are you letting me go or not? Hadn't dealt much with cunning humans, so the still simple character of the Sautian tiger was a bit crushed. It really couldn't understand this father and daughter. What kind of drug was in their gourd? The human cub clearly loved him and his child, and his mouth just wouldn't admit it. So is this big human. He said he would let it go, but he had no intention of letting the tiger go. Great white, 2 white, 3 white. Wait, I get it. That's the heart and mouth that humans often hang on to, isn't it? It's obvious that you like it, but you're dead set against admitting it. What a psycho. After figuring this out, Tsunami was disgusted. It's better to be a wraith. If you have something to say, you can get on it if you like. Humans can be so hypocritical. Sia Jojo watched as the eyes of this large white brainax gradually changed. From the bewilderment at the beginning, to the crumbling cluelessness in the middle, to the great realization now. There was even an eerie arrogance in the way he looked at her. Why is there so much inner drama when it's obviously just a brainax? The little girl held back her spit and tugged on her stupid old man's coat. Actually, I don't really hate it. If daddy likes it very much, it's okay to keep the brainax family. Jojo won't say anything. Jojo will be good. So, Natsu Jojo's voice was getting lower and lower, more and more devoid of breath, because Xia Ji was looking at her playfully. So what? Damn. Feels like I've been seen through by stupid old man. Jojo wanted to turn around and run, but subconsciously glancing at the family of brainax next to her, who were as white as 3 snowballs, she still gritted her teeth. So daddy, good daddy, can you keep them? Ahem. Jojo please. Oh, my dignity as a heavenly demon has been scrapped once again. Things like spilling your guts and being cute are done gradually and naturally after the initial shame is broken through. Take Sia Jojo, for example. Initially we'll also feel that I is the supreme heavenly devil across the ancient world to dictate the 8 barren mighty world all beings to submit to how can the pussy a little girl attitude. Now it's because of the original blood relationship. So call the good father to be cute and cute in accordance with the heavenly law. Not because of the craving for barbecue meat craving brain axe. It's just still emotional every once in a while. Time is a real killer. Red cherries and green bananas. Hey, that's my father's good daughter. Natsuki stroked her head in satisfaction. Originally, children should be lively and cute. Cry when they need to cry, laugh when they need to laugh, say if you like it, and skip if you hate it. What's the point of always keeping it inside? A haughty daughter is also cute, yes, but a candid personality will be a little better for her later on. It can't be helped. Older fathers always have to worry more. Since Jojo said so, it wouldn't be a bad idea to leave them behind. Coughing pretentiously, Xiai patted Tsunami's shoulder beside him. In the future, she'll be your little master, so you can't go west if you're told to go east. And you can't shoot chickens if you're told to beat a dog. Can you do it? Tsunami gave him a contemptuous look, bullying even his own cubs. This human was really nasty. Still, it didn't dare to roll its eyes with the great demon king and nodded its huge tiger head, signaling that it understood. Well, from now on he'll be your pet, and will be able to serve as a bodyguard once in a while. Xiaji laughed. Has Jojo thought about what kind of name to give Tsunami and its 2 cubs? Hey, isn't Tsunami a name? Natsu Jojo was a bit confused. She'd been hearing Satsi and Satsi from her stupid old dad, and she'd thought that was the name. Of course not, Natsuki said rightfully, it's just a racial name, and I'm too lazy to. Ahem, I want to leave the naming rights to Jojo, so that's why I'm calling it by that moniker first. You were clearly just trying to say you were too lazy to name it. The witty Sia Jojo student has seen through everything, but it was the first time in 2 lifetimes that she had a pet of her own, so she didn't think too much about it. Frowning her delicate little brows, she began to meditate. Technically speaking, despite the 2 lifetimes, Jojo's little friend is actually a rare illiterate. Ahem, maybe not quite illiterate, but more accurately, it would be, she has a narrow knowledge base. In other words, too few books. It can't be helped. In my last life, I either slept or went to bed, and it was hard to wake up once, but it was still because I was surrounded by people, and I didn't have any time to read the book at all. Anyway, she was a heavenly demon. She could become stronger by sleeping. So what if she was illiterate? Does anyone still dare to laugh at her? This is something that normally doesn't matter, but right now the fallout is exposed. What a thing to say about a book. After half a day of thinking about it, I still don't have a clue. Finally, Sia Jojo tried. How about calling the big white 2 white 3 white? Why don't you call the bears big 2 and 3? The corners of Natsuki's mouth twitched. Worthy of being his own daughter. Even the point of naming waste is perfectly inherited from him. If that's what you really want to call it, then so be it. Great White, what do you think of that name? After thinking about it he still didn't dwell on it and turned to Tsunami who was on the side. I don't think it's a good name. Sounds like a dog's name. Great White wanted to protest, but couldn't help but wimp out after seeing the threat in Xiaji's eyes. If anything, a great white is a great white. Think of it as a cheap name to feed. After all, I'm just a poor, weak, helpless, but edible cat. So where's the power to fight back? After figuring that out, Dabai was relieved. He took 2 steps forward and rubbed against his young master's hair, making a pleasing whimper sound from his throat. There was no hint of the arrogance of being a sacred transformation realm demonic beast. Great White's thoughts were actually very simple. It had already submitted anyway, so what's the point of pretending that it would rather die than submit? This is your future meal ticket. It's important to hit the ground running as soon as possible. And again, being the master's lickspittle. Is that called licking? That's called trying to figure out the divine will. So ticklish. The big white tiger whiskers brushed against her face, tickling her. Sia Jojo couldn't help but laugh at the same time, but didn't reach out to push it away. Instead rolled over onto the back of the big white, and held the 2 newborn not long ago still ignorant little tigers in his arms, 1 in each hand. Don't mention how happy he was. What does it mean to be a winner in life? Seeing this rare and cozy scene, Xiaji couldn't help but shake his head with some amusement. Smoking cats always puts people in a good mood, and big cats are no exception. Sia Jojo is still in a very new stage of having a pet for the first time, so she chats with Dabai. Great White, just how long have you been here? How long has it been? This tiger doesn't remember. Big White flicked his tail. It grew up in the secret realm since childhood. This is just a small cave heaven opened up by that great cultivator of the Avatar realm at the beginning. The flow of time is different from that of the outside world, and it really doesn't know exactly how big he is this year. It was worth mentioning that before it had been produced, it was the only tsunami tiger in the secret realm. As for why it was produced, it was because of a treasure in this secret realm, golden feathered crow. I don't know what the Avatar Realm cultivator who opened up the secret realm in the first place was in the end. The strange treasures in his hands were simply too many to be scary. There was originally a large lake in this secret realm, but later on, it was the nature of that cultivator similar to the child mother river. Just drink the lake water, no matter male or female, can be naturally conceived and produced, without the need to mate with the same family. Those low-level magical beasts were fine. There were so many of them that they didn't need to purposely drink from the lake, and they could just mate and breed with any of their kind. But, the higher-ranked magical beasts in the secret realm weren't so lucky. However, all the magical beasts of the Sage Transformation realm and even above were almost all one single seedling, and could not find any of their fellow clansmen at all. And it was impossible to fall in love across races between the demonic beasts of the Transformation Saint realm and the Transformation Saint realm. In order to nurture the next generation, they had no choice but to use the power of the Zimmer River, and the Great White was an example of this. When she initially learned of this news, Sia Jojo's entire body was stunned. Hara, is there such an amazing lake in this world? The little girl's eyes glowed. Big White, hurry up and show me. Okay, what's to see here? Dabai was puzzled in his mind. Other than having the function of allowing Transformation Saint realm magical beasts to naturally breed their young, that lake was no different from an ordinary lake, and the scenery was average. Genus can't figure out what there is to see, but the little master had given the word, and as a weak, pitiful and helpless but edible mount, Great White still nodded honestly, and then rushed in the direction of the Zimu River. It was, after all, a genuine Transformation Saint realm magical beast, and was at the top of the food chain even in the entire secret realm. So the journey was quite peaceful, and there were no ungrateful low-level magical beasts that dared to come up and send themselves to their deaths. Half an hour later, this is it. Letting out a low wail from his throat, Great White flicked his tail. It doesn't look like, seems like a big deal, does it? Sia Jojo curiously surveyed the Zimmer River in front of him, a little disappointed. She thought that such a magical river must have something unique about it, but from the outside it looked downright ordinary, not much different from an ordinary river. It was quiet around the Zimmer River. No magical beasts or humans. The river was so clear that there wasn't even a single swimming fish, and it was quiet as if it were dead. Natsuki was quite interested in this place, also specially take the water bag to catch some river water to study, but soon found that this child mother river is magical to magical, but can only work on the Transformation Saint realm magical beasts, to the Divine Aptitude realm magical beasts to drink. The role will be greatly reduced. In other words, the plan to use the water of the Zimu River to start a magical beast farm, and on the way, to extort a fortune from the top demon clans that were not easily conceived, failed before it even started. TSK. Xiai smacked his lips. What a good business opportunity. What a pity. He had been thinking about it earlier. Since the Zimu River possessed the ability to make all Sage Realm magical beasts conceive unconditionally, if a magical beast farm was opened, when both males and females could conceive, and the fertility rate skyrocketed, would it not be a profitable endeavor? Now it seems that the world really isn't that good. However, thinking about it, the owner of the secret realm was only at the Avatar realm in his lifetime, and to be able to create such a strange place like the Zimu River was already rare to the extreme, so naturally he couldn't demand too much from him. Children's interests come and go quickly. After realizing that there was nothing to see here, Sia Jojo quickly lost interest. Patting the skin on the back of Great White's neck, she said with gusto, Great White has lived here for so long, surely he knows other interesting places in the secret realm, right? Hurry up and take me there. I want to see. Acting like a little kid going into an amusement park for the first time. Ow. Great White cocked his head. It seemed like there was nothing interesting in the secret realm other than the Zimmer River. It had, after all, lived here for an unknown number of years, and the scenery had long since grown tired of it, and it didn't feel new wherever it was. But seeing that the little master was so agitated, Big White didn't dare to not answer. After thinking about it, its golden tiger eye suddenly lit up. Yeah, it's perfectly capable of wreaking havoc. It was not the only sacred transformation realm demonic beast in this secret realm. The Great White has its own nemesis. The other party is a golden feathered crow. In the same realm as it, relying on its two pairs of wings, the tiger's mouth to take food a few times, but because it cannot fly, the Big White can only swallow this breath. Hard to eat dumb losses. In the past, it was fine. It couldn't afford to mess with it and hide from it, but now it wasn't a lone beast. Ben-Hur has a backer. Although I don't know exactly how strong the little master's father is, but at the very least it won't be lower than Quasi-Emperor. So dealing with a stinky bird of the sacred transformation realm isn't a piece of cake? Feline magical beasts are very vindictive. The golden feathered crow has robbed it of its prey several times. In the past there was no way to do so, and now there is a backer. Can not be the first time to go to find the scene? In the meantime, thousands of miles away, on a cloud-piercing peak, A large bird with feathers like gold sneezed and cocked its head in some confusion. For some reason, it always has the illusion as if it is about to be in great trouble. Half a quarter of an hour later, Great White had already carried Sia Jojo to the lair of his nemesis. Mirror Blade, that was the name of the peak in front of him. As the name suggests, the Mirror Blade heavenly danger was extremely high, about thousands of feet high, and the whole thing was like a smooth mirror without the slightest convexity or concavity, plunging straight into the clouds. It would be incredibly difficult to get up there without wings. This was why Great White had never had the chance to raid the golden feathered crow's lair, because it couldn't get up there. Even though it was a sage transformation realm magical beast, magical beasts were different from humans. All the strength of a magical beast was now in the strength of the physical body. Unlike humans who could also learn martial arts techniques and feats, and could easily do so by stepping into the air, unless it was born with wings or the ability to ride the clouds. Even if it breaks through to the avatar realm, it should not be able to fly or not be able to fly. This is the reason for the race, directly locking the upper limit. Air-to-air units face ground-to-ground units with a number of inherent advantages, and also take the initiative, hitting and running when they want to, with a lot of freedom. This is it. Great White let out a wail and somewhat fawningly rubbed against Sia Jojo's small face. It had just slightly mentioned the grudge between itself and the golden feathered crow, and was originally unsure if the little master would be willing to avenge itself. I didn't expect Sia Jojo to be extraordinarily excited when she heard it, and righteously said that she would help it to find the field, and her mouth was almost watering. Although the strength of the magic beasts in the realm of the transformation saint is a little lower, it is still a good ingredient. Especially this kind of flying bird-type magic beast, whether it is thigh meat or wing meat is unforgettable. If you don't know it is also even if you don't know it, now you know it. How can you still let this kind of gourmet food go unattended? Daddy Jojo wants to eat roasted big bird tonight. The more the little girl thought about it, the more she craved for it, and she hugged Xiaji's arm and started to pamper herself. We're all here. Let's eat together. I don't know when it started, but the number of times she called herself me in front of Xiaji had become less and less. Apparently, in her heart, she had gradually accepted this reincarnated father. This certainly bodes well. Xiaji couldn't stand his daughter pampering herself the most, those big watery eyes blinking and blinking, simply brighter than the sky full of stars before dawn. An old father's heart pressed in. Roast them all. He immediately waved his hand and promised in a bold tone. Don't say that this was just a large bird of the sacred transformation realm. Even if it was the avatar realm, celestial realm, or even the quasi-emperor realm, as long as my daughter wants to eat, even the golden crow of the upper world, Xiaji, can get it. It's no worse for him anyway, not much harder than killing a chicken. Thanks Daddy, Jojo loves you the most. The little girl cheered and nonchalantly scented Pop's face. It had been a subconscious move, but after doing it she realized she was a little too out of it. Ming. Obviously I was once a supreme heavenly devil who suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How can you just take a loved one for granted? Not even if the person is their stupid old man. Well, next time it definitely won't be. There was some redness on Natsu Jojo's pink cheeks, but unfortunately, Xiaji didn't notice. That's when it happened. An eerie, icy voice sounded steeply. It so happens that this seat has not yet eaten, and you, a stupid tiger, come to my door with fresh blood food. Could it be that you have come specially to honor this seat? A large golden feathered bird with wings spread out over tens of meters slowly fell from the top of the mirror front, as if it was a divine beast in the dust, and was looking at the great white family with a cold smile. It was the golden feathered crow. As for Xiaji and Sia Jojo who were on the side, they were simply ignored by it. In its eyes, these two people, one of them was only in the innate realm and the other one had no cultivation at all. In all probability they were food that this stupid tiger had just caught, so it didn't need to take it to heart. I had thought that the stupid tiger would burst into a rage after hearing his sarcasm. Who knows? The stupid tiger wasn't angry, even. It looked at it with an eerie gaze, as if at mercy. Jinyu was shocked and angry. What the hell was mercy? Great White did take pity on him. What does it mean to be a dead man and not know it? It's just a matter of recognizing the great demon as a little sheep. But how dare you call him a blood meal? Although he hadn't spent much time with Xiaji, Dabai knew very well that this lord definitely held a grudge. It's good to hold a grudge. The more he held a grudge, the worse it would be for the dead bird later. And not only was Great White not afraid, he even tried to wail in celebration. On the other end, the more golden feathered crow thought about it in his heart, the more wrong he felt. Odd. Just too odd. It had been fighting with this stupid tiger for so long, always losing less and winning more, and thought that it still understood the temperament of this stupid tiger. Obviously, they were transformation saint realm magical beasts, but they were childish and naive, like a blank sheet of paper that could be seen through at a glance. If it were usual, the stupid tiger would have jumped up and wailed in the face of its own provocation. But why is it so calm today? It even had the work to pity itself? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Alarm bells were ringing in the heart of the golden-feathered crow. The reason why it can live so nourishingly in the secret realm, metamorphosing from the lowest golden eagle into today's level, by virtue of never suspecting, cautious and incomparable character. No matter what this stupid tiger's bottom line really was, the best thing to do now was to hurry up and sneak away, never giving it a chance to count itself out. In a flash of thought, the golden-feathered crow didn't dare to delay, and immediately lifted its wings and was about to fly towards the top of the mirror blade. As long as we could get back up there, it wouldn't matter how much the stupid tiger counted, it couldn't fly anyway. Unfortunately, it was not to be. We're here, let's eat together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? A smiling male voice sounded beneath him. The golden-feathered crow was shocked to discover that he had lost the ability to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body since an unknown time. It was as if he was under a spell, and he couldn't even control a single feather on his body. It had already flown to the mid-air, this moment a backward, straight down, so that the body is strong, even if the spiritual power is sealed, but also only slightly lousy some, and did not hurt. What's going on? Who the hell is it? Jian Yu growled loudly in his heart. And then he saw Shaji, who had a gentle smile on his face. No way. Obviously how to look at this man did not have a bit of cultivation on him, and it was even inferior to the human cub next to him. How is it possible to do such unthinkable things? On the other side of the table, Dabai showed a look of I knew it. It knew it would be. You've offended this great god, and you still want to leave peacefully? It's not pretty to look pretty to think pretty. It had to pay for its family to make this great god calm down. However, that said, it's a great feeling to have a backer. Looking at his former enemy, he was now like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered, cowering in the corner and shivering, unable to even maintain his huge mountain-like size. Dabai couldn't help but gloat. Luckily I was quick to admit my weakness. Jian Yu was still hissing and yelling at this moment. Who are you? Who the hell are you? To be taken down without any resistance, and even forced to maintain this extremely petite posture now, was undoubtedly a huge blow to its self-esteem. It always felt like his peak transformation Saint Realm strength was as good as fake. Flying birds of a kind of magical beasts. The character is originally more arrogant. You can kill it, but you cannot humiliate it. In the golden-feathered crow's opinion, this demonic human was insulting it. You can arrest me if you want. What's the point of making me look like this? In terms of size, it is now no different in size from an ordinary domestic chicken, except for a few hints of its once unusual appearance that can be seen in its golden feathers. The wings that used to be able to cover the sky when unfolded have shrunk more than 1,000 times. Jian Yu wanted to die. Natsuki didn't understand the humiliation and grief it felt inside. Turned you so small to make it easier to grill. Of course, he had already taken out the barbecue grill that he had been carrying with him from his storage ring by this time, and while fiddling with it, he casually explained, "Grill, barbecue?" A dumbfounded expression appeared on the golden-feathered crow's bird face. Did it understand you correctly? This devilish human, the reason why he captured it, was to eat it? No, I'm not going to accept this miserable death. The golden-feathered crow struggled to break the bonds on its body. It would rather die on the battlefield in a bloody fight with a strong enemy than turn into roasted meat into someone else's stomach and end up being spat out right down to the bones. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful and the reality is bone-chilling. Xiai didn't even purposely do anything, just slightly releasing a little bit of pressure. The golden-feathered crow felt as if a huge mountain was pressed on his body. No matter how hard he exerted himself, there was no way to break free in the slightest. I may not be human, but you're a real dog. It was a pity that no journey to the west existed in this world, otherwise it would have been able to associate it with the Monkey King who was crushed under the Five-Finger Mountain. After struggling like this for half a day, even his face was suffocating red, but it still had no effect. Jian Yu was almost mad with anger. It glared viciously at the innocent-faced great white on the side and said in a hateful voice, "Stupid tiger, I thought you were just a bit stupid, but I never expected you to be stupid and bad. How dare you collude with humans to take revenge on your compatriots? Aren't you afraid of being despised by all the beasts? Bestiality. Bestiality. You-hoo. Some are polarized. Still a cultural beast. This cursing set, even the name of beast rape popped up. Great White gave it a disdainful look. Bestiality? Still, can you call it bestiality when you lick your master? I am clearly loyal, as heaven and earth can tell. So the saying, what kind of owner makes a good pet is still quite true. How majestic and handsome the Great White was a few hours ago. A roar could scare those three beast dealers like a mother. A few hours later Great White had been infected into a ruthless licking tiger, without the slightest hint of the dominance of the king of the 100 beasts, doggy to the point that people couldn't help but cover their faces. Jian Yu was still screaming and cursing. and Xiaji ignored him and continued to organize his grill. Big White is interested. Catch this opportunity to beat the dog, but unfortunately because of the reason of not good words. The counter was Jin Yu taunted the body, staring at the tiger eyes, angry hate a bite it to death. Great White, you're so stupid. You can be countered like that. Sia Jojo gave it a disgusted look and continued to jerk the two little tigers in her arms. The Great White purred in aggravation and rubbed his head down against her leg again. It's like a house cat. The golden feathered crow on the side couldn't help but sneer at this. To be so respectful to a human mole in the innate realm. Xiao Tian, you're really getting better and better. This seat, ashamed to be in your company. I can't help it. I'm about to be finished, so I can only let out some more harsh words before I die. Getting it to scold Natsuki was definitely out of the question for fear. After all, the other party was able to make it not even capable of resisting, and its strength definitely far exceeded that of a transformation saint. If one angered a powerhouse of this level, even if one wanted to die, it wouldn't be that simple. Skinning, scarfing, soul refining, corpse transformation. This is, after all, a square metaphysical world. There are quite a few means against the soul, so even at this moment now the golden feathered crow doesn't dare to be reckless. Since death is already the doomed end, it only hopes that it can die a painful death later. So, the big one doesn't dare to scold the little one, so he can only scold this damn stupid tiger. Why didn't I see that this stupid tiger had so much bad blood in his belly before? Jin Yu was so hateful. Even with the humans in a mess with this kind of thing can do it. That is, it is now no resistance ability. Otherwise death will also pull this stupid tiger pad back. Great White has learned his lesson after being disliked by it for so long. There was no explicit dislike back. Just a scornful look at it. Humph. Loser dog. Jin Yu was going to be pissed off at this asshole. It gritted its teeth and said, if this seat wasn't careless, how could it have been subdued so easily? If this seat was still in its full strength, killing you would be like slaughtering a dog. This is, of course, an exaggeration. Even if it was truly in its full strength, it was not even close to Great White's cultivation level. Both of them were at the peak of the transformation saint realm. And although they were able to take more advantage when they fought by virtue of the fact that they had the advantage of having wings that could fly, but that was all. There's still not much of a chance to actually kill Great White, but that didn't stop it from putting in a hard word. What if the stupid tiger is so easily provoked that he lets go of it? While this is highly unlikely, it is not impossible. In short, the golden feathered crow would not give up until the last moment. Great White was really angry. It was, after all, one of the top existences in this secret realm, and it definitely wanted to save face. To be taunted so much by a former nemesis in front of his young master. It was a tiger with only a temper that couldn't help it. He wanted to have a 1v1 battle between magical beasts with it, but was stopped by Natsuki. Alright, and don't even think about trying to fight your way out of this with this poorly thought out agitation. Xiaji had already set up the grill by now, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw the silly brain axe of his own being aroused. Without good humor, he patted Great White's head to calm it down a bit, before Xiaji smiled and said, say, do you do it yourself, or do I? Can't we all just keep our hands to ourselves? Jin Yu couldn't help but growl in his mind. It took a deep breath and forced itself to show a stiff smile. This, honorable human powerhouse, my meat, in fact, is not delicious. It's dry, hard, and faggy, so you'll definitely go off the deep end if you eat it. How about this? As long as you can let me live, I'll go and catch those prey whose meat is more flavorful and more suitable for barbecuing and bring them to you. What do you think? To live. It had already abandoned even the dignity of a beast king, and was even lowly willing to make a guest appearance as a falcon. Unfortunately, Natsuki was unmoved and hard-hearted. No, I see you've grown quite fat with these wings. They look chewy. You're the devil, aren't you? Is the only use of my day wing for you to get on the grill? You can even take in that stupid tiger next to you. Why can't you take me in with you? The golden feathered crow had 10,000 expletives to curse out in its heart, but looking at Xiaji's smiling expression, it still wimped out. Confirmation of eyes, someone who can't be messed with, but just waiting to die. It was not willing to do so, no matter how it thought about it. It was with great difficulty that he had come to this point, growing step by step from a most lowly golden eagle to a golden feathered crow of the transformation saint realm, and before he could get away with it, he was going to be turned into roasted meat and enter someone else's stomach. That kind of ending is for whoever wants it, and it doesn't want it anyway. Jin Yu gritted his teeth. As Xiaji was about to strike, it finally shouted, don't kill me, I know a heavenly secret. It's related to the final inheritance of this secret realm. A silence. The air was suddenly silent. Just when Golden Feathered Crow thought that his life had been saved for the time being, Xiaji let out an "Oh, that's right," then continued the action that he hadn't done before, trying to catch it aside to deal with the ingredients. Aren't you at all impressed with this secret? Golden Feathered Crow was anxious and angry. It was the first time it had seen such a soft-hearted human. Even its biggest secret had been blown out, and this demon was still unwilling to let it go. Is it hard to believe that you're really going to die here today? Sure enough, the sudden sense of crisis from before was not an illusion at all, and it should have stayed honestly in the nest and slept today. Golden Featherwool's heart burst with despair, and his intestines turned green with remorse. Prospective Emperor's legacy. Seeing that Xiai was getting closer and closer to it, the golden-feathered crow finally couldn't help but get anxious. It crumbled. Wait, I actually have another secret that I haven't revealed. The master who opened up the secret realm back then was actually not an avatar realm cultivator, but a quasi-emperor. A genuine quasi-emperor. As long as you spare me once, I'll immediately take you to his inheritance. This is a chance left behind by a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Aren't you moved at all? I'm sorry, I'm actually really unmoved. In the small courtyard of the 10,000 Flames sect, the blood left behind by the great paragon demons he had killed had not yet dried. In the face of the golden-feathered crow's temptation, Xiaji's heart had no fluctuations and even wanted to laugh, let alone a quasi-emperor. Even a true great emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to make him look at him more than once. Golden Feather Wool's chips might be exceptionally tempting to others. Even celestial realm powerhouses would be moved, but it wasn't as important to him as a nice sizzling roast. At least the barbecue can fill your stomach. Can the emperor to be? His oily look was horrifying. Jian Yuwu gave up. This is still struggling. The inheritance left by the quasi-emperor powerhouse is not moved. I have never seen such a soft and hard human. Has the paramount emperor turned out to be so worthless? Even Great White sympathized with it a bit when he saw this scene. It's too bad. I've never seen such a miserable bird. A quasi-emperor inheritance is indeed a very tempting bargaining chip, but this demon in front of you is pressing more than just a quasi-emperor. Just like how the sacred transformation realm couldn't look at the heaven-sensing realm. It would be strange for Xiaji to be able to look at the inheritance left behind by a quasi-emperor. Now that's a real ass-kicking. That's when things suddenly took a turn for the worse. Daddy, don't kill it yet, okay? Sia Jojo grabbed her old man's sleeve, curious about the quasi-emperor inheritance in the mouth of the golden-feathered wool. She was a supreme heavenly demon in her previous life. Her heal was extraordinary. Even if she didn't take the initiative to cultivate, she would slowly become stronger. And a quasi-emperor was just an ant in her eyes. But times were different now. The heavenly demon had become a thing of the past, and now she was just a small chicken in the freshly innate realm. Maybe there would be unexpected surprises in this so-called quasi-emperor's inheritance? It doesn't cost anything to try anyway. And with Pops around, the little girl wasn't worried about any danger. Is Jojo not going to eat the roast? Natsuki was a bit surprised. He had always thought he had a daughter with deep-rooted foodie attributes, especially favoring all types of grilled meats. I didn't expect to be able to suppress my preferences and make that choice, but since Jojo had asked, he didn't hesitate much and nodded his head in agreement, then looked to the side of the golden featherwoo. Some regret, although I have little interest in the inheritance, in your mouth, but since my daughter likes it, it does not matter to let you go. Remember to grasp the opportunity, do not make some small moves. After all, if I can catch you once, I can catch you twice. If I catch you again, you can wash up and get on the grill. No problem, no problem, no problem, no problem. Golden Feathered Crow nodded frantically. Being able to survive for a while was already enough to make it happy. So how could it dare to make a deal with this demon now? Then I'll trust you for once. Xiaji snapped his fingers, and the aura that had previously pressed down on the Golden Feathered Crow like a mountain was all withdrawn. The Golden Feathered Crow only felt lighter. The whole bird had never been so free. All of the previously sealed spiritual power returned to his body, and regaining control of the power that was so vast that it seemed to be able to destroy the world. Jian Yuwu was almost moved to tears. Unfortunately, it didn't work. After glancing at the grinning Xiaji next to it, it still couldn't help but shiver. Can't afford to mess with it. Even if he regained his cultivation, he couldn't afford to mess with it. Perhaps just now it would have felt that the reason it was subdued so easily was all because of this demon sneak attack. However, the hand that Xiaji had just used made Jian Yuwu fully realize the gap between the two of them. On his own, if he really dares to make some small moves, he definitely has no way to live. In fact, the moment it had just gotten out of the trap, it had thought about whether or not to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, but then it gave up. The reason is simple. Don't dare to gamble. There was only one life, and it would rather honestly take this demon to find the quasi-emperor's inheritance than to hook up with it again and continue to make a fool of itself. After figuring this out, the golden-feathered crow's entire bird was much more relaxed. It shook its feathers and its figure reverted back to the size of a mountain, then let out a loud cry, signaling Xiaji and the others to sit on its back. When the group was ready, the golden-feathered crow lifted its wings and sped off in a certain direction of the secret realm. As a sage transformation realm magical beast, it was still very fast. The distance of thousands of miles was reached in just a few moments of effort. After half a column of incense, The golden feathered crow gathered its form and stopped in front of a not-so-obvious cave. This is the place. I also found it unintentionally during my last hunting patrol. It shook its feathers and said solemnly, "Through the cave, inside is the place of inheritance left behind by that lord of the mysterious realm. However, there is a peak celestial realm monolithic puppet guarding it, and it is because of this reason that I have delayed in taking the inheritance." A puppet at the peak of the celestial realm? Natsuki came to be interested. Of course, this interest was naturally not in the puppet's strength, but in other aspects. Before entering the secret realm, he had purposely sensed the entire secret realm, but did not find anything odd, and the strongest breath was only a magical beast at the early stage of the avatar realm. Xiai thought at that time that the demonic beast was the backhand left by the lord of the secret realm to suppress the entire secret realm, and did not put it on his mind. Who would have expected that he would have looked away? It was no wonder that he hadn't sensed an aura beyond the avatar realm before. It wasn't as if Xiai hadn't seen this puppet thing before. This thing is usually not very strong, but one great thing about it is that it doesn't reveal a single scent when it's not activated, making it extremely stealthy. A puppet with the strength of the celestial realm was already considered a rare and uncommon item. If thrown to the outside world, it was estimated that it could be auctioned at a sky-high price, and some of the old demons would not be able to help but be moved. After all, the puppet, as the name suggests, no thought, just a weapon. Who can recognize the master will listen to who. Theoretically, if one possessed a celestial realm puppet, even a small cultivator at the early Hotian stage would be able to pose a threat to a great cultivator of the celestial realm. Of course, this is only theoretical and cannot be made real. After all, if you really fight, the celestial realm great cultivator can completely kill you. The master, first, and once the master is dead, the puppet will naturally have no use for it. However, this didn't hinder the great value of a celestial realm puppet. After all, it was the equivalent of a celestial powerhouse that was completely at your beck and call. Although I can't use this myself, it's good to use it as a follower for my daughter. Decision made. Your puppet's great, but it's mine next. Stone Golem. Since the world was invincible, Xiai had no more pursuits. Find someone to spar with. You can't. Most people can't even catch a single move from him in his serious state. But if you don't take it seriously, then what's the point of cutting? Is it just a game? All in all, it had been a long time since he had stood up to someone soundly. It's always one sword, one punch, one glance, one kick to solve the battle. It's really boring after a long time. Okay. On the other hand, Xiai was a nature that couldn't stand loneliness, so in the long loneliness, he found a new interest. Engage the collection. This world was so big, and even though he was already invincible, invincibility did not mean omniscience. He was quite interested in those ancient legends as well as some magic treasures with strange effects, so he would collect and play with them when he had something to do. This secret realm was rumored to be tens of thousands of years old, which didn't seem long at first glance, but there were definitely quite a few good things inside with a bit of age. Previously, he thought that the lord of the secret realm was only in the avatar realm, so Xiai was still a bit blind to it. After all, although he liked to collect, he didn't want all kinds of trash. Now it was good. Although the quasi-emperor's cultivation level was not high, at the very least, he already had the qualifications to be collected. At least you have taken up the word emperor. The legacy left behind can't be too shabby, right? Jian Yuwu never expected that this demon would not let himself go. What about the deal that I take you guys to find the legacy and let me go when I found it? It tried hard to struggle, but it had been pinched by the skin at the back of Destiny's neck, and there was no way to resist. One could only watch lifelessly as Xiai continued to go deeper into the cave until he entered the inheritance place of the Lord of the Secret Realm. The whole bird is on the verge of crying. That giant stone puppet it had seen before was definitely a genuine peak of the celestial realm, and because of the body cast in solid stone, the hardness of the body, rare in the world. Golden feather crow 10,000 feathers under the hair. Even the same realm to physical body of the great white are not dare to hard to catch, can only temporarily avoid the front. But it was such a stunning kill that landed on the boulder golem and couldn't even leave a white spot. Fortunately, although the boulder golem was terrifyingly powerful and indestructible, it moved slowly and would only stay in the inheritance land and would not easily leave the place. That's why the golden feathered crow tried several times. But in the end, he was able to retreat in one piece by virtue of his haste. But that didn't mean it wasn't afraid of the boulder golem at all. After all, slow moving is only relative. There was no way around it. The gap between the two was just too great. After the sage transformation realm was the avatar realm, and only after the avatar realm was the celestial realm. It was at the peak of the sacred transformation realm, yes. Yet it was separated from the giant stone golem by two whole great realms. It was like a comparison between a mortal and an innate cultivator. The difference was oceanic. The action of the boulder golem was just how slow it was. In fact, it was just a little bit slower than it was. and every time the golden feathered crow tried it, he had to fight with 100,000 spirits, for fear that he would accidentally roll over, and it was estimated that he would have to be slapped to death on the spot. In the past, it would be prepared to do 120,000 things before trying, and would only come to the inheritance land to challenge it after making sure that everything was fine. Who would have thought that this demon would be so reckless? He rushed right in without making any preparations, although it didn't know the cultivation level of this demon, but looking at his age, it was no more than the celestial realm at the top, right? It was also comparable to the giant stone golem. If in a fully prepared situation there shouldn't be any problems, but there are no ifs about anything. Jian Yuwu was not worried that something would happen to Sia Ji. After all, the other party's cultivation was there. Even if he couldn't beat the boulder golem, running was still no problem. It is mostly concerned about its safety. I'm afraid that Sia Ji will throw it here before running away, and then it will be over. What kind of sins did I do in my previous life? The golden feathered crow could not cry, but he could only watch as Sia Ji stepped into the inheritance land, and at the same time, the eyes of the huge puppet in front of him, which was tens of meters high, emitted a red light and slowly stood up. Challenger detected. Loading. Mode. Welcome, Challenger, you are the 24th of the people. I hope you take my commitments. Now the challenge opens. Begins. The golem let out a dull, as if instrumental, cold sound and slowly stood up. As it moved, a huge and extremely powerful aura immediately overwhelmed the entire inheritance land, and the golden feathered crow's face turned ugly in an instant, and could only desperately mobilize its spiritual energy to forcefully resist the erosion of these pressures. Sia Ji fell back to his normal face, casually putting a boundary on Jojo and the great white family that followed him in. He walked around the puppet twice with interest and looked around. As he ogled, his mouth commented, "Not bad, the workmanship is quite exquisite. It seems that the lord of that secret realm is also a DIY person. It's also bluff on the outside, kind of like a Gundam from a previous anime. I just don't know if you can sit a pilot inside. It's just that this color scheme is a bit too monotonous. TSK. Have to change it. How can all white work? Golden feathered crow? A slow question mark. What the hell is wrong with this human? The puppets at the peak of the human celestial realm have all been activated. Can you not be so calm? What is DIY? And who is Gundam? The fact that you're in the mood to critique the golem's color scheme at a time as critical as this is too much. Even if you were born with a big heart. Jian Yuwu felt that ever since he met Sia Ji, he had turned into a relentless spitting machine. It's too much of a torture bird. Natsuki didn't care how broken it was inside. Aside from the color scheme, he was quite happy with the golem, and it was a nice collector's item. Sia Jojo also rode in on her great white at this moment, and likewise curiously surveyed it for a few moments before making the following comment. Nice toy. And does Jojo like toys like this? Sia Ji rubbed her head and said in a serious manner, call a good daddy and daddy will give it to you, okay? No way. Who would have guessed that Sia Jojo's little classmate was disgusted this time? It's too ugly. Besides, it looks stupid. I don't want this kind of silly toy. Come on. This father and daughter are really in the same vein. The golden feathered crow next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this dialogue. At least it's a puppet at the peak of the celestial realm. Can you guys show some urgency? Said to give away, and taunted that this is a toy. If you can get this kind of toy by calling out a good daddy, believe it or not, I will call out to you to dump your family's money. Who wouldn't be able to blow awesome? Just as it was slandering in its mind, the puppet moved once again, but this time it didn't move as slowly as a snail as it had when it first awoke. Instead, he raised a fist the size of a house high in the air and slammed it down hard at the location of the summer pole. Hand rub Gouda. In the face of this strike, Sia Ji did not even dodge, always standing in place. He silently watched the giant stone golem's fists getting closer and closer, without even the desire to dodge. This scene fell into the eyes of the nearby golden feathered crow, who naturally took it as him being scared silly. In his heart, he was even more desperate. If he had known that this demon was actually a fancy person, he should have escaped immediately when he got out of the trap just now. This is good. Did not run into, later in 9 cases to become the giant stone puppet's fist under the meat paste. But, after waiting for a while or not waiting for the puppet to do it again, Jian Yuwu was puzzled in his heart, and was about to open his eyes to see what was happening when he heard Sia Ji's voice ringing in his ears. Not bad strength. Although the realm is only the peak of the celestial realm, even if it's the entire celestial realm, I think no cultivator would dare to take this punch hard. Only when the dust cleared did Jian Yuwu see what had just happened. Sia Ji was still standing in place, while the giant stone puppet's fist was held high above his head, as if it was blocked by a layer of transparent film, and could not advance the slightest inch. Strength is okay, speed is a weak point, and the movement is a bit dull. It's ribald to use it for chasing, but it's a good choice as a bodyguard. and it's good enough to use. The former was even in the mood to critique, completely regarding the fist as big as the giant stone golem's house as nothing. It was called a cloud. Golden Feathered Crow looked dumbfounded. The first time they met, it thought that Xiaji was a mortal, and then it was slapped in the face with the bitter truth. After being subdued for the second time, it thought that Xiaji was at most at the celestial realm, but the latter backhandedly showed it what it meant by haven't you eaten? Use some strength. The latter backhandedly gave it a show called Have You Not Eaten? It no longer dared to guess what realm Xiaji was in now, but one thing was certain. At the very least, he was at the quasi-emperor realm, and even from his previous behavior of disdaining even the quasi-emperor inheritance, the possibility of even being a great emperor was as high as 70%. Boy, what a god this is. It's no wonder that Xiaotian's stupid tiger wimped out so quickly this time. Being targeted by a powerhouse of at least the quasi-emperor realm, I'd wimp out if it were me. Another glance at the big white that was flicking its tail dully next to it, the golden feathered crow actually envied it a little bit. With a paramount emperor or even a great man on top of him as a backer, one's future days would be considered prosperous. What's this called? Is a stupid tiger blessed with stupidity? If it wasn't for the fact that he was still fearful of Xiaji, there was still a little bit of the arrogance of being a flying bird-type magical beast at work. It even wanted to pounce on the lap at this moment as well. During this moment of hesitation by Jin Yuwu, Xiaji had already waved his hand, fixing the giant stone puppet in front of him in place. He had just observed the puppet with his divine thoughts and realized that there was a soul fragment embedded in the puppet's chest. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this should be the puppet recognition mark left behind by the Lord of the Secret Realm. It was not known exactly how long had passed. This soul fragment was already extremely weak, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would completely dissipate in at most 100 years, which meant that in at most 100 years, this gigantic stone golem would turn back into a masterless object. 100 years seemed like a long time at first glance, but it was really nothing to cultivators above the sage transformation realm. Sleep and close, a few months will pass. 100 years only. Just a few more turn over the matter. If the golden feathered crow could be patient and quietly wait for 100 years of light to pass, he could completely obtain the monolithic golem's recognition authority without any trouble, and could also obtain all the inheritance left behind by that quasi-emperor back then in the meantime. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. One wrong step. The moment he was approached by Natsuki, fate had already predetermined this. The book returns to the subject. After wiping away that remaining soul fragment, the giant stone golem looked as if it had lost the power to act. The red light in its eyes dimmed, and its huge and extremely oppressive body half-kneeled on one knee. In just a few moments, it had turned from a powerful puppet that was at the peak of the celestial realm into a pile of lifeless boulders. That'll be fine. Just a few more modifications to do. Xiaji stroked his chin, and with a thought, he took out a long sword carved with mountains, sun, moon, grass, trees, spring and autumn from his storage ring and used it as a carving knife. The impenetrable body of the giant stone golem was brittle like tofu in front of this long sword. It was easily cut through, without even a hint of resistance. After all, this is the first time I've ever carved, and my craftsmanship is actually quite average. Xiaji struggled for half a day, but in the end, he was just barely able to carve the boulder puppet into the desired shape, but he was already satisfied. At the very least, the current monolithic golem was quite a bit smoother than it was just a moment ago. What do you mean by hand-rubbing Gundam? From today I'm a tech geek too. Sia Jojo watched the scene from the side, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. She hadn't wanted the golem, which just looked stupid, because it felt humiliating, but now it changed its mind. Such a domineering puppet couldn't be more face-boosting if he brought it with him. Seeing that her old dad was ready to put the puppet into his storage ring after he finished carving it, without the slightest sign of wanting to give it to herself as a toy, the little girl finally couldn't help but get anxious. She tugged on the corner of Xiaji's coat, her big eyes fluttering as she skillfully began to act cute. What's wrong? Is something wrong with Jojo? Xiaji couldn't help but want to tease her when he saw her in this look of a little fortune hunter, so he played dumb and pretended to be puzzled. Just, Sia Jojo's little face turned red. When Pops had just offered to give it to her, she hadn't asked for it and was disgusted. It's just too embarrassing to go back on your word now, but I really want it. Oh, is my majesty going to be a flop again? QWQ? Dead or alive? She couldn't say that she wanted her father to give the puppet to her again, and happened to see the teasing smile on Xiaji's face. How could the little girl not understand that she was being molested by this stinky father? As soon as she grabbed Xiaji's arm, she stretched out her tiger teeth and bit on it without saying a word, then loosened it again in disgust, yucking up several mouthfuls before she grunted softly and turned her head away from looking at him. It's like, I'm pissed off. Come and get me. Look. Natsuki was already laughing like crazy inside. What if my daughter is too cute? The biting of his wrist just now was more of an attitude to prove that he was angry than a vent. The pressure wasn't even hard enough to bite through the skin. Jojo has grown up and understands. Knowing that you're heartbroken for your dad, even at a time like this, you didn't push hard. The old father was satisfied and felt that his daughter had really not suffered in vain. He didn't continue to tease the little girl, and with a wave of his hand he transformed the giant stone puppet into a normal humanoid size and sent it in front of Sia Jojo. Calm down and fill in one of your soul fragments, and from now on, this will be Jojo's follower. Naming genius Char Jojo. Thank you, father. Sia Jojo, however, did not let the puppet recognize the master at the first time, but sneaked a glance at Xiaji's wrist next to him and whispered, "The wound just now doesn't hurt, does it? Seems guilty." In fact, Xiaji sometimes couldn't help but sigh that this good daughter of his was really good at understanding. On the surface, she seems to be a petulant and unapologetic spoiled brat, but in fact, she's soft as cotton candy inside. The slightest kindness from a bystander can stick with her for a long time. Typical symptoms of lack of love. Not a single trace of the characteristics of having been a heavenly demon could be seen at all. He sometimes wondered if the kid's mom had miscalculated. Even if it is just born that moment, Summer Jojo also just shows some indifference in the middle. A manhwa to suppress the 8 deserts sweeping the 4 seas to make all beings submissive. The result is that even their own why do not understand. Just because they want to do it, so do it. This kind of behavior is just like a young girl who has not grown up and does whatever she wants. But Hua Huayu said in her letter to him that Jojo was the reincarnation of a heavenly devil, and that in the future there would surely be a plague of life, and the heavens would be in danger of tipping over. And that was why she had sent Jojo to him, wanting him to introduce his daughter to the right path. At that time, Xiaji didn't feel anything, but after spending so much time with Jojo, he couldn't help but be a little skeptical of that approval. There's no way around it. A little girl who can be coaxed into high spirits by a half-finished Gundam, and you're saying that she's going to be the future demon king who destroys the world and terrorizes countless people. No matter how you look at it, it just doesn't make sense. Go talk to Unraveling about this sometime. Sighing inwardly, Natsuki seriously decided on this matter. A few years ago, he had even traveled around the 9 states with Ruan Xi Yin, boating on the 5 lakes, and it was a free-for-all. Later, his wife suddenly ran away, leaving behind a sentence that said, "I have something important to do, so I hope you will take care of yourself," and then disappeared without a trace. It was not until more than 4 years ago that he was sent a great sun lotus, saying that it was the embodiment of his future daughter, and even the reincarnation of a heavenly devil, and entrusting him to look after it well. Out of his trust in Hua Xiaoyue, Xiaji did not probe what kind of important things the other party had gone to do, nor had he purposely investigated Hua Xiaoyue's movements, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a way for him to reach his own wife. When he had just fallen in love with Hua Xiaoyue, he had left a divine thought on the other party, which served no other purpose, resembling a portable communicator while also being able to be used as a powerful shield. Cultivators below great emperors couldn't even break the defense of the shield of divine thought. Cultivators above the great emperor, under a full force strike, could apparition ally break 1% of the defense. It is a solid gold. Moreover, if something really happened to Hua Huayu, that divine thought would still automatically give him a warning, which was why Xiaji was able to sit steadily in a fishing boat for so many years, staying in Tianju Mountain to focus on watching his child, all because he had prepared a backhand. Speaking of which, I hadn't seen Unraveling in years, before Jojo was even born. The Great Sun Lotus, as a rare and supreme treasure in the world, was known as the source of all fire, and the degree of preciousness could be imagined. Whoever could obtain it would be able to shed their skin, and from then on have absolute control over all firemind techniques. Starting out in the future in the Great Emperor realm, even if a demonic beast got it, it would be able to metamorphose out of the mortal world and enhance the concentration of its bloodline. In short, the benefits were countless. This kind of treasure, if you don't know it, it's just, the key is that it is now clearly placed in the place where everyone can see. And how many people can suppress the greed in their hearts? During the 4 years of guarding Tianju Peak, Xiaji himself wasn't even sure how many demonic beasts or cultivators he had killed who had hit on his daughter's idea. Among these people, the most rookie ones were at the celestial realm, and quasi-emperors were even a dime a dozen, and there were even 2 true great emperors. Unfortunately, they messed with the wrong person, and in the end, they all turned into white bones and fell under the Tianju Peak, becoming one with it. But even so, the people who coveted the Great Day Lotus were still like the weeds on the roadside in springtime, mowing a crop and growing another one, and they couldn't even be killed cleanly. In order for his daughter to have a successful birth, Xiaji hard guarded for 4 years did not go out to wave. Do you know how he came over these 4 years? Can't even play greedy blue moon. Every day's work is to face those who hit the daughter's idea. Come one to kill one, come a pair to kill a pair. Anyway, he really wanted to see his wife again. Really miss it. Ahem. Calm down. Be presentable in front of your daughter. Sia Jojo coughed lightly, kicking all those disorganized thoughts out of his mind. Only then did she look at her daughter and smiled. Has Jojo thought about what exactly she's going to call it from now on? Char Jojo, M. When the subject came up, the little girl fretted a little. She didn't know what would be a better name. Seeing as the giant stone golem was all white, she wanted to call it Great White, but that name was already taken by the tsunami tiger. Not only is the Great White occupied, but the second white and third white are gone, so it's impossible to call it the fourth white, right? That's a perfunctory name. After meditating for a while, Char Jojo's eyes suddenly lit up. If you can't name it based on its color, why not name it based on its characteristics? The giant stone golem was surprisingly so tall and strong that it was a bit strange to call it Big Tall, so it might as well be called Big Strong. It's concise and easy to understand, and also graphically describes what it is. Not ashamed of me. The little girl was proud of her level of naming and said with bravado, Big Strong. Let's call it Big Strong. Natsuki huffed. This. He could kind of see that his good daughter was really a name-calling waste. The names of the Great White family can still be explained by coincidence, so this can't be a coincidence as well, can it? If the golem was a living thing, it would cry when it learned that it had been given such a name, wouldn't it? Definitely cry. He took a deep breath and gave a smile that belonged to a loving father. Well, nice name. Jojo's so smart. With small children, it is important to compliment her and praise her without discouraging her enthusiasm and positivity. Old educator. Big White was happy instead, although it is not very educated. It can tell how uninspiring a name like Great White is. Originally, due to Xiaji's intimidation, it would at most only dare to complain a few times in its heart, and would never dare to show it on the surface. But it's okay now. Someone to keep it company. In fact, bad luck is not terrible. The terrible thing is bad luck only you. If there is a companion, the heart will feel much better. At least Big White sounds cute, but Big Strong doesn't, and always gives off an impression of being naive. Golden Feathered Crow gave it a contemptuous look from the side. This stupid tiger is really no good, so easily satisfied. If it were it would die not to accept this kind of name that sounds low to the ground, earthy, and not a bit of culture. Not even dead. How can you be so poor and still want to be a great emperor? Putting away the Big Strong that had successfully recognized its owner, Xiaji then looked into the depths of the trial land. It was also unknown what that paragon emperor who opened up the secret realm was actually thinking. This so-called trial place was simply shabby and scary, except for the thousands of square meters under their feet. Similar to the ring-like building, there was only a pile of debris left, such as the forest ruins. As for the treasure, sorry, this is really not available. Xiaji swept and swept with his divine thoughts, but he did not find any interesting magic treasures. Only in a hidden ruin, he found 2 jade slips, and a blood that emitted a crystal red light. One of the jade slips inside the engraved Tianren realm organ puppet manufacturing method. Another jade slip inside is that quasi-imperial emperor's life cultivation method, named Great Sun Prisoner of the Sky skill. Sounds seems to be very hegemonic, but the top of the sky is only able to reach the emperor realm, and can only let the half-demon, or the real Golden Crow plan cultivation. Xiaji swept a glance on the uninterested. Practice to the extreme cannot catch him a move. This kind of garbage gongfu, do not want it. As for the remaining drop of blood, that being said, this should be the most precious thing in the entire secret realm. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the heart essence blood of a genuine great emperor realm Golden Crow imperial clan. Look at this surging incomparable life force. Even after dying for 10,000 years still does not reduce the slightest. It is estimated that in life that Golden Crow imperial clan in the great emperor realm is also a rare strong man. Unfortunately, it still didn't do much for him. This is too shabby, isn't it? Although a quasi-emperor cultivator isn't much, how on earth does a quasi-emperor who is poor to this extent get by? Natsuki didn't believe it. He mobilized his divine thoughts and turned the entire secret realm upside down, not even sparing a single ant, and still no precious treasures were found. In the end, he had to accept this, that never-before-seen lord of the secret realm, the real-deal quasi-emperor cultivator, was actually really a pauper, the kind that even a mouse wouldn't bother to come in and steal. How can you be so poor and still want to be an emperor? Yeah, forget it. At least I got the method of making this organ puppet. It will be more convenient to hand-rub Gouda in the future. It's not a bad trip. Natsuki could only comfort herself with that. Putting the jade sketch away, he didn't even look squarely at the Great Sun Prisoner of Heaven technique next to him. This kind of technique that had serious flaws and was stuck on the object of cultivation couldn't even be considered chicken ribs to him. On the contrary, the drop of heart essence blood of the Golden Crow Imperial clan next to it was still somewhat useful, and might come in handy in the future. Who'd have guessed? Leave blood on your hands. A voice that popped up but interrupted his movements. Xiaji's hand trembled, and his eyes looked unkindly in the direction the voice came from. only to find that it was actually the quail that had been trembling with fear all along. Golden feathered crow. You're the quail. Obviously before, he didn't even dare to breathe a single breath, making it clear that he was afraid of him to the bone. But at this moment, this stupid bird was strangely excited, and its eyes were glowing as it stared at the drop of golden color, vaguely emitting a red light of the golden crow's essence blood, like a male baboon in heat seeing a female baboon. Full of longing, pressing on. If it wasn't because it was worried about being killed by Sia Ji, it probably would have wanted to rush up and grab it at this moment. Isn't it just a drop of blood? Look at you. Natsuki was disgusted. However, on second thought, he could understand Golden Feathered Crow's excitement. This stupid bird is only in the sage transformation realm, and the bloodline in his body is not pure, so it is estimated that he was born from a lowly background in his early years, and only rose up by chance. If there were no surprises, it would top out at the Avatar realm in this life, and it wouldn't even reach the peak of the Avatar realm. There is no way. Magical beasts are not like humans. Human cultivators can become stronger through alchemy and body forging and other left-handed methods even if their talent is average. But magical beasts are locked out of the upper limit by the bloodline in their bodies as soon as they are born. The cubs of Great Emperor Realm magical beasts would definitely become great emperors when they grew up, and the cubs of Celestial Realm magical beasts would definitely become celestials when they grew up, unless halfway early young, or found a way to raise the concentration of blood, or no exception. The golden feather crow body is only the most low-grade golden eagle, but it is lucky. Earlier years had encountered two Saint Realm magical beasts in the fight. One of them also happens to be a flying bird-type magical beasts. It was picked up after the second breakthrough in the bloodline, which can be cultivated to today's level. But this good fortune comes only once. The strongest magical beast in the secret realm was only at the Avatar realm and was always in a state of slumber. The flying bird-type magical beasts were the strongest, which meant that it no longer had the opportunity to rely on devouring the essence blood of stronger people to evolve its bloodline. Although the sacred transformation realm had already lived thousands of years and had no natural enemies in the secret realm, it could be allowed to get away with it. However, the golden feathered crow is arrogant by nature and is never willing to be stuck in this field as a landlord. It wanted to get stronger, break through the boundary, and then go outside the secret boundaries to see what was going on, and all of that required strength. Unfortunately, it couldn't even defeat the giant stone golem, let alone break through the boundary patched up by a Paragon Emperor powerhouse. But the turnaround has come now. The golden feathered crow had been trapped in this secret realm for his entire life, and had truly never seen any great world, but that didn't stop it from being able to see the extraordinary nature of that drop of golden blood. It seemed as if every cell and every feather in its body was transformed into a living thing at this moment, screaming madly at it. Swallow it now. It's your future. If it can get this drop of blood, its bloodline can definitely evolve again. No, maybe it can evolve twice in succession. From then on, it might have the potential to break through the celestial realm. It still has shallow eyes. This was the heart essence blood of a great emperor realm's golden crow imperial clan. But any flying demonic beast, as long as they could get it, they would at least be a quasi-imperial emperor in the future. And the celestial realm was nothing. The golden feathered crow is stupid. A moment of greed almost overwhelmed it. And while that demon was off guard, it grabbed the essence blood and ran. You are immensely familiar with this secret realm. Just find a hidden place to hide. There won't be any problems. A little person seemed to pop up in its mind, frantically urging it to die. Jian Yuwu was indeed very moved. But when he thought that even the celestial realm puppet couldn't break through the demon's defense before, this cultivation was a quasi-emperor at the very least. Did it really have any hope of being able to escape under the eyes of a quasi-emperor powerhouse? A little chicken of the sacred transformation realm? With these odds, it would be better to squat on a tree and wait. Maybe a live golden crow royalty would be bumped to death down there? I'd like to grab it, but I don't dare. If you don't grab it, you want the blood too much. The golden feathered crow was so tangled that it hesitated in place for a while until it couldn't help but cry out after seeing that Sia Ji was going to put away the golden crow essence blood. In fact, it regretted it just after it shouted, "This is a bit of a fatal star. He dares to snatch food from his mouth. Should not be destroyed by the beast road, right?" Sharked the bird in 3 seconds. The ashes are given to the bird to raise. Mysterious iron piece. Luckily, although Sia Ji's expression was a bit unkind, he didn't get it killed in the first place. This caused Jian Yuwu to quietly breathe a sigh of relief. A humanized and stiff smile appeared on the bird's face as it awkwardly said, "That, Senior, I have a sentence that I don't know if it's appropriate to say." "Oh, then you tell it first." Natsuki clenched his fists and gave a nuclear goodness smile. "After all, only after I hear it can I decide what, exactly, I'm going to do with you. The office, the treatment?" Jian Yuwu had a little panic in his heart. This demon isn't going to kill the bird to silence it, is he? It also did not dare to run, and could only smile awkwardly. pretending not to understand the appearance of Xiaoji's words, and said stiffly, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu just wants to talk about a piece of business with seniors. Business? Xiaoji raised an eyebrow and looked at it with interest. Tell me more about it. Although he didn't feel that this little bird that was only at the peak of the transformation saint realm could take out any treasures that were enough to make him something, there was no harm in trying. This attitude of his made Jian Yuwu's heart settle down quite a bit. The latter breathed a sigh of relief, and only then said with a straight face, I believe that with senior's strength that far exceeds that of the Lord of the Secret Realm, this drop of essence blood left behind by the Lord of the Secret Realm doesn't have much effect on you, but it's a rare and precious treasure for Xiao Wu. Therefore, I'm willing to use 1,000 years of my savings to pay back this chance with senior. I don't know how does senior feel about it. It also didn't move to pat Natsuki on the back. The subliminal meaning is that you are so powerful that even if the Lord of the Secret Realm swindles his body, he will probably be pressed into the coffin again by you. Such a strong and perverted big brother like you. Don't grab the chance with a small shrimp like me, okay? I'll exchange my entire fortune with you. The entire possessions of a peak transformation saint realm demonic beast. If it was in the eyes of an ordinary cultivator, it would certainly be a heavenly fortune. Unfortunately, Natsuki had no inner turmoil and even wanted to laugh. This drop of essence blood was the heart essence blood left behind by the golden crow of the great Emperor Realm Imperial clan. Even if there was only one drop, it was worth a fortune. Not to mention taking your entire possessions in exchange. Even if you sold the entire mystic realm, it's probably not worth as much as this drop of essence blood. Although Xiaoji couldn't see it, it didn't mean that he was willing to be an ingrate, a child who gave away money and did good deeds without leaving a name. The preciousness of this drop of essence blood is far beyond your imagination, and these chips are not enough, although not explicitly rejected, but the summer poll these words, and you poor bastard cannot afford to buy no difference, just a little more euphemistic. The golden-feathered osprey's face went white. In fact, it had already expected it. A drop of essence blood that could allow itself to break through the concentration of its bloodline at least twice. Its precious value could be imagined, and it was by no means something that could be exchanged for the entire savings of a tiny transformation saint realm magical beast. Yet it did not give up on it. Instead, with a wave of his wings, he pulled out all the savings he had accumulated for thousands of years and placed them in front of Xiaoji, piling them up into a small mountain. 1,000-year Xianyu fruit has the effect of transforming 100 poisons, producing death, and flesh and bones. It can be called a holy product for healing. With only one, even if there is only one breath left, it can save any cultivator below the peak of the sacred transformation realm. 7 colored glazed flowers, petals borne 7 pieces, each has its own efficacy. Some can stabilize the soul, some can warm the meridians, some can be easy to cut down the marrow, extremely difficult to mature. I waited for so many years, but also only waited for it to grow out of 6 petals. And this red sun grass, ice spirit liquid, and Bodhi heart lotus, are all the family treasures that I have painstakingly saved during these thousands of years, and I would like to hand all of them over to Senior, and I only hope that Senior will give Little Crow a chance. To this moment, Jian Yuwu has completely abandoned their own pride, not only to their own family fundamentals all out, and the voice pleading to the extreme, almost did not give Xiaoji kneel down. No way. The essence blood of the Golden Crow Imperial clan was too important to it. The Golden Feathered Crow was confident that if it could really refine this drop of essence blood, the essence of its life would be instantly sublimated. This kind of great opportunity that one could not necessarily encounter once in a lifetime. If one missed it, the heavens would be struck by lightning in the future. If he wasn't worried that Xiaoji might be too annoyed by it, he probably would have pounced on it and hugged its thighs at this moment. A pile of rags. This was the only thought in Xiaoji's heart after seeing the Golden Feathered Crow's last 1,000 years of inventory. Can't blame him for thinking so. Take the 1,000-year Xianyu fruit as an example. It sounds like it's powerful when you're born dead and flesh is white, but it can only work on cultivators below the sage transformation realm. To the cultivators below the harmonization sage realm, this is of course a genuine healing holy product. One more is one more life. But to the cultivators above the harmonization sage realm, it is not even chicken ribs, and they don't even take a look at it when it falls to the ground. And there were a whole lot more treasures like this one that Golden Feathered Crow had. He didn't reject it at first, but picked through the latter's inventory for a while, trying to see if there was any barely worthwhile treasure in there. Just rummaging and rummaging, he was surprised to find a fairly interesting contraption. It was something like a piece of iron. The body was pitch black, without even a pattern on the surface, and its appearance was unimpressive to the extreme. But it was this black, unidentified piece that attracted Xiaoji's idea. I don't know what this piece of iron is made of. It doesn't look like it at first, but when you actually get your hands on it, you realize its qualities. It's too hard. The previous giant stone golem of the celestial realm was already hard enough. but Xiaji didn't even need to exert any force to easily pinch it flat and knead it, even giving it a gouda-like shape on the spot. But not this piece of iron. Even Natsuki had to exert a slight amount of force to deform it. Is it hard to believe that it's really something good? He came to be interested, sweeping with his divine thoughts. He didn't find anything odd in it. Xiaji stroked his chin and after a moment of thought, he cut open his index finger and dropped a drop of blood into it. Pops, what are you doing? Sia Jojo looked at him with some confusion, not understanding why he was so attached to a piece of iron. Although the little girl in her last life is a silly white sweet in the sky devil, but after all, also had broad strength. No, I is still in her eyes this piece of iron is completely nothing surprising. Is the most ordinary piece of iron just? At best, the material is hard a little. Just trying to experiment. Xiaji stroked her little head and did not explain much, but only smiled faintly. The wound he had just slashed open had healed in the blink of an eye, but a drop of blood emitting a golden glow fell down the air and touched the iron piece. After the two have touched, and nothing happened. After the blood, which emitted a golden divine radiance, dripped down on top of the iron sheet, it was as if it had encountered some invisible barrier, and it slid down the surface of the iron sheet, dripping onto a weed that had sprung up. Xiaji narrowed his eyes, his gaze rarely becoming deep. It's not right. It's so wrong. One transaction. To say a word that is not self-effacing, after Xiaji traveled to this metaphysical world, without a system and without a backer. The reason why he could be invincible in the world was that he had a demonic to the extreme talent. He had experimented a long time ago, feeding his own blood to a low-ranking magical beast that had yet to be enlightened, and the latter's figure would surge, as if its life level had evolved, and it was normal for it to break through several realms in a row. Only this power from the sky is not so easy to get. You have to pay the appropriate price. These low-level magical beasts that had absorbed his blood, after breaking through to a limit, would 100% explode in place due to their inability to continue fusing the power within their blood and die without a single corpse, without exception. This body of his didn't know exactly what kind of physique it was, not to mention the speed of cultivation by leaps and bounds. Even if it was just a little bit of the blood that had been divided out, the aggression was overly strong. So far, there was only one person who was able to absorb his blood without exploding on the spot, and that was Natsu Jojo. But even if it was Sia Jojo, it was still because it was connected to his bloodline, equivalent to another continuation of his life. That's what made it so easy for Jane to fuse his blood. This mysterious iron piece was able to display repulsion towards his blood. This alone was enough to make Xiaji curious. Once a person has no enemy, he feels empty and lonely and likes to find something for himself to do and polish his time. The same goes for Summerpole. He was curious about the origin of this mysterious iron piece, and planned to take it back and study it. Even if he couldn't study anything, it would be good as a collection. Jin Yuwu had been watching his reaction carefully from the sidelines. As soon as I saw that he seemed to be interested in the iron piece, I finally found a chance to speak. This iron piece was obtained by me by chance. I only know that it has a hard texture. Even my plume has no way to pierce through it. Is it possible that Senior is interested in it? It's a bit of interest. Xiapole nodded, and after a little thought, he added, but with just this iron piece, it's not enough to exchange for that drop of the Golden Crow Imperial clan's essence blood. I do have another proposal. Are you willing to listen? Essence blood of the Golden Crow royal family? Golden Featherwool's two eyes glowed. Understanding for the first time the source of that essence blood, it was tempted to reject Xiaji's offer and say I'll just take this drop of blood, but didn't have the guts. Natsuki had spoken for himself by this time. The only reason you want this drop of essence blood is to evolve your bloodline and have the potential to break through to a higher realm. This drop of essence blood was retained by the Golden Crow Imperial clan of the Great Emperor realm in its lifetime, and is of astounding value. And although it's of little use to me, I don't intend to do business at a loss. For the sake of this piece of iron, I can give you an option. Hand over the iron piece to me, and then I will raise your bloodline once, the safe and side effect free kind. Buy you to raise the bloodline? Golden Feathered Crow was shocked. It knew that Xiaji was strong, but strong didn't mean it could do everything. Enhancing the concentration of the bloodline. There was no better way other than using a more powerful magical beast's essence blood as a guide. With this statement from Xiaji, could it be that he was going to give it another copy of magical beast's essence blood? If that's the case, it's not unacceptable. It wasn't greedy. It was just that it didn't know before. But now that it knew, it simply didn't dare to continue hitting the idea of that Golden Crow essence blood of the Great Emperor realm. With its current cultivation, it is estimated that there is no way to refine that drop of essence blood, and it would have to explode and die if it just swallowed it. It would be a good deal for it to get another essence blood safely and without side effects. After just a moment's thought, Jin Yuwu agreed decisively. More chance for seniors. You're a resourceful little bird. Jojo put her hands behind her back and commented in an old-fashioned manner. Although she was small, she could see the meaning of the words that Xiaji had just said. Pops had deliberately pointed out the origin of that drop of essence blood earlier, and had specifically emphasized that it was left by the Golden Crow of the Great Emperor realm, just to see what choice the Golden Feathered Crow would make in the end. I didn't expect the other party to be able to suppress his inner greed and choose a method that suited him better, so it seemed that his heart was not bad. Sia Jojo even moved to love the talent. She wondered if she should take this little bird under her command as well. It just so happened that it could fly, and could be used as a scout in the future. As an emperor among the heavenly demons, how could he not have a few capable generals under his hand when he was on a royal expedition? It was only that the potential that Golden Feathered Crow had shown so far wasn't enough to completely move her, so Sia Jojo planned to observe for a little while longer. As for you to ask me why Big White is obviously in the same realm of the transformation sacred realm with the Golden Feathered Crow, but earlier it was so simple to take in under the banner. Isn't that a given? Is there a comparison between a big, fluffy, jacked up cat with 2 cubs and a colored, ugly, jacked up bird that can't be jacked up? Face value is justice. Creatures like big cats are meant to be used for cute. What's the point of having such a high level of strength? If Jian Yuwu knew what was going on inside her mind, the former could probably cry in the toilet. It is the most proud of its own feathers of this divine steed, like gold pouring. I did not expect that in the eyes of Sia Jojo is actually yellow. Luckily, the Golden Feathered Crow didn't know this right now, and it was looking at Sia Ji with a face full of eagerness. It was unknown how exactly this godforsaken senior was going to help it raise its bloodline concentration. To say that something like raising bloodline concentration was simple was also simple, and to say that it was difficult was also difficult. It was of course very simple for Sia Ji. He only needed to remove all the bloodline magazines in the Golden Feathered Crow's body, only retaining the essential parts, and the bloodline concentration would naturally be high. Of course there was a simpler method, which was to give it a portion of the essence blood of a more powerful magical beast for it to devour and refine. But this method didn't work as well as the first one. Sia Ji is also considered half obsessive compulsive disorder. Either do not do to do well. The first method was certainly a bit more troublesome, but he could still accept it. It was that he was afraid that the Golden Feathered Crow would not be able to accept it. As for the reason, does it count that this method can be painful? Looking at this stupid bird's face full of eagerness, Sia Ji thought about it and decided that it would be better to remind it first, lest it would be unprepared later and what if it died of pain. It's true that I can increase the concentration of your bloodline, but there are also strong side effects. The process may be particularly painful. Are you okay with that? Ouch. What kind of side effect is that? My generation of magical beasts. This is to fight with the sky. As long as you can become stronger, not to mention the special pain, even if it is particularly painful, I blink today, count me as a loss, okay? Thinking of this, Golden Feathered Crow then waved his wings in a particularly bold manner. Senior, come on. I'm afraid of everything, just not pain. I hope you retain this courage for a little while longer. Sia Ji's gaze implicitly looked at it. How can I say it? That look is a little pity. Sia Jojo on the side coldly shivered. She always had a bad premonition, as if Pops was about to do something bad, regarding the fact that Jian Yuwu offered himself for a seat. This bloodline enhancement ceremony, which was highly anticipated by both sides, began. First, it was Sia Ji's faint voice that rang out. Relax your mind and don't resist. The Golden Feathered Crow did as it was told, opening the door wide to the former's divine thoughts that invaded its body without the slightest will to resist. Not that there was any doubt that Sia Ji would take this opportunity to screw him over. People were so much stronger than it. If they really wanted to harm it, moving their hands would be enough. There was really no need to go through so much trouble, and it's impossible for it to backtrack when things have come to this point, isn't it? Using his divine thoughts to scan the entire body of this stupid bird, Sia Ji secretly nodded. However, it was a most lowly golden eagle origin. Under normal circumstances the nascent soul realm would be the top. I didn't expect it to achieve the peak of the transformation sage, which certainly had quite a lot of trickery in it, but it couldn't be dissociated from its efforts either. It is that the bloodline in this body is not to refuted. Over the years, in order to become stronger, the Golden Feathered Crow had devoured the flesh and blood of many powerful magical beasts, and it could be said that it was able to mix into what it was today because of one slash and one kill. The blood and flesh of these magical beasts certainly gave it the potential to break through the transformation saint realm, but it also blocked its future path to a certain extent. The simple fact is that the benefits are short-lived, but the woes are long-lasting. But this kind of thing, it was estimated that even if the Golden Feathered Crow was given another chance, it would still do it. After all, it has no backing. Its bloodline is trash, and if it doesn't go to devour the blood and flesh of other magical beasts, it is estimated that it will only be a nascent soul in this life, and it might as well be now. Sia Ji shook his head and began to concentrate on removing the impurities in its bloodline too. This step isn't really that hard. It's mostly a pain in the ass, The importance of a bloodline to a magical beast was self-evident. Even if it was only impurities, it made up a little bit of its flesh and blood. If he stripped it off hastily, it was estimated that even if the golden feathered wool didn't die a violent death on the spot, it wouldn't be much better. At the very least it would be a serious injury. So it's a delicate job that requires a little care and taking your time, and as a direct consequence of going slowly. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. No, no more. I feel like I'm going to crack. Seniors, I won't raise my bloodline. I really won't raise my bloodline. Please spare me. That's about it. Jian Yu, who was full of confidence before the ceremony began, and even put out the word that it would be considered a loss if I even frowned, was in pain at this moment and on the verge of collapsing. It felt like every piece of flesh and blood on its body was being crushed with force, only to reorganize in the next second, and then continue to be crushed. This continuous pain swept through its consciousness. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiai had secretly wrapped its divine consciousness with a ball of spiritual energy so that it could maintain its last waking moment, it wouldn't be strange for this stupid bird to die even if it was in pain. And in the face of the golden feathered crow's unconscious pleas for mercy, Xiai ignored it and continued the work in hand with a calm face. That appearance, paired with the twisted to the extreme bird face and miserable screams of the golden feathered crow on the side, looked a bit frightening. Sia Jojo subconsciously hugged Big White tightly. Big White also shivered and hugged her back. One person and one beast gulped, their hearts trembling with fear, feeling as if they had discovered the hidden side of their old dad/master. This screaming went on for 2 hours. By the time the ceremony was completely over and Xiai had successfully removed all the impurities from its bloodline, the golden feathered crow had already softened its feathers in pain, paralyzed on the ground like a wasted bird. His face full of lifelessness made people sad to hear and tearful to see. Xiai looked a bit disgusted and kicked it without any goodwill. Come on, didn't you say you'd lose if you blinked before? Why are you pulling your crotch now? Can't you be a little bit more honorable? Is this a no good thing? You didn't tell me it would hurt this much before. The golden feathered crow was aggrieved in its heart, but it didn't dare to say anything. It was hard to get up from the ground miserably, and it was estimated that it would have to leave a considerable psychological shadow in the future. Feel the concentration of the bloodline in your body and see how much it has been raised. Natsuki was unmoved, concerned only with business. Fortunately, the golden feathered crow wasn't the kind of bird that didn't have a brain. So much for the pain. It was good to get stronger. It closed its eyes as it was told and began to quietly sense the concentration of the bloodline in its body, and its originally weepy expression gradually became agitated. It has evolved at least once. I can feel that the inexplicable power hasn't dissipated yet, and I can still slowly purify my bloodline in the days to come. Its eyes snapped open, never having been so surprised. It had evolved at least once, which meant that the upper limit that would have locked it at the peak of the transformation saint realm for the rest of its life had been broken. It possessed the potential to impact the avatar realm from now on, and in its future cultivation, the bloodline in its body would continue to slowly purify. Although it couldn't evolve once more, there was still nothing wrong with strengthening the possibility of breaking through to the celestial realm by a few points. This great kindness is like a new creation. The golden feathered crow hated to be able to let out his voice to express his inner joy. Who expected that only just screamed was Xiai ruthlessly knocked a chestnut. What's all the noise about? Look at you with that unseen look. If you've never seen the world, you've never seen the world. The golden feathered crow was not angry. If it had just obeyed Xiai or because it was afraid of his strength, now it had gained a lot more reverence for Xiai. In the world of metaphysics, the grace of preaching was already greater than anything else. Not to mention that this wasn't as simple as preaching. This was unlocking the shackles of the bloodline for it. It was a heavenly chance, not to mention just knocking on its head. Even if Xiai wanted to pull out all the hairs on its body, the golden feathered crow would not even blink an eye. Because he was a magical beast, there was no way to take human form. So the golden feathered crow could only use his wings instead of his arms and respectfully bowed to him, using it to express his gratitude. Meanwhile the mouth didn't drop. Senior's great kindness is unforgettable to Little Crow. If I have any orders in the future, I will definitely go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire without blinking an eye. Come on, you just said the same thing and it hurt like hell. Natsuki snorted, still feeling a bit of relief in his heart. At the very least, it's not a blank slate. Golden feather crow hee smile, completely disappeared the first time to see the arrogance. Full of dog legs said, that what? Seniors, small crow has an unkind request. Now that you know it's an unkind invitation, don't invite it. It was expected that Xiai would ask it a question, but who would have thought that the former would not follow the rules at all? Jian Yu pretended not to hear his words. He laughed. In fact, it is not a big deal. Just want to ask, Senior, you still lack a little brother? When the follower I can also Although Little Crow my cultivation is not good, I should still be quite competent as a rushing tool. Elder, think about it? Trimester. Natsuki huffed. You're a self-promoter, aren't you? Why didn't I see you being such a dog before? Now that you've gotten the benefit of the doubt, you want to work with me? He didn't have the heart to say, sorry, not thinking about it. What, elder, you agree? Jian Yuwu was filled with great joy and had decided to carry the word shameless to the extreme. After being in contact with Sia Ji for so long, it actually saw the point. This big guy may seem to be wildly cool and a demon eater, but his personality is actually surprisingly accessible. As long as it doesn't touch his bottom line, it's usually not a big deal. That's why it had the guts to come up to the table. After all, even that stupid tiger Tsunami could be the big brother's dog. Why couldn't he be? Don't look at the fact that being a dog seems to sound quite humiliating, but in actuality throwing it out there is a good thing that many people can't even snatch up. What does it mean to be the dog of a great man who is at least a quasi-emperor, and in all probability a true great emperor, or even a great emperor or above? That means a backer, or the kind of backing that's hard and scary. As the saying goes, if you fight a dog, you still have to look at the master. If it really became Sia Ji's little brother, even those great cultivators whose cultivation was higher than it had to give it a few points of face. That's what's so great about having a good boss. Sia Jojo on the side was speechless. You stupid bird. So shameless. It was the first time the little girl had seen such a cheeky magical beast since she was reborn. Obviously the golden feathered crow clan, which was known for its arrogance, was able to make this kind of move that a licking dog couldn't even do, which was truly disgraceful. Jojo feels the same way, doesn't she? At his daughter's words, Sia Ji thought deeply. The father and daughter reached a weird tacit understanding, staring straight at the golden feathered crow in front of them, staring it to the point of scalp numbness, and speaking in a weak tone. Elder, I'm already your bird. You can't not want me, Natsuki? When I put a question mark, it's not me who has a problem, it's you. What do you mean you're already my bird? You've ruined my honor so much. Do you believe I'll show you how to make a braised whole chicken right now? Perhaps because his gaze was too unkind, surveying it as if it was looking at a chicken to be slaughtered. Golden feathered crow let out a sarcastic laugh. Mistake of speech. Purely a mistake of speech? Senior, don't misunderstand, but my heart to follow the Lord's Bear City is definitely not fake. So Lord, give it a chance. Come on. Even the Lord called. Natsuki held his forehead with a marvelous sense of helplessness. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had been forced to touch someone. Bah! Nope. Not even human. Clearly a stupid bird. He didn't bother to dwell on it. The stupid bird could follow if it wanted to. It did have one thing right before. Although the cultivation level was low, it was still quite good as a substitute. After all, why stand when you can lie down? Since you have to join the gang, you can follow Jojo from now on. Sia Ji skillfully matched his daughter with a guard. The golden feathered crow was of little use following him, so he might as well stay and let Jojo make use of it. But at the Lord's command, Jian Yuwu had nothing to complain about. In its view, whether it followed Sia Ji or Sia Jojo, there was really no difference. It was even a little better to follow Sia Jojo. After all, the new master was a daughter slave at first glance, and the words of the young master might be more useful than even him. Then, Jojo, you can name it, and it will be easy to address it later. Sia Ji touched his daughter's head and smiled a very fatherly smile. The little girl's cute, pretty face froze. Can I say no? She wailed. Father, since you're the one who assigned me a subordinate, you should be the one to pick the name, right? Hey, you can't say that. Sia Ji didn't agree with her. Creating a sense of belonging is key if you want the people underneath to do their best, and naming is the first step. The little bird is going to follow you from now on, and of course it's only right that you, the master, should give it a name. Isn't that the natural thing to do? Or is it that Jojo doesn't really like gifts from daddy? That combination went straight to the little girl's head. On a hunch, she always felt that something seemed wrong, but it's impossible to say why. At the end of the day, all that could be done was to mumble and nod. Well, then, leave it to me. Then he hid away and meditated. Only then did Sia Ji put away the laughter under his eyes. It was true that such creatures as daughters were meant to be teased, and he couldn't stop enjoying himself every time he saw Sia Jojo's aggravated little face. The great master is so nasty. The golden feathered crow on the side was secretly spitting in its heart when it suddenly heard Sia Ji calling its name from the side. Golden feather. What is the order, Lord? The golden feathered urchin was suddenly in awe and didn't dare to go off on a tangent. His voice was calm and steady. Sia Ji lightly glanced at it. Since you are going to follow Jojo in the future, the peak strength of the sage transformation realm is a bit too weak. The mention of this golden feathered crow was a bit embarrassing. It doesn't want to. Although it already had the potential to impact the celestial realm after its bloodline evolved again, it still needed time after all. If it was given enough time and resources, under normal circumstances, it should be able to break through to the Avatar realm within 5 years. Don't look at the fact that 5 years seemed to be a long time, but to a great magical beast like it that had accomplished its cultivation, it was nothing at all. It went by in the blink of an eye. After all, there are more people not to mention 5 years, even if it is 50 years, 500 years, 5,000 years, there is no way to break through. To the death can only be trapped in the peak of the sacred realm of transformation on this yoke. Compared to those people, it has been very lucky. But since the boss thinks it's slow, so Golden Feather Crow immediately assured, Golden Feather will make a breakthrough as soon as possible, and will not cause the Lord to lose face, so I hope to give me some time. I'm confident that I can break through within 3 years, directly cut the breakthrough time almost in half. I have to say, the stupid bird did put his heart into it. Unfortunately, in Sia Jojo's eyes, 3 years was still too long. When 3 years from now, under his cultivation, maybe Jojo will already be a celestial being, so what's the point of having you then? So he nonchalantly said, too slow, still too slow, within 3 months, I want you to break through the divine aptitude. If you can't do that, pack up and leave on your own. Jian Yuwu's face showed a bitter expression. 3 months? How is that possible? Even if it didn't sleep or rest, and used all 3 months for cultivation, it would still be impossible to break through. After all, if breaking through was that simple, the world would be full of great cultivators of the Avatar realm. If you don't see, even a genius of Anrosa's grade took several hundred years to break through to the divine profound realm, not to mention a one-devil beast like it whose natural talent was far from being considered a demon. Anyone who can break through in 3 years is playing hard to get, and there's really no way to keep shortening that time any further. Good name. Looking at Sia Jojo's face full of seriousness, it couldn't even help but wonder if the other party didn't want to take it at all, and that was why it deliberately raised an impossible request. Thinking about what? Natsuki glared at it in an ungraceful manner and added, I certainly can't let you do something that you simply can't do. Jian Yuwu smiled sarcastically. With a thought, Sia Jojo took out an elixir pill emitting a surfeit of silver light from his storage ring and sent it to its eyes. Swallow. Without hesitation, the golden-feathered crow opened its beak and swallowed the Dan pill without saying a word. But it didn't even ask what this thing was good for. A trace of appreciation flashed in the bottom of Sia Jojo's eyes. This little bird was indeed very smart. What he wanted were men who obeyed orders unconditionally, who could have their own little minds, but who had to be loyal. Golden Featherwool's performance just now did this very well. Swallowing the Dan pill without hesitation meant that it was 100% obedient to Sia Jojo, with 100% trust. Even if it was told to die in the future, it would not hesitate. A small transformation Saint Realm magical beast. Sia Jojo didn't have the heart or time to tame it, and it would of course be the best ending if the other party knew what they were doing. Only after Jian Yuwu completely swallowed the pill did he open his mouth, with a hint of a very faint smile. Heavenly Spirit Pill. The efficacy should be clear to you. Within 3 months, break through the divine passage realm. Otherwise, there's no need to come and see me. Feeling the huge to astonishing medicinal power in his body, Jian Yuwu showed a look of surprise. Sure enough, it made the right move. The Heavenly Spirit Pill was something that Sia Jojo had tinkered with when he was bored a long time ago. If you have to describe its effectiveness, it can be summarized in just a few short words: hanging upgrade Dan. As the name suggests, after eating a Heavenly Spirit Pill, that huge medicinal power will surge into your limbs and bones, warming your body all the time, and until the power is exhausted. Even if you sleep you can become stronger, and there are absolutely no side effects. For Sia Jojo to be able to cultivate to the realm of invincibility so quickly, the Heavenly Spirit Pill had an indelible merit in the early days. It was a pity that the Heavenly Spirit Pills had long since ceased to work for him now, and there was still a whole bunch of pills left from the ones he had refined when he was young, so it would be better to put them aside, rather than taking them out and giving them to his little brother to use, which would be the same anyway. This thing is not difficult to refine, mainly because the raw materials are difficult to find. There are several kinds of main herbs have been on the verge of extinction. Sia Jojo hands only the last batch of inventory, probably a few thousand looks. The reason why he didn't take this kind of good stuff out for Jojo to use was purely because, as a great sun lotus, Jojo originally belonged to the physique that could hang on and upgrade, and the effect was even quite a bit better than the Heavenly Spirit Pill, so there was absolutely no need to use it. Moreover, Sia Jojo actually had a part of his own selfishness, before completely bringing Jojo onto the right path. He did not want his daughter's cultivation to become as powerful as it could be. Breakthroughs are certainly a wonderful thing, but they are not 100% wonderful. Cultivation has had a state of mind since ancient times, and if only the cultivation progresses while the state of mind remains stagnant, it is easy to create a mind demon. By then, even if you have a world unrivaled cultivation, so what? It's just a slave of power. Jojo was the reincarnation of a heavenly devil in her last life. Although looking at her silly and sweet appearance, It was really hard for Sia Ji to connect her with the great demon king who might destroy the world in the future. But he was not afraid of 10,000 things, he was afraid of what might happen. It's also good to save for a rainy day. Sia Ji had learned a lesson about this back then. At that time, his natural talent was demonic and he cultivated by leaps and bounds. There was no bottleneck to speak of. It seemed to be very cool, but problems ensued. First of all, the foundation was unstable. Because the speed of cultivation was too fast and he hadn't polished himself properly, he wasn't able to perfectly utilize his full cultivation, and there was no small amount of water in his strength. Secondly, after suddenly acquiring great power, there are many people who can't hold back their suddenly growing desires and will have a drastic change of temperament and degenerate into demons. Summer pole 2 pits have stepped on. Good in the beginning found early, in time to stabilize the cultivation. Just born out of the heart of the devil was also in the year under the coincidence of the Yao Qi virgin eliminated. Otherwise it's hard to say if he would have gotten to where he is now. The book returns to the subject. Sia Ji did not intend to interfere with his daughter's cultivation issues. He would only be on the sidelines to protect the law and plunder the formation to ensure that she would not be in any other trouble. In short, you're an almost full grown-up and you need to learn to do your own work and eat well. That's when it happened. Sia Jojo's excited voice suddenly rang out. Daddy, I've come up with a new name. The little girl pounced into Sia Ji's arms with small broken steps, pointing to the golden feathered crow that was still refining the medicinal power on the side. Jianli, let's call it Jianli. Gimli? Why don't you just call it Huawei? Sia Ji subconsciously wanted to spit, but suddenly realized that this was not the familiar blue star of his last life, and no one would hear him even if he spat. His heart was suddenly a bit melancholy, although he was an orphan in his last life and had nothing to stay there, but after all, it was his hometown. Goldilocks will be Goldilocks. It actually sounds good. At the very least, it's more than a level or two better than a name like Big White Big Strong. Golden Feather. Nope, it's been renamed Golden Lick now. It couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Originally was worried that the little master will give it a shocking name. It is even ready for the future will call themselves. The seed is called Big Gold, the seed is called Big Yellow of the preparation. I didn't realize fate had been kind to it. Goldilocks. It sounds as if it's a bit more usual, without that defiant dominance, but it's still a name at the very least. If Sia Jojo really gave it a name like Dajin or Dahuang, then it would really be a shame to be a bird. Thinking of this, it lowered its haughty bird head and looked at Sia Jojo with a grateful face. Thank you, master, for giving me a name. From today onwards, I will be called Jianli. Gold strikes the sky and establishes a name for itself. Char Jojo. Hara, is it even possible to interpret the name I've given you in this way? She puffed up her cute cheeks and made an inscrutable look. That's right, I actually think so too. Little Li, don't fail me in my expectations of you. May I die for the Lord. Jean Li's voice was thunderous and firm. The secret realm had taken all the things it was supposed to take, and had collected a litter of minions. All in all, it was a pretty good haul. Sia Ji didn't intend to stay much longer. By the time their group left the trial land and re-entered the secret realm, it was already dark. But, strangely enough, the secret realm at this time is not calm. Usually, the secret realm at night, there were more dangers. Only those powerful magical beasts dared to come out to hunt. Magical beasts below the nascent soul realm could only obediently hide in the beasts or caves to hibernate. The man behind the curtain. But today is not right. Nascent soul realm, innate realm, and even the weak magical beasts of the Hotian realm that stood at the low end of the food chain. It was as if they had gone crazy, and a swarm of them surged out from their nests, almost filling up the entire secret realm. Everywhere there were hissing and roaring sounds that shook up countless flying birds. The powerful demonic beasts slaughtered those it saw as ants indiscriminately, while the weaker demonic beasts had gathered into a group and suicidally attacked those human cultivators. More ants bit the elephant. When hundreds and thousands of Hotian realm and innate realm magical beasts launched suicidal attacks one after another, even the sensory heaven realm cultivators fell several times. Their strength is not enough to see the beasts as nothing, have the intention to run, and will be those stronger beasts to stop. And finally can only be suffocated in a group of the highest, but the innate realm of the beasts die in the mouth. Whether it was human cultivators or low-level magical beasts, they were all dying rapidly, in large numbers. This scene, which was like a meat grinder, caused Sia Ji to wrinkle his brows after just a single glance. He covered his daughter's eyes beside him, and obviously did not make any other moves. And within a radius of 1,000 miles, those low-ranked magical beasts that had previously wreaked havoc without bounds were reduced to pieces and dispersed in the sky and the earth. Even a demonic leopard that had just entered the sacred realm did not escape. After all, in Sia Ji's eyes, even the celestial realm magical beasts were only low-rank magical beasts. So it caused, there are a lot of people scattered cultivators had been desperate. Do not report the idea of living, only hope to be able to pull a few more magical beasts cushion before death. The results of the killed found. the magical beasts that surrounded themselves, but they have been turned into fragments drifting apart? This scene, which was like a paranormal event, scared the guts out of many people. After retrieving a life, this group of people turned pale, no longer daring to stay in the secret realm for a long time, and rushed towards the direction of the exit with their asses in the air. And it was estimated that they would have to leave a lot of shadows in their lives. Xiaji didn't bother with the fleeing loose cultivators anymore. The reason why he had stepped in to save their lives was mainly for the sake of being of the same human race. Of course, there was also a part of selfishness that didn't want his daughter to see such a brutal scene. He had done what needed to be done, and there was no point in caring about the rest. What Xiaji was more curious about now was why these magical beasts, which were fine during the day, would suddenly go crazy. On this point the subordinate may have some thoughts. Seeing this, Jian, who was on the side, hurriedly spilled out all the information he knew. In this secret realm, there was actually a king of all beasts. There was no knowledge of what that king's original body actually was, only that it had existed since the secret realm first opened, and that its strength was unfathomable, having long since stepped into the early stage of the Avatar realm. Although it was only at the early stage of the Avatar realm, in the secret realm, it was able to gain a strength bonus and was able to erupt with a battle power comparable to the peak of the Avatar realm. Don't look at Jian has stood in the top of the food chain before. In fact, there is a big Buddha sitting on the top. However, that king of beasts was in a state of dormancy all year round, supposedly because his lifespan was about to run out, and would usually only wake up once in a few hundred years, and after feeding, he would go to sleep again. If one had to find an existence that could drive the entire mystic realm's magical beasts, it would be none other than it. So it is. After listening to its narration, Xiaji showed a look of understanding. He had discovered when he first entered the secret realm that there was a magical beast at the early stage of the Avatar realm in here, and its body was a small snake. Since the other was still dormant, he didn't give it a second thought. I didn't realize that this was going to happen. I also don't know how that woman in Ruosu is now. Thinking that way, Natsuki was a little worried again. That little snake made such a big battle. It was clear that he wanted to kill all the human cultivators in the entire mystic realm, and Enruosu was of course his target. Although the latter has long had the cultivation of the peak of the divine aptitude realm. Didn't you hear what Jian said just now? In the secret realm, that little snake was also capable of erupting with peak divine profound realm battle power. Moreover, magical beasts like snakes generally have a sinister and cunning character and will not go head to head with you. That woman is a bit of a straight shooter by nature, and has never been good at dealing with this kind of intrigue. What if she gets hurt? There is no one who knows a daughter like her father. Sia Jojo, who has always acted as a heartless and foolish person, was blessed to have a heart at this moment, and she could see what the unscrupulous old man was thinking at a glance. Couldn't help but skim. Stinky old dad, are you thinking of Sister Sue? Her impression of Enruosu was still quite good. After all, the first time they met and gave gifts and chances, it was hard to have a bad impression. How could such a beautiful fairy sister make a mistake? Even if you make a mistake, it's because the stinky old man is too much of a womanizer. Cough, cough. Xiaji almost didn't choke to death on his saliva, and after he managed to slow down, he immediately raised a tiger's face, and knocked the back of Jojo's head in an ungentlemanly manner. Let you make up for your father. Cut. The little girl wrapped her arms around her chest and raised her chin proudly. Dare to do it. I'm not going to laugh at you. Ahem, ahem. Can worrying about your friends be called thinking? Still with a tiger face, Xiaji knocked his unrepentant daughter again. No making up for my father. Che, whispered Jojo. Being a thief. It always felt like continuing to talk about it would undo the old fatherly majesty I had managed to build up. Xiaji decisively shut up and put on a stance that he was scanning the entire secret realm with his divine thoughts, causing Sia Jojo to skim his mouth once again. You're so lame. You've got no balls. In the meantime, the other end of the secret world, a sword chopped away a quietly sneaking up transformation Saint Realm demonic beast, and Ruoso's exquisite fairy-like pretty face was ice cold. Seventh one. A demonic beast like this that had first entered the sacred transformation realm, if she were to meet it alone, it would of course be nothing, and she would be able to kill it with a single stroke of her sword. But now this group of magical beasts were hiding in the tide of beasts and would not show up easily, and would only sneak in with a thunderous attack after discovering her brokenness. At first it was fine, with a cultivation that far exceeded theirs, and Ruosu was always able to counterattack in time, but her stamina was always limited. The tide of beasts below continued to roam, with new magical beasts coming in from all directions and replenishing every moment. The members of the Haochi Sword Alliance, led by her, had already exhausted themselves amidst the frantic and continuous attacks of these magical beasts, with only a few of them still barely able to resist, and Ruosu knew very well that there was a pair of black hands behind this controlling everything. Those disciples who had lost the ability to fight back were not killed, They were just guarded by a regiment of magical beasts, and their lives were not in danger for the time being. But that's exactly why she couldn't just walk away. Originally, with her cultivation level, there was absolutely no need to stay here and let these cannon fodder magical beasts waste her precious stamina. A sword cultivator at the peak of the Avatar realm, if she wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop her, and neither could the pair of black hands behind the curtain conspire openly. But if she left, how could those disciples below survive? The reason why the black hand behind the scenes left these disciples alive was mainly because they were coming for her. Once the disciples were dead, she had no ties and could leave any time, anywhere, and with this group of demonic beasts that topped out at the sage transformation realm, there was no way they could leave her behind. But the disciples didn't die, and Rowosu also has a tie. She can't abandon her fellow disciples to live alone, so she can only continue to stay here, letting her precious physical strength consume little by little. It was a phallic plot, but she had to jump. Another breath of effort, after beheading a bat demon again, and Rowosu clenched her teeth, only to feel that every part of her body was sore and soft, and even the strength to hold her sword was going to be gone. She braced herself not to show her fatigue, but instead, her gaze was cold and stern as she looked around at the surrounding magical beasts, and her heart had already reported the idea of burning the jade with a stone. Although there is no way to chop the beast tied to death, but, if a great cultivator of the Avatar realm blows himself up, how many of the magical beasts in this area of 1,000 miles can live? That's a shame. Obviously just reunited with that dog man and about to go ahead of him. Fate is pretty amazing sometimes. A faint black gas suddenly emerged from the tide of beasts, and then it violently solidified into a black shadow in the shape of a long snake, and its aura gradually grew stronger, and Rowosu ignored it and just mechanically swung her sword, killing all the magical beasts that approached her. But in her mind, she inexplicably recalled that afternoon, when she and Xiaji first met. Denizen, how dare you molest a good family in broad daylight? Eat my sword. Yikes. You don't speak martial arts. Humph. This time I misunderstood you. But I will still keep an eye on you. Never give you the chance to break the law with your body. Slightly, I'll call you a denizen. I will. Hey, denizen, do you have any dreams for the future? It was all a mishmash of memories, but they played out slowly in her mind, like a slideshow. It was clear that at first he had thought he was just a nasty smelly rascal. So when exactly did that change his opinion? Perhaps it was the first time I'd heard his clumsy words of love. Maybe it's the back of his head when he's in danger. Or perhaps, it was in the dribs and drabs of those months. There was a man's figure that had been quietly set in the bottom of her heart, firmly occupying a piece of position. It's just a negative. It was clear that they had agreed to be each other's Tao couples, but they ended up leaving without saying goodbye, and even had to die and disappear. Is this girl so disgusting to you? Would you rather be a dead man than be with me? And Rowosu gritted her teeth at the thought of this. If Xiaji was also here, she couldn't wait to take him away with her sword before she died. Obviously her mouth was still talking sweetly before, and when they reunited again this bastard even had a child. But even though his heart lists 1,000 faults, 10,000 faults, but the thought of dying and never seeing him again still made Rowosu unable to stop feeling sad. The long serpent silhouette finally revealed itself and was standing in the middle of the beast tide, gazing at her grimly. Obviously, he was only at the early stage of the Avatar realm, but inexplicably, he had a feeling of extreme danger. Human, it finally spoke slowly. Hand over the inheritance item and this seat will send you and your subordinates away. The voice was faint, but it carried an undeniable threat. Unfortunately, and Rowosu couldn't understand what it was saying, and raised her hand to slice over with a sword. You're very noisy. Can't you see that this fairy is thinking about something? Long snake void? Are you mistaken about your position? The side that has the advantage now is me. I am kind enough to talk business with you, and I am willing to let you all live. But you think I am too noisy? It said grimly. It seems, you don't intend to talk? Just a tiny little longworm. Are you worthy? And Rowosu nonchalantly sneered back. I actually learned this problem from Natsuki. Even if I can't beat you, I'm going to disgust you with trash talk. And as long as you're in a hurry, then I win. Previously, she had always felt that such an outburst affected her image, but immediately even her life was gone. What did she care about image or not? You don't say. Swearing is really quite cool. The long snake void was furious. It hates it when people call it a long worm. Subconsciously, it looked like it was going to give this ungrateful woman color, and it was about to strike when it suddenly stopped. Cunning human, the long snake's shadow said grimly. You want to provoke me and then look for my cracks. But unfortunately this seat will not be affected by such lowly provocation. It said faintly. White hollow. A giant python with a snow-white body slowly burrowed out from the tide of beasts and lowered its head. Master, what are your orders? Tie up a couple of captured humans over there. The long snake void coldly glanced at Rowosu. I'll let her see with her own eyes just how miserable the price of provoking me is. You! And Ruosu was furious. She waved her hand and it was a swordshi that chopped towards the giant python. But unfortunately, because of the almost depletion of her spiritual energy, the swordshi was only stopped halfway before it flew. The python was expressionless from the beginning, using its snake tail to tie up several crying young disciples and throw them in front of their master. Do you need a subordinate to do it for you? The long snake void nodded. Remember, leave a breath. In fact, if it didn't have to, it didn't want to push this woman. Push it to the limit. After all, the other party was a cultivator at the peak of the Avatar realm. And even if his physical strength was now exhausted, a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. And if he was bent on blowing himself up, the magical beasts present, including it, would have at least a 70% chance of being annihilated. It didn't care if those cannon fodder died anymore, but it valued its own life. In that case, a broken arm or leg is acceptable, right? The white python revealed a hideous smile, its ice-cold bundled pupils glancing back and forth on those few young disciples, full of ill will. Unfortunately, Li Yuni was among them. This girl was quite lucky before. She didn't have any injuries on her body. She was just a bit of a mess. This moment was caught out as a material to make an example of. People are scared silly, will only howl and wail. While screaming he also looked at Ruosu who was not far away high in the air, his voice miserable like a chicken to be slaughtered. Elder, and save me. That snotty, ugly look is truly disgusting. Even the other few young disciples who had been chosen as materials to make an example of him felt humiliated. It was not expected that Li Yuni, who usually rampaged through the sect, would be so timid in front of life and death, simply disgracing the face of the vast Chi Sword Alliance. Typical of the nest. It's so high and mighty when it comes to bullying your own family, but it's so close to falling to your knees and begging for mercy in front of a foreign enemy. Sword blade. The white python named Baikon couldn't help but show a look of contempt in its pupils. It is a magical beast, and magical beasts speak of a strong man as the honor, naturally looking down on this kind of waste that is greedy for life and afraid of death. I was going to go after a few others first, seeing as you're such a coward. Okay, let's start with you. Li Yuni still didn't know that because of his pleading behavior, he had already been chosen by Baikon to be the one to kill the chicken to make an example of him. He watched as the python came closer and closer to him. Its icy body had even wrapped around his limbs, and the chilling sensation almost clutched his heart. When Baikon was about to move his mouth, the long snake's shadow suddenly stopped it. It raised its head to look at Ruosu high in the air and sneered. Woman, this seat will give you one last chance. Hand over the inheritance item and I'll spare you and your subordinates from death. Or else, what will happen to this group of people is that they will fall into the rations of the beast tide. I don't even understand what you're saying. And Russo was also frantic. A legacy? What legacy? When did she have a legacy? After entering the relics she led her disciples around, only picking a little bit of medicinal herbs that were of a decent vintage, pressing for nothing big, let alone obtaining an inheritance. If handing over a so-called inheritance object would return the disciples to leave safely, then she would do so without saying a word. But I have to have it first, too. Still playing dumb. The long snake void was also furious. It had been plotting for hundreds of years, and with great difficulty, it had accumulated enough power, intending to go and find the inheritance left behind by the Lord of the Secret Realm back then, to renew its own life. Who would have expected that just after awakening from his slumber, he would have realized that the inherited aura that had attracted him if anything had disappeared? What does that mean? This meant that the inheritance had already been taken before anyone else. With the giant stone golem guarding it, it was never possible to obtain the inheritance below the Avatar realm, so only cultivators above the Avatar realm would be suspected. In the secret realm it only sensed in Ruosu this aptitude realm cultivator. Not this woman took away the inheritance. It is hard not to be a ghost to do it. This logic is indeed seamless. A certain person with the name Sia touched his nose and smiled blushingly. Always habitually hiding his cultivation is my fault? Elder Liang, the leading elder of the 10,000 Fires sect, who was also at the peak of the Avatar realm but always acted like a bad old man. I'm the same. The long snake void was already certain that it was Ruosu who had robbed it of its chance. Never in a million years did it realize that it had underestimated the thick skin of humans. Obviously, he had already been approached by himself, but he was still able to play dumb without changing his face, even disregarding the safety of his disciples. The most poisonous women are the most poisonous people, and the ancients are not deceived. Thinking of this, it no longer had a trace of pity and looked at Li Yuni, who was already scared less. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through its pupils. Poor human brat. See, it's not that this seat doesn't want to release you. It's really because you elders are stubborn. I would rather have a heavy treasure than exchange you for your survival. Hearing this, and Ruosu's pretty face turned white. This long worm is so poisonous. The disciples below were the seeds of geniuses selected by the Hochi Sword Alliance, the backbone of the future support of the Sword Alliance. Longworm's words were tantamount to holding her over the fire. I don't want to kill you guys. It's your elder who only values treasures and disregards the lives of her disciples. So if you want to hate you, hate her. Fruity. The moment these words came out, several disciples' faces changed. They looked at Enrowosu in unison, not speaking, but their gazes were full of questioning. Elder are you really like that? Among them, Li Yuni was the most serious. He was like grabbing a straw, pulling his voice and began to curse. Enrowosu, you woman! It is not just a legacy of it handed over, and what's wrong with it? You have to wait for all of us to die in front of you before you're willing to give in. Enrowosu's face turned blue. On the one hand, she was angry at the insidiousness and shamelessness of the long snake void. On the other hand, she was angry at these disciples for being too naive and being easily disassociated. She said in a chilling voice, I said that I don't have what you want. If you have something, feel free to come at this seat. What kind of skill is it to spread fire at a junior? No tears until you see the coffin. The long snake void didn't even eat her, and snorted coldly. Baikong, what are you waiting for? Get him for me. Master, just watch. Baikong let out a vicious laugh and opened his bloody mouth, then pressed up towards Li Yuni. Drops of saliva stayed and fell on the ground, surprisingly emitting a nuisance corrosive sound, obviously with a strong poison. Li Yuni was completely pissed off. He cursed while struggling hard. His potential completely exploded, but even so, he only managed to avoid the fatal wound. A complete arm fell into Baikong's mouth, and was swallowed by the latter in 3 or 2 swallows into his abdomen. It's worthy of being the blood and flesh of a sensory sky realm cultivator. It's truly delicious. Baikong's smile grew more and more hideous as he greedily looked at Li Yuni, who was screaming due to the intense pain, but did not pounce on him at the first opportunity. The blood and flesh of a sensing heaven realm cultivator is also a great tonic for it. It is best to refine it before continuing to eat. Anyway, this guy is already wasted. He can't run away, and there is no lack of effort at this moment. At this moment, Li Yuni looked extremely miserable. An arm was bitten off alive, and his entire body rolled around in pain, his screams going straight to the sky. And Enrowosu could no longer hold back the killing intent in her heart. She did hate Li Yuni as a person, yes, but the other party was also a disciple of the Ho-Chi Sword Alliance anyways, or a disciple led by her. How can you not just watch him die? She droned out, and the Tenya sword in her hand emitted a radiant light. Her aura was exceptionally intriguing. A sword on about 10 feet high was ruthlessly chopped out by her, chopping towards Baikong with unstoppable speed. This sword condensed all of her feelings as a great cultivator of the Avatar realm. If it was chopped solidly, not to mention that Baikong was only in the area of the sacred transformation realm, even if it had broken through to the Avatar realm, it would have undoubtedly fallen under this sword on. The long snake void's face was ugly. Sure enough, this woman really does have a backhand. If this sword splits on it, even if it can't kill it on the spot, a serious injury still can't escape, and at the very least, it will lose 70% of its combat power. At that time, without himself, the Avatar Realm Beast King pressing the battlefield, with this group of stinky fish and shrimp under his hand, he really wasn't necessarily Enrowosu's opponent. It was a good thing that this woman was too reckless and did not hold back until the last moment, going so far as to expose her last card for the sake of a punk. If sacrificing a Baikong would allow him to take down an Avatar Realm Sword Cultivator unharmed, this business was clearly blood money. The long snake shadow stood by coldly, and even retreated thousands of meters away just to be on the safe side, and watched as the sword awnings enveloped his most trusted subordinate, who couldn't even send out a scream before being chopped into a pile of shattered flesh by the awnings, and his blood spilled all over the sky. One sword. Fruity. After successfully decapitating Baikong, Enrowosu was not a few moments later. Baikong was nothing more than a cannon fodder of the sage transformation realm. The real big head still had to look at that long snake shadow. The other party was in the same avatar realm as her, and a sense of danger was faintly emanating from her body, so she naturally wouldn't be afraid if she was in her heyday. But there are no ifs about anything. After chopping out that sword, the last trace of spiritual energy in her body was also exhausted, and she couldn't even maintain the movement of flying into mid-air, which could be called the end of the mountain. In her current state, it was estimated that even if Baikong came back to life, she wouldn't necessarily be able to kill the other party once more, let alone fight against the long snake void that was at the very least at the early stage of the avatar realm. Womanizer, with your strength, even if you don't have the means to cut down the wave of beasts, escaping is still not a problem. The long snake void finally jumped out from under the heavy protection of the magical beasts, facing Enrowosu directly, and laughed coldly. But you even stayed here to fight with this seat to the death for the sake of these wastes, when it is really seeking your own death. However, this seat has to thank you. If you women weren't so stupid, how could this seat have the opportunity to devour the flesh and blood of a peak divine power realm great cultivator, and the inheritance in your hand? This seat smiles at it as well. I told you, I don't have a legacy. and Ruosa's pretty face was frosty cold as she coldly looked at the few disciples who were easily provoked earlier. You would rather trust this insidious and shameless magical beast than the master teacher within your own clan? A few of the Haochi Sword Alliance disciples who had suspected her showed shame. At this moment, they also recalled that Eldarin had always been cynical and righteous, which could be seen from the fact that she always stayed here to confront the beast tide. If the other party is really the kind of person who cares nothing about the lives of his disciples for the sake of the inheritance, he would have patted his ass and run away. Where would he stay and wait for death with them? But there's no point in talking about it now. The long snake void had been exasperated and laughed. The stupid woman is in denial. In the entire secret realm, other than herself, she was the only one who had the ability to get the inheritance. And if the inheritance wasn't on her, had it been taken by a ghost? Humans are truly shameless and cunning creatures. No tears until you see the coffin. Even if you try to weasel your way out of this seat will never be fooled by such low-end deception. It snorted coldly. Kill her for me, not to be outdone by Voldemort. Even though it had already reached the present day, it still didn't rashly confront Enrowosu, but instead planned to first use these tides of magical beasts in its own hands to pile up the other party, not willing to take even the slightest risk. With this kind of cautious character, it was no wonder that it was able to stay in the secret realm for so many years, facing the raging tide of beasts. And Ruoso closed her eyes lightly, not intending to struggle anymore. Spiritual energy was so depleted that he didn't even have the strength to swing his sword. In her current situation, it seemed like the only way to go was to wait for death. Unfortunately, hey, I say, a sword light flew from afar, obliterating the wave of beasts close at hand, while a familiar male voice came from the ear. Giving up so easily? That's not like your nature. And Ruoso's eyes snapped open. Natsuki was standing not far away and was looking at her with a smile on his face. Next to them was the great white family that carried Summer Jojo, as well as the golden feathered urchinly that had just recently been taken under his wing. You, the female sword immortal known as the Flower of the High Ridge, bit her lips tightly, inexplicably feeling the urge to cry. In the most desperate of situations, he was saved by his heart's desire. This kind of drama, which is like a hero rescuing a woman in a playbook, is absolutely devastating to any woman. Sia Jojo skimmed her mouth without a trace. Stupid old dad, just knows how to dabble in women. Although the little girl didn't really understand human love-hate relationships, she wasn't a little cutie. Naturally, she could see that after this battle, Sister Sue could never escape from the clutches of her foolish old man in her life. No, I should say, it's the stupid old man who can't escape from Sister Sue for the rest of his life. Natsuki was also a little flustered at the moment. In fact, with his cultivation, if he wanted to obliterate the entire wave of beasts, he could do it by moving his head. However, he still subconsciously swung out a sword light. The reason is very simple. Young and frivolous, pretending to be used to. This moment did not change over. Which scene was more dazzling and cooler? The movement of the mind or the sword light tearing through 10,000 beasts? Even a blind man could tell. And Ruoso, this dead-eyed, is originally the kind of bullseye nature. You still have to use such a handsome way to appear. Is afraid that she does not stare at you, right? Xiaji hated to chop off the hand he had just swung the sword with. Unfortunately, there is obviously no way to remedy the situation. He couldn't just resurrect the beast wave and then destroy it again. Could he? That's even more outrageous, okay? Across a mountain of corpses and blood, men and women are far apart. Xiaji was regretful. Very regretful. Had I known that I should have secretly poked and prodded that long snake shadow to death, and slipped away after saving Enrowosu, never letting this know of his existence. And Ruosu, on the other hand, was heartbroken. Very heartbroken. But all creatures have the mentality of admiring the strong, which is the essence of genetic decision, even if the metaphysical world is no exception. Rather, it is better to say that the cultivators of the metaphysical world. Muqiang psychology is even more serious. As long as the fist is big enough, no one dares to point fingers at anything you do, and Russo is certainly no exception. The reason why she fell in love with Xiaji back then was that apart from the feelings that the two had accumulated bit by bit during their long adventures, the strength of the other party was also a factor. No matter what kind of strong enemy he faced, Xiaji always managed to take the victory lightly, and everyone would go up and smoke in front of him, with the loser eating dust. Who can say no to a young genius who is good-looking and strong and loves to talk smack? And Ruosu, who was still uninitiated at the time, fell into the pit so willingly. Unfortunately, in the end, it was only to tease not to marry Xia, someone slagged clean. A young girl's heart broken into 8 pieces. All these years, she had always wondered how powerful that amazing genius would have become by now if he were still alive. Is it the Avatar? A celestial being? Or, stepping into the real Emperor realm? Natsuki didn't let her down. The tide of beasts that had given her a huge headache was completely annihilated with just one sword. With the same sword, she exhausted her mind and could barely finish off Baikong. And with this sword, Xiai directly scared the guts out of that long snake shadow. What the hell is this? Where on earth did this monster of monsters jump out from? When did such an immortal come into the realm? Why did it press on without sensing it? Long Snake Void's entire snake was now collapsing. It was true that the beast tide was full of unproductive cannon fodder magical beasts, but when countless cannon fodder were gathered together, they could also bite an elephant to death. At the very least, annihilating an entire beast tide with a single sword. This kind of shocking thing, beating it to death it couldn't do it. Implicit recognition, not to mention one sword, even if it was 10 or 100, it couldn't do this to this extent. The magical beasts here had gathered at the very least 100,000, and while 70% of them were certainly cannon fodder used by the innate realm nascent soul realm to make up the numbers, it wasn't like there weren't any high-level magical beasts in the sensational heaven realm sacred realm inside. If it was given enough time, it might be able to kill the wave of beasts, but it was never going to be possible to exterminate them in a group, and it was even more impossible to exterminate them with a single sword, and one wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Long Snake Void was just panicking right now, very much so. It really didn't think that just by bringing its little brother to round up a stupid human woman, how could it draw out this kind of overpowering dragon? It wanted to run, but it didn't dare to startle the other party. After all, the other party was able to exterminate the beast tide with a single sword, so it must not be difficult to kill it with another sword in passing. But don't run. Stay here 9 times out of 10 you will lose your life, and every minute is torture, regret, gutted. The Long Snake Void couldn't help but condemn himself. Why couldn't he have been more meticulous? When it came to surround and kill this woman today, it shouldn't have led the team itself. It should have used these cannon fodder to consume the other side first, then make up for it at the last minute. This is good. Hard work in the secret realm meticulously for so long. Once careless, once the efforts are all wasted. And Ruosa didn't bother with the Long Snake Void's complicated mental path. Ever since Xiai had appeared, her heart had been hanging on him, and she couldn't even blink. Natsuki shivered inwardly at the look in her eyes. Strongly composed and pretending to be majestic, he naturally averted his gaze, not going to meet her eyes, and instead rested his eyes on the long serpent silhouette to the side. But it's just a small snake. It's quite bold. The tone was cold. Although there was no way to accept in Ruosu's outrageous possessiveness, it didn't mean that Xiai didn't have feelings for her. He is not a eunuch, a woman whose face value grows on his XP, but also to him single-mindedly. In this case, if you can still not move, in addition to the body has a dark disease, no explanation. If Ruosu had been a bit more generous back then and given him more free space, it's estimated that the two of them would have children by now. Natsu Jojo shouldn't be called Natsu Jojo either. It should be called Natsu Su. In short, the former confidant was surrounded by a small snake, and if he hadn't come early, something might have really happened. Master Sia was angry, and the consequences were dire. Of course his people can only be bullied by himself. If others dare to touch a finger, their heads will be chopped off for you. Cold sweat began to break out on the forehead of the Long Snake Void. It said, I didn't mean to knew that this woman behind you, this Buddha cover, give me 10 guts, I don't dare to lay hands on her, but I'm not unaware of it. Don't you people have an old saying, those who don't know are not guilty? So can you let Snake off the hook for once? Unfortunately, looking at Xiaji's face full of danger, it still didn't have the guts to say those words out loud. One can only give a strong smile. Your Holiness is joking. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xiaji laughed. Then you're really right. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Long Snake Void. Long Snake Void? I was just being polite. Why did you take it so seriously? But it's good to be serious. It blushed and subconsciously tried to agree. Yes. Yes, 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 it's a misunderstanding. So can I go ahead? Who would have expected that before the words were spoken, he heard Xiaji slowly say, the inheritance you want is indeed not in her hands, it's in my hands. At the same time, white light flashed, and a huge golem that it was extremely familiar with appeared in front of it. Natsuki smiled. How about it? Familiar? Familiar. I'm all too familiar. The Long Snake Void almost didn't turn his back in anger. So that woman really didn't lie to it before? Everything is its own misunderstanding? And because of this misunderstanding, it has invited this big brother, and even he may not be able to save himself? It's gutted. One wrong step. One wrong step. After sensing that the inheritance had been taken away, the long-lost rage completely replaced reason, and it sensed a little and found that Ruosu was the only aura of an Avatar realm powerhouse in the secret realm, so it didn't think too much about it, and arbitrarily assumed that it was her who had taken away the inheritance. Vastly brought its minions to rob things, but the result was wrong target, not to mention that the minions were dead and injured, and it estimated that it itself could not survive for long. Blood loss. Just blood loss. If it wasn't for the fear of being beheaded on the spot for speaking out of turn, the long snake void would have already been unable to resist swearing. It wanted to argue. It wanted to beg for mercy. In short, it didn't want to die. Who knew that only just after opening his mouth, he saw Xiaji smile at it, and with it came a sword light. Thumbs up. The sound of a sword blade piercing into flesh and blood rang out. Early stage of the Avatar realm. In the secret realm can even play the peak battle power of the Avatar realm. Go has not known how long the ultimate old Ingbi, the long serpent vapors, and did not even leave a proper name. It just goes up in smoke. Xiaji put away his sword and changed back to his usual appearance of a high and cold exiled immortal. He glanced at Enrowosu beside him, coughed lightly, and said in a serious manner, "Alright, now that the matter is settled, why don't you straighten up the disciples first, and it's time for me to bring Jojo back to the sect." Enrowosu doesn't answer, just staring straight at him, like a girlish grudge holder on the set of a horror movie. Natsuki was flustered by her look. "I want to leave, but I think this behavior is too much, and I'll probably be taunted by my daughter. Don't go, and feel that staying here is vicious." He suddenly understood how that little snake felt just now. This feeling of not being able to move in or out was not considered good. Well, the savior popped up at that moment. "Fellow Daoistan, I heard that all the magical beasts in a 1,000-mile radius are gathering this way, so I've come here to help. Where are the magical beasts? How come there's no sign of the magical beasts?" Elder Liang arrived in time with a group of people from the 10,000 Fires sect, saving Xiaji from extreme embarrassment. Xiaji never thought that one day he would be so moved by seeing such an old chrysanthemum-like face. He hurriedly coughed lightly. "The magical beasts have all been finished off by me, and fellow Daoist and is out of danger. Elder Liang, you and I should hurry back to the sect with our disciples as soon as possible. I'm sure that real Flamely should be waiting impatiently as well." Wait. Elder Liang was a bit confused. He thought that before he left, Li Huozhenjin did not explain to him something like "go and come back quickly." On the contrary, he said that he would try to stay in the secret realm for a few days, so that his disciples can be well honed. He was about to question it when he abruptly saw the threat in Xiaji's eyes, so he had a jolt of instant enlightenment. This is simply Elder Xia's excuse. After all, people are old. Elder Liang hurriedly changed his words. Right. Before I left, Real Flame Departure had specially instructed me to bring my disciples to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. If it wasn't for Elder Xia's reminder, I really would have forgotten about this. Many thanks, Elder Xia. Many thanks. Fraudulent. Natsuki sighed in relief. Having a resourceful teammate was comforting, and he was really afraid that Elder Liang would just expose his excuses like a rash person, and it would be embarrassing then. It's a good thing the other guy still has a few eyes. Fellow Daoistan, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to stay and catch up with you, it's really because the clan is rushing. He looked to Enrowosu on the side and pretended to explain. He even glanced at Elder Liang after finishing. Elder Liang, what do you say? The latter busily concurred. Yes, that's it. The clan is rushing the old urgency. Just now this moment of effort. The Lihua real person has already sent me 7 transmission jades, saying that he wants us to think about it. Summer poll. It doesn't have to be that dramatic. That's not right, Elder. It was at this time that a puzzled voice suddenly rang out, but it was Lu Chaoran. Before we left, Master had also looked for me to speak, letting me try to bring my senior brothers to experience a little more. Not saying that we should hurry back? Are you mistaken? Summer poll. Elder Liang. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. By bias, Lu Chaoran completely did not realize exactly what he did, how terrible things, but also in self-consciousness. This only stayed in the secret realm for how long? In the past we practice. Not the secret realm grips bald are not taken away. Elder brother. Stop it. The senior brother next to him couldn't stand to watch and pulled on his lapel, whispering a reminder. Lu Chaoran froze, and only then realized that he didn't know when. The smile on Xiaji's face was getting more and more nuclear good. Nuclear good to make him unable to resist gulping his saliva. Creepy. And Ruosu, who was on the side, was still adding fuel to the fire, looking at Xiaji, smiling but not laughing. Rushing? All of them had different thoughts. Xiaji wanted to strangle Lu Chaoran, the naive batch who had practiced kung fu and made his brain stupid. Elder Liang also wanted to strangle Lu Chaoran, this naive batch who practiced kung fu and made his brain stupid. LV Chaoran wanted to strangle himself for practicing kung fu to make his brain stupid. You said you have nothing to do. What are you doing? You are just a little kid watching the fight. Don't you like it? Have to interrupt. Let you interrupt. This is the end of it. If you don't know, ask. If you offend the patriarch's father, can you still stay in this clan? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. If you want to say who is in the most relaxed mood right now, It has to belong to Sia Jojo. The little girl watched the scene with great interest, but unfortunately there was no snack on hand, so she could only pull the hair on the back of the neck of the great white to relieve her hunger. Jian Li is actually also very calm, eyes watching the nose watching the heart, pressed not to pay attention to the private affairs of the top boss, lest they know too much to be silenced in the future. I don't know how much time has passed. Xia Ji finally spoke slowly. This child is a little unintelligent, maybe hysterical. When not true. Lu Chaoran was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and hastily remedied the situation. Right. I've had the problem of hysteria since I was a child. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm saying, so I can't take it seriously. Elder Liang also laughed forcefully from the side and said, Taoist friend, I can testify that it is indeed so. This child of Chaoran, old habits, that acting, don't even get me started. Sia Jojo couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. The little girl's silver bell-like laugh was particularly conspicuous in today's atmosphere. Laughing was fine, but on the contrary, she also said while laughing, this is the first time I've heard that a half-step transformation Saint Realm cultivator would still get hysteria. You might as well say that you've been hit by illusions, so that it sounds a bit more believable. It's obviously just flirting, but this heartless contraption, Lu Chaoran, was busy saying, right, Lord Sovereign is right. I was just caught in an illusion. Natsuki wanted to slap him to death. What a piggy bank, and Ruosu still looked at him with a smile. Oh, is it hysteria, or is it an illusion? Natsuki was still reluctant. Strong said, would you believe me if I said, both? And Ruosu laughed. Alright, it doesn't matter if he's hysterical or an illusion. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you. Xia Ji was delighted. There was such a good thing? Immediately afterward, he heard in Ruosu continue. But, after a while, when I go to the 10,000 Fires Sect to look for you, you are not allowed to escape. This. Natsuki began to ponder the gains and losses. If one agreed to her terms, one could be liberated now, only to still have to pay the debt later. If you don't agree to her terms, you can't liberate yourself now, and you'll still have to pay the debt later. Even a retard would know what to choose. He said decisively, I promise you that when you come to the 10,000 Fires Sect to look for me, I will never run away. But I don't believe you. And Ruosu at this time, however, put her eyes on Sia Jojo who was watching the show from the side. So, I want Jojo to come and be a witness. Don't you call yourself a good father? So, if you promise something in front of your daughter, you won't go back on it, right? That's what Enruso was thinking. In fact, Natsuki was really caught off guard by her move. He did think before that after passing this level, he immediately took Jojo and slipped away, casually running to wherever. Anyway, resolutely cannot stay in the 10,000 Fires Sect. I didn't realize that this woman and Ruosu had learned to be smart now. Natsu Jojo was confused at this point. I didn't expect to eat melon on my own head. To be fair, Pops had actually treated her very well, killing Paragon Emperors for her and laying the foundation for her. This is still the first person in 2 lifetimes who has been so kind to her. And Char Jojo doesn't want to sell him out just like that. Jojo, in my vast Chi Sword Alliance, there is the Heavenly Sword Peak that is famous on the continent, and there is also the Sword Chi Pool, a sacred ground for forging the body that was left behind by a powerful ancestor tens of thousands of years ago. Don't you really want to go and take a look at it? And Ruosu smiled coquettishly with beautiful eyes. Sia Jojo, I simply have no way to refuse. Although I don't know what the Heavenly Sword Peak is, the Sword Chi Pool sounds like the kind of place that is very powerful and powerful. There are bargains to be had. She decisively said, I'm willing to help Sister Sue be this witness. Hey, isn't that what a creature like a father is for? Anyway, and it's not a bad thing. Sister Sue's waist is thin and her legs are long and she's in love with him. And now she's rushing to be her father's lover. A woman who is so infatuated and powerful and has a halo of her own star. And Jojo feels that if she were a man she wouldn't be able to stand up to it. And anyway, her father doesn't suffer. Then take it. Natsuki was dumbfounded. Never in a million years did he expect that the person who finally stabbed him was the good daughter he had raised for so long. The stinking girl is hurting for nothing. He gritted his teeth. Jojo, do you want to reconsider? The threat in his tone was distinctly obvious. What's there to consider? Sia Jojo was wary. Sue, Sister Sue is still here. So you're trying to bully me, aren't you? Stinky old dad is the worst. Fearful that Natsuki would withhold her roast like before. The bias is small and there's not much you can do to refute it. The awakened Nailin Yen. Natsuki took a deep breath. In the bottom of his heart, he secretly gave the stinky girl a mark. He revealed a bashful smile. Of course not. After all, Daddy's favorite is Jojo. Natsu Jojo winced, suddenly a bit regretful. Is it not too unwise to offend the vindictive smelly old man because of such a small condition? If Jojo is willing, She can go back to the vast sword alliance with Sister Su to stay for a while. And Ruosu was not surprised, but instead, she was still trying to dig at Xiaji's corner. She could sort of see it. After becoming a father, the once flamboyant and reckless lover has focused all his attention on his daughter. That is to say, whoever can get into the good graces of Summer Jojo will succeed in getting to the top. As for that proper vixen you mentioned, I'm sorry, your husband and daughter. I'll raise them, and you'll have no worries. For her invitation, Jojo didn't think much about it and directly declined. Although stinky old dad always liked to bully kids, he really had nothing to say to her, and even if he bullied her, it was just some harmless little jokes. Until now, the only person who could truly enter her heart was Xiaji. Her first impression of Ruosu was indeed good, but such a small favor wasn't enough to make her make a move to leave her old man behind and follow her back to the clan. Seeing the little girl shaking her head in rejection, and Ruosu didn't care, she was just testing it out. It's certainly good to be able to abduct Charlotte to her side, and it doesn't matter if she can't, just as if she's leaving an impression. She had taken advantage of enough for today, so she wasn't going to continue to stay here, so as not to provoke Xiaji's resistance. After taking one last deep look at that dog man, and Ruosu left with those disciples of the Haochi Sword Alliance who still had a trace of strength left, the long snake void was dead, and there was no more magical beasts that could threaten her in the entire secret realm, so there was no need to worry about safety. Before leaving, I didn't forget to bring Li Yuni, who has become an invalid. This guy is still in a coma. It is estimated that there is no 10 days and half a month to adjust to the bad. Amputation rebirth is not a difficult thing. A lot of high-grade elixirs can do this. But, the new reborn limbs, certainly not as good as the original limbs. A body of strength at least have to drop 3 layers, before barely considered a genius, and can only be reduced to mediocrity in the future. After their figures had completely left, Xiaji finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's scary. Every second he spent with that woman was torture for him. It wasn't out of disgust. It was purely because he felt guilty and didn't know how to face her properly. That, Lu Chaoran came up somewhat apprehensively. Sia, Elder, my performance just now, are you still satisfied? Just now when Ruosu was there he didn't dare to open his mouth for fear of continuing to step on the thunder. And now when Ruosu was gone, estimating that Elder Xia's mood should be able to be better, he dared to come up to admit his mistake quietly and gropingly. Your performance? Natsuki almost laughed in exasperation. Still really dare to say if it is not this practicing kung fu to practice the brain or stupid naive batch, he will not be caught in the act, but also forced to agree to the conditions of others. Turning his head to look at Elder Liang on the side, I heard that the 10,000 Flame Sect has always had the rule of punishing errant disciples for sweeping the outhouse? Elder Liang subconsciously said. I haven't heard of such a thing. It's okay. Natsuki smiled slightly. It's there now. I just ordered it. This. Elder Liang twitched the corners of his mouth. It is good that you are happy. He glanced at Lu Chaoran next to him with some pity. Silly child. Heaven's sins can be lived, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Grow up in your next life. Lu Chaoran was also bitter. He was at least the eldest brother among the disciples of the 10,000 Flame Sect. It is even the inductee disciple of Li Huoxinjin. Wherever he goes, he is highly respected. Even some outer sect elders have to give him a few points of face. Suddenly you're punished for sweeping the outhouse. Who can handle that? He wanted to ask Elder Xia to change the punishment, but looking at the other party's face full of if you dare to bargain, I'll kill you, he still wimped out. Let's just sweep the outhouse. Consider it a service to all. Lu Chaoran could only comfort himself so much in his heart. Then he heard Xiaji say, by the way, I forgot to tell you that the punishment this time, the period is half a year. 6 months. Lu Chaoran's face turned green. To a half-step transformation Saint Realm cultivator like him, half a year was nothing, and if he used it for cultivation, it would pass in the blink of an eye. But sweeping the outhouse for 6 months? Let alone 6 months. A month is too long for him. Elder Xia. Lu Chaoran was bitter and just wanted to bargain. When he heard Xiaji coldly say one more word, and you'll be swept for 1 more month. He was so scared that he shut up immediately and his bowels turned green. This scene drew laughter from all the disciples, and the air of rapture filled the inside and outside of the group. Laugh, 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 what are you laughing at? Lu Chaoran crossed his eyes. He doesn't dare to go against the big brother, but he still can't bully you juniors? Those who just laughed. All of you will sweep the outhouse with me when you return to the sect. Senior brother will teach you all to experience life. Those who had just been laughing suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, and one of them cried out, Don't, Senior, we were wrong. I didn't laugh. He was the one who pushed me and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Give it a chance, Sifu. After a short scuffle, the group finally left the secret realm. Although this adventure was not long, it was effective. Because of the sudden beast tide, The disciples had more or less grown a lot of useful combat experience, and although their strength hadn't progressed too much, their battle power was a lot stronger than before they came. This was also the reason why many sects would organize disciples to train in the secret realm, not seeking to obtain many treasures. Even if he could see the world and increase his combat experience, it would be a bloody good deal. After all, cultivation sometimes didn't mean everything, and an innate realm cultivator who had never fought before could die at the hands of a Hotian realm cultivator due to carelessness. Just after returning to the 10,000 Flames sect, Lu Chaoran dragged a large group of people to help him sweep the outhouse. Sia Ji, on the other hand, returned to his small courtyard with Sia Jojo, the great white family that had been taken under his wing, and Jian. There were already people waiting here in Pai. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Your Holiness. Nailin Yen, who was dying from serious injuries earlier and had now finished conditioning herself, respectfully saluted when she saw the figure of Xia Ji and the others, her beautiful eyes filled with fervor. Previously, when she was affected by the heavenly fire formation, her vitality was dying. If she were a normal person, she would probably have died. If it wasn't for the elemental of the summer pole, she would definitely be in a bad way this time. It was more than enough to save his life, not to mention that this was his master's old man. Nailin Yan's loyalty, which was already high, instantly exploded after this. Already completely dead to the world, it is estimated that at this moment Xia Ji let her die, she will wipe her neck without saying a word. Nailin Yan's past, although he was spared by the heavenly fire formation and nearly even lost his life. However, Nailin Yan wasn't completely unproductive. Between life and death there are great horrors and great opportunities. The heavenly demon record of deadly hatred chapter that she was cultivating nowadays was originally to seek life and death, with boundless hatred as its sustenance. The worse the situation, the more hatred in the heart, the better the practice will be. Although he didn't break through the realm this time, he was also blessed by the misfortune and stabilized the slightly unstable state of mind that was slightly unstable before because he advanced too quickly. Natsu Jojo still valued this only magic servant she had right now, although Big White and Jian Li were also subordinates given to her by Xia Ji, but they didn't cultivate magic skills. Rather than being her people, they were more like people temporarily lent to her by Xia Ji. Sia Jojo still wanted to create her own forces. Seeing the devil servant's cultivation stabilized, the little girl's dragon heart was greatly pleased, and she rarely smiled more than a few times. Not bad, the peak of the heaven sensing realm, just one step away from breaking through to the sage transformation. Although you're still a molehill, but with your age, being able to reach this kind of realm, you haven't disgraced me after all. Nailin Yan was only 19 years old this year, and was still a young girl in the world, but she already had a cultivation level at the peak of the sense of heaven realm. If this news was exposed, it was estimated that the entire cultivation world would be shaken, and even great human cultivators of the avatar realm and even the celestial realm would rush to take her as a disciple. Regardless of which clan one puts it in, it is a well-deserved heavenly pride, the kind that has to be properly provided for. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Natsu Jojo, it was only barely disgraceful. Nailin Yan did not feel that there is something wrong. In her opinion, the Lord for the Great Sun Lotus transformed, already extraordinary. In the future there must be some supreme creation. Do not look at her, this small achievement is also a matter of course. She respectfully said, it's all due to Master's divine might. Yener doesn't dare to take credit for it. Xia Ji on the side looked a bit speechless. Originally quite persistent and tough a girl, this moment is considered completely into the role. Even if you lick a dog, you don't have to lick it like this. Although the one being licked was his own daughter, Xia Ji still felt strange. Natsu Jojo didn't care what the stinky old man thought. She was satisfied with Nailin Yan's sense of humor. Not bad, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Rarely rose to care about the devil servant's mind, and added, there is me to give you as a backing. With your cultivation status nowadays, if you want to take revenge, it shouldn't be a problem. I teach you the heavenly demon record of death and hatred chapter to hate his sustenance. Although the progress is extremely fast, but also invisible for you to set a layer of shackles, you must understand the cause and effect of the body as soon as possible. Otherwise I am afraid that there will be the scourge of the devil. So, when are you going to put those enemies to rest? Thank you Master for your concern, but Yener is unwilling to fake the power of others and only wants to use her own power to take revenge, so she will have to wait a little longer. Nailin Yan respectfully replied. In fact, with her current status, if she wanted to take revenge, she could have done this step long ago, only that she was stubborn by nature, and only wanted to use her own power to bring justice to the full family, unwilling to use the might of Xia Ji, so she had to wait for a period of time again. Since you already have your own considerations, I will wait and see. Natsu Jojo nodded and didn't interfere too much. The tragic death of Nailin Yan's entire family. This event had become her heart's demon. if she could personally take revenge, it would definitely enhance her cultivation of the Heavenly Demon Record's Deadly Hatred chapter immensely. But in the end, it was a small child, curious, and she went on, "If it's convenient, can you tell me why you have a grudge against someone?" The tone was quite polite. Sia Ji on the side was shocked. Was this really his daughter? It's not possible that it's been taken over, is it? Nalan Yan was also flattered, not expecting her master to seek her opinion, and busily said, "Of course it's convenient. I'm just worried that it's a long story and will cause her master to be disgusted." "It's fine. Say it." Sia Jojo waved her small hand and said with bravado, "It's idle anyway." This reason was too real, and Nalan Yan didn't dare to delay, recounting the blood feud she was carrying. In fact, the story starts simply and doggedly. She was originally the daughter of the patriarch of the Nalan family, the third great family of Black Rock City, and was so gifted that she broke through the Hotian realm at a young age, becoming a Hotian ninth gravity martial artist. Such a strength, if placed in those famous sects, it would not even be an outer disciple, and it would be the level of an ordinary handyman. But in those barren and sleepy border towns, where even innate realm cultivators were rare, nascent soul realm cultivators were able to wield power, and under these circumstances, Nalan Yan's achievements were already extremely extraordinary. She was also treated as a future hope by the family, and was fully cultivated, even getting a letter of recommendation from the Green Destiny Sect for her, with which she could join the sect and become an official outer disciple. The Green Destiny Sect was the most powerful sect near Black Rock City, and there were even Avatar realm powerhouses within the sect. Although it was more than a step behind the 10,000 Fires sect, in the eyes of these mortals who had never seen the world, it was already a great sect of great power. Nalan Yan's talent was indeed good, and coupled with her stunning beauty, she had just joined the Green Destiny Sect not long ago, and was already well known among the outer disciples. And that's where the woes begin. There was a famous dude in the Green Destiny Sect named Huang Helu. His father was the Grand Elder of the Green Destiny Sect's law enforcement hall, Huang Shanhai, a great cultivator at the peak of the sacred realm of transformation, who was high up in the hierarchy and held heavy power. In addition to the patriarch, the law enforcement hall elder is the most powerful person in the Green Destiny Sect. With this layer of relationship, Huang Helu and the clan to run roughshod over the law, 100 forbidden, causing a lot of grievances of the disciples, but because of the fear of his father's sake, can only tolerate the anger. Nalan Yan originally and this kind of good-for-nothing flower boy did not cross paths, but could not help but Huang Helu initiative to come up. The latter had long heard that one of the outer disciples had a new sister who had entered the sect with a stunningly beautiful appearance, which could be described as a superb product. Huang Helu is the color of the hungry ghost. In the past few days on the clan's female disciples in the Mouthflower, heard about this, which still hold back, randomly find a reason to come up and accost her. Was Nalan Yan decisively refused, felt that they lost face, more and more stalking up. This kind of person is simply shameless. Nalan Yan has already said to him many times that she only wants to cultivate properly and is not interested in love between men and women, but it is simply useless. Huang Helu pretended to be deaf and dumb, after seeing her or smiling up to offer attentiveness, as if flies, annoying people. Finally, there was a time when Nalan Yan couldn't bear it anymore and scolded him sternly in public, telling him not to bother him again in the future. Huang Helu's face turned blue at that time, but he didn't say anything more and left without looking back with his dog leg. Nalan Yan had thought that this matter ended here. After sticking the cold ass for so long, the other party should not continue to be cheap to come up. Unfortunately, the facts told her that she was still too naive. Exterminate an entire family. Huang Helu didn't say anything at that time, and took the people away. Only his face was very gloomy. Nalan Yan didn't care. She had already gained a certain amount of fame in the sect at that time, and was even secretly noticed by a few sensational Sky Realm elders who intended to take her as a disciple. Huang Helu again, how excessive, but also absolutely do not dare in the clan to lay hands on her. Otherwise his father, who is the law enforcement elder, cannot protect her. And that's exactly what happened. After a rare period of calm routine, the end of the year soon arrived. Nalan Yan was about to break through the innate realm, so she took her leave from the sect, wanting to go back to Black Rock City to see her family and spend a good year with them. The disciple who had handled the formalities for her in the first place had a slightly odd expression on his face, wanting to say something, as if he wanted to remind her of something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Although Nalan Yan was strange in her heart, she didn't care. Because of her outstanding appearance, she often got gazes from bystanders who were either amazed or hesitant, and after taking the fake seal, she left the sect. The Green Destiny Sect was only a few hundred miles away from Black Rock City, a distance that was not considered far for a cultivator, and she was so homesick that she purposely paid for a ride on a mana boat, and rushed home without arriving in half a day's worth of work. It was also from this moment that the Nalan family ushered in its demise. From the moment Nalan Yan left the sect, Huang Helu had quietly followed her with an elder of the heaven-sensing realm. Although he was a playboy, because of his age, coupled with the constant supply of heavenly treasures from his childhood, he had also broken through the nascent soul realm over the years, and Neilin Yen was only at the 9th level of the Hotian and had yet to break through to the innate. So how could she sense the existence of these two? She thought that her return to the family would bring warmth and laughter to the family, but little did she know that with it would come the butcher's knife raised high by these two scumbags. The Neilin family was only a family in a small border city like Black Rock City, and the highest cultivator in the family was only the patriarch, Neilin Xiong, who only had a mid-nascent soul realm cultivation. Most of the elders were still hovering at the innate realm, so how could they stand up to the combined massacre of a sensate realm cultivator and a nascent soul realm cultivator? Neilin Xiong protect female heart, although the best efforts, but after all, the cultivation and people are too big difference, only lasted a few strokes, will be brought by the yellow crane building of that elder hit serious injuries dying. The family and the other elders also have to unite against the enemy, but was destroyed by a 7 or 8. At this most critical moment, it was still an old ancestor of the Neilin family who had closed his eyes to death and was at the beginning of the heaven-sensing realm, sensing that the family was in danger of extinction, who forcibly broke through the barrier and faced the elder brought by the yellow crane tower, before fighting for a ray of hope for Neilin Yen. The green underworld sect elder that Huang Helu had brought was named Zhang Wei, the most loyal fan of Huang Shanhai, who had stepped into the heaven-sensing realm for several decades, and with the addition of various types of martial arts aptitude, naturally was not a match for this kind of small local cultivator. The Neilin family's old ancestor sparred with him for a few moves, but after realizing that he was not an opponent at all, he knew that continuing to stay here must be fatal, so he made up his mind, burned his essence blood, and escorted Neilin Yen to leave together. It didn't matter if his old bones died or not, but the family's genius definitely couldn't quietly fall in a place like this, as long as Neilin Yen was still alive. Sooner or later she would be able to avenge her clansmen and be able to build a brand new Neilin family again. Holding the belief of certain death, the old ancestor disregarded his life and used the injury for injury method to forcefully break open a path of life, then rolled up Neilin Yen and ran wildly with all his might. Huang Helu was naturally furious when he saw this scene. He had gone through all the trouble, waited for so long, and even dragged one of the most loyal elders under Pops into the water. For what? Wasn't it just to give this Neilin Yen a good look, and in the meantime, secretly imprison her for his own amusement? If he really let Neilin Yen escape, his goal would go down the drain. The most critical thing was that once this matter was stabbed to the patriarch, not to mention him, even his father would have to be finished together. The Green Destiny Sect's patriarch was addicted to cultivation and didn't ask questions about the world, and was always in seclusion. But the other party's sense of justice was still good. If he knew that such a scandal had occurred within his own sect, Yellow Crane House would definitely be killed on the spot by him, and his father, even if he didn't die, would definitely not be any better. Therefore, he couldn't care less about continuing to slaughter these ants of the Neilin family and called on Zhang Wei to go after Neilin Yen. Who knows? Things went wrong. Not only were the remaining molecules of the Neilin family not the least bit dissatisfied with the fact that the old ancestor had fled with only Neilin Yen, they even looked on their deaths as if they had used their flesh and blood to block their movement. A few hundred people from a family, even if they were just mole crickets, it would take a little time to clean up. After Huang Helu managed to clear a path, Neilin Yan's shadow had long since run off somewhere. If he let his father, who was at the peak of the sacred transformation realm, track him with his divine thoughts, he might still be able to find him. But Zhang Wei was only at the sense of heaven realm, so he simply couldn't do this. The two of them went back to the Neilin family once more, exterminating all the living souls to ensure that there would be no accidents, before returning to the sect with a gloomy face. Besides that end, the Neilin family's old ancestor was already old, life expectancy depleted, and burned essence blood to bring Neilin Yen to escape with all her might, almost spanning thousands of miles. Such a long distance, the old ancestor could not support, and ultimately embraced the hatred of the Yellow Springs. Just overnight, father died, the old man died, the clan died, and all of this is just a dude getting back at her because he feels he lost face? Of course Neilin Yen hated it. She wanted to return to the sect and go to the sect master to do justice, who expected just close to the Green Destiny Sect's residence soon. Heard the news from the sect, said the outer disciple Neilin Yen is the devil's undercover. After stealing the sect's secrets, starry-eyed rushed back to the devil's door, ordered the disciples of the sect to make every effort to search for, and to see it must be killed. This act of thieves crying out to catch thieves is naturally also done by the Yellow Crane House. After he and Zhang Wei returned to the sect, they were worried that things had gotten too big, so they went to find Huang Shanhai to think of a solution. Huang Shanhai first scolded him and told him not to be so lawless in the future, but after all, he is his only son, surely he can't stand by and watch him lose his reputation. Then he decided to jump ahead of the others and backtrack. branding Nalan Yan as an undercover agent of the Devil Sect. Anyway, with his position within the sect, convicting an outer disciple was nothing more than a show of hands. In this case, the clan definitely can't go back. Nalan Yan could only choose to leave even if she hated it. It is hopeless to find the patriarch to complain. If it is based on his own cultivation, it is estimated that there is no way to find the revenge of the Yellow Crane House in his life. Desperate in her heart, she came to Tianzhu Peak without realizing it, intending to end her life in this untainted white snowy mountain. Then, encountered Sia Ji, who had killed a Shintong realm demon king with a sword and was about to remove the hair and molt the skin to roast the meat. This is the big guy. Nalan Yan's eyes lit up. Even an Avatar realm demon king could be killed by a sword, let alone that sage transformation realm cultivator Huang Shanhai. Propose marriage. If you can worship Sia Ji's master, not to mention revenge, even if it is a hand cut the one from the Yellow Crane House, it is also easy. With a heart full of vengeance, Nalan Yan bowed her head, her voice desolate, willing to give her everything, just begging Sia Ji to accept her as a disciple. Whether she is a slave or a maid, a wife or a concubine, she has nothing to lose, so she can only use herself as a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, at that time, Sia Ji had already returned from the prodigal son to become a virtuous woman and man, and had little interest in little girls. He did sympathize with Nalan Yan and said that he was willing to help him take revenge. It was only a mole in the realm of transformation saints, so I guess he would be gone by blowing on his breath. Unfortunately, Nalan Yan, this girl is stubborn, must personally revenge, single-mindedly want to worship him as a teacher. Sia Ji, how to persuade, also do not listen. What can be done about it? It was true that Sia Ji was invincible in the world, but that was because his talent was unprecedented and he also worked hard, coupled with the fact that his swordsmanship was more spontaneous. In layman's terms, it was the Shaji 8 slashes, but because of his overly powerful cultivation, even the Shaji 8 slashes had an almost duel-like efficacy in one move. This was a unique sword technique. There was no way to teach others, and Sia Ji wouldn't teach anyone, so if Nalan Yan wants to kneel, then let her kneel, and when she figures it out and asks herself to help her take revenge, then Sia Ji will not refuse. Unfortunately, this girl was really stubborn and waited until Charjo was born without giving up, and if it wasn't for the latter taking her in as a demon servant, she might have really died at Tianzhu Peak. Nalan Yan's story is indeed tragic, because of the beautiful look by the foppish young man, unwilling to submit but was destroyed by the whole family. The murderer also backtracked, the devil's door into the traitor, so that she has the clan but cannot return. Although Sia Ji had heard her tell this story a long time ago, it was still saddening to hear it again. In fact, he quite wanted to go and get Huang Helu's father and son killed right now, but unfortunately, the parties involved did not open their mouths, so he was not good at overstepping his bounds. Huang family father and son really deserve to die. If I were to take action, I would strip them of their skin and souls, and throw their souls into the prison of the abyss for 100 years, to be subjected to the torture of scorching day and night. Natsu Jojo was quite righteously indignant, obviously being the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. It was outrageous that he would be angry over such a thing. Nalan Yan smiled faintly and did not say anything more. With the heavenly demon record of deadly hatred chapter, and with Sia Ji's father and daughter as their backing, the Huang family's father and son could no longer bounce around for long. From the moment she broke through the sacred transformation realm, all the grudges would come to be settled. The days passed in such a relaxed atmosphere. Nalan Yan also moved to the small courtyard, and Summer Jojo lived together. Master and servant, two people every day in the same bed. Feelings than before warmed up a lot. Sia Jojo is purely because it is uncomfortable to sleep alone, and wants to find a pillow, and Nalan Yan, her life is all saved by the master. Not to mention just as a pillow, even if the master wants to lily, she is also obliged. Ahem, guilty as charged. Sia Ji would occasionally instruct Nalan Yan's cultivation, and the rest of the time was spent planting trees. The fire peach tree he had planted earlier was already growing bigger and bigger, with the shadow of maturity, and he thought that it would grow to maturity in a short while. It is worth mentioning that Sia Jojo deliberately built a nest for the big white family, a big tiger and two small tigers all day long all over the yard. The big white is okay a little bit, the second white and the third white has just been born not long ago, and is doubly curious about everything. Touch this, touch that, and even wanted to scourge Sia Ji's fire peach tree, but unfortunately before it succeeded it was discovered by the latter in advance, and ruthlessly knocked two chestnuts, and no longer dared to move a crooked mind. Two small brainiacs topped with a head full of bags to find their mother to seek comfort, but unfortunately, the big white is also as fearful as a tiger to Sia Ji, not to mention the pups to find a scene, but instead, the two pups again to teach a lesson to the master to make amends. It's pretty wimpy, to say the least. In comparison, Goldilocks is much more high-flying. Sia Ji had previously set a target for it to break through the divine profound realm within 3 months, and had also allowed it to swallow a heavenly spirit pill to aid in its cultivation. So these days, Jian pressure dare not waste the slightest time. All day are standing on the eaves of the room, silent closed eyes, refining the body of medicine. Not even said a word, simply quiet as a chicken. The development of the 10,000 Fires sect is also the same as always. The Liang elder did not dare to declare the matter in the secret realm. So the Lihuozhenzi is not clear that the original self, this patriarch's own father, is actually related to that famous inferi. And it is still the kind of male and female aspects of the relationship. But soon he knew. In the meantime, Heavenly Sword Mountain, Sect Hall, and Rowosu was wearing a long snow-white dress. Her eyebrows were clear and cold, and she was looking faintly at the middle-aged beautiful man on the stage. The current alliance leader of the Haochi Sword Alliance is named in Mingxian. The same Tianren realm as Li Huozhenjin, is considered to be the world's famous strong man. A hand of the sword cultivation to the peak of the extreme, had forcefully battled 3 Tianren realm demon emperor. The sword chopped one of them, and finally retreated in full body, and became famous in a single battle. But the famous gentleman's sword and Mingxian, at this time, but a headache. Su, did I just hear you right? Age has long been 4 digits, but from the appearance is still a middle-aged beautiful man, and Mingxian was full of constipated expression. Only to take disciples to the secret realm to practice a bit. Come back, you tell me. You want to marry someone? Uncle, I've repeated myself many times. And Rowosa stared back coldly, her vermilion lips lightly opened. You heard right. I am indeed getting married. ING hell. This niece of his was so graceful, and obviously had countless suitors, but she was dedicated to cultivation, and he thought that the other party would not necessarily be able to marry in her lifetime. And this just went out for a walk and came back with a spring in her step? Can there at least be a process? And Mingxian rubbed his temples tiredly. Speak, who is it? The holy son of the Taishian Holy Land? The young master of the 10,000 Beast sect? Or is it that half-demon pride Ruan Xi Yin who has recently risen to prominence? I remember that among your suitors, the 3 of them are the most infatuated, right? You can't even fight or drive away. Can you not be infatuated? Whether it was the holy son of the Taishian Holy Land, the young sect master of the 10,000 Beast sect, or the half-demon genius Ruan Xi Yin who had only recently appeared, all of them were rare celestial prides. Both their strength and status were comparable to this niece of theirs, and it wasn't impossible to combine with them. Among these 3 people, and Mingxian as most favorable is actually the first 2 people. Ruan Xi Yin is not impossible, but she is a female. This female-female combination has hurt the heavenly way and it is also easy to attract gossip. Although the vast Air Sword Alliance does not care about the thoughts of others, but more is not as good as less. So as long as it wasn't Ruan Xi Yin, he was fine with it. Neither. And Rowosa's clear voice rang out. His name is Sia Ji, and I, with him, have long been privately engaged. What the hell? And Mingxian was dumbfounded. Troubles lie ahead. Who's Summer Pole? Why haven't I heard that name before? What the hell is a private engagement again? Obviously, he didn't even have a sweetheart before, so how come he's suddenly so fast? And Mingxian rubbed his head. Wait, I'm a bit messed up. You can talk later. After a while, when he had thoroughly sorted out these jumbled relationships in his mind, he tried. So, you mean, not marrying the holy son of the Taishian Holy Land? Aha. And Rowosu nodded. Nor marry the young master of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Aha. Continued nodding. Much less marry that half-demon genius Ruan Xi Yin? Aha. Still nodding. Rather, marrying a I've never heard of, not a single bit of fame in the cultivation world, in all probability just a nameless, casual cultivator? Aha. Nodding one last time before adding, not a nameless person. He is now an elder of the 10,000 Flame sect, and Mingxian was devastated at this point. When on earth did this watery cabbage in my own house get taken away by the wild boars outside? So what if he's an elder of the 10,000 Fires sect? This seed is still laughing and joking with that old man from the Leaving Fire. Wasn't this silly niece so cool before? How come she's been tricked so easily now? Now it's just clueless. Very clueless. No way. I do not agree to this marriage. He flatly refused. Who and Rowosu is going to marry? He actually does not intend to interfere. But, the stupid niece marries someone just to marry someone, and even let him take the initiative to bring someone to propose marriage. Where did this make in Mingxuan's old face go? He was, after all, the contemporary ally of the vast Qi Sword Alliance, with a high position of power and authority, and he was one of the biggest names in the entire human race. And now you're proposing marriage for your niece to a tiny elder in the 10,000 Fires sect? If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't the entire cultivation world immediately explode? If you want to propose marriage, go do it yourself. I can't afford to lose this old face. And Mingxuan's iron face was about to have a heart attack from being angry at his stupid niece. I was going to mention it myself, to this point, and Rowosu but still calm. But, it would look more formal if you, uncle, appeared. Jojo is still very small. I don't want her to think that I am to her father's feelings are hypocritical. Wait, you wait first. And Mingxian was dumbfounded. Jojo? You mean, that casual cultivator even has a daughter? You're rushing up to be a stepmother to someone now? Aha. Well, the suitors were like cushions in a river. And at a young age, she already possessed a peak cultivation level of the divine profound realm. And Fairy and Ruosuan, who was famous throughout the cultivation world, was going to be a stepmother to someone? And Mingxian couldn't even believe the reaction of the world after this news was spread. It's gonna blow up, right? It's gonna blow up, right? Perhaps even the entire Hochi Sword Alliance will be reduced to a laughingstock. The disciples will no longer be able to hold their heads up when they walk outside. Uncle, he's really good. Seeing in Mingxuan's reaction, and Ruosu was also a bit helpless, and he and I originally knew each other initially. And if it wasn't for some later accidents that separated us, Jojo would be my daughter now. An accident? If it was an accident, why don't you just never see each other again in this life? And Mingxian really laughed in anger. An obscure loose cultivator. So what if he's an elder of the 10,000 Flames sect? Not to mention that he's just a tiny elder. Even that old man, the leaving flame realist, is still not good enough for you. Not to mention the fact that you'll still be a stepmother to someone after you marry. I will never agree to this marriage. With a heavy wave of his sleeve, he intended to leave the place. If he didn't leave, he was going to be pissed off at this stupid niece today. Uncle, in fact, it is me who is not worthy of him, and Ruosu even more helpless. Sia Ji went in the continent to break through. In the spirit of people in the world floating which cannot get cut idea, very like to open a small number, vest all over the continent. Only a few people can learn his real name, and this few people are all women. Uncle has not heard of his name is normal, but to say that Natsuki doesn't deserve her is, of course, a joke. She was only at the Avatar realm cultivation, and she had already been blown up by the world as a demonic genius that would be encountered once in 1,000 years. And with Sia Ji's talent back then, coupled with the strength that he had exposed in the secret realm, he would at the very least be at the quasi-emperor realm, and it wouldn't be rare even if he did break through to the great emperor. A tiny Avatar realm cultivator who wanted to marry a quasi-emperor cultivator. Was that not climbing high? Without any hesitation, if Sia Ji exposed his cultivation and put out the word to the whole world that he wanted to choose a consort, it was estimated that the women who were willing to nominate themselves could be lined up from the Heavenly Pillar Mountain to the 10,000 Flame Sect, and if they changed one a day, they might not be able to change all of them in 10 years, but it was useless to say these words. Uncle would definitely not believe it without seeing it with his own eyes, so she was also having a headache and didn't know how to get in Mingxian to agree. You, not good enough for him? Who would have thought that in Mingxian would have been exasperated and laughed at her words, and even the footsteps he had stepped out took back. The daughter of my Haochi Sword Alliance has never been only unworthy of the next person, and has never been unworthy of the next person. Since you're so confident, I'll walk with you in 3 days, to see that man with my own eyes. If he can satisfy me, I'll stay out of the marriage between you two again, and make it known to the world that I'll definitely help you make the wedding a hot one. But, if he fails to satisfy me, or is just an embroidered pillow, you must also listen to your uncle, and from now on, stay away from that man, much less have the slightest contact with him. There had been no shortage of female cultivators with good natural talent being sweetly wooed by Phoenix men before, and in order to be with the other party they would not hesitate to defy their parents and betray their clan. After all, it is the niece who loved her from childhood, and Mingxian was shocked and angry, but also afraid that she would be confused and do something stupid. Why don't you just let yourself be the gatekeeper? And if that man can catch his eye, it won't matter if he proposes for Aso. If the man is hit or miss, and Mingxian sneered, then don't blame him for not being polite. Dare to abduct the family's cabbage. This kind of dog man, do not beat up and save for the new year? Yes, I promise. And Ruosa decisively agreed. She was very confident in Sia Ji. If her uncle could see him with his own eyes, he would definitely make the right choice. Both sides are confident in their decision, and everything is just waiting for 3 days, when we will see whether it is a mule or a horse. In the meantime, 1,000,000 miles away, inside the small courtyard of the 10,000 Fires sect, who's reading me? Sia Ji had just finished watering the fire peach tree with foreign fire when he couldn't help but sneeze. He looked around with some suspicion, sensed the sky and didn't find anything bad, so he didn't put it on his mind and continued planting trees, oblivious to what horrible situation he would face 3 days later. Do you have some misconception about conservatism? Time passes like a white horse. In the blink of an eye it was the appointed day, and Ruosu deliberately got up early in the morning, changed into a long white dress which was evaluated by outsiders to look the most immortal, hung a long sword on her back, and her face was like ice and frost, which literally interpreted the words flower of the high mountain to the extreme. Just to be on the safe side, She also asked a certain female elder for her makeup skills, smearing some light rouge on her lips and looking quite a bit more vibrant than usual. Once she thought that she would soon run to the 10,000 Flames sect to propose marriage, and that she would be able to become the rightful fiancé of that dogman Sia Jojo in the future. And Rowoso couldn't help but curve her lips, and she couldn't even keep up the appearance of the iceberg beauty anymore. In contrast, and Mingxuan's mood at the moment was not really good. The reason is very simple. Anyone who looks at their own family from childhood to raise the little cabbage now for another man strokes the eyebrow. The mood cannot be good. He was gloomy early in the morning, causing many disciples who wanted to greet him to be in a speculative mood, not understanding what was wrong with their own patriarch. This emotion is actually quite normal, and the scientific name for it is old father syndrome, a phase that every old father goes through before marrying his daughter. Although Rowoso was not his biological daughter, it was his elder brother's daughter, but he had been unmarried all his life. And after his elder brother's death, he had been shouldering the responsibility of bringing up his niece, and now that so many years had passed, when he said that it was his niece, in fact, there was not much difference between it and his own daughter. Dog man, don't let me catch you, or I'll blow your skull off. I'll raise your ashes. On the way to the 10,000 Flames sect, Mr. and Ming Xian, the gentleman's sword, couldn't help but think hatefully, because it was a covert operation. He and Rowoso didn't travel with much fanfare. And with just a slight disguise, they slipped out of the clan, not even opening the Dharma boat. Pack light and make everything easy. The Haochi Sword Alliance was a million miles away from the 10,000 Fires sect, which sounded like a long way away, but with the speed of the Avatar realm and Celestial realm cultivators, 2 days would be enough to get there under full speed rush. Thus, after seeing the contemporary ally of the vast Chi Sword Alliance, and Fairy and Rowoso descending from the heavens, without even an entourage, and without prior greetings, arriving at their 10,000 Fires sect, the realist of the departing flame was bewildered. What's up with this? Fortunately, this doubt did not last too long, and Mingxian did not dare to let his stupid niece explain, preempted the opening of the first step. Li Hua Dao, you do not have to be confused. I came here for an old friend. There are no other important things. After catching up with my old friend we'll leave. An old friend? Li Hua Jinjin was even more bewildered. He thought, how come I didn't know that there are still your old friends in the 10,000 Fires sect? Your old friend in the 10,000 Fires sect is only me, isn't it? Why did a new one pop up? But he didn't ask too many questions, just said, who is the deceased friend? And Mingxian said, his name is Sia Jojo, and he is now an elder of your 10,000 Flames sect. Summer, Pole? Li Hua Jinjin's expression was a bit weird. Daoist friend, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The matter of their 10,000 Flames sect's change of dynasty hadn't spread out at all, and now in the eyes of outsiders, the 10,000 Flames sect's patriarch was still him. Real flame leaving, and Mingxian, this girl thousands of years do not contact with him, a contact suddenly named to go to that great Buddha. This matter how to see how wrong, it's hard not to. He subconsciously glanced at Rowoso next to him and found that the other party was wearing a rare light makeup, so his entire body was shocked. Shouldn't it really be what he thinks it is? Naturally, and Mingxian nodded slightly, and then some doubts. Look at the expression of fellow Daoist Li Hua, that elder Xiaji, but it is not convenient to meet people? Not that it's inconvenient to meet people. Li Hua Jinjin didn't know how to explain to him. He couldn't say that that person is now my 10,000 Fires sect leader's own father. I can't decide whether he will see you or not. I can only go and inform him, right? After a pause, he still said, in any case, it is better to first condescend to friend Daoist and to wait here for a few moments. I have to go to seek the opinion of Elder Xia. If he is not willing to see you, I have no way to intervene. He was now just a weak, pathetic and helpless toolman. The position of patriarch had been snatched away by the great Sun Lotus, and he could only bow down and work as a servant, without the title of patriarch, but still having to do the patriarch's work. It's just not too bad. This. And Mingxian was a bit bewildered. Isn't this Xiaji just an ordinary elder? Isn't he too big? If you want to see him, you have to ask for permission first? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it was, and only after Li Hua Jinjin left did he look at Rowoso suspiciously. You said, before, that you don't deserve that man called Xiaji? Well, that's right, and Rowoso nodded slightly, then said helplessly, but uncle, you didn't believe it at the time. How does that make me believe? And Mingxian slandered twice in his heart and asked again, do you know how old he is? What is his cultivation level? It was too reckless before. Hearing that the little cabbage that he had raised for so long had been cheated by an obscure casual cultivator, his anger value directly exploded, and he didn't press for much information. Luckily it can be remedied now, and Rowoso thought about it and said with some uncertainty, the age is about the same as mine. As for the cultivation, it should be a quasi-emperor, right? Quasi-emperor? And Mingxuan's eyes widened and he almost didn't bite his tongue. You're kidding, how is this possible? And Rowosu was only a few hundred years old this year. A few hundred years old quasi-emperor? Then wouldn't a cultivator like him, who had still been circling around in the celestial realm for thousands of years, have lived to a dog's age? The youngest quasi-emperor in the currently known cultivation world was 2,300 years old, which was already a heavenly wizard, and a quasi-emperor of a few hundred years old, unless he was the bastard son of the heavenly Tao, was more or less the same. It's also possible that I'm guessing wrong. Hearing his stupid niece's words, before Mingxian could breathe a sigh of relief, and Rowosu continued, with his talent, after so many years have passed, even if he breaks through to a true great emperor, it would be normal, and quasi-emperor is just a conservative estimate. Do you have some misconception about conservatism? And Mingxian took a deep breath, and he suddenly regretted something. Shouldn't have been so reckless today, and Rowosu is what he grew up seeing. The other party is not the kind of person who likes to make believe, and will not be easily coaxed. Since she had already said that the man was conservatively at the quasi-emperor cultivation level, that meant that the possibility of the other party being at the great emperor realm was as high as 70%. It always felt like it wasn't the right thing to just rush to the door, and Mingxian wanted to retreat, and was about to open his mouth to tell Rowosu, why don't we go back first, and then pay a visit after preparing a gift. Who would have thought that before he could open his mouth, he would see the leaving fire realist go and return, giving him a look full of oddities. Elder Sia agrees to see you. These were the other party's first words. Please follow me. That was the second sentence. No time, deal with it, idiom, caught unprepared. It's over. It's over. It's over. And Mingxian suddenly panicked a little. Obviously, he was killing it before he came here, determined to give that dog man a good time, preferably with a random excuse to beat him up. As a result, when he was actually about to face Xiai, he panicked a bit. It can't be helped. Conservative estimates are all quasi-emperors. Ah, what is that concept? Nowadays, when the great emperors of the human race did not come out, and the quasi-emperors were in seclusion, the celestial realm was the highest battle force. In the eyes of outsiders, each of these great cultivators of the celestial realm is a cornerstone of the human race, and can play a role in deciding the battlefield in the bloody battle between the human race and the demon race. But the family knows its own business. If you don't enter the emperor realm, all of you are ants, and a quasi-empire is also an emperor. Even the weakest and most watered-down paragon emperor would easily exterminate dozens of celestial realm cultivators. In other words, the object of his niece's affection could hang him on the ground and hammer him 1,000 times. And he, himself, is now going to propose marriage to such an overwhelmingly fierce man. I'm sorry, okay? Offering a slightly stiff smile. And Mingxian said with difficulty, fellow Daoist Li Hua, this seat suddenly remembered that there are important matters in the sect that have not yet been dealt with. So can I wait until I have finished my preparations and then come back to visit that Elder Sia? The leaving fire realist looked at him sympathetically. Elder Sia is already waiting inside. What do you say? Missed the boat. And Mingxian speculated in his mind. Old man leaving fire had already gone to the front to lead the way. He coughed lightly and came over to his niece's side, asking in a low voice, what is the disposition of that Elder Sia? Normally speaking, those heavenly pride cultivators who had high cultivation at a young age were generally arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight, looking down on anyone, even if there are a few gentle and elegant, but just hide the arrogance in the bottom of the heart. At first glance it seems to be very good to get along with. In reality, you are very difficult to enter his heart. Uncle too, calm down. And Rowosu was all a bit helpless. When did her second uncle, who could barely be called wise and honorable, become so easily nervous? Like a brat who had never seen the world. He's really nice, and although he's always out of shape, he always reveals a reliable side in critical moments. He's also easy to get along with on a regular basis, not much of a standoffish person, and he can even talk to ordinary people without cultivation. To be honest, whenever she recalled the time she spent with Xiai when she was young, and Rowosu couldn't help but suspect that he wasn't actually from this world. The reason was simple. Certain qualities in Xiai were simply too rare. For example, the cultivation world has always been about a strong man being honored. And even a cannon fodder cultivator with only Hotian realm cultivation would be high and mighty in the face of those mortals with no power in their hands. Even in Rowosu herself, although she wouldn't go out of her way to intentionally oppress mortals, she wouldn't purposely pay attention to them either. Just like a giant dragon and a mole cricket, never putting the latter in her eyes from beginning to end. But Summer Pole won't be like that. Whether it was the innate realm, the nascent soul realm, the sensational heaven realm, or the sacred transformation realm. When he was a young man practicing, every time he arrived at a city, he would wander all over the city with great enthusiasm, chatting and joking with the mortals whose lives were as common as grass in the eyes of the cultivators, paying attention to the short stories of the parents and rumors of the people. There's no condescension, there's no blindness. It was as if, in his eyes, All beings were equal, and cultivators weren't much more noble than mortals, so naturally, they wouldn't put up a front. Traits like these are unique in the world of cultivation. It is only possible to develop such a disposition if you have been brought up in a country where there is peace, where there is no war, and where the people are at peace. Thought suddenly broken, and Rowoso snapped back from her memories and couldn't help but smile. So, don't worry, even if he knows that you held the thought of wanting to beat him up before you came here, he won't trouble you for it. Ha, ha, having his small mind poked by his niece, and Mingxian laughed twice in embarrassment, but the heart did breathe a sigh of relief. After all, and Rowoso has said so, it must be that elder Xia's character, even if it is no longer bad, is not bad enough to go anywhere, right? And Mingxian never dreamed that Xia Ji, who was like a floodbeast in his eyes, was equally panicked in his heart at this moment. Hua Xia foul language star. How did that woman and Rowoso find her way to the door so quickly? Shocked. In short, very shocked. He had thought that even if he reappeared at the door, and Rowoso would at the very least have to wait for a few more months to recover from her injuries before coming back, right? Wait a few months. Maybe he'll have figured out a way to break it, and even if he can't, he can do a little work on his daughter's mind in the meantime, and then take Jojo and run, and all in all the situation will be acceptable. But Xia Ji never expected it. This woman was surprisingly in such a hurry. How long has it been since we left the realm? Half a month? And Rowosa's wave had truly killed him. But avoidance is certainly not possible. After all, people have come to the door, and then used the people are not in this kind of excuse. It is a bit too much. That's why Xia Ji ended up hardening his heart and letting real flame departure call him in. It was just hard to hide the panic. Jojo on the side was a little bit unable to look away. Disgusted, she jumped up and hammered the stupid old man's knee. She hated it and said, "Stupid old man, calm down a bit. It's not like Sister Sue is some kind of man-eating demon. What on earth is there to be afraid of? It's true that she's not a demon. She's worse than the devil. At the very least, when he meets an ungrateful devil, Xia Ji can directly send the other party to hell to meet the heavenly devil. But can he do this to Rowoso? This kind of can't hit, can't scold, but you still owe people love debt, is the most difficult to deal with. But my daughter's words did have some effect. Anyway, the people had already come to the door. Even if they were nervous and panicked, it wouldn't help. So Xiao Jie coughed lightly and took out his own air of once having a foot in 7 boats operating on multiple lines. Finally calming down, that's when it happened. The door to the small courtyard was pushed open. As we all know, people are visual creatures, and first impressions, in particular, are quite important in interpersonal interactions. At the first sight of Xia Ji, and Mingxian finally understood why the stupid niece of his family was dead set against him. White clothes like snow, body like a slender bamboo, eyebrows soothing. Most importantly, he also had a gentle aura that was as vast as a sea of smoke, as if he was able to embrace all things. The cultivation world lacked everything, just not handsome men and beautiful women. But even so, and Mingxian had to marvel at a good world without a second young man. This face value, this temperament, out of 10 points, he dared to score 100, even if it is just doing nothing, no cultivation, no background, no backing, just with this face. It is estimated that it will be looked at by a passing female cultivator and snatch it home to be a suppressed lady, quasi-emperor demon as ingredients. If I were a woman, I'd have a heart attack myself. And Mingxian coughed lightly, sweating over his out-of-character thoughts. Guilty as charged. I can't believe I'm still attracted to a man when I'm so old. It is no wonder that the stupid niece is so simple to explain herself. After all, love of beauty. Everyone has it. He let out a loud laugh and pretended to be familiar with the situation as he stepped forward to greet him. I've heard of Elder Xia's great name for a long time, and when I see him today, he is really extraordinary, with a natural look of a dragon and phoenix. Old me, and Mingxian, the contemporary alliance master of the vast Qi Sword Alliance. Meet Elder Xia. Xia Ji smiled gently and returned the same salute. Fellow Taoist is too kind. This is my daughter Sia Jojo. Jojo, say hello. Expression of surprise. Natsu Jojo resisted with a look on her face. It's just a cricket, a mole cricket in the celestial realm. What qualifications do you have to make me take the initiative to greet you? She wanted to refuse, but she didn't want to refute her old man's face to outsiders. So after struggling for a while, she still reluctantly said, hello, my name is Sia Jojo. Me? And Mingxian was a bit confused and didn't understand which play this was. Fortunately, Xia Ji quickly took his daughter behind him and smiled apologetically at him. My daughter is naughty and always imagines herself to be the lord of the dynasty. Hence this title. You don't have to mind. I see. And Mingxuan's eyes revealed an understanding smile, while glancing at Rowoso next to him without a trace. The young niece hadn't said anything since she came in just now, and this elder Xia hadn't taken the initiative to mention her. So the atmosphere between the two was awkward to the naked eye. Originally, and Ruosa swore and told him how much love between her and Sia Ji, if not later separated due to an accident. It is estimated that the daughter has, but seeing this scene, and Mingxian couldn't help but wonder if he had been fooled by his niece. After all, this atmosphere doesn't look like what should happen after old lovers reunite. In the moment he was puzzled. Sia Ji had already spoken first, Taoist friend, and came all the way here. I think it must have been a tiring journey. I'll personally cook and entertain Taoist friend. I don't know how do you feel about it. It was just about meal time. Although he didn't know what Ruosu was bringing her uncle to his door for, Sia Ji keenly felt that it wasn't good. That's why he jumped ahead and arranged the next thing, not giving Mingxian a chance to open his mouth. It just so happened that Mingxian was also in a dilemma at this moment, not knowing whether or not to tell the purpose of his visit today. Just when he was worried about how to get down the steps, Sia Ji handed over a ladder, which could be said to be just what he wanted. Therefore, he agreed, that will be a trouble for you. I and my nephew will be honored to stay, but also personally taste your handiwork. Ha ha, don't worry. I'm still quite confident in this aspect of cooking. I shouldn't let you guys down. Sia greatly laughed twice, never mentioning the side matter. From the storage ring randomly picked a previously preserved demonic beast corpse, threw it into the courtyard, then began to skillfully deal with it. And Mingxian hadn't cared about it, and when he inadvertently saw the full picture of the demonic beast lying in the courtyard as huge as a small mountain, especially the highly recognizable lavender fur, the whole person was dumbfounded. This is a great demon of the quasi-emperor realm? The purple cloud lion king's mouth is trembling. Oh, fellow Daoist also recognizes it? Sia Ji casually replied back, then chopped off the unicorn horn on the lion king's forehead that was in the way with a single slash, and continued to dispose of the corpse. This atrocious move caused the corners of Mingxuan's mouth to twitch. But don't, your voice is really a disgrace to my juniors. Purple Cloud Lion King, real quasi-imperial realm great demon, 6,000 years ago was famous for the entire demon race, power to suppress a large number of great demons, the battle strength of the world. It was one of the most powerful bigwigs in the demon race. However, I heard that the Purple Cloud Lion King had closed his death sentence as early as 2,000 years ago, and would never come out until he broke the Emperor realm. So why would he suddenly appear here? Also became a corpse? And Mingxian wondered if he was mistaken. But looking at the iconic lavender fur, and the crystal unicorn horn that was casually tossed aside after being cut down by Xiaji, no, it can't be wrong. Even after death, this beast corpse still exuded a pressure that made his heart palpitate, and with so many unique features, there was never a possibility of misrecognition. Nervously gulping, and Mingxian said, Senior Xia, I wonder if you can let me see that unicorn horn with my own eyes? I don't even dare to call Taoist friends for fear of losing my life. Hey, what's the big deal? You can read it if you want. It's no big deal to give it to you. Natsuki didn't care and waved her hand, still focusing on her handling of the ingredients. In his eyes, whether it was a quasi-emperor realm great demon or a true great emperor realm demon emperor, they were all divided into only two types, tasty and not tasty. The Purple Cloud Lion King's unicorn horn was hard and extremely sharp, and even a light scratch could break through the spiritual defenses of cultivators below the celestial realm. In other words, even an ordinary person with the Purple Cloud Lion King's unicorn horn would theoretically be able to threaten the safety of a celestial realm cultivator. It is the most precious part of its body. Unfortunately, Xia Ji couldn't even look at it. But just because he couldn't look at it, it didn't mean that Mingxian couldn't look at it. This kind of treasure that could be snatched up by countless people when thrown to the outside world was now no different from kitchen garbage and was casually tossed aside. God knows how heartbroken he was just now when he saw Xia Ji throw the unicorn out, as if the person who was thrown was himself. Now hearing this, he was busy picking up the Purple Cloud Lion King's unicorn horn and holding it in his arms for fear of bumping into it, and the care of his movements was such that he probably hadn't even been that gentle with his daughter-in-law. Although he didn't have a daughter-in-law is all, carefully surveying the crystal clear, glaze-like unicorn horn in his arms, and Mingxuan's eyes were infatuated. What a perfect creation! This kind of treasure given by heaven, if it could be forged into a long sword, what in heaven and on earth could not be broken? He was originally the head of the Sword Alliance, and his love for the Tao of the Sword was naturally undisputed. Therefore, at the first sight of the Lion King's unicorn, he associated it with his own sword, and Mingxuan's current sword was named Broken Army. And although its grade wasn't low, it certainly couldn't be compared to the Lion King's unicorn horn that had been taken off the head of the quasi-emperor realm great demon. If he could slightly incorporate a bit of the Lion King's unicorn material into his breaking army sword, wouldn't it instantly take off? If a complete Lion King's unicorn horn could be used as a material to create a saber, it would be a proper emperor weapon. After all, a quasi-empire was also an emperor. Such a precious thing was given to him so easily. It was not known whether this elder Xia was too unconventional or too wealthy. But by the look of him, it should be the latter. After all, if an ordinary cultivator got the Lion King's unicorn horn, he would probably be able to offer it up as an ancestor. She's coming up. Thinking so, and Mingxian was a bit autistic again. Other people do not see things, to his eyes really rare treasure. This contrast is not small. In short, the Lion King's unicorn was too precious. Even when Xiai said he would give it to him, he was too shy to accept it with his old face. After all, you don't get what you don't deserve, and it always feels hot to receive such a good thing without paying anything. Therefore, after holding the Lion King's unicorn with fond eyes and rubbing it for half a column of incense, and Mingxian still returned him back to Xiai with great reluctance. This item is too precious for Mingxian to be ashamed of. It's better to leave it in the hands of a senior in order to put people's minds at ease. His tone of respect to the extreme, as if facing the clan ancestor. As for those who came before, such as must be abducted from their own little cabbage dog man, taught a hard lesson thoughts, but also do not know where to fly. Before, when Enrowoso said that she was not worthy of Xiai, he was still angry, thinking that the daughter of my vast Chi Sword Alliance is only capable of picking a man, and has yet to be picked by a man, but now he finally understood why his niece thought so. A big brother who could treat a quasi-emperor great demon as an ingredient was indeed not a match for a tiny female cultivator of the Avatar realm. Ah, this, Natsuki huffed. His intention was to give the Lion King's unicorn to Mingxian, so that the other party received their own things, and later on, if Enrowoso got into any trouble, he would surely also help to speak. Who would have thought that this guy would be so honest that he wouldn't want the treasure delivered to his door? Xiai could only give up this curved approach. After all, people have said that they are worthy of it. He can't force it on Mingxian, right? That would be tasteless. Not thinking about this useless stuff. During the little time Mingxian spent holding the Lion King's unicorn and reveling in it, he had already taken care of the most delicious parts of the purple cloud Lion King's body. At this moment, it had even been put on the grill and started to roast, and the aroma soon covered the entire small courtyard, and even had the tendency to spread outward, just by smelling this fragrance, and Mingxian felt his spirit lifted. The exhaustion from the starry night journey had dissipated quite a bit, and there was even a vague urge to break through. This was of course an exaggerated narration. While the Purple Cloud Lion King was certainly a supreme demon of the quasi-emperor realm, it was also impossible for its meat to make a celestial realm cultivator break through on the spot, or else the quasi-emperor would be too worthless. However, it was still fine to eat one bite and repair 10 years less work. After all, the grade of the ingredients was there, and the spiritual power contained in it alone was enough to make the cultivators of the lower realms break through one after another. And Mingxian soon felt that his mouth and tongue were raw, and a mature and majestic country face was also a bit ashamed, obviously a big age, but still lost his temper because of oral desire. Sin. Xiai of course saw his embarrassment, but did not say anything more. After all, he was always confident in his cooking skills, and Mingxuan's lack of reaction is really strange. So with a slight smile and a wave of his hand, an ancient wooden table suddenly appeared in front of him, with a few delicately shaped white jade wine cups on it. Only meat, no wine. That's not decent. Good thing I still keep some stock. Would Brotherin be interested in a small drink? There's there. Of course there is. And Mingxuan's eyes glowed. He could sort of see that this elder Sia was definitely a big brother among big brothers and a tycoon among tycoons. Even just a little something from the other side under his fingernails would be enough to benefit him. If you don't dare to take advantage of a big advantage, do you not dare to take advantage of a small advantage that comes to your door? This performance of Mingxuan's pretense of composure but in fact urgency caused Enrowosu, who was on the sidelines, to resist rolling her eyes in a nice way. I always feel like I shouldn't have brought Uncle Tu here today. It's really embarrassing. Although she admitted that the things that Xiai took out, there is really so. A ding shocking. But you don't have to make this kind of unseen appearance, right? Natsuki, the dog man, is really something too. After seeing herself, she didn't even say a word. He didn't even dare to look at her, putting all his attention on his second uncle. In the eyes of a dog man, is she, a righteous fairy in her prime, not as attractive as a bad old man? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. And Ruoso simply went to seek comfort from Sia Jojo, who was focusing on eating meat. Jojo, how have you been these past few days? Did you miss Sister Sue? She asked with a smile as she stroked the little girl's long soft hair. Quite well. Sia Jojo swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth, which returned a sweet smile to her. Of course I have thought about Sister Sue, and not only Jojo alone. Oh, Dad also thought about it. The stinky girl got up the idea of pitting her father. If Xiai knew about it, she would not be able to help but feel pain. Oh, Jojo doesn't need to put in a good word for him. And Ruoso laughed coldly, looked at the side where she was still talking to Mingxian and just didn't dare to glance this way at Xiai, and said with a meaningful meaning, the reason why a dogman is a dogman is that he always loves to run away from it, and doesn't dare to look at even a small woman squarely in the eyes. Eyes? instead focusing his attention on another bad old man. Truly a shame for cultivators. Summer, shame of the friar, dogman pull. An awful Ming Xian. The two men, who were both at the same end of the world, looked at each other, pretended that they hadn't heard anything, laughed twice, and continued their man-to-man kanji. No one can provoke me if I'm sufficiently abashed. The more Ruosu looked, the angrier she became. Then anger arose from his heart and evil grew out of his heart. Not knowing where the courage came from, she sat straight next to Sia Ji, and opened her mouth in an almost cold gesture in the gaze of her second uncle, and Ming Xian, who was in near cardiac arrest. I have something to tell you, cabbage. No, niece, why don't you calm down a bit? This is a big Buddha, the kind you can't afford to mess with. If we really piss off the other side, our lives won't be enough to pay for it. Even if you want to propose, can't you let uncle talk? Even if you don't let uncle say anything, just be nice, okay? I'm just asking you. I'm too old to be scared by you. He observed Sia Ji's reaction with trepidation, and only after realizing that the latter wasn't angry did he barely relax, but he still didn't dare to breathe a single breath. I only felt that the killing machines around me were all over the place, as if I was dancing on the tip of a knife, fearing that Sia Ji would rise up in the next second. His hand would rise up and cut him down and still be able to add a dish in the process, and Ruosu pressed the second uncle's reaction. She just stared straight at Sia Ji, suddenly revealing a smile that looked like 100 flowers blooming. Natsuki, she called his name. Cold sweat broke out on Natsuki's back. Based on his intuition, he always felt that if he answered now, he would definitely not have a good time later. But, the person had already called him by name, and pretending to be deaf at this point obviously wouldn't work either, so he could only feign composure. Ha, and Russo said, I am here today only to propose marriage. So, what do you think? Don't ask. To ask is to be exclusive. Xiai came up. The cold sweat on Natsuki's back increased. What the hell is a marriage proposal? A marriage proposal? What do you take me for? A white boy who can't do anything but eat women's soft rice? While this is indeed my ultimate dream, it's in front of Jojo now. Can't agree to death. Sia Ji was about to open his mouth to refuse, when Ming Xian, who was observing his words and saw his face change slightly and thought that he was angry, took a step ahead and opened his mouth. Elder Sia need not be concerned. My family this niece, well, before coming may not sleep well. So, guilty of hysteria. Yes, that's right, committed hysteria. Hysteria? The corners of Sia Ji's mouth twitched. Why did he find this excuse quite familiar? It seemed like when that naive batch of Lu Chaoran couldn't see the situation. This was how Elder Liang explained it for him, and Ruosu was also filled with black lines. Obviously, she had also thought of the scene during the secret realm, but since there was already a step down, of course Sia Ji would not let it go so easily, so he laughed awkwardly twice. Ha ha, I didn't expect Farian to be quite a humorous person, and Ruosu gave him a sly look, but she didn't pursue it any further. Looking at Sia Ji's reaction just now, she knew that there was no way for this to happen, at least not for a while. Continuing to pursue the question will not get good results, and may even make this dog man tired of themselves, so they have to withdraw for the time being, and wait for the opportunity to act later. Anyway, there's still time. After knowing Sia Ji's downfall, she still had a lot of time to achieve her purpose. The reason why she brought her second uncle to propose marriage today was actually just a simple test. If it can be done, of course it's even better. If it can't be done, it can also give this dog man a warning. I've got my eye on you. Don't think about running, and don't think about running away. Unless you can lay your hands on me and kill me, be honest and wash up and wait. Sooner or later, this fairy will succeed in rising to the top, so that you will willingly call me your mother, and Jojo will willingly call me his mother. Fighting spirit, ignited. Because of this incident, and Ming Xian didn't dare to stay here for long, so after chatting with Sia Ji for a while longer, he excused himself out of the summer poll unexpectedly, and Ruosu surprisingly did not oppose, more not in the whole other moths, very quietly left with the second uncle, only to give him a gentle smile before leaving, like a hunter with his eye on his prey. Expression of surprise. Natsuki couldn't help but shiver. It's a little wicked cold. Shaking his head and shedding all these bad thoughts, he had a somewhat unkind expression. As soon as he grabbed Sia Jojo's hair bun, Sia Ji nuclear goodness said, Jojo, can you explain to me now? Just now, why do you want to defile my father's innocence? Hey, what are you talking about? Daddy? Sia Jojo's face was dumbfounded, attempting to muddle through. I don't understand it. Unfortunately, Sia Ji was determined to teach her a lesson at this moment, so he pressed on. Can't understand? He smiled coldly. What my father is saying is that all roasts in the next month will be null and void. Now can you understand? Abominable. 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 What a mean lord. You know how to threaten me with barbecue. Can't you do it another way? Sia Jojo's pink bun face stiffened a bit and laughed awkwardly. Daddy, what are you talking about? Roasted meat for null and void or something? Must be joking with Jojo, right? Natsuki didn't answer her, but just stared at her with a what do you think look. Natsu Jojo was dumbfounded. If you don't eat barbecue for a month, you'll die, right? It's got to kill you, she cried her little face. Daddy, your behavior is immoral. Doesn't your conscience even hurt when you bully even your own daughter? Not only does it not hurt, Natsuki smiled kindly, scratching her chin as if she were jerking a cat, it even dances with more vigor. I'm going to fight you. Sia Jojo gritted her teeth, but after comparing the strategic power of both sides, she hung her head in frustration. Can't beat it at all. She thought viciously in her heart. When I grow up and regain my full cultivation, I will definitely give you this stinky old dad a good look. Decision made. When the time comes, the stinky old man must be punished for 3 months. No, a year. A whole year is not allowed to eat barbecue meat. The little girl was lost in her own fantasies, and every now and then she let out a loud, ambitious laugh, and Xiaji couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth as he looked at the deeply intoxicated appearance of this stupid daughter of his own. Jojo should not be stupid. It seems that in the future, you have to be a little more restrained when teasing your daughter, or what if you play badly? After waiting for a while, finally sobering up from her beautiful fantasies about the future, Sia Jojo's small face regained its solemnity and glanced at Xiaji next to her. Then, poof, the little eyes were particularly scornful. Xiaji's face darkened. Against the grain. Against the grain. Stupid daughter dared to roll her eyes, for the dignity of the father. Without saying a word, he went up to a burst of ravishment, aimed at the little girl's face as rubbing round, kneading flat and squeezing. Ravage, aimed at the little girl's bun face as rubbing round and kneading flat pinch. Don't you dare roll your eyes at your father. Ha, Zorabayashi, stinky old man. Hurry up and let go of the back pole, let go of the back pole. Charlotte tried hard to struggle, but unfortunately, she was weak and light, and was no match for the 100 years great demon king, only to be held in humiliating arms and played with like a jacked up cat. The father and daughter joked around for a while longer, and only then did Xiaji remember the main event. Looking at his daughter in his arms, he seriously said, Jojo, don't make this kind of pointless assists in the future. My father has long since returned to his prodigal son, and now he only loves your mother, and Rowosu is a good girl, so I don't want to hold people back. The return of the prodigal son? Natsu Jojo gave her stupid old man a disgusted look. Man. She didn't believe that stupid old man was really converted. Although she didn't know much about love between humans, Sia Jojo was a supreme heavenly demon in her previous life, so it was no problem to say that she was transformed by demonic thoughts. Just because she doesn't understand love doesn't mean she doesn't understand human desire. Love beautiful things is nature, and Rowoso this kind of style unparalleled and self-star aura of the big beauty. As long as it is a normal man will not be able to refuse. Besides, this side of the world was originally about a strong man being honored. It was not uncommon for powerful cultivators to have several Taoists at the same time, and no one would say anything more because of this kind of thing. Natsu Jojo didn't understand at all what the stupid old man was struggling with. You like mother as much as you like mother. What does that have to do with you liking other women too? The big deal is that it's all collected and it's fine. If Xiaji knew what was in her heart, she would definitely be in tears, right? Why was he so adamant in refusing in Ruosu's white offer? Isn't it just to keep up the image of a dedicated and good father in front of Jojo? A letter from Flower Explainer. Let's just say the father and daughter have a perception problem. To Sia Jojo, 3 wives and 4 concubines of a strong man was a natural thing and a proof of a man's charisma. Stupid old man was obviously so strong, hundreds of times stronger than the strongest person she had ever seen in her 2 lives. With such an existence, even a harem of 3,000 beauties wouldn't be uncommon. But it turned out that the stupid old man only had 1 woman for his mother. Well, that's actually a plus. After all, dedicated men are rare indeed. As for Xiaji, living on that azure star in his previous life, he had received more than 20 years of monogamous education, and he was also used to seeing the love of only 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak waters. Therefore, even though he had lived for a long time in this metaphysical world, this view of love was still deep in his marrow. Scum before marriage. That was before marriage. But being married and still being a scumbag is cheating and morally questionable. Xiaji actually understood that he couldn't take the viewpoints of his previous life and apply them to this one, but he just felt weird. It was one of the few bottom lines he had left. The bottom line will eventually be broken one day. Just don't know how long he can actually hold out before then. Forget it. We'll see what happens later. People live a life, is to seek a free and easy, today's wine today drunk, tomorrow's sorrow to tomorrow's sorrow. At least for the moment it was enough that he was still a good, dedicated and affectionate man. As for what will happen, In the future, what do you care? Let your future self headache. After figuring this out, Xiaji was instantly much more relaxed. Moreover, Sia Jojo had already promised him that she would never do any unnecessary pitiful behavior in the future. At first glance, the future looks bright. After a few days of just relaxing, suddenly something semi-significant happened. The first thing that happened was that Hua Xieyue, who had been offline for so long, wrote to him once again. That morning Xiaji just yawned and walked out from the house. In front of him fell a crane with snow-white feathers, and the crane had a paper letter in its beak, and when it saw him come out, it hung its head and handed it to him. This unique way of delivering a letter was no one else but his own stupid dog. Xiaji was a bit surprised. His wife stayed outside for so long, and he didn't know what she was busy with, and now it was hard to receive a letter from her, so he couldn't wait to open it and look at it right away. The content of the letter is very simple. A few lines, beautiful handwriting, in which the number of lovesickness is inexhaustible. Hua Jieyue first used 7/10 of a page to express some thoughts about him, and then used 2/10 of a page to ask about his daughter Jojo's recent situation. Do not let her fall into the devil's way again. And the last 1/10 of a page to explain that he has been busy with the matter is about to be resolved, and that the two of them are not far away from the day of the meeting, so that he is precious and do not have to worry. After reading the letter, Xiaji leaned up to the sky and sighed with a little melancholy. It's been 4 years and 7 months since I've seen my wife and miss her. Back then and his wife canoeing 5 lakes, touring the 9 states, enjoying the scenery during the day and people at night. It was called a dashing and happy. The days are beautiful. Give a fairy are not changed. Unfortunately, ever since Hua Xieyue became pregnant, they have been separated. The deepening of the relationship between this couple is very bad these days because there is a daughter to accompany. So Xiaji does not feel lonely, but suddenly received a letter from his wife. Suddenly then remembered the beautiful time they once spent together. The good news is that the hardest days are behind us. Xiaji knew Hua Xiyin very well. Since the other party said that the day of meeting was not far away, it also meant that the two of them would be able to reunite recently. More than a year, less than 3 months. Anyway, there was always something to look forward to. After all, he had survived those 4 years at Tianju Peak. So what if he survived 1 more year? Anyway, I still have my daughter with me, so I can tease and relieve my boredom. He quickly sent a letter back to Hua Xiyin, also using 7/10 of a page to describe his deep love and devotion, 2/10 of a page to ask about the other party's recent situation, and the last 1/10 of a page to talk about some interesting things about Jojo, such as the name of the reincarnation of the heavenly devil is actually a person who will die if he doesn't eat barbecue meat and so on. Immortal crane loyal to the role of messenger, received the letter from Xiaji cannot wait to lift the wings and fly away from here. No way. The former letter written half of the time Sia Jojo just woke up from sleep. See the yard more so a fat and juicy crane saliva is almost out, the whole time with a particularly scary eyes staring at it, to see the crane heart panic, for fear of staying for a little while more into the belly of the little master. You naughty boy, look at the crane your mother raised, patting Sia Jojo's little head, Xiaji said in a good-natured manner. Food is the way of the people. Isn't it natural to be moved by the sight of delicious ingredients? Sia Jojo was very righteous, but also stretched out a pair of white and tender hands. I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Dragon meat, phoenix meat, unicorn meat. In short, I want to eat all kinds of meat. How dare you? Natsuki sighed. Whether it's a dragon or a phoenix or a unicorn, they are all deservedly divine beasts, and even in the upper realm they are so prestigious that few people dare to mess with them, especially the dragon clan. Short guard to the extreme. When Xiaji but slaughtered the ancestral dragon's favorite ninth son shabu shabu hot pot to eat, the result was the dragon clan sent clansmen to chase and kill for decades, up to the sky and into the ground to avoid. If he hadn't made an emergency breakthrough at the last moment, he might have really fallen as a result. So the very careful Xiaji to avenge this pursuit. After the breakthrough will be all the pursuers into a real dragon kebabs, but also re-killed into the dragon family, chopped the ancestral dragon a claw before going long. However, these are all old stories. So many years have passed. The true dragon meat that was saved back then has long been eaten up, leaving only these miscellaneous blood dragon meat of the realm that has not even broken through the emperor realm. Both in terms of deliciousness and rarity there is no way to compare it with the true dragon meat. Xiaji did not have a good mood. Dragon meat, phoenix meat, unicorn meat. Sorry, small store are not available, but there are bamboo shoots fried meat. I do not know if Miss Jojo is interested. Bamboo shoots stir fry? Sia Jojo's eyes lit up with a dish she hadn't heard of. He quickly nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat fried pork with bamboo shoots now. Xiaji showed an odd expression on his face, as if he was forcibly stifling his laughter. That's what you said. I didn't force you. Stupid old man strange. Sia Jojo gave him a disgusted look and then eyed him with alarm. You're not heartbroken, are you? You're the one who said you'd give me fried pork with bamboo shoots. No backing out. My daughter is so kind that she can't refuse, so it's hard for Sia Ji to do it. He revealed a nuclear good smile and took out a heel of real bamboo shoots from his storage ring. Since Jojo really wants to eat bamboo shoot stir fry, then of course my father can't refuse. Now, good boy, lie down, go to the upper world and borrow meat from the dragon. A few moments later, Natsu Jojo covered her butt and looked at Sia Ji with tearful eyes. Woe is crying. Oh, stinky old dad, you're bullying me again. I'll fight you. The little girl tries to revolt, but unfortunately she is backhandedly suppressed by her unscrupulous father before she can act. Sia Ji, who had just finished beating the child in a relaxed mood, also mocked her with a smile. Why is Jojo angry? You had told my father not to regret it before. Why did you regret it yourself first instead? Who knew that's what bamboo shoot stir fry meant? Natsu Jojo glared at him with hatred, not really wanting to talk to stinky old dad. In fact, Sia Ji didn't exert much force just now. Rather than punching the child, it was more like teasing the child, and even far less to be called corporal punishment. Natsu Jojo just felt humiliated. So what if it doesn't hurt when he hits? It hasn't been about pain since the beginning. Who is she? The supreme heavenly devil who once overpowered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, whose white bones became mountains under his seat, and who made all living beings submit to him. Nowadays it's surprising to be spanked over the knee? Not even if the man was her own father. It's a disgrace, a great shame. Sia Jojo had the heart to bite him to death. Seeing that his daughter seemed to be really angry, Sia Ji was also a bit helpless. I can't believe you're so unamused. After thinking about it, he felt that he might indeed have gone a bit too far just now. So he stretched out an index finger and said tentatively, in order to express my father's apology, how about this? How about a meal of true dragon hot pot? Custody of the most original and purest bloodline of true dragon meat has the original ingredients to give Miss Jojo the perfect experience. How could there really be real dragon meat to eat? And what's a fondue pot? Sia Jojo subconsciously wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth, obviously heartfelt in her heart, but still put on a look of disdain. Humph, I don't care. You think I'm a beggar for one meal of dragon hot pot? 10 times is more like it. So, it's 2 meals? Natsuki tentatively extended a second finger. 3 meals, anything less is off the table. 3 meals is 3 meals, and 30 meals is not unacceptable as long as your daughter can take the heat off. Natsuki sighed. Fine, you win, then I'm going to eat it now. Jojo's eyes were glowing and she couldn't wait. Even in her previous life, she had never really eaten true dragon meat. After all, at that time, she either slept or slept every day, and had never eaten much at all. Although there was a group of demons under his command that he could call upon, but Sia Jojo disliked them for being too ugly and not strong, so he had always treated them as air. Not to mention the fact that they didn't have the ability to let them hunt the true dragons. Even these demonic beasts in the lower realm that had yet to become emperors tasted so delicious. How delicious should a true dragon, which was mighty even in the upper realm, be? Not to mention it's a whole new way of eating. Called what? Fondue? Yes, it's fondue. I can't understand what this means, but it looks delicious. Just thinking about it, Natsu Jojo couldn't help but drool. Okay, the heavens and the earth are the biggest daughter. As long as Jojo can be happy, even if my father labors a little bit. So what? Natsuki sighed again. Without further words, he transformed into a golden light and disappeared into the sky without a trace in an instant. Summer Jojo went to the house and moved a small bench, put it in the yard to sit down, the little feet shaking, not to mention how cute. True dragons are a unique race in the upper world. These dragons in the lower world cannot be called dragons at all. After all, they have not even been to the dragon pool, and the dragon bloodline in their bodies is not pure, and they can only be described as miscellaneous long snakes. In order to satisfy his daughter's appetite, Sia Ji could only once again come to the upper realm, which hadn't been visited for a long time, with the intention of finding the true dragon clan to borrow some meat. Yes, that's right, just borrowing a bit of meat with no intention of killing the dragon for it. Although the true dragon clan is delicious. Ahem. I mean, although it is very powerful, the clan's ability to reproduce is weak and pitiful. Their ability to impregnate other races is very powerful, but unfortunately this trait tends to not work on female dragons of the same race. The birth of a purebred young dragon is all in the hands of God, and it all comes with the territory. You may not get pregnant for thousands or tens of thousands of years, or you may get it in one shot. The birth of every purebred young dragon is considered a celebration for the true dragon clan. This group of true dragons look at the pups even more like eyeballs. Whoever dares to harm the young dragons, chasing them to the 9 heavens and the 10 earths will also have to suppress you. After so many years, The number of the true dragon clan has always remained in the triple digits, and is about to break through the 4 digits, which at first glance seems to be a lot, but compared to those clans with millions and millions of clansmen at every turn, it is simply as rare as giant pandas. This kind of cherished ingredient, naturally, could not be killed just like other races. After all, the real dragon is only so many. All killed will never eat again. Rather than for the sake of the immediate interests and reckless disregard for the future, it would be better to take the road of sustainable development. Want to eat meat? Come to find them to borrow. If not willing to borrow, and then personally to take, but also will not die of the dragon. So you are good, I am good, everyone is good. Why not do it? After all, Natsuki didn't consider himself to be any kind of devil, and in most cases, he was still very nice to talk to. The lower realm is 33 heavens away from the upper realm, during which there are countless thunderbolts, and the spatial cracks that are fatal threats to Great Emperor realm cultivators are even more visible everywhere. So if it is a cultivator below the Great Emperor level, it is estimated that they will be strangled by the spatial turbulence and pulverized just as they come in. But of course this had nothing to do with Xiai. Even if the spatial turbulence was no more violent, it would still be very difficult to cut through the corner of his clothes, let alone cause damage to him itself. In the past, when he was idle, his favorite thing to do was to run into the space turbulence to enjoy a scraping service. You don't say. It's really quite comfortable, slowly enjoying the scraping of the spatial turbulence along the way while rushing towards the entrance of the upper realm. In this rare time of solitude, Xiai rarely sighed a little. Back then, he was flirtatious, unrestrained, uninhibited. I do not know how many fairies and magical girls think about it day and night, like crazy. Now that he's a father, his nature has become more and more refined. Sure enough, time is a killing knife. Red cherries, green bananas. In the midst of the emotion, the entrance to the upper realm was already close at hand. It was a huge portal, as if it was standing on top of the sky. The whole body was based on white jade, towering high above heaven and earth, with a majestic and sacred meaning. At the top of the portal, there are 2 big gold characters, Heaven's Gate. The handwriting is wild, like a dragon and snake, sharpened skyward. Even just by simply gazing at it, it can make people feel that their eyes are stinging. I don't know who wrote it. Below the heavenly gate were stationed 2 peak Great Emperor guards, were chatting with each other, full of boredom. After all, although the work of guarding the gate was safe and well paid, it was boring and tedious, and to do it for hundreds or thousands of years in a row was annoying to all individuals. My ex-girlfriend came to my door and the scumbag was me. From a strict sense, these 2 guards who watched the door were actually still acquaintances of Xiai. When they left the upper world, it was the 2 of them who watched the gate, and now that so much time has passed, the gatekeeper is still the 2 of them, and it is estimated that without any accident, it will be the 2 of them who watch the gate for the rest of their lives. If it was a different time, a different place, Xiai might still have the idea of catching up with someone, but now he didn't have that thought at all. The reason is simple. Below the heavenly gate, a silhouette that he was extremely familiar with, suddenly appeared. It was a slender silhouette dressed in a gorgeous palace dress, with a frosty face and a slender figure, who was flying towards the lower realm on a rack of red light. Holy, what's this woman doing here? After seeing the true face of that sinister shadow, Xiai had a jolt and almost didn't fall from the 33 heavens. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and run, but because of the suddenness of the incident, coupled with the woman's extremely fast speed, he had only just turned his head when the rainbow light from earlier was already close at hand. Xiai forced himself to be calm. He had gone up to the realm today, completely at random. There was no way that anyone could deduce his trail. That is to say, this woman most likely wasn't coming towards him. She just happened to collide with him. The more this happens, the less you can panic, and the more you panic, the more wrong you will be. He tried to make his movements seem as natural as possible, while leaving the woman with only her back, determined not to let her see his front face. Just a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. That man in front, stop right there. A sudden bellowing cry rang out from behind himself. Xiai was in a cold sweat. It's over. It's over. It's over. Shouldn't we really be found out? He had quietly changed his appearance as he feigned calmness and turned back around in mock confusion. I wonder what you are doing by calling this seat off. The calmness reveals a hint of doubt. Good. That's what it feels like. I'm sure to have a seat at next year's Little Gold Man. While secretly cheering for himself, Xiai also tried to control his facial muscles as much as possible, not letting it reveal a single crack, and looked at the visitor with a puzzled gaze. Today, the upper realm is not peaceful, and I see that you are quite a stranger, so I purposely called out to you as a reminder. The visitor was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress. Her features were exquisite to the point of not resembling a mortal. Her figure was tall and exquisite. In terms of face value alone, perhaps just not on par with an Rowosu, but that air of being the only one who can do anything was far beyond her by a lot. So it is. Xiaji revealed a look of understanding and smiled in acknowledgement. Thank you for reminding me, fellow Daoist. This seat has taken note of it. In his heart, he was secretly spitting. Staying together for so long, how come I didn't know that you were so kind-hearted that you would take the initiative to remind a stranger that it's not peaceful lately? But of course such words could not be exposed. So after a brief thank you, he tried. Do you have any other important matters? If there is nothing, this seat should leave. Of course there's something. The palace-suited woman interrupted him, her calm gaze never leaving Xiaji's eyes, as if she was trying to look at his entire being. A cold sweat had already broken out on Xiaji's back, but on the surface, he could only pretend that he didn't understand why she was looking at him like that. The woman in the palace dress then said, "This palace just wants to ask you a question. I wonder if you can clear up the confusion for this palace. Can I say no?" Xiaji originally wanted to say this, but seeing the palace dress woman's appearance that she was named asking for advice but her mind was actually made up, he knew that no matter if he was willing or not, he could only agree in the end, so he didn't bother wasting time on it. Fellow Daoist, feel free to speak. That's good. The woman in the palace dress raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile that said, "I'm counting on you to know what you're talking about." Her looks were just too perfect, and even when she made this not-so-polite gesture, it only mesmerized people from the bottom of their hearts. Unfortunately, Xiaji didn't feel moved at all. Not only did he not feel moved, he even wanted to turn around and run. The smile on his face was vaguely stiff. Xiaji made a gesture of listening with all ears and heard the woman in the palace dress ask in an icy voice, "Do you recognize this palace? That's it? That's it? That's it? I thought it was some kind of giveaway." Natsuki sighed in relief. "Even if I think with my feet, I know how to answer this question, right?" Without even hesitating, he pressed on and righteously said, "Naturally I don't recognize you. It's clearly the first time I've met you, so why did you make such a statement?" "That's right." The palatial woman nodded in understanding, reintroducing an icy smile. "Of course you don't know this palace, but this palace recognizes you. Xiaji, are you, right?" The woman in the palace dress, named Ji Minghan, the holy land of the upper realm, the contemporary palace master of the inviting moon palace, a genuine immortal emperor realm giant, with a status of 10,000 people. It is also one of the confidants that Xiaji used to have. Why do you say once? Because what happened to her was the same as in Ruosu, and even a little bit worse than in Ruosu. After Master Xia had tricked a human girl out of one of her hearts in the first place, the novelty only lasted a few years before he got a little tired of it. It wasn't that he was tired of Ji Minghan, but he was tired of that uninteresting life. He still liked to wander around, bullying the geniuses of this clan, beating up the demons of that clan, and then admiring the way others could only get angry when they tried to beat him to death but couldn't beat him. Ji Minghan was a good woman, there was no doubt about that, though she was a bit more cold and unfeeling towards outsiders, a bit more treating strangers like ants, and a bit more treating the lives of ordinary people like grass, but she sure is a good woman. This girl at the beginning of the summer poll can be described as meticulous, small to clothing, food, housing and transportation, large to go out. No matter what the problem is to give you a proper do it. The attitude of the weekdays is even more tender like water. To the husband for the day, wholeheartedly think of everything he is, understanding but also sweet. Anyone who wanted to be with her would probably be spoiled into a wreck. Literally, within a few hundred years, the kind that can't lift with their hands, can't carry on their shoulders, and can't even take care of themselves at a basic level. Although the life of being spoiled into ruin by a gentle big sister was something that every man had fantasized about, but when he actually got it all, Natsuki quickly grew tired of it. After all, the doctor had said that he was a man with a hard stomach who could only eat hard food, not soft food, and what did it look like to let a woman feed him all day long? And so, in the dark of the moon, in the dead of night, Summer Pole ran away, without warning, same as the scumbags who disappear after whoring. After the return of the prodigal son, Xiaji had also profoundly condemned the self that once only teased but did not marry, and finished with philandering and amorous. Unfortunately, things had already happened, and there was no way for him to travel back in time and transform Xiatai Scummanpole into a dedicated and good man, even if he was as powerful as he was. Therefore, it is self-inflicted to end up in the present situation. Ji Minghan, a petite woman, wouldn't you say? Ah Ji? Ji Minghan's voice still echoed in his ears. Xiaji couldn't help but leave a cold sweat on his forehead, and even the polite smile on his face wasn't strained. He carefully recalled his previous demeanor and didn't see where he had revealed himself. So how on earth did this woman see through his true identity? Penetrating eyes? Dao friend. This seat does not understand. Dao friend, what is the meaning of this? I do not know a man named Xiaji. He is still dying. Anyway, resolutely unwilling to admit. Unfortunately, Ji Minghan was unmoved and only calmly stated the following facts. When you say panic, Your index finger will subconsciously lightly clasp the air, while your eyes flutter, your tone of voice is stiff, and the cold sweat on your forehead is even more incessant. Having once lived together for so long, I know every one of your habits by heart. And now, are you going to continue to play dumb? My dearest. Pole. The last two words, as if squeezed from between his teeth, seeped out. Natsuki had a bit of a headache. Pretend to pretend to pretend. And pretend the hell you're pretending to pretend. He had never noticed this little habit himself, but he didn't expect Ji Minghan, this woman, to remember it so clearly, and she also knew herself too well, and dared to determine his identity based on these small actions alone. Since he had already been dismantled, he wasn't going to keep pretending. Resuming his original appearance once again, he sounded a bit helpless. Sister Minghan, long time no see. Ji Minghan was actually quite a bit older than him, but since a girl's age was a secret, Xia Ji had never been sure how much older the other party was than her. But one thing was certain, if one were to go by mortal notions, there would be no problem at all in being his paternal grandmother. As the saying goes, a woman's eldest 3 embraces a golden brick, a woman's eldest 30 delivers a river and a mountain, a woman's eldest 300 delivers an elixir, and a woman's eldest 3000 ranks in the class of Immortals. Ji Minghan was at least at the level of delivering Immortal Dan, and even ranking in the Immortal class was not unavoidable. However, this age difference may sound intimidating, but it was nothing to the cultivator. After all, even one of the most ordinary sacred transformation realm cultivators in the lower realm could easily live for thousands of years, not to mention them, the upper realm powers, whose lifespans could easily be hundreds of thousands of years. In such a long life, an age difference of a few thousand years is really no different than a difference of a few years. When he was with Ji Minghan, Xia Ji had always addressed the other party as Sister Minghan, which was also requested by Ji Minghan herself. Ji Minghan had lost track of how many years it had been since he had heard that title again. 10 years? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? Looking at the handsome face that was still familiar, but obviously much more mature, the feelings in his heart were equally complex. There is hate, there is nostalgia, there is surprise, hating him for leaving without saying goodbye back then, making her search hard for countless years with no trace of him, even thinking that he had been assassinated by her enemies, missing every day, every bit of the time she had spent with him. It was the best memory she had ever had. Surprised by the sudden reunion after a long time, I felt happy from the bottom of my heart to see this familiar handsome face again. These various emotions mingled together and finally coalesced into a wave of conviction. Keep him prisoner, let him never leave himself again. Under the great joy and great sorrow, there were actually a few tendencies of an unstable state of mind. Ji Minghan, a pair of translucent beautiful eyes steeply flashed red light. The next instant, her jade arm gently raised. A rainbow light containing extreme berserk energy will be towards Xia Ji hit. Even the space along the way because of the unbearable burden and produce cracks. Obviously, this hit, she did not have the slightest mercy, because Aji was a naughty boy and would always worry her. So only break your limbs, abolish your cultivation, so that you no longer have the power to leave me, so that we will never be separated. You say, right? What a sin I committed in the first place. Natsuki had an even bigger headache. Stretching out an index finger, he lightly blocked this rainbow light that Ji Minghan had struck towards him, and also repaired the shattered spatial cracks along the way. After defusing the blow, he didn't stop because of it, but instead reached out and grabbed in front of the woman, and a pitch-black, thick demonic chi was ripped out of Ji Minghan's body in a hard, extremely horrifying scene. It seems that what happened back then really hit her hard, and she even developed a heart demon because of it. Xia Ji shook his head and casually pinched the mass of demonic chi into pieces, and was relieved to see Ji Minghan's eyes regain clarity. Good thing it was caught early. The thing called the heart demon was shadowless and invisible. It represented the darkest emotions within a person. It could also be said to be a person's own self. If it was not exposed, even Xia Ji could not discover it, let alone eradicate it. But the heart of the devil, and very dangerous, usually do not see what, to the key moment of the tribulation or breakthrough will come out of the evil. A moment of inadvertence. Serious injuries are considered to be a light exit, so it is not impossible to fall. Anyway, the plot is indeed his. Ji Minghan is in the invitation to the Moon Palace. The disciples are all women. The rules of the palace is no emotion, no sex, cannot get involved in the love of men and women. The rules of the palace are that there is no love and no sex, and that no one can be involved in the love of men or women. As the current palace master, Ji Minghan was supposed to be the one who was the most indifferent in the entire inviting Moon Palace, and indeed he was. Who doesn't know the name of Ji Minghan? The 6 kinds of unrecognizable in the upper realm? Even those old undead who have lived for tens of millions of years are not willing to deal with this woman, because the other party has no weaknesses at all, and nothing is put in the heart. Coercion is useless. and enticement is also useless, and it can be said that it is soft and hard to the extreme, and it's such a strong woman that people are worried about. In the end, he ended up accidentally ruffling his own feathers and cracking a small hole in his otherwise perfect mind. It would have been just fine if that was all there was to it, as long as he was still around. Sooner or later the nip would slowly heal and there would be no other consequences. Unfortunately, Summer Pole ran out of steam midway through. Extreme love, lust turns into extreme anger, and the demon of the heart is born. Although because of the existence of the base of having once practiced the emotionless way, the heart demon was not able to gain the upper hand at first, it was also able to subconsciously influence Ji Mingin's character in his daily life. Before she was barely able to suppress this, but today she suddenly bumped into the long-missing Natsuki, steeply seeing the man he once loved and now hated the most. Under the great joy and sorrow, the suppressed emotions directly broke through the dike. If it was the Ji Minghan of the past, he would never have made a move to harm Xiaji, but just now, she had been controlled by her mind's demons, and all she could think about was breaking Xiaji's limbs, nullifying his cultivation, and finally imprisoning him in the inner chamber, so that he would never have the means to leave herself. It's just like sicko, either you're with me or you're dead with me. Ji Minghan's calculations. What just happened to me? The glazed eyes regained their clarity. Ji Minghan was slightly bewildered, looking at the summer pole in front of him. His tone was like a dream. You are, Pole? It's me, Sister Minghan. Natsuki smiled gently. How does it feel? The brain is scrambled, as if, by another person. The body is being manipulated. Ji Minghan shook his head and faced him with the same gentle smile. Ah Ji, long time no see. There was no hysteria, no cussing, not even a simple question. Ji Minghan such a gentle attitude, but let the summer pole even more guilty. He really hate to travel through time. Killed back then that young and frivolous only teas not married do not know how to cherish the summer dog scum pole. Sister Minghan is such a nice woman. Why did you have the heart to hurt her in the first place? Xiaji couldn't help but spit on himself in his heart. Dog slag man, iron slag man, dead slag man. If I were you, I would jump from the 33 heavens right now, preferring to fall to my death rather than have the face to continue living in the world. Wait, the scumbag is indeed myself? That's okay. Ji Minghan didn't know what was going on inside Xiajia's mind. She just looked at this familiar face that had been in her dreams for countless times, and her glazed, clear eyes were quietly stained with a bit of wetness. It's not a dream or a hallucination. The person in front of her stood alive, talking, laughing, running and jumping. He's grown a lot taller than he once was, and already looks like a mature adult. Even his eyebrows are tinted with a bit of sophistication. Ji Minghan stretched out the white tender fingertips, slowly rubbing on the face of Xiaji. The hand touched warm, once empty and broken heart. In this simple to the extreme contact, but also filled up a lot. Ah Ji, she smiled faintly, but her voice sounded like it was tinged with tears. I missed you so much. There was no calling myself the palace, and I was no longer high and mighty. Nowadays, Ji Minghan acted like an ordinary woman who had rediscovered her lover. Natsuki was even more ashamed. Sister Minghan is indeed a good woman, but she was hurt so deeply by him. Sure enough, all the scum of the earth deserved to die. He was silent, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Ji Minghan quickly gathered his mood. The previous disorder disappeared without a trace in a flash, and began to care about his recent situation. It's been so long, how have you been? Quite good. Xiaji was a bit embarrassed, but still had to say, there's one more thing, Sister Minghan. Me, actually already has a daughter. Ji Minghan gave a beat. The smile on his face barely even stretched. After all, after being the palace master for so many years, she quickly adjusted her expression and pretended to be unconcerned. Yes, counting the age. You've grown up as well. It's normal to have a daughter. How old is the child this year? Almost a week old. Natsuki said, although Sia Jojo can run and jump, but if we calculate according to the time of her birth, so far it's only a few months, so it's not really a problem to say that she's not full of years old. Ji Minghan almost gritted a mouthful of silver teeth. Almost a year old. What does that mean? This means that the birth of Aji's daughter is only recent. In other words, she was only slightly late by a few years, and the little cabbage, that was so hard to raise was given to other women? A few years was no different from a blink of an eye to an immortal emperor-level giant like her, and a single shutdown was more than a few years. The creation of mankind. It's still a real creation. Calm down. Must be calm. It was so hard to reunite with Aji, so he mustn't scare him away again. Ji Minghan desperately told himself to calm down. Xiaji was not yet aware of just how cranky the understanding Minghan sister in his heart was at the moment. He just added with a guilty face, Sister Minghan, Jojo is still young and can't be separated from her father's teaching. I just want to bring up the child properly from now on. So, I see what you mean. Surprisingly, after hearing these words, Ji Minghan did not show much anger. She had adjusted her mindset by now. A momentary loss was nothing. All that mattered was that she was now reunited with Aji, and there would be plenty of time later on to accomplish her purpose. There was certainly no anger felt at this confession of Natsuki's. On the contrary, also took the initiative to care about. The first time to be a father should be very rusty, right? If you need to sister help, you can feel free to ask. In this regard I'm still quite confident. After all, when you are also considered to be my hand to bring up. Xia Ji was filled with black lines. What do you mean I'm kind of what you brought up? When he met Ji Minghan back then, he had already broken through to a quasi-immortal emperor and was only one step away from an immortal emperor. Just the appearance looks childish a little bit, put into the previous life proper high school student appearance. In front of Ji Minghan this kind of cold imperial sister, more like a child who has not grown up, so has been raised by the other party as a younger brother. Of course, saying it's a child husband doesn't really make a difference. Thank you, Sister Minghan, for your kind words, but your own daughter, of course, you have to raise her on your own, so that you can have a sense of fulfillment as a father. After thinking about it, he still politely declined Ji Minghan's kind offer. To be honest, Xia Ji didn't want Jojo to get too close to other women. After all, these confidants of his back in the day held quite a bit of his dark history from his youth in their hands. At that time, after all, young, do not know the high ground, what the middle two shameful things dare to do. At that time did not feel. Now the intestines are repenting. If Jojo found out about his black history, his dignity as a father would be shattered to pieces. And the fun of raising a daughter is supposed to be with the hands-on. What's the point of giving it to someone else? Originally, it was just a very normal thought, but to his surprise, after hearing his words, Ji Minghan revealed an extremely hurt expression. Just a short period of time apart. I didn't realize that Aji was already so rusty to his sister. I am your sister, your daughter, and of course my daughter. A touch of heartbreaking superior sadness appeared on her delicate and flawless pretty face. Ji Minghan sighed. Apol, you don't have to be so rusty to me. I know I once held bad thoughts, and even scared you away, but after so long, sister has already figured it out. You and I are both siblings for a moment, and deserve to be siblings for a lifetime as well. So if you are willing to do so, from now on, treat me as a sister, right? Apol, what do you think? What do you mean by retreat? Ji Minghan has figured it out. Her Aji was obviously mesmerized by a fox charming from who knows where, and at times like this if he still did not hide his desires as he once did, he would surely scare him away once again. In that case, let's start with the sister. As for being a sibling for a moment and a sibling for a lifetime, so to speak, that's for sure. After all, who's to say that a love brother doesn't count as a brother? Wool gathering. Of course, Xia Ji did not know what kind of tiger and wolf thoughts his beloved sister Minghan had in her heart. At this moment, he felt even more guilty, being bluffed by Ji Minghan, and also felt that this behavior of his was excessive. Although the phrase "your daughter is my daughter" sounded strange, he didn't think too much about it. It just said, if this is what you mean, Sister Minghan, then of course I have no reason to refuse. From now on, you and I will be the closest of siblings. Plan pass. The smile on Ji Minghan's pretty face grew more and more gentle. The god brother has become a god brother. Can the love brother be far behind? Although in her heart, on the surface she sighed softly. It's a pity that my brother already has a daughter. But when my sister has never even seen her niece's face, much less given her a birth gift, I wonder if Aji could show his sister what his niece looks like. That's certainly an excuse. Ji Minghan just wanted to find a random excuse to go to the environment where Xia Jie is living nowadays to have a look, and recognize the way, so that it would be convenient to look for him in the future. And at the very least, take the initiative. Want to see Jojo for yourself? Xia Ji was a bit hesitant. At this moment he had forgotten the reason why he had gone up to the realm. His thoughts were completely taken off the path by Ji Minghan. After just a moment's consideration, he finally decided and nodded his head in agreement with the matter. After all, there was once love in, and now is like a brother and sister. Minghan's sister will be curious about his daughter is also a matter of course. If even this kind of legitimate request to refuse, it would appear that he is too unsympathetic. Then Sister Minghan, follow me. With a thought, he had already taken out a medium-sized mana boat from his storage ring. The exterior didn't look exaggerated, somewhat similar to the size of those small yachts in his previous life, but the interior was secretly full of magical spatial arrays carved all over it, expanding the mana boat's internal area by countless times. It's still okay to carry a few thousand people at the very least. This boat looks like its appearance. In fact, the origin is extraordinary. Is once an immortal emperor held the life of the magic treasure, called Evergreen Boat, can be used to catch the road. In some cases, can also be used as a war fortress use. Even if a lower realm cultivator who hadn't yet ascended got the Evergreen Boat, as long as he kept hiding inside the Dharma boat, Even a true immortal level powerhouse wouldn't be able to do any harm to him. Unfortunately, such a powerful piece of magic treasure, in Xiaji's hands, was just a mere tool to catch the road. The two of them boarded the Dharma boat and soon headed out of the 33 heavens. However, after a few moments of tea, the 10,000 Flames Sect's compound was already close at hand. Sia Jojo was still waiting blearily in the small courtyard for her old dad to bring back the real dragon meat to make hot pot at this moment. As a result of waiting and waiting, I saw a mana boat fall from the sky, and the stupid old man jumped down from it with two empty hands, followed by a strange woman whom I had never seen before. The little girl's face instantly darkened. Stinky old dad, how many redheads is this for you again? Ahem. Xiaji is a little embarrassed. Tiger face fears her. Stinky girl, how to talk. This is, well, my eldest sister, Ji Minghan. You have to call her aunt, understand? Auntie? Sia Jojo skimmed her mouth. Really treating me as a child. If it is a sister, why do the two of you even have different surnames? One surname is Xia, one surname is Ji. And there's the most important point. She didn't sense the same bloodline as her stupid old man in Ji Minghan. Even if they were really siblings, they were only god siblings, and might develop into love sister love brothers someday. Sia Jojo never had any illusions about the integrity of her stupid old man. Ji Minghan didn't care about the little girl's attitude for two reasons. This first point, of course, is because of the summer pole. The pole is a first-time father, obviously treating his daughter as his lifeblood. Want to get the heart of the pole in advance to wrestle the favor of the summer Jojo is a must. As for the second point, it's actually kind of embarrassing to say it. In the upper realm, the famous palace master of the inviting moon palace, who had even been sarcastically called Ji Minghan by countless people, was actually very fond of children in his private life. Of course, limited to cute and cuddly pink little girls, little boys have as far as they can roll. Is Charjo cute? Of course it's cute. At the same time inherited the excellent genes of Xiaji and her mother. 100 Flowers Empress Hua Xieyue. This girl's size is snow white and pink like a donut. And even if she was just born, she can see a few points of the future absolute splendor. If she is allowed to grow into an adult, she will easily be able to match in Ruosu Jimingan's two girls, and even exceed them by a hair. A cute, cuddly, loving little girl like this one always gets more understanding from people. Are you Jojo? What a pretty little guy. Revealing a gentle smile that even the disciples of the inviting moon palace have not seen a few times, Ji Minghan touched Sia Jojo's little head. I am indeed your father's eldest sister. But, you don't have to call me aunt in the future. Just call me Ji's sister. Aunt, this kind of name, no matter how you listen to it, you feel that it is a little too old. Although Ji Minggan's age this year is at least 4-5 beginning. But women, no matter how old they are, hope that others can call her younger. Even if you had to call her that, you'd have to drop the aunt and call her mom. Gotta be. Another woman with an axe to grind against stupid old man. Sia Jojo unobtrusively skimmed her mouth. The same as a woman. Ji Minghan, as soon as she opened her mouth, she knew what the other side of the heart to play. It's just a matter of starting with a sibling relationship and letting that bond deteriorate little by little while letting the idiot's old man's guard down, and finally succeeding in getting to the top. It's such an obvious ploy that only a stupid old man would fall for it. Although the heart belly aching, but on the surface she did not expose half, and even revealed an exceptionally sweet smile. Ji's sister good. I called Jojo. Ji's sister is also very beautiful. Oh. The little mouth was practically smeared with honey. Straight away, Ji Minghan was coaxed into a state of bliss. The corner of Xiaji's mouth twitched on the side. This daughter can't be wanted. Obviously he is her real father. But the stinky girl has never had such a good attitude when facing him. Natsu Jojo didn't care what stupid old man thought. The reason why she would unleash her kindness on Ji Minghan was that she actually had her own little agenda. Foolish old man's strength was indeed very strong. Although it was not known whether he had reached the level of invincibility in the world, but it was by no means possible for those who could defeat him to exceed the number of one palm. For a superpower like this, would the confidant by his side be a simple character? To put it mildly, if you're just a mere vase with nothing but a face, you're not that qualified to have a fling with the stupid old man. After all, you can't even keep up with the other's footsteps. Although this life was just a small child and his cultivation level was low, but Summer Jojo's eyesight was still there after all. Fig. Returned politeness for politeness. She couldn't see Ji Minggan's cultivation level, but she could tell that she was definitely much stronger than in Ruosu, and Ruosu was already a great cultivator at the peak of the Avatar realm, and to be able to be even more powerful than her, she was either in the celestial realm or a realm further up. This amount of cultivation was certainly nothing to her in her previous life, but in this life, Sia Jojo was still just a small cannon fodder in the innate realm today, not even a mole. Whether it was the Avatar realm, the celestial realm, or the quasi-emperor realm, cultivators of these ranks, even if something came out of their fingernails, it would be of no small benefit to her. Although what heavenly material treasure big can ask the stupid old man to ask, but, take advantage of this kind of thing. Surely it is to take advantage of other people as only fragrant. You crave my father's body. I'll pull your wool. We all get what we want. It's fair, isn't it? That's why being cute is taking advantage of people. Ji Minghan originally had little resistance to pink and tender girls, and Sia Jojo's mouth is so sweet. A mouth of Ji's sister, plus she is Sia Ji's daughter. Naturally there is a layer of love on the aura. So in just a few moments of work, Sia Ji saw Ji Minghan remove the light gold-colored and extraordinarily delicate bracelet on his wrist, which also gave off a burst of powerful aura, and handed it to Sia Jojo. This is the immortal treasure eternal knot ring that I obtained by chance. As long as it's there, even if it's simply worn on the hand and isn't activated with mana, cultivators below the true immortal realm won't be able to break its defense. Moreover, this ring is also the symbol of my inviting Moon Palace's palace master. And the person who holds this ring will receive supreme courtesy in any of the domains under the rule of the inviting Moon Palace, and no one will dare to treat him or her with disrespect. Jojo, feel free to accept it, even as a self-defense magic treasure. Consider it as Sister Ji's firstborn gift to you. The little girl's eyes lit up, the smile at the corner of her mouth became sweeter and sweeter, practically capable of forming honey. Thank you, Sister Ji. Jojo loves this gift. A fairy treasure. This wave made a lot of money. Although there was no way to activate the full power of the Ring of Eternal Junction with her current cultivation, hadn't Sister Ji said so? Even if she just wore it as a decoration, it would make her immune to the threats of cultivators below the true immortal realm. What is a true immortal? After the Celestials come the Paramount Emperors, after the Paramount Emperors come the Great Emperors, and only after the Great Emperors come the true Immortals. What does that mean? This meant that as long as the Ring of Eternal Junction did not leave her hand for a day, in this acre of the lower realm, she, Sia Jojo, was already invincible. There's no way you can break my defense even if I stand and let you hit me. Not to mention that the style of the Eternal Knot Ring is also very good looking, but also has the function of 1,000 variations. You can let the owner's mind change the shape at will, both eye-catching and practical. Is simply the most perfect jewelry. Although the stupid old man was a bit of a womanizer and a prodigal, the quality of each of these confidants was indeed higher than the other. The little fortune hunter, Char Jojo, has decided, even if she went for these wools, she wouldn't interfere much with Pops in this area in the future, much less spoil his peach blossom luck. Instead, it's only right to facilitate it vigorously. If Huahuayu knew that her own good daughter had betrayed her mother just because of a little magic treasure, and was going to find other women for her old man, she didn't know if she would be so angry that she would beat this rebellious daughter to death. Sia Ji also didn't expect that after only meeting for the first time, Ji Minghan would give away such a precious thing. The Eternal Knot Ring is actually not a particularly rare treasure for him. Storage ring, this kind of immortal treasure he saved a whole lot, has been thrown in the corner in eating dust. But didn't you hear what people said? The grade of this magic treasure is secondary. The key is what it represents, a symbol of being the master of the inviting Moon Palace. Subconsciously, he wanted Jojo to return the Eternal Junction Ring. After all, if his daughter wanted a magic treasure, she could just ask him for it. There was no need to take this kind of advantage. Who would have thought that Ji Minghan, as if he had the ability to read minds, had spoken before him? Since I have already given away the Ring of Eternal Junction, I will not take it back. What's more, around this is nothing but a dead object, and it's only a decorative item for me to wear on my hand, which can't play any major role, so it would be better to give it to Jojo for self-defense. Or is Aji treating me as a sister on the surface, but actually secretly detesting me, unwilling to accept even a small gift from my sister? This hat is just a little too big. Sia Ji immediately retorted. What are you saying, Sister Minghan? Since you're willing to give it away, then let's do it. But it's traditional to return gifts. Jojo can receive the Forever Knot Ring, but you have to receive my return gift as well. After saying that, he didn't wait for Ji Minghan to retort, so he took out a Lotus Pure bottle from his storage ring and handed it to her. This is a thing I got by chance, named Bodhi Pure Bottle. The bottle will naturally give birth to a drop of innate dew every day, only that it can't be accumulated. It will dissipate on the same day, but the effect is very strong. It can bring the dead to life, as long as the soul doesn't fly away, as long as the soul doesn't fall apart. If the dew is consumed, it will be able to come back to life with full blood, and for consolidating the divine soul it also has a very great effect, and can even save dead spirit plants. Anyway, staying in my hands is just eating dust. It would be better to give it to you, Sister Minghan, so that it can also bring its effects into play. With Sia Ji's cultivation nowadays, there was simply no one in this world who could injure him, not even if the Heavenly Emperor came. The Bodhi Pure bottle was a healing treasure to others, but to him, it was just a bottle for flower arrangement. Sia Ji didn't want to take advantage of people. The value of the Bodhi Pure bottle was definitely greater than the Eternal Knot Ring, and it was just right to be a gift as a courtesy. Natsu Jojo's eyes were red. This kind of treasure is also too precious. Stupid old man even gave it away like that? The freshly arrived Forever Knot Ring instantly stopped smelling good. But although she coveted the efficacy of the Bodhi Pure bottle, the little girl didn't use it to make an unreasonable scene. After all, since Sia Ji was able to pull out a pure bottle, there must be something better in his hands. Ji Minghan was also surprised. The Ring of Eternal Junction was an immortal treasure, yes, but the symbolic significance was actually far greater than the actual significance. After all, at her realm, the role that defensive immortal treasures could play was already very small, and most of them were material that would shatter at the slightest touch. Even if the grade of the Eternal Junction Ring was considered high among the defensive immortal treasures, it was not high enough to be shattered after blocking 3 full-force attacks from a strong person of the same level at most. But the Bodhi Purification Vase is different. The precious value of the innate dew that could save even the dead was self-evident, yet the Bodhi Pure bottle could naturally produce 1 drop every day. What does that mean? It means an extra life every day. There is this kind of magic treasure in the future, and people fighting are more than double the bottom. After all, the old lady then you more than a life. Dead can also be resurrected. Rounded up, this is 2 to 1. As long as the difference in strength wasn't too great. With the efficacy of the dew of the innate, it was basically possible to overturn the situation. Even if you can't flip the disc, at least running is still not a problem. What if my daughter was raised wrong? Originally, the winged ring was given out to get into the good graces of Natsu Jojo. That way it won't be particularly awkward to get to the top later. I didn't expect to get this kind of return. Sure enough, Aji still loves her. Otherwise, how could such a precious treasure be said to be given away? One had to know that even an existence of her level wouldn't necessarily have a few precious Dharma treasures like the Bodhi Pure vase on their person. Ji Minghan was more and more touched by this thought, and the gaze she looked at Sia Ji was so soft that it could practically drip water. She didn't dare to act too blatantly, though, and withdrew her gaze after one look. In his mind, however, he became more and more determined in his previous thoughts. Wait for it, Pole. Sooner or later, I will become a closer sister to you, and then, never part. If Sia Ji knew what was in her heart, she would probably regret her intestines. The reason why he would give away the Bodhi Pure bottle was so that he wouldn't owe Ji Minghan too many favors, lest he wouldn't be able to pay them back in the future. Who would have thought that just such a courteous gesture could be brainwashed into such an ending even by her? Ignorance is always bliss. Sia Ji, who was not aware that Ji Minghan had set his eyes on his body, was still quite happy, at least for the time being. By the way, Ji, something suddenly occurred to me. As he was catching up, Ji Minghan suddenly called his name, and his expression became somewhat serious. Recently, the Upper Realm is going to organize a 10,000 Immortals conference. Almost all the righteous forces will attend, and there will be many Upper Realm celestial pride, too. I think this is a good opportunity for Jojo to expand her network, and it's also a good opportunity to let everyone know that Jojo is my brother's daughter as well as mine. So I wonder what you think. What do you call your daughter? The corners of Natsuki's mouth twitched, but he didn't dwell on that detail for more than a few moments, instead pondering it faintly. 10,000 Immortals Conference. This is actually considered a traditional event in the upper world. There's really nothing unusual about hosting one almost every few hundred or thousand years. Sia Ji when young, but also because of curiosity to participate in the special, and then realized that it is simply a group of the upper realm of heavenly pride of the cutting competition, all day long to fight. Just started to watch the time, also think that it is interesting. The back will only feel boring. In fact, compared to participating in the so-called 10,000 Immortals Conference, he preferred to stay in his own small yard to raise trees and bask in the sun. But Natsu Jojo was intrigued. She was a supreme heavenly devil in her previous life, and just by listening to her name, she knew that she was the rebel of villains, the devil of devils. Of course it was impossible to run into the 10,000 Immortals Conference organized by the forces of the righteous path, so of course one would be curious about such an event that is a well-deserved event even in the upper world. Holding Sia Ji's arm, he began to pamper himself. Daddy, good Daddy Jojo really wants to go. Daddy promised Ji's sister's invitation. Okay, the voice was that whiny, giving Natsuki goosebumps from hearing it. If his daughter doesn't understand, can he not understand? At that moment, he bitterly persuaded Jojo, listen to my father's words. That laborious 10,000 Immortals Conference is really not much fun. You've never seen it before, that's why you're curious. But as long as you've personally participated in it, I can guarantee that after you've gone there once, you'll never want to go there for a second time. But I haven't even been there once. How did Daddy know Jojo would not like it? The little girl was righteous, and even shook her head and came up with a sentence afterward. If the sun is not a fish, how can he know the joy of fish? You're not me. How do you know I don't like the 10,000 Immortals convention? It's not as illiterate as it was before. While Sia Ji sighed, he was also somewhat relieved. Ha, do you take me for a child? I'm long past the age of playing with toys. Natsu Jojo smiled disdainfully. She was just about to mock a few sentences, but her eyes steeply condensed, lost her voice. Wait, you say this is the wind and rain bell? Legend has it that a single shake will be able to invoke heavenly tribulation against the enemy, and can withstand 9/10 of the world's wind and thunder system spells of the divine artifact of the wind and rain bell? Yes, right? Sia Ji is also a little uncertain. This thing he forgot when he snatched it. Anyway, throw the storage ring not decades but also a few hundred years. Ignoring him, Natsu Jojo pounced in front of Stormbell and placed it in the palm of her hand to carefully examine it. The more she surveyed it, the more her gaze glowed. After all, he was once a supreme heavenly devil. His cultivation was gone, his vision was still there. Of course he could see the authenticity of this wind and rain bell. Legend has it that the wind and rain bell is a treasure of the wind and thunder system, and if a cultivator who majors in wind and thunder system spells gets it, he will be able to beat the same realm in a minute. And the challenge of crossing the ranks is as simple as eating and drinking water. But it is such 1,000 years hard to come by artifact, even by the old dad as a toy to coax children? Just how rich is my stupid old man's family? Natsu Jojo even had a dizzying urge. She changed her face in seconds. Her previous disdain and mockery disappeared without a trace, and held Stormbell firmly in her arms. The smile on her face was more than capable of sweetening a person to death. I love this toy. Thanks Daddy. Jojo loves Daddy the most. Manhwa finished by giving him a spaced-out flying kiss. In that case, let's not go to the 10,000 Immortals conference, shall we? Summer Pole consulted with her in a nice voice. Of course not. I didn't expect Sia Jojo to reject it. Full of rightfulness, whether it's the Wind and Rain Bell or the 10,000 Immortals conference. Only adults make the choice. Children want all of them. Natsuki? When on earth did stupid daughters become so shameless? Then give me back the storm bell. Sia Ji's face slumped, thinking that he couldn't spoil his child like that. Why should I give you back a toy I got by being a good pussy? Sia Jojo was full of naivety. Or is Daddy reluctant to go to the 10,000 Immortals conference because there are other confidants of yours there? What a poisonous mouth on the little girl. Sia Ji's face changed. I'm telling you, you're slandering my father. He subconsciously glanced at Ji Minghan next to him, and found that the other party was still smiling. Just a pair of beautiful eyes empty. Do not know what to think. The coldness in the bottom of his heart even deeper. And hastened to say, for the father to walk straight and sit straight. This life is only love for your mother alone. No matter what kind of beauty is impossible to let me move. You cannot defile for the father's innocence. The voice was so righteous and the attitude was so moralistic. If I didn't know about your abandoning sister Sue, maybe I would have really believed it. Sia Jojo skimmed her mouth, despising her old dad's impudence in daring to do and not daring to admit it. Gradual fermentation. But she didn't say much. After all, it was outside. In front of outsiders, she still had to give her stupid old man some face. On the other end, Ji Minghan also returned to his senses. Initially, when she first heard that after so many years of absence, Aji had not only a Taoist partner, but also a bunch of confidants, she was still heartbroken. How shy Aji was back then. He didn't even dare to speak up in the face of a good-looking woman, and he blushed when he was slightly provoked. How did it come to this now? But while dabbling is a minus point, look at it another way. Only those who are good enough are entitled to dabble, aren't they? After all, a human girl isn't blind, and she won't see you if you're not capable. So, after a brief moment of sadness, Ji Minghan became proud. It's worthy of being the man I've been eyeing. Sure enough, he's a hot commodity wherever he goes. Of course, it's true that it's in the mind, but the words can't be said that way. Therefore, Ji Minghan made a look of seriousness and secretly poked and prodded those love rivals that he had never met before to give them eye candy. A poll. As your eldest sister, I shouldn't have interfered in your private life, but you've got a family now after all, and even your daughter is already this old, so you should pay attention to some influences. It's better to stay away from those women out there as early as possible, and you should pay attention to the people around you. I don't need to tell you who those women out there are, do I? Except for my palace. All women who covet Aji are outside women and should be kept away as soon as possible. Sia Ji didn't taste anything wrong. He just felt quite embarrassed, but he couldn't refute it. He could only muddle through vaguely. Ji Minghan smiled helplessly. In fact, she had quite a big harvest today. Knowing the traces of Sia Ji nowadays, and brushing a wave of Sia Jojo's goodwill, and being gifted back by Sia Ji with a rare magic treasure like the Bodhi Pure bottle, either one is a blood money deal. Seeing that it was already getting late, even though he was still reluctant to leave, he could only take his leave because he still had more important things to do. But before leaving, Ji Minghan didn't forget to tell Xia Ji another thing. Recently the upper realm has discovered the traces of the demon race again. It seems that the abyssal realm has been stupid and is carefully testing the waters. The reason why the 10,000 Immortals conference was held this time. In fact, a large part of the reason was to discuss this matter. Although I don't know what realm you are in nowadays, the demon race is after all devious, so in the future when you go out, remember to be sure to be careful. Demons? Xia Ji frowned and subconsciously glanced at the nearby Sia Jojo. However, on his lips, he still said, I understand, thanks to Sister Minghan's reminder. Don't worry, the district's small demons don't have the means to pose a threat to me yet. Then I'll leave first. Previously a fallen demon clan committed a bloodshed in the upper realm and accidentally exposed the trail. The reason I came down to the lower realm was because of it, but I didn't expect to meet you midway. When talking about this matter, Ji Minghan couldn't help but sigh. Demons did not catch, but Kata disappeared for hundreds of years to steal the heart of the thief. Can only say that a drink and a pack have their own heaven. After leaving these words, she didn't stay long and turned into a rainbow light flying towards the 33rd heaven. When she left, Natsu Jojo couldn't help but frown as well. The little girl put on a serious face and looked seriously at Sia Ji. Daddy, it seems that the 10,000 Immortals conference must go this time. She was a heavenly demon in her last life, commanding billions of demon races. But demon races were also different from demon races. The heavenly devil, which was the embodiment of all desires, in short, was actually the embodiment of negative energy, but in the final analysis, it was also a part of this world. However, the demon race in Ji Minghan's mouth was an extraterrestrial evil demon from the abyssal plane, presuming to invade this world and plunder the world's origin. In other words, these extraterrestrial evil devils belonged to the aggressors in this world, and everyone had to kill them. Sia Jojo was satisfied with her life in this life, with a good birth and a loving father, and she certainly didn't want this life to be broken if possible. Sia Ji didn't refuse anymore. It's to go and see. In the early years when he was practicing, he had also encountered these dangerous elements, and to be fair, the strength of these extraterrestrial evil demons was actually not considered to be strong, but their methods were bizarre, and all kinds of sinister and evil techniques were even more handy, so the degree of trickiness was not low. Like Sia Jojo, Sia Ji is now very satisfied with his current life, with his wife and children. As a result, these extraterrestrial evil devils have chosen to jump out and cause trouble. So who are they going to mess with if not you? The 10,000 Immortals conference was to be held in half a month, so at least he could still relax during this period of time, and Sia Ji was not in a hurry. His mind was actually quite simple. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes, regardless of what kind of idea the extraterrestrial evil demons had in mind. The big deal was that he would personally make a trip to the abyss and meet the mastermind behind it. In the meantime, another piece of news, after such a long time, had also finally finished fermenting in the entire cultivation world. According to the countless casual cultivators who witnessed that scene in person, the beautiful and renowned Farian Ruosuan of the Haochi Sword Alliance had long ago made a private appointment with another man. The world was shocked by the news. Regardless of the place, people have a gossipy mentality and especially like to study the love-hate relationship of those celebrities. And Ruosu, as a flower of the righteous path, had many suitors, and the most famous of them still had to be the three. The holy son of the Taishan Holy Land, the young sect master of the 10,000 Beast sect, and the dark horse genius, half-demon Ruan Xi Yin, who had suddenly emerged only in the last few years. Of these three, the first two are genuine great cultivators of the Avatar realm, with noble origins and extraordinary qualifications, and are also in Ruosa's fervent suitors, and in the eyes of the people of the world, the one who can finally win the return of the beauty will definitely be chosen from amongst them as well. As for the half-demon genius Ruan Xi Yin, there were actually quite a few people who supported her. After all, there weren't many cultivators under the heavens who adored Immortalan. Rather than watching the goddess in their hearts being swept up in the arms of another man, these people were more willing to see the goddess and another beauty queen embark on a forbidden love. I just didn't expect it. Never in a million years. The person who won in the end wasn't the Taishan Saint's son, nor the 10,000 Beast Sect's young sect master, nor the half-demon Ruan Xi Yin. Instead, it is an unnamed and always unknown casual cultivator? Oh no, it's a bit much to call it a loose cannon. It should be an elder of the 10,000 Fires sect, but so what if it's an elder of the 10,000 Flames sect? Not to mention just an elder. Even if it's the patriarch of the 10,000 Fires sect, it's not good enough for Farian, right? In fact, when the news first came out, many people didn't want to believe it, thinking it was a mere rumor. But as time slowly passes, the delay does not see the Haochi Sword Alliance to come forward to dispel the rumors, also do not see Farian himself to explain, which began to be slowly believed. For a time, there were those who rejoiced, those who grieved, and those who watched. Ruan Xi Yin's door. Anyway, reactions have been mixed. However, to count the two who were the angriest, it was still the two of them, the Taishan Saint's son and the 10,000 Beasts Sect's young Sect master. After all, the two of them had been fighting for so many years, and although they had never gotten a response, they had long since viewed Ruosu as their own forbidden, not to be tainted by others. As a result, the whole world now knows that the goddess they have licked for hundreds of years has run away with a small beggar. What does it mean to be humiliated? It's called disgrace. After learning about this, the two of them were enraged and furious, subconsciously wanting to go find trouble with that bull elder of the 10,000 Flames sect. Unfortunately, he was stopped by his own clan elders. After all, the 10,000 Flames sect was no longer a force with a celestial realm powerhouse in attendance, and the Li Huojianjin hadn't lived for nothing for so many years, and still had a few points of prestige in the human race. It's not true that the two of you are geniuses, but as long as you don't enter the celestial, you're not qualified to talk to celestial realm powerhouses, and you're even less qualified to go to the 10,000 Flames sect and cause trouble. Take a step back. Even if you really want to make trouble, you have to wait for a head start. It was for this reason that the Taishan Saint's son and the young Sect master of the 10,000 Beasts sect could only forcefully suppress their anger and wait for things to develop like a 1,000-year-old turtle spirit. And that's when the outlier has gotten stupid. 100,000 mountains. An open-air camp. The young girl wearing a beast-skin garment and born with two beast ears looked in the direction of the 10,000 Flames sect from afar, revealing an amused smile. Obviously high and cold like a stone girl. Even have a day to move. She murmured. I'm a bit curious. Just what kind of man can make Farian, whose heart is as clear as ice, fall into the mortal world and spring to life? Her pink tongue lightly licked the corner of her lips, and she reappeared with a dangerous smile. It just so happens that this place is very close to the 10,000 Fire sect. Why don't we go there to take a look? Sia Jojo, who was tens of thousands of miles away, suddenly shivered, always feeling as if he was being watched by something. He had wanted to peer into the heavens to see what was going on, but unexpectedly, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted, and Jian, who had previously been in seclusion refining the medicinal power, opened his eyes and let out an excited chirp. Tsunami. After spending such a long time, it finally broke through the shackles of the Transformation Saint realm and stepped into a whole new realm. The Avatar realm cultivation could already be called a demon king level existence in the demon race. Even amongst the magical beasts, one can still mix up the name of a beast king. Don't you see that the long serpent silhouette in that secret realm is only at the beginning of the Avatar realm? The problem that has plagued them for so many years is solved in one move, and the excitement inside Jian can be imagined. In these few weeks, it was almost sleepless day and night, spending all its time on refining the medicinal power in its body. And finally, the Emperor was not a bird of prey. Breaking through the Avatar realm not only relieved it of its years of heartache, it also gave it the qualifications to stay by Sia Jojo's side. That's what excites Goldilocks the most. After seeing Sia Jojo's divine power, it had no more resistance to the occupation of being a dog's leg. There is no shame in being a dog, and if you follow a great master, even if you are a dog, you can make countless people envious and jealous of it. An elixir like the Heavenly Spirit Pill, whose effects could be called a bug, if thrown to the outside world would probably make countless people break their heads, but Sia Jojo just threw it away, and even looked like he didn't care about it. Obviously, this thing wasn't precious to him, and even if he gave it away, it didn't hurt. That's a big leg up for Goldilocks. Can you call being a lapdog a lapdog? I guess the most aggravated person at this moment is Big White. Obviously it was the first to concede. Why is it that the one who broke through to the Avatar realm ahead of time is actually the stinking bird? Obviously the owner was talking about how his fur was best jerked off before, and then afterward he just ignored him and moved on to grooming that nasty stinky bird. So love goes away, right? 2 White and 3 White don't understand why their mom is suddenly self-absorbed. With its too simple head, Night can't think of such a complicated thing, so it quickly left it behind and turned to find Summer Jojo to spread joy. Sia Jojo didn't think about it that much. The reason he took in the Great White family was purely to keep them as pets. Would you expect strength from a pet? It didn't matter if it was the Avatar realm or the Sacred Transformation realm as long as it was well jacked. But Jian is different. This guy's body is a golden feathered crow, and occasionally he can also make a cameo as a substitute. And it is the one who does all the dirty work, so his cultivation certainly can't be too low. The Avatar realm would be just right. Gimli is not yet aware that he is just a tool bird in the eyes of his master. It is now in the heart of Sia Jojo is grateful. Loyalty is even more on the spot burst meter. Cannot wait to immediately liver and brain in order to show loyalty. You are already a mature Avatar realm beast king. You need to learn to hunt on your own. From now on, you will be given a task. Sia Jojo said, every day, send over an Avatar realm magical beast, dead or alive, but it better be alive and feel fresher. Having to go out hunting every day, Sia Jojo was actually quite tired. Difficult indeed, but too much trouble. He was already a person who liked to be lazy, but also very homely, really do not like to go out unless absolutely necessary. Now that it's hard to develop a tool bird, if you don't use it, do you save it for New Year's Eve? Anyway, with the strength of the golden feathered crow, even if it was only at the beginning of the Avatar realm, after its bloodline had been tempered, it would be able to fight against an ordinary late Avatar realm magical beast, and even counter-kill it with the advantage of its speed and flexibility. Fresh from a breakthrough, Goldie's self-confidence is just bursting at the seams at this point. If you think that you can go anywhere in the world, don't you think that you can just send a small magical beast of the Avatar realm every day? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So he agreed in one breath, and without much hesitation, he lifted his wings and flew in the direction of the 100,000 Great Mountains, which was the stronghold of the surrounding demon race, and magic beasts of the Avatar realm were not rare, so it could be said that it was the best place to hunt. In the meantime, Ruan Xi Yin's figure had already left from the 100,000 mountains and was rushing towards the 10,000 Flames Sect's compound at full speed. 3 hours later, looking at the extremely imposing mountain gate in front of her, Ruan Xi Yin stretched her back. Is this it? It's finally here. It's so far. There were 2 disciples watching under the door, and when they saw a guest coming, they hurriedly stepped forward and stopped her outside the door. The clan's important land. Idlers are exempt from entering. What is the reason for your visit? Ever since the arrival of Sia Jojo and the reshuffling of the 10,000 Fires sect, in order to conceal the news of Sia Jojo, the real person of the departing fires had issued a closed mountain order. It was strictly forbidden for cultivators from other sects to intrude into the clan's interior, and no matter who the visitor was, they had to first notify the higher-ups and receive permission before entering. Otherwise, they will all be regarded as intruders, and all disciples of the 10,000 Fires sect, including the handyman, will be executed. This rule wasn't much use to a bigwig at the level of a clan lord like in Mingxian, but it still had quite a bit of effect on cultivators below the Avatar realm. A young girl in doubt. Although Ruan Xi Yin was a half-demon genius who had been in the ascendancy in recent years, because of her age, her actual cultivation level was only half-step in the transformation saint realm. It didn't sound like much, but she was only 16 this year after all, and having this kind of strength was actually already astounding. Let's take Lu Chaoran as an example. As the Manhwa sect's eldest senior brother, he was 40 years old and had been cultivating for decades, but he was only a half-step harmonization sage. Ruan Xi Yin couldn't compare to him in terms of both cultivation time and age, yet her cultivation level could still be equal to his, and from here it was clear just how demonic her talent was. These 2 mountain guarding disciples were both heaven-sensing realm cultivators, and she was in the same realm, plus the 10,000 Flame sect disciples had always been reckless in the same realm. Messing with one was messing with a full sect. Therefore, Ruan Xi Yin's attitude was quite good, smilingly saying, "My name is Ruan Xi Yin. I'm an old friend of that elder Sia of yours, and I've come here specifically to find him to catch up on old times, so I hope that the 2 young brothers will make it easy for me and not stop me." Elder Xia's deceased? The 2 disciples looked at each other with some skepticism. Of course they had heard of Ruan Xi Yin's name, obviously a hybrid of the human and demon races, but her talent was frighteningly strong. Her personality was also temperamental, both good and evil, and she had been known as the Little Demoness, and in recent years, she was even more in the limelight. It was such a demonic genius, yet he suddenly came to the door and said he was their elder Xia's late friend? You're just sitting here coaxing a little cutie. What? Who doesn't know that you're Fairy Anne's fanatic suitor? Old friend? More like a rival. The 2 exchanged glances, and although they didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Ruan Xi Yin's words, after all, the visitor was a guest, so one of them still went in to inform her, while the other stayed right where he was, watching her vigilantly. Ruan Xi Yin didn't care about the vigilant eyes of the disciple who stayed behind. She was sitting on a rock off to the side, rocking her little white legs as she hummed an unknown song. You mean, she claims to be my late friend? Frowning slightly, looking at this disciple who had come to inform, Sia Ji had a bit of a headache. Sure enough, it is said that the red face is a scourge of the red face, and the ancients honestly do not deceive me. It had only just gotten involved with that Enrowosu woman not long ago, and then a love rival hit the door. And the most ridiculous thing was that this love rival was even a woman. This wave is unisex. Do you need a disciple to drive her away? That disciple was also a resourceful person. Seeing that Sia Ji had a headache, he hurriedly came up with a plan for him. Then, hurry. Sia Ji thought about it, or suddenly changed his words. Forget it, you call her in. I have something to tell her. Disciple will do it now. That disciple was also a bit surprised, but he didn't dare to say anything more, lowered his head and trotted out to bring the message. The reason why he had let Ruan Xi Yin in, Sia Ji certainly had his own plans, although he wasn't afraid of anyone's challenges. Joining that in Ruosu woman's suitors coming one after another to pick a fight could annoy him to death just by being annoyed. Why don't we just take this opportunity to explain clearly, and also to cut off the possibility of jealousy because of this kind of thing from the root? Elder Xia invites you in. Upon hearing this news, Ruan Xi Yin did not look surprised. Apparently, she had expected that she would never be stopped. I don't know where she gets her confidence from. A mountain guard disciple led the way ahead, while she followed behind unhurriedly, enjoying the scenery of the 10,000 Flames sect with interest. Her posture so pleasant. Just like that, he traveled all the way to Xiaji's small courtyard. The mountain guard disciple excused himself and left, not forgetting to warn her before leaving. This is Elder Xia's residence. Be honest, if you anger the elder, even if a true immortal descends to earth, it will be difficult to save your life. Ruan Xi Yin smiled and let out a but in her heart, she was even more curious about the man who was rumored to have captured in Ruosu. Push open the gate and walk into the small courtyard. The first thing I saw was an extraordinarily young man. The body was erect and straight as a sword. He wears a white coat, sideburns like crows, eyebrows like ink paintings. At a glance, like a heavenly star king, handsome not like a mortal. After wandering around the continent for so long, Ruan Xi Yin had also seen many beautiful men who were praised by onlookers, but she had to admit that none of them could be compared to Xiaji. With such a good skin, it was no wonder that Farian, who was as high and cold as the lotus in the sky all day long, would be moved. I just don't know how strong he is. Heart to test the idea, Ruan Xi Yin deliberately put on a look of disdain for him. I also thought that the legend can let in fairy spring heart of the man should be what kind of talent. Did not think that. Is just an empty a few colors of the little white man? I had thought that Xiaji would get angry and maybe even take a shot at teaching her a lesson. Ruan Xi Yin was even ready to fight back. Who would have thought that for her words? Xiaji would have nodded approvingly? Well, it really is my ultimate dream to be an adopted carefree white boy. How exhausting it is to struggle. How I wish there was a rich woman who could see through my toughness, step into my soul and warm my bruised heart. As the saying goes, I am young and do not know the goodness of a rich woman, and I am sorry that I mistook a young girl for a treasure. Ruan Xi Yin. Ruan Xi Yin? A slow question mark. What's the matter with you, my friend? Shouldn't a normal man be outraged at this humiliation? On the contrary, agree with me in the end. What the hell the ultimate dream is to be a gigolo? Well, that's a very ambitious ultimate dream you have. Why do you have a mouth when you obviously look so fairy? For a while, Ruan Xi Yin even wondered if she had recognized the wrong person. After all, a man who could make even Farian's heart flutter didn't look like someone who could say such words without a change of color, no matter how you looked at it, right? Or is that what Farian is good for? She took a deep breath and managed to calm down. Then he looked at Xiaji and asked cautiously, at the risk of asking, may I ask, are you that elder Xiaji Xia? If the 10,000 Flames sect doesn't have a second elder surnamed Xia, Xiaji looked back at her with the same seriousness, then it would be me, right? This. The corner of Ruan Xi Yin's mouth twitched. Gee, I can't believe I didn't recognize you. For a moment, she actually didn't know what to say better. After all, she was still just a little girl, not particularly experienced in society, and dealing with those young teenagers was more or less the same. But in front of a scumbag like Xiaji, who had started flirting with girls and raising fish hundreds of years ago, the segment was still a bit low. In the end, after humming and hawing for half a day, he could only snort coldly. Anyway, cut the crap. Your name is Xiaji, right? I'm going to fight you, although I don't know exactly what Farian sees in you at that point. But, as long as I can defeat you, I can prove that I'm the one most suitable for Farian, right? Say the hardest things and get the worst beatings. You're going to follow me. Natsuki's expression was a bit odd. A fight? How many years? He himself couldn't remember exactly how many years it had been since he had been actively challenged. Those so-called geniuses demon after being beaten by him a few times, one after another honest, not to mention actively challenging him, see him hate to hide to 3 miles away, like a mouse to see a cat. I didn't expect to experience being challenged again today. Xiaji sked twice, sighing a little in his heart. If the girl's cultivation level could be a bit higher, he might have really agreed. But, the district is a half-step transformation saint? What's the difference between that and a strong man beating a baby? Not to mention him, just the big white one in the yard could teach this girl how to write the word death. Forget it, he waved his hand in disinterest. You're too weak to interest me. Me? Too weak? Ruan Xi Yin was almost infuriated. How many years? How many years had it been since anyone had dared to mock her to her face for being too weak? Ever since she created the name of half-demon genius. Wherever she went, she was greeted with either envious or fearful gazes from the crowd. After all, with her current performance, breaking through the avatar realm before the age of 100 was simply a sure thing. And even if it was the celestial realm, there was at least 70% certainty that she could break through. How many people couldn't be bothered to befriend her, let alone taunt her for being weak? If it was originally just a test, then now, Ruan Xi Yin really had a few moments of anger. She must teach this mouthy a lesson. The young girl coldly laughed. There is no point in talking more. Directly under the hands to see the real chapter. Or let me see, whether you are only powerful in the mouth. Or what? Sia Ji looked at her with a smirk, and smoothly scratched the chin of Great White, who had just woken up from his nap and ran out of the nest to find him pampered on a daily basis. Still pretty cool. Revealing a smile that was even worse than crying, Ruan Xi Yin pitifully said, "Take what? Seniors, you just take what I just said as a joke, okay? Wimpy. This wave has to be wimped out." She was a human-demon hybrid, with half-demon blood in her body, so her perception of demonic beasts was far beyond normal. Just now, when Great White woke up from his sleep and walked out from his nest, although he didn't release any of his aura, the natural might of a fulfillment Saint realm demonic beast still made Ruan Xi Yin's vicious words that he had just put halfway out of his mouth directly get stuck in his shell. This harmless-looking big cat was at least at the peak of the sage transformation realm, or perhaps even higher. However, as such from the Beast King is also only a step away from the magical beast, but only in front of this man's pet. It's a pet. It must be a pet, right? What's the difference between a cat that is even acceptable for an action like scratching its chin and a cat that is being jerked around by its owner? Even the hardened Saint realm magical beasts are just pets. Ruan Xi Yin already doesn't dare to imagine Sia Ji's real strength. The magical beasts of the clan would have had a proud character, especially the big cat, is one of the best, unless it is able to crush it, or want to take as a pet is simply delusional. It was impossible to be in the sage transformation realm. It was impossible to be in the avatar realm. And this little white boy who was born with a good skin was at the very least in the celestial realm. No wonder he was favored by Farian. Strong, good looking, although the character seems to be a bit, but with the first two pearls in front. This kind of character can also be interpreted as funny and humorous. Anyway, it's a plus, right? So it was a joke. Sia Ji lengthened his voice. Seeing the little girl's appearance of conceding defeat, he had a rare bad thought and wanted to tease her. But what if I'm serious? I'm a person who especially can't take a joke. I get angry when people joke with me, and when I'm angry I want to see blood, so you know what I mean? Can I say I don't understand? Ruan Xi Yin was really going to cry. That's okay. Sia Ji looked at her with a smile. Since you don't understand, I'll just help you understand, he said and looked at the big cat on the side. Big White, interested in an extra meal? The flesh and blood of a half-human, half-demon would be extraordinarily delicious, right? Great White wasn't really interested in adding to the meal. Ever since it followed Sia Ji, the minimum it ate every day was the meat of a divine passage realm demon king, which was delicious, not to mention that it was also very beneficial to the body. But what is this beanstalk in front of me? The bloodline in his body wasn't pure at all, and his strength wasn't high, not even at the harmonization saint realm, and he wasn't even qualified enough to be used as food. This kind of mole will surely give you a bad stomach if you really eat it in your stomach, right? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Already used to a variety of luxury ingredients of the Great White. Now press simply do not look at the cricket, a transformation sacred realm mole cricket. Eat the stomach, feel stuffed teeth. Ruan Xi Yin watched as the big white cat's gaze towards her gradually became disgusted, but she could only hold it in, not daring to retort. Since her debut, she had never suffered this kind of aggravation, and she could only endure it. If it were normal, she would have roared, "Don't deceive the poor girl," and then fought 300 rounds with the people who looked down on her. But that's obviously not possible right now, because it can't be beaten. Just as Ruan Xi Yin was worried about her own end, a loud and clear crow suddenly came from the distance. A large bird with golden feathers descended from the sky, with a sky blue python bull about 2 stories tall and scaly in its talons. "Fortunately, Master, this is the divine passage realm demon king's ingredients you asked for." Throwing the python cow casually in the corner of the small courtyard, Jian Li stood upright, his heart screaming with excitement. To be able to personally hunt and kill an avatar realm demon king that was once extremely powerful in its eyes was definitely a novel experience. If I had to summarize it in one word, it would be awesome. Awesome. The demonic beast it hunted was called the sky green python bull, and it was considered a relatively tricky existence even amongst the avatar realm demonic beasts, mainly in terms of its thick skin and high offense, and it had almost no shortcomings other than its speed. If it was usual, not to mention hunting the other party, even if he saw the heavenly green python bull from afar, Jian Li would have had to hide a few hundred miles away. After all, with its cultivation at the peak of the sacred transformation realm at that time, it was estimated that it couldn't even break the python bull's defense, let alone cause effective damage to it. Unfortunately, times are different now. After the bloodline in its body was purified once more, Its battle power also soared once more, coupled with the breakthrough of the Avatar realm. The cultivation also ushered in a qualitative change. All the factors together, even if it was the Tianqing python bull that once made it respectable, now it is just a prey. After all, the only shortcoming of the celestial green python bull was speed, and Jian lacked everything but speed. With its current strength, at full speed, it was enough to leave a deep gash in the azure python bull's body. Self-cultivation of a lapdog. In fact, speaking of which, the death of the sky green python bull was also very unjust. Its strength wasn't actually much worse than Jian Li's, and it was even a cut above if we were talking about cultivation alone. But why did it still fall prey? The reason is mainly because this guy Goldilocks is not a martial artist. He keeps kiting it on the strength of his wings, scratching it with his claws and running away. And then when he's done waiting for him not to notice, he comes back down and scratches it again, and so it goes back and forth in a cycle. On the contrary, it managed to leave a deep and visible bone wound every time, enough to inflict some degree of injury on the heavenly green python bull. Even if the celestial green python cow was no more vigorous, it couldn't withstand Jian Li being so consumed. The speed of blood production can't catch up with the speed of bleeding. The longer it takes, the weaker it gets, and the weaker it gets, the less it can resist Jian Li's offense, which is basically an unsolvable dead cycle. By the time it was easy to wake up from its fury and wanted to escape from this place, the strength of the heavenly green python bull had already been consumed and its life force was getting weaker and weaker. So of course it couldn't possibly outrun Jian Li, who was known for his speed. In the end, a generation of Beast King, without even touching this abominable stupid bird for a moment, was drained of blood and put to death alive. This death can also be described as very suffocating. Next to him, Ruan Xi Yin was even more abashed at this point. One would have thought that having a big cat of the sage transformation realm as a pet would already be the limit of Xiai. I didn't realize this girl was hiding something even scarier. Tianqing python cow, a genuine Avatar realm magical beast, and with thick skin. If you don't have a particularly effective means of attack, the damage you inflict on it won't even be able to catch up with the speed at which it heals itself. But it is such a hard bone that is recognized as difficult to gnaw among the magical beasts of the Avatar realm that has fallen into the prey. Moreover, from what that golden crow said, this heavenly green python cow, was it captured to be used as an ingredient? Boy, what kind of dish is it that requires the meat of an Avatar realm magical beast as an ingredient? Even if you're rich, you can't lose like this, right? She had previously thought that her life was already extravagant, because she ate and lived in the 100,000 mountains, and every meal she would go and purposely fight a magical beast of at least the nascent soul realm to roast it for dinner. Eating well was also an extremely important reason why she was able to achieve at such a young age what many people never achieve in a lifetime. But even so, the best ingredient that Ruan Xi Yin had ever eaten was only the meat of a magical beast that was at the same half-step transformation saint level as her. He hadn't even eaten a true sacred transformation realm demonic beast, let alone an Avatar realm demonic beast as dinner. I can't even dream of such a luxury. Just as Ruan Xi Yin was looking blearily at the azure python cow, a little powdered girl came out of the inner room and was rubbing her eyes as if she had just woken up from a nap. Behind the little girl was a tall and pretty girl, about her age, but with a cultivation of the peak of the heaven-sensing realm, no less than her. And the most shocking thing for Ruan Xi Yin is that it is such a juvenile heavenly pride that can be compared to himself that appears in the position of a slave? That's right, slave. Nailin Yan didn't hide her identity at all. When Sia Jojo crossed the threshold, she even respectfully held the corner of her skirt for her, and the attentiveness of her attitude was so attentive that there was no sense of incongruity at all in saying that she was a dog's leg. Crazy? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Ruan Xi Yin only felt her head was in turmoil. A genius of her level, when placed in the outside world, was enough to be snatched up by those forces that had celestial realm powerhouses in their midst. Nailin Yan was of a similar age to her and her strength was also similar to hers, and it was clear that her talent was not inferior to hers, and it is such an extremely rare genius that is only the slave of the little girl in front of her? What is this? Isn't this mocking this girl that even if she stays, she can only be a lapdog? Ruan Xi Yin was in the wind. It was only then that Sia Jojo realized that there was another strange girl in the courtyard, with a somewhat strange expression. He looked at Sia Ji with an extremely disgusted gaze. Stinky old dad, you wouldn't even let this kind of tender little girl go, would you? I thought you only liked the gentle, demure, understanding big sister type. I didn't realize that I was the one who looked away. Ahem. Sia Ji coughed somewhat awkwardly and turned tigerish. What did the stinky girl say? This is, well, that. He suddenly a little stuck. Really do not know how to introduce the identity of this girl. Cannot tell his daughter that. This is his love rival, right? Blah, 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 blah. What kind of love rivalry is that? Still Nailin Yan is more resourceful. Seeing that the Lord was stuck in his shell by the little master's question, he hastened to explain. This should be the legendary half-demon genius Ruan Xi Yin, who has been extremely popular in the cultivation world in recent years, and is not the Lord's. Red face. Some time ago, Sia took Sia Jojo to the secret realm, leaving her alone to recuperate in the 10,000 Flames sect. Neilan Yan had not been idle during that time, but had sought out Li Huizhenjian to bring her a lot of information about some of the most basic aspects of the current cultivation world, just so that she could relieve her lord at such a time. After all, back then, in order to worship Master Xiai, she had knelt at Tianzhu Peak for 4 years, during which time she had no knowledge of what had happened below the mountain. Being a lapdog also requires professionalism. Ruan Xi Yin's features were obvious. Beast ears plus beast skin clothing, and being young and having a half-step harmonization sage cultivation was unique in the entire cultivation world. Therefore, even though Neilan Yan had never seen the other party before this, it didn't affect her recognizing Ruan Xi Yin's identity at a glance. So sure enough, Jojo knew Daddy was the most dedicated. It's Jojo who misunderstood Daddy. Summer Jojo can bend and stretch. See that he misunderstood the stupid old man. In order to prevent the latter to give her shoes to wear, recognize the mistake, recognize cleanly. It made Xiai, who was about to dislike this girl for a few words, eat a dumb loss, and he always felt that his daughter was shading him, but he had no proof. Forget it, don't think about it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Sia Jojo had already put her attention on Jian Li on the side at this moment, especially the Tianqing python bull corpse in front of it, and the little eyes that were still disgusted were rarely somewhat satisfied. Well, a period of time do not see. Jian also have quite a lot of growth, worthy of being my subordinates, worthy of praise. That is, next time don't catch this kind of magic beast meat that just looks stupid and heavy. I kind of want to eat seafood lately. Of course, the level can't be lower than the Avatar realm, so Jian, you understand what I mean, right? Jian Li couldn't help but show a head full of black lines. How come it's big gold again? Didn't you give me the name Jian Li? But it didn't dare to retort. Jian was Jian. The little master could call it whatever he wanted. It wasn't like it was going to lose a few pieces of meat anyway. The requirements of Jojo are even more in mind. Don't like the meat of bulky and heavy magical beasts like the celestial green python beef? Want to eat seafood? I beg to differ. No problem. Of course, Jian Li is now very inflated. Seafood is seafood. It will take a trip to the infinite sea some other day, and will make sure that the little master will eat seafood until he vomits. Since the beginning this man and bird have never felt any problems with their communication, but hearing Ruan Xi Yin's ears on the side was not so momentary. At this moment, the notorious half-demon genius outside was already in the wind. So, is it already so common to have Avatar realm magical beasts as ingredients? Not even a magical beast of the Tianqing python cow's grade could catch her eye, and instead she was going to eat seafood? Eat seafood even if. Also do not eat seafood below the Avatar realm. This in the end what kind of family the family has a mind or the mind has a family. That's why the biggest fear in all things is comparison. At one time, Ruan Xi Yin thought that her meals were already very good, eating the meat of nascent soul realm magical beasts at every meal. Even those genius disciples of famous sects might not have this kind of treatment, but in front of Sia Jojo, she felt like an unseen bumpkin. People were already tired of eating the meat of the divine profound realm demonic beasts and had turned to seafood. And her? Still holding onto the meat of a bunch of nascent soul realm demonic beasts and bloating. If she had to use one word to describe her current lament, it would be sour. Oh, I also want to eat a bite of the meat of the sky green python cow. Eat a bite, let me live 10 years less is not a problem. People are really pissed off at each other. Sia Jojo wasn't sure what was in the heart of this suddenly appearing beast-eared girl. She was just a bit strange. Why haven't you left yet? Is there something wrong? From just now this girl was like this, not talking or doing anything, just standing in the corner. The expression on her face was sometimes happy and sometimes sad. Those who didn't know thought that she was invaded by a heart demon. She's a pretty girl. Why is she so young and brain-dead? Sia Jojo considered herself to be a more compassionate person, so naturally she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But that didn't stop her from kicking people out. After all, it was almost time for dinner, and one more person staying would mean one less piece of meat for her, and that was a matter of principle that was determined not to set a precedent. Ruan Xi Yin's pretty face stiffened. In fact, since she came to the small courtyard, she has seen so many things, she has been a little reluctant to leave. Whoa, it was really because eating the meat of a divine realm demonic beast at every meal was too much of an attraction for her. She was originally a hybrid product of human and demon, inheriting the human form while also possessing the demonic beast's talent to evolve by devouring. The blood and flesh of those powerful magical beasts were like poison to her, and she couldn't help but continue to eat even when she was about to burst. It's actually rather embarrassing to say the least. Looking at the corpse of the azure python bull on the ground, she couldn't even lift her feet. Her stomach growling hadn't stopped since just now. Want to eat. Would love to eat. Even if you only eat a piece of meat. Ah, living. Well, now it should be called dead and alive. The meat of the Avatar Realm magic beast is right in front of you. This is a great opportunity. If you miss it, you don't know when the next one will be. So Ruan Xi Yin gritted her teeth and fought for the meat. Truth be told, the girl immediately changed her expression to one of sincerity. I've admired Elder Sia for a long time. And the reason why I traveled thousands of miles from the 100,000 mountains to the 10,000 flames sect this time is because I came to join you. Elder Sia, although the late generation is not talented, it's still no problem to do some cleaning chores. So, Elder Sia, look, can you accept the late generation? The requirements are not high. 3 meals a day. Just take care of the food. Natsuki? A slow question mark. Obviously, he had been furiously mocking him as a gigolo before, but now he could say with longing in his eyes that he had admired him for a long time. That's so you. Ow. In terms of cheekiness, I, Mr. Sia, would like to call you the strongest in this regard. In fact, he knew all about the little bit of information in Ruan Xi Yin's heart. It was nothing more than wanting to use the excuse of staying to rub it in. Although the meat of an Avatar Realm magical beast wasn't considered precious, it depended on who the target was. To him, he had eaten all the dragon's liver and phoenix marrow in the upper realms, and this stuff was barely importable at best. However, for those cultivators below the Divine Profound Realm, a magical beast of the Divine Profound Realm, even if it was just a piece of meat, it would be of great benefit to them. Why have there been folk rumors that dragon blood can be used to refine the body? Because a creature like a dragon was simply too powerful. Not to mention dragon blood, even dragon saliva, that is, its saliva, had an extremely powerful effect on mortals. All things change, and that's actually true of these magical beast meats, because it was strong enough in life, so even after death, the interior of the flesh also contains extremely strong energy. The effect is comparable to heavenly treasures. In short, the benefits of eating it will certainly be less. At the very least, it would be a good way to harden the physique. Don't think the girl is talking big. She'd rather stay and be a sweeper, as long as she gets 3 meals a day. But, actually that's the most extravagant request. If Sia Ji had released the news and recruited a sweeper for the small courtyard, with the condition that 3 meals a day would be managed, and the meat of the Avatar Realm magical beasts would be eaten at all times, it was estimated that the people who would rush to do this job could be lined up from the 100,000 Great Mountains to 10,000 Fires Sect. Ruan Xi Yin thought of it rather beautifully, but unfortunately he was not impressed. There's already a sweeper in the courtyard. Da Jin, show Miss Ruan how it's done. Gimli was flabbergasted. I'm just a bird. Even if I've broken through the Avatar Realm, it doesn't change the fact that I'm just a bird, okay? I understand if you want me to hunt. You want me to sweep the floor? I don't even have hands. Do you think I can hold a broom? Although the desire to spit in his heart was extremely strong, Gimli still didn't dare to retort. One can only think bitterly, halfway through the day, and then finally bite the bullet and, damn it, do it. It started by keeping its size within a reasonable range, and then began to flap its wings. I don't dare to use particularly strong force, but can only slowly, bit by bit, fan up the dust and fallen leaves in the yard. Natsuki looked on from the side, feeling no good. I told it to get out of here and stop embarrassing itself. Gimli was also a bit snappy. What could it do? As a weak, pathetic and helpless bird, it had already done its best. Okay? Ruan Xi Yin silently stifled her laughter and revealed an innocent expression. Now, can Elder Sia accept the late generation? I'm super good at cleaning. An occasional cameo as a janitor wouldn't be out of the question. Don't want any treatment. Don't want any pay. Just take care of my 3 meals. How about that? Isn't that a good deal? A good deal? Indeed. Quite a bargain for you. Sia Ji didn't have the heart to say, that sounds great, but, Sia, love to say no to those who think they're right. So, you're a good man, but, please forgive me for refusing. Challenge. Ha? Ruan Xi Yin's pretty face that was still very expectant instantly pulled down. How is this? Elder Sia, you look at me, I am very sincere, not noisy or jumping, and more or less a beautiful girl, right? Even if you stay to feed your eyes. It's okay. Beautiful girl? Sia Ji laughed. Women. It will only affect my concentration in bringing up the baby. Seeing that this guy was dead set on not letting go, Ruan Xi Yin was also a bit anxious. She really wants to stay now, even as a sweeper and janitor. It doesn't matter, as long as the food is managed, even if she sells her body. Ahem, this is still forget it. Anyway, as long as she could stay, she would do whatever dirty work she was asked to do. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will encounter this kind of chance next time. The more she thought in her heart, the more anxious she became. Ruan Xi Yin couldn't help but put her eyes on Sia Jojo, who was watching the show from the side. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Natsu Jojo was startled by the look in her eyes and looked back in disgust. Ruan Xi Yin didn't care about her attitude and said sincerely, "Little friend, can you help my sister with a favor? Sister is really sincere and wants to stay." She didn't know the bottom line of Sia Jojo, and thought it was just an ordinary kid, so she spoke in the same tone as she coaxed a child, in a vain attempt to save the country from the curve. Who expected to annoy the little girl? Little friend? How dare you call yourself a sister in front of me? Sia Jojo couldn't stand it any longer. I don't have you as my sister. I'm telling you that you shouldn't climb up the ladder. Father obviously only has one child. Me. Her former majesty as a heavenly demon made her want to teach a good lesson to this stupid woman who didn't know her honor. But she couldn't fight. After all, she only had an innate realm cultivation at this moment, and even if her heal was extraordinary, it was impossible for her to cross two great realms and defeat Ruan Xi Yin, who was half a step into the sage transformation realm. Darn it, darn it, darn it. The more Sia Jojo thought about it, the more angry she became, and finally couldn't help but snort coldly. Don't you want to stay? Simple. She pointed at Nailin Yen beside her. Defeat my demon servant and I will promise to let you stay. Then he cheered Nailin Yen again. Demon servant, it's time for you to step in and give me a good lesson on this stupid woman. Of course Nailin Yen would not refuse. The only reason she was in the position she was in now was because of what Natsu Jojo had bestowed upon her. Not to mention just letting her deal with a peer who was also at the peak of the heaven-sensing realm and at most a half-step harmonization sage. Even if Sia Jojo asked her to go up the mountain of swords and go down the sea of fire to face the celestial realm powerhouse directly, she did not bring any hesitation. Immediately, he nodded his head fiercely and said solemnly, "Subordinate will certainly do his best. Please rest assured, master." Only then did Sia Jojo nod her head in satisfaction and look proudly at Ruan Xi Yin on the side. What about you? Will you accept the challenge of my demon servant? This is clearly a test of yourself. If you can win, you stay, and from then on, you eat and drink and break through. If you lose, go back from wherever you came from. And at that point Ruan Xi Yin wouldn't have the face to keep sticking around. Isn't it just fighting? Living in the 100,000 mountains every day, fighting with many demonic beasts. In terms of combat experience, Ruan Xi Yin thought that she would not lose to anyone her age, even if she was at the same peak of the heaven-sensing realm as her. So what? She wasn't simply at the heaven-sensing realm. She had already touched the threshold of the sacred transformation realm, plus all those years of combat experience. If you can't even beat a peer, simply find a place to restart. After hearing Sia Jojo's conditions, Ruan Xi Yin didn't even hesitate and immediately nodded. Fine, I agree to her challenge. Then she put her eyes on Sia Ji, who was on the side, with a solicitous look in her eyes. I wonder if Elder Sia can give Xi Yin a chance? The girl is still quite resourceful, knowing who was truly in charge in the room. If Sia Ji didn't open her mouth, not to mention one Nailin Yen, even if she defeated 10 Nailin Yen, it would be useless. So is going to agree? Sia Ji thought for a moment, then looked at the anticipation on his obedient daughter's pretty face, and finally decided that it was good that Jojo was happy. Now that Jojo has spoken, as her father, I certainly can't void my daughter's promise. As long as you can defeat Nailin Yen, you have proved that you are qualified to stay. So what if I manage to feed you 3 times a day? It's not like I can't afford it anyway. Not to mention the fact that it's Gimli who's in charge of the hunt right now. Oh, favorite daddy. Sia Jojo was actually quite nervous just now. After all, this was already considered self-inflicted, and she was also afraid that Sia Ji would get angry. I did not expect the stupid old dad to give her face so much. Well, in the future, do not call him a stupid old dad. Obviously it is a kiss. Old dad is right. You're getting a bargain. Sia Ji smiled good-naturedly and nodded the little girl's forehead, but the doting in his tone was undisguised. No way. Natsu Jojo wrinkled her little nose and revealed a sweet smile, then barked and gave Natsuki a kiss on the side of her face. The warm interaction between father and daughter made Ruan Xi Yin feel envious from the inside. She grew up with thin parents, not knowing who her mother was or who her father was, and was raised by a silver wolf. And when the silver wolf passed away, there was no more family left for her in this world. Something like parental affection was something she had more than ever experienced. It's a shame, I have to say. Gathering herself together, Ruan Xi Yin reappeared with a meta smile. As a child raised by a she-wolf, she never lacked guts. Provocatively looking towards Nailin Yen on the side, he also hooked his finger. So, are you going to make the first move, or should I? Humph. Nailin Yen snorted coldly, her pretty face icy cold. Arrogant. Without saying a word, a long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The blade of the sword appeared with divine light, and she stabbed straight towards Ruan Xi Yin. This girl had knelt at the heavenly pillar peak for 4 whole years back then, and had seen Xiaji draw his sword with her own eyes countless times, and had gained quite a few useful insights. Therefore, even though he recultivated his demonic skills, he did not give up his sword cultivation. This stab, again made with her cultivation at the peak of the sense of heaven realm, even if it was a magical beast with thicker skin and flesh compared to a human, it would not necessarily be able to get the better of her. However, Ruan Xi Yin was not panicked. Her keen combat intuition made her wary when Nailin Yan had just launched her sword, and naturally after dodging the sword, she immediately exploded her steps forward and made a ferocious punch, nourishing the body with the meat of magical beasts all year round. Even if the highest of those magical beasts was only at the heaven-sensing realm, the accumulation of days and months had made Ruan Xi Yin's body far superior to that of the same generation of cultivators. To make a simple analogy, an ordinary sense of heaven realm cultivator, even if a sword stabbed at her, at most, it would only graze a little bit of skin, unless it was that kind of astonishingly talented sword Dao genius that could inflict effective damage on her. Unceremoniously speaking, although it still looked like a human girl with a slender figure, in reality, the power contained in that luscious and petite body was comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. I love watching women fight. One strike missed, and Nailin Yan was not discouraged. She cultivates the devil's power. Cannot be treated as an ordinary cultivator? The body of the devil's chi surging like a river. Like this attack, even if the release of a few hundred times are not a problem. Pressure does not have to worry about the consumption. If you can dodge one sword, can you dodge 10? 100? She was confident that she would not lose to anyone in the aspect of staying power. Cricketer Ruan Xi Yin. There would always be a time when she would lose to her sword. Two beautiful girls at the right age. You punch and I sword. Fighting back and forth. The small courtyard is even more sword-light. Fist wind is cold. Although in Sia Ji's eyes, with their cultivation level there was no difference between them and a child fighting, he still watched with great interest. After all, I love watching women fight. JPG. This duel lasted for a full 2 hours. Sia Ji is tired for both of them. He has roasted the meat of the Tianqing python cow, and Jojo has a leg next to him and is chewing happily. As a result, these two people actually have not finished fighting. Looking at the sky again, it was about to get dark, and I didn't know if this duel could be decided before the moon came out. Unbeknownst to him, Ruan Xi Yin's heart was also broken at the moment. She didn't expect this guy to be so difficult to deal with. He was just a slave, but his moves were full of murderous energy, and every move was aimed at her life. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the first time she had met this woman named Nailin Yan, Ruan Xi Yin couldn't help but wonder if she had some kind of deep-seated grudge against this woman to make the other party do this kind of poisonous thing during an ordinary test. Although he was able to narrowly avoid the opponent's blade every time, this kind of prolonged dodging movement was also a huge drain on his physical strength. The reason why Ruan Xi Yin was able to hold out for as long as 2 hours was also thanks to the blessing of having eaten a lot of magical beast meat before that. However, for Nailin Yan, the range piece happened to be her strong point as well. Although she hadn't eaten as much magical beast meat as Ruan Xi Yin because it was too short a time, the quality was quite a bit higher than the other party. The meat of the magical beast in the Dunton Divine Realm is raised, and you can do it without changing your face and swinging your sword for 2 hours without moving. As time passed, the stamina became more and more depleted. Ruan Xi Yin's heart was also getting more and more agitated. If it continued like this, she might really lose. In fact, in terms of strength alone, she was not inferior to Nailin Yan, and was even a cut above. Similarly, in the aspect of combat experience, she was also far more than Nailin Yan. It is mainly because of the poor hardware facilities that we are in the present situation. On one side, there are kryptonite players with good food and drink and top-notch equipment. On one side, there are poor players with nothing but skill. It wasn't a fair fight from the start. Ruan Xi Yin's pride wouldn't allow her to lose, and she wasn't willing to miss this opportunity to be able to stay. So, the girl clenched her teeth, her pupils becoming blood red in an instant as surging bloodline power leapt through her limbs. Her aura shook violently and went straight to the clouds, facing Nailin Yan's sharp sword tip. But this time, she didn't dodge like before, but faced the blade straight on without flickering or avoiding it, sparing her wounds for wounds to take this victory. As a human-demon hybrid, while inheriting human looks, she had also inherited the blood of that demon father of her own. One could burst at critical moments and invoke the power of the bloodline in one's body. And although one would lie in bed for a few days afterward due to excessive exhaustion, the momentary boost in battle power was extraordinarily objective. It was with this undercard that although it was only a half step to the Transformation Saint realm, Ruan Xi Yin could compete with those true Transformation Saint realm cultivators. Of course, only limited to the early stage of Transformation Saint, but this was already quite impressive. After all, although there were always geniuses who could cross over, that so-called crossing over was usually only able to cross over a small stage, such as the early stage of Transformation Sage defeating the middle stage of Transformation Sage. Those who were able to fight over 2 steps were already extremely rare geniuses. As for cultivators who were able to ignore the realm gap and fight across a large realm, there was no doubt that they were already the top geniuses of the world. This undercurrent is also the undercurrent of Ruan Xi Yin's acceptance of the challenge. Originally, she didn't intend to use it, but she didn't expect Nalan Yen to be far more tricky than she imagined. So she preferred to put up a fight and lie in bed for a few days afterward and not be able to get up. But she also wanted to suddenly explode and decide the winner of this fight. The murderous aura and fury that had been accumulated for so many years exploded at the same moment. Ruan Xi Yin's aura at the moment could be imagined. Although Nalan Yen is now also a serious devil cultivator, or Sia Jojo, the former heavenly devil personally introduced to the door. But after all, she hadn't seen much of the world and lacked combat experience, relying on her perverted feats and luxurious equipment to press Ruan Xi Yin in the previous battle. At this moment, Ruan Xi Yin suddenly exploded. Her half-step transformation Saint Realm cultivation could even compare to a true transformation Saint Realm in a short period of time, so it was no wonder that she was suddenly stunned and didn't even know how to counterattack. Dangling! The long sword landed on the ground with a crisp clang. Nalan Yan's face was pale as she looked at Ruan Xi Yin and raised the corners of her mouth, revealing her white teeth. Admit it, Miss Nalan. In this battle, it was me who won. Natsu Jojo was a bit surprised. Not to say that she was disappointed. She had thought that this round would be won by Nalan Yen. After all, as her own demon servant, was it hard to defeat a half-demon mole cricket? As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for Ruan Xi Yin's sudden burst of seed to open a big move, the victory of this test should indeed go to Nalan Yen. After all, whether it was feats, equipment or any other factors, Nalan Yen was too much more than the former. It was just that I didn't expect that this half-demon sister would still have this kind of undercurrent, being able to temporarily raise her fall battle power. I'm not complaining about the loss of my demon servant. Xia Ji had expected this scene, although these two had similar cultivation levels. In terms of combat experience, Ruan Xi Yin really exceeded Nalan Yen by far too much. And in the same realm of the cultivator duel, techniques magic treasure these things are still in the second place. The main competition is the combat experience. Experienced in combat, no matter what kind of offense your opponent makes, you'll be able to counter it back with ease and comfort. And with a lack of combat experience, it would be like Nalan Yen, where the other party would slightly explode a seed and trade wounds with her, and she wouldn't know what to do. Nalan Yen pretty face pale as paper, light pink cherry lips tightly pursed, lost soul appearance, simply will choo pour this 4 words interpretation to the extreme. Unfortunately, as the same woman, and with only in Ruosu in mind, Ruan Xi Yin was not moved at all. He just smiled and looked at Xia Ji, inviting credit. How was it, Elder Xia? The performance of the late generation. I guess it's not bad, right? Qualified enough to stay in clean, right? At the end of the end and a little nervous, afraid that Xia Ji backtracked, hastily added a sentence. That's what you promised. You promised to let me stay as long as I win the fight, and you even gave me 3 meals a day. No backing out, Emperor. Come on, look at you. Natsuki huffed. Did he look like the kind of person who went back on his word? Since I've already promised to let you stay, there's categorically no reason to go back on my word. I still have this point of credibility. What's more, it's just 3 meals a day. Who can't afford it? Ruan Xi Yin didn't care what she thought. After receiving a definite reply, she couldn't help but break into a wide grin, her voice extremely chirpy. Good, yeah. Then from today onwards, I am also a part of the 10,000 Flames Sect. As for this kind of appellation, of Elder Xia Aya, anyway, they are all on their own. Why don't you just not call them so rusty? From today onwards, how about if I call you boss? It was clearly a question, but without waiting for Xia Ji to reply, she had already said to herself, well, it's so happily decided that you're my boss from today. Good boss. This girl has not been too self-sufficient. This self-possessed personality always reminded him of someone, not in a nasty way, but in a somewhat nostalgic way. Xia Ji sighed and didn't say anything more. She could call it whatever she liked. It didn't matter. Since we're all family. Ruan Xi Yin looked at him blearily, or to be more precise, looked at the roasted meat he was holding in his hand, and couldn't help but wipe her saliva. Boss, can you let me fill my stomach first? What kind of foodie deity? Take in? Xia Ji was even more speechless. Just after a strenuous exercise, he had to eat, and he was not afraid of getting an upset stomach. The meat of an Avatar realm magical beast was not that easy to eat. The realm was not enough. Forcing it to eat not only had no way to gain, but instead, it would explode due to overcompensating. As a great sun lotus incarnation, Sia Jojo naturally didn't have this kind of worry. No matter how much food she ate, the great sun lotus would naturally digest it. As for Nalan Yen, the magic skill she cultivates, because of the direct reference to the quasi-emperor realm, the consumption of energy is not small, but even so, she only dares to eat 2 pieces of meat every day. With the strength that Ruan Xi Yin had displayed, It was estimated that he would have to eat up to 3 pieces at most. He didn't stop him, and stepped aside, exposing the grill. Feel free to do as you please, and for the record, don't blame me for not reminding you that your realm is too low, and although the meat of this celestial green python cow is greatly beneficial to you, you can't eat it more than once, or else don't come to me if you have a tummy upset. Don't worry, I've got a point. Ruan Xi Yin's eyes lit up and she didn't even hear what Sia Ji was saying. He jumped in front of the grill and began to feast, looking as if he was starving. Even his pretty face bulged like a hamster. 1 piece of meat, 2 pieces of meat, 3 pieces of meat. Surprisingly to Sia Ji, it was only after eating 7 pieces of meat from the heavenly green python cow that Ruan Xi Yin stopped in satisfaction. More than double what he had expected. It's certainly not unreasonable. Just now, in order to achieve victory in the competition, Ruan Xi Yin had gone so far as to turn on explosive mode, mobilizing the power of the bloodline in his body. While this move could certainly boost the battle power tremendously, the consumption of energy was also terrifying, almost draining her entire being. Under normal circumstances, after the burst was over, she usually had to recuperate for almost a week before she could return to her normal state, and within a month before she could return to her peak state. But it's different now. In terms of replenishing energy, is there anything better in this world than Azure Python beef? How much energy had been used before? This moment directly doubled to make up for it. And even more so, he ate 7 pieces of meat from the heavenly green python cow before stopping. In 1 word, awesome. 2 words, it's cool. 3 words, so cool it's delirious. Since the beginning of her memory, Ruan Xi Yin felt that she had never eaten so much and smelled so good. Compared to the heavenly green python beef of the Avatar realm, the ones they ate before were nothing but trash. How can you call the meat of a magical beast at the nascent soul realm magical beast meat? Yuck! Dogs don't even eat it. She couldn't help but feel happy when she thought that she would be able to live a good life from now on with divine profound realm magical beasts eating until they were full. As for the purpose of coming to find Sia Ji today, it has long been thrown to the back of the mind. A woman will only affect the speed at which I eat meat, although Fairy and Ruosu is also very tempting, but since she is the boss's confidant, a person like her who is a little brother will of course have to give way unconditionally. Well, it's true that it's still a little bit more flavorful to have magical beast meat. Natsuki felt that it would be quite inexplicable. He had intended to use Ruan Xi Yin's mouth to announce to the outside world that there was only pure male-female friendship between him and Ruosu. Who would have thought that the development of things inexplicably collapsed to the point that even its mother did not recognize. Originally and he is barely a love rival, Ruan Xi Yin simply surrendered. Surrendered not to say, have to stay in the dead skin as a sweeping doorkeeper, cannot be driven away. But having come to this, he didn't renege. After all, Ruan Xi Yin is also a soft girl with a delicate body, although her orientation is a bit curved, but it's still good to use it to feed her eyes. And the yard really needed a sweeper, and preferably one who could cook, so that he could live as a riceworm with clothes on his back from now on. You don't have to worry about anything, you just have to entertain the kids every day. It's so nice to think about. Ahem, the book is back on topic. Since that day's competition, Ruan Xi Yin had officially settled down in the small courtyard. She had no family, no possessions, nothing to hang on to except her gift and the animal skin clothing she wore. Sia Ji arranged her in Nailin Yan's bedroom, intending to let these two squeeze in and cultivate their relationship in the meantime. After the competition, the girl Nailin Yan was a bit autistic. She didn't even dare to raise her head every day, presumably because she felt sorry for her master's cultivation, that she would lose to a dirt girl. In fact, it was completely self-seeking, and from the beginning to the end of the day, Sia Jojo hadn't taken this matter to heart. After all, even she hadn't expected Ruan Xi Yin to have that kind of undercurrent in the first place, plus the fact that Nailin Yan's performance at the beginning was pretty good and didn't disgrace her, so naturally she wouldn't make a punishment to her only demon servant. Let's just hope the girl comes out of it sooner rather than later. Couldn't help but sigh. For this kind of heart disease, Sia Ji didn't have too good a solution. After all, he wasn't a psychologist and didn't know how to coax a little girl. Moreover, Nailin Yan wasn't his wife, so he wasn't interested in coaxing. On top of that, the fact that Ruan Xi Yin went to find Sia Ji to spar and ended up being subdued and willing to be a slave and a maidservant also inexplicably spread out. Now all the cultivators in the whole world knew that the rumored elder Sia of the 10,000 Fires sect who had captured Fairy and was an uncompromising lover. His love rival had gone to find him in trouble, and he had in turn developed his love rival into a lover. How could this operation be seen as outrageous? Sia Ji was also very innocent about this. What could he do? He couldn't control the mouths of so many people. As for your comment about disproving rumors, the point is, to start a rumor, he has to be believed. A beautiful girl with a delicate body shouts a declaration to a man that she would rather be a slave than a maid. You said the relationship between these two was pure. Do you believe it yourself? Ruan Xi Yin. the mouth-breathing genius. After all, Ruan Xi Yin really didn't have any major problems other than her orientation. And she was also a well-deserved genius. And it was impossible for a normal man to reject this kind of beautiful girl. If Xiaji really jumped out to disprove the rumors, maybe people still suspected that he was suffering from a dark disease. Forget it. Just let it go. At the same time, Vast Sword Alliance, Patriarch Hall, and Mingxian called his niece over and carefully observed her face, half daring to speak. It's too bad. It's just too bad. His own longtime avid suitor has taken up with the man, he announced to the crowd. Who do you think is going to justify this? Although Enrowoso's black hair is still like ink, but looking at it from an Mingxian's perspective, it always feels as if it is green on top. It always felt bad to be so silent all the time. He thought about it and decided to take the lead. Ruosa, those rumors outside are actually not believable. What kind of person Elder Xiai is? You and I both know clearly. Surely he's not the kind of person who would be moved by beauty, right? Since you have identified with this man, it is only natural that you give each other plenty of credit as well. So, uncle, you don't have to. And Ruosu, however, suddenly interrupted him. It's precisely because I know what he is that I understand the credibility of these rumors. Obviously becoming the center of public opinion. But not only did she not get angry, instead, she couldn't help but smile. No matter what time of the day it is, he can easily get involved in an ambiguous relationship with those outstanding girls. It's really not worthy of him. Seeing her second uncle's still worried eyes, her beautiful eyes regained their calmness. Uncle too, don't worry. I'm not mad. It's just time for certain things to pick up the pace as well. 10,000 Beasts Sect, young Sect master's residence. Sheen Beast was in a bad mood at the moment. He never expected that the rumored little white boy who greened himself, after being approached by Ruan Xi Yin, not only did he not have bad luck, but he also managed to take in that stupid woman Ruan Xi Yin. Now that the whole world is gushing over that bastard's title as the Sage of Love, will he ever be able to take off this green hat on his head? Can't stand it. I can't stand it. The moment he thought that the bastard who had green-mailed himself was currently enjoying the worship of the crowd in springtime, while he could only suffocatingly shrink back to sulk in the sect, Sheen Beast felt like he was about to explode with anger. His face grew more and more livid, his lined and still handsome face becoming distorted. I'm going to show that asshole. Definitely. In the darkened chamber, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Of course Xiaji didn't know about these undercurrents. He continues to live a leisurely life of sunbathing and planting trees, eating barbecue and teasing his pups every day. On the contrary, Nailin Yan and Ruan Xi Yin, these two girls have been getting more and more out of sync lately. Nailin Yan has always been looking for Ruan Xi Yin to fight one-on-one 3 times in a vain attempt to get rid of her shame. Unfortunately, the latter was now being fed with good food and drink every day, and his already strong physique had been tempered to be more and more extraordinary, and he could already press her to fight. And every time, Nailin Yan could only fail and return. The more she fails, the less she gives up, and the less she gives up, the more she fails, and it's just going to be a vicious cycle. Later on, Ruan Xi Yin was scared by her, and once again, when she saw Nailin Yan come to challenge her, she made a trip to the ground without saying a word and directly admitted defeat. She is really afraid of this crazy woman. Every day looking for you to fight, every day looking for you to fight. A day to fight 8 times. A long time, this who can top? Initially one would still find it fun to spar with evenly matched opponents, and later on one would start to get bored. Don't you just want to prove that you're better than me? Then can I concede? Sister, can we stop and catch our breath? Can't. Nailin Yan's pretty face was as frosty as ice, and her sword blade was cold and seemed to still emanate a slight chill. Hurry up and get up and fight me, or else don't blame me for being impolite. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I've already conceded defeat. What more do you want? Can't you be a human being? Ruan Xi Yin didn't listen to her nonsense, ironically lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Nailin Yan sneered, and without saying a word, her sword blade shook, slicing a slanting moon in the air and slashing straight towards her. Hey, you crazy for real? Ruan Xi Yin was really shocked. She didn't expect this guy to be so heartless. At least he's been a roommate for a few days, and he said he's going to do something about it? Change face also, not you so fast. It hastily and woefully rolled on the ground, dodging the sword. Another hairier flip, glaring at Nailin Yan with a face full of anger. Oomph, now you know to get up? Nailin Yan, however, didn't talk nonsense with her. After seeing her get up, an obstinacy flashed in her clear beautiful eyes, and she once again attacked towards her. Ruan Xi Yin was also beaten out of the fire. She's not made of clay. She's clearly admitted defeat, but you still have to force me to do it. This girl was already known for her physique, and her combat experience far exceeded Nailin Yan's. With her full strength, she was quickly subdued, and her long sword was knocked over and rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Why do you think you're doing this? staring at me all day long as a sweeper and beating me up. Can't you find someone else? For the sake of her own future happiness, Ruan Xi Yin persuaded her bitterly, hoping to break the sister who had been drilling her head into a bullseye. Unfortunately, Nalan Yan had an iron heart and was not moved at all. In the end, Ruan Xi Yin also got annoyed and said in a bad mood, "Aren't you just feeling sorry for the boss's cultivation because you think you're too weak and can't even beat me? Fear of falling out of favor? Fear of abandonment? Am I right? That's what you're thinking right now, isn't it? You're in fear, and that's why you keep coming to me for fights, trying to prove yourself by beating me. What a dead brain. The biggest brain in the world." She poked Nalan Yan's forehead with hatred. "Cultivation can't be compared. Can't you start from other places? You can't even fight for favor. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Competing for favor is about throwing your weight around. What does the boss like? Like me? Of course, he likes to eat. If you really want to please the boss and not be abandoned by him, why don't you just go and learn how to cook? Isn't having a good hand at cooking better than coming to fight with me every day? It's a saying that to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. If one day the boss can no longer live without your cooking, do you still have to worry about being abandoned? Definitely not. If it really comes to that, the boss can't even throw me away without throwing you away. Even if I want to have a good meal, I'll have to flatter you in turn." These words were like an enlightenment. She had originally disdained them, thinking that this kind of unseen earth girl could say anything. Who would have thought that Ruan Xi Yin's word for word would directly dumbfound her? Ruan Xi Yin was indeed right. Lit. Train a bird for 1,000 days and use it for a moment. Idiom, fig. Extensive preparation eventually pays off. She was afraid, as she had been all this time. Fear of being abandoned by their masters. Fear of being too weak and sorry for their cultivation. She had already lost everything. The only thing left was this body that had not yet grown up, and the hatred that filled her heart. If she was abandoned by her master again, Nalan Yan didn't know if she would be able to find a reason to live after she had taken her revenge. The reason why he would come to fight with Ruan Xi Yin every day was also because of this reason. Since it was this earth girl who had defeated her, if she could win back, she would surely be able to prove herself and would not be abandoned by her master. Simple logic, but the only saving grace in the heart of the young girl who was in despair. Originally, she had lost repeatedly during this period of time, and although she couldn't see anything on the surface, she was actually very disheveled inside. She wasn't sure exactly how much longer she could hold out. Unexpectedly, it was at this juncture that he was actually woken up by Ruan Xi Yin's words. "Going to learn how to cook?" Nalan Yin murmured, but her beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Yeah, both the owner and the lord are devoted food lovers. As their slave, mastering the art of cooking well was obviously an important thing, and a matter of course. What was the use of being able to fight with the lord, with Great White, and with Jian? Even if she encountered an enemy, there was no need for her to fight at all. In that case, she could simply concentrate on her cooking skills. That's right, go learn to cook." Seeing that this girl was actually really moved by her own words, Ruan Xi Yin couldn't help but feel relieved while celebrating in her heart. She actually didn't know if it was useful for Nalan Yan to learn to cook, but it was more or less a solution. Moreover, the most important thing is, if you don't find something for this woman to do quickly, hell knows how many times she will come to bother herself. Anyway, even if it doesn't work, you won't lose out at all, but if it does, then you'll make a lot of money. There should be no need for me to say more on how to choose this kind of multiple choice question, right? After leaving these final words, Ruan Xi Yin turned her head and left, never wanting to be in the same room with this woman again. Choice? Behind her, Nalan Yan repeated it in a low voice, and then the determination in her eyes grew stronger. "So, go ahead and try it. For the master." As it turns out, Nalan Yan is indeed a man of action, the thunderous kind, who says they want to learn to cook, and then they actually start to learn to cook. Because there was still no cook in the courtyard, it was now up to Xiai to handle the ingredients before eating. Whenever this time came, Nalan Yan would give up everything at hand and come to Xiai's side, concentrating on how he operated. She had even prepared a small book on purpose, on which she had memorized many points and techniques, completely treating this matter as if it was a clan test. Xiai was a bit strange at first, not knowing why she had changed so much. After all, the previous Nalan Yan had never even wasted a bit of extra time, not to mention not having any hobbies, and had spent all her time in cultivation, only wanting to take revenge as soon as possible. It was a bit of a crying shame to find out what happened later. Hopefully, the reason the other guy is so into cooking is actually about him, worried about being abandoned by him, but he didn't say anything more. Anyway, the yard just lacked a cook. Since Nalan Yan was willing to do it, let her do it, and he himself could be liberated earlier. This girl's talent was also really good, and after watching Xiai operate it a few times, she was already able to start on her own in a decent manner. For her magic servant to be reduced to a cook, Natsu Jojo was initially dissatisfied, feeling as if she had lost her face, but after tasting Nailin Yan's roasted meat once, she never mentioned this matter again and ate more cheerfully than anyone else every day. The meat in his mouth has not been swallowed yet. He started to pretend to be majestic and said to Nailin Yan, "From today onwards, I will appoint you as the Grand Master of the Imperial Catering Room. As my magic servant at the same time, you should also be the general leader of all things related to my meals." That man-child look couldn't have been more adorable. Looking at Xiai couldn't help but want to tease her. The days passed slowly in such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. It was another sunny and clear day, but an uninvited guest came outside the mountain gate of the 10,000 Fires sect. "Is this where that asshole lives?" Tilting his head back and looking at the extremely majestic swallowing flame mountain range in front of him, the Qin beast's gaze was icy cold, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he had heard that Xiai had easily defeated that stupid woman Ruan Xi Yin, he did not feel intimidated. After all, Ruan Xi Yin was only 16 years old this year, and her strength was only half-step in the transformation saint realm, and he was already over 400 years old this year, and his strength was a proper peak of the avatar realm. Ruan Xi Yin in front of him, pressure is not on him. Xiai can do what he can do. Of course, will not put it in the heart. As the young master of the 10,000 Beast sect, and even more so, a long-famous demonic pride in the cultivation world, Qin Beast never lacked self-confidence. He wasn't clear about Xiaoji's bottom line, but he thought that it couldn't be more than the avatar realm. Since that was the case, what else did he have to be so afraid of? In the same realm, he was conceded that he was by no means weaker than anyone else, but he was just a little white boy who relied on his good skin to temporarily deceive Farian. Even if he was in the same avatar realm with him, so what? Qin Beast thought to himself that if he were to be pitted against that little white boy, within 3 moves, he would behead him. With such confidence, with a disdainful smile, he finally stepped into the 10,000 Flame Sect's compound to begin his own retaliation. Meanwhile, the small courtyard at the top of the hill, Xiaoji, who was lazily sunbathing, suddenly opened his eyes and his expression became a bit helpless. What's with all the fault finders again? He rubbed his temples, the disgust evident on his face. What's wrong, boss? Is it time for dinner? Next to him lay Ruan Xi Yin, who was sunbathing with him. This girl was still a bit confused. Rubbing her eyes after he woke her up, she started yelling that she was hungry. "Eat, eat, eat, just eat. Have you swept the floor yet today?" Xiaoji knocked her head without any good sense. Obviously more or less a genius. How come her head is full of food? Well, it doesn't seem to have been swept. Ruan Xi Yin was a little weak when she talked about this. These days her little life was just too comfortable. She had already forgotten why she was able to stay in the first place, afraid to make Xiaoji angry, and then not give her food tonight. She did not dare to say more, copied the broom in the corner and began to work, sweeping the floor while looking at the boss pleasingly. The small appearance that is called a fawning. The pride of being a half-demon genius was already completely gone. Xiaoji huffed and shook his head helplessly, no longer caring about her. Lay back down on the recliner and start sunbathing. As for the guy looking for a fight, counting the hours, it was about time for Dakin to return from his tour. It's good to raise a bird for 1,000 days and use it for a while, so let's just leave it to work out. Villains die from talking too much. In the mountain forest at the back of the 10,000 Fires sect, the Qin Beast strolled along, with his cultivation at the peak of the avatar realm. With careful concealment, it would be impossible for those 10,000 Flame Sect disciples guarding the mountain to discover his traces. It was estimated that in the entire sect, apart from Xiaoji, only realist Li Hua could see through it. It was clear that he was about to face a great battle, but Qin Beast's expression was exceptionally calm, without the slightest bit of tension. It seems that he was not going to a duel with a love rival, but was invited to a party. A long Xian gold robe, ink black hair behind the shoulders, strolling in the forest looks exceptionally handsome, as if the immortal in the dust. That's the scene Goldie saw when he returned from his tour. As Xiaoji's designated toolbird, after breaking through the avatar realm, it not only had to shoulder the mission of hunting every day, but also had to moonlight as a part-time patrol of the mountains and forests, intercepting those small-minded people and guarding the peace of the small courtyard. It can be very capricious, although the Qin Beast acted very brightly, just strolling through the mountains and forests in a dignified manner without even a disguise. At first glance it didn't seem like he was any kind of mischievous person with a bad heart. However, his aura of the peak of the avatar realm cannot be faked, even for a sect like the 10,000 Flame Sect, which had celestial realm powerhouses in their midst. There were a number of cultivators located at the peak of the avatar realm that could be counted on one hand, at least as far as Jian Li could remember. The pretender in front of him was not affiliated with any of the avatar realm cultivators of the 10,000 Flame Sect. In other words, he was an outsider, keeping in mind the mission given to it by its master. Without the slightest hesitation, Jian Li let out a long whistle and descended from the sky, slowly landing on the ground and blocking in front of the Qin beast, his eyes gazing at him warily. "Who are you?" "Oh," the Qin beast gave it a careless glance. Then suddenly his gaze condensed, revealing a smile of interest. "It's actually a golden feathered crow at the early stage of the Avatar realm? To be able to break through the threshold of the sacred transformation realm and step into the current realm, one would think that its talent should be extraordinary. This seed is the young master of the 10,000 Beast Sect, Qin Beast. Now I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down immediately and from now on, serve me as your master, and in the future, even if you break through to the peak of the Avatar realm, it will never be difficult." I had thought that if these words were said, this little crow in front of me would definitely agree with joy as long as it wasn't stupid. After all, the 10,000 Beast Sect, as its name implied, was originally the kind of sect that specialized in cultivating magical beasts, and as the 10,000 Beast Sect's young sect leader, he would be the nail in the coffin of a celestial realm powerhouse in the future. If one could work under him, breaking through to the peak of the divine profound realm would only be a matter of course. Unexpectedly, the golden feathered crow burst into a rage upon hearing this. "What a piece of, a mere peak of the Avatar realm, and you want me to submit to Master Bird? Who gave you that face?" In these days, going out to hunt every day and being sure to kill an Avatar realm demonic beast each time had already made Jian extraordinarily inflated. Although it was only at the beginning of the Avatar realm, with the power of its bloodline and the advantage of being able to fly, even an ordinary peak Avatar realm magical beast wouldn't be able to get the better of him. If this abominable human was a celestial realm cultivator, then it would still need to fear a few points. But, are you? You're not. Not being in the celestial realm and still daring to be so arrogant. The way I see it, you just lack a severe beating from society. Although it wanted to teach this annoying human a lesson in its heart. After all, it hadn't figured out where the other party came from and couldn't tell if it was a foe or a friend. So in order to avoid causing trouble for its master, Jian could only hold back its anger and coldly said, "I already have an owner. So cut the crap, human. And why are you here? It's actually owned by someone?" Qin Beast heart regret. He is really fond of this suddenly appeared golden feathered crow. After all, an Avatar realm magical beast companion cannot be rare. The entire 10,000 Beast Sect, including his father, there are only a few people who have this kind of bottom. Not to mention that the golden feathered crow is a bird-class magical beast. On its rarity than those on the ground magical beasts precious a lot. Whether it is used to catch the road or fighting is not a good choice. If he could take in the golden feathered crow, it would definitely be a great increase in his battle power, and it would also shut up those scumbags in the sect who were dissatisfied with his style of acting. Thinking this way, Qin Beast's determination grew stronger. He waved his big hand and said in a domineering manner, "So what if there is a master? A foreign beast like you deserves to follow the strongest master." "You mean, you're the one who's the strongest master?" Jian Li's expression was a bit odd. It's like stifling laughter at. The Qin Beast frowned, not understanding why it was showing such an expression, but still nodded proudly. "Naturally. Ha, not bothering to waste time with this brainless human anymore." Jian Li could be sure with his ass that this guy was definitely here to pick a fight. Its face was cold, and its wings were about to vibrate, making a fighting stance. "This is my master's territory. Considering this is your first offense, you will not be held accountable. Now quickly retreat, or else don't blame me for being impolite." "Your master's territory? This is clearly the 10,000 Flame Sect's residence. Can it be that your master is the 10,000 Flame Sect leader? Real flame leaving?" Seeing that this little bird didn't know any better, Qin Beast also coldly lowered his face and teased, "This seat hates being threatened in my life. I'd like to see how you can be impolite to this seat." The peak of the Avatar realm, and the early stage of the Avatar realm, although it was only separated by two small realms, it was these two small realms that were like a rift valley that could not be crossed easily. The Qin Beast had already made up his mind that he would teach this ungrateful little bird a good lesson later on, and after he had subdued it, he would naturally not worry about it submitting. Golden Feathered Crow let out a sardonic laugh. "How rude to you," it snapped. "Of course it is so unkind to you." Thousands of golden feathers, in an instant, shot out, carrying air currents like the sharpest of blades, wrapping the Qin Beast in them. This was the Golden Feathered Crow's former killing move, and after the bloodline had been purified, the killing power of this move had been raised by several steps. Caught off guard, even a great cultivator at the peak of the Avatar realm would not be able to do well. And there had been many magical beasts at the same realm as it before that had been heavily injured by it in a split second using thousands of golden feathers because of carelessness, losing their ability to resist on the spot. The Qin Beast's face changed. What a poisonous move! These golden feathers were actually not powerful when singled out. At least there was no way to pose a threat to a great cultivator like him. Even if he was shot, he would be lightly injured at best. But when the golden feathers gathered together and formed a sizable scale, the killing power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He came from the 10,000 Beast Sect, and as the name implied, the disciples of the sect were all known for their beast-robbing skills, and were not known for their physical prowess. As the young master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Xian Beast was certainly no exception. With his current cultivation, if he is hard to take this move, even if he does not fall on the spot, but also have to fall into a serious injury dying, how to see how to lose. This asshole golden-feathered crow, he didn't even say hello before making his move. It's too much of a lack of martial virtues, isn't it? Angry Xian Beast. Xian Beast was so shocked and angry in his heart that he could no longer care about his manners. Obviously a towering great cultivator of the Avatar realm, but now he could only rely on lazy donkey rolling to avoid most of the sure-kill golden feathers, and the arcane golden robe on his body was full of wrinkles, and the whole person appeared to be in an extraordinary state of distress. Although he dodged most of the golden feathers that were bound to kill him, there were still a small number of them that managed to hit, leaving trails of blood on his body and making him look particularly miserable. Seeing that his killing move didn't completely work, Golden Feathered Crow was a bit disappointed. I had wanted to kill this human by surprise, and open the game by nullifying his ability to resist. I didn't realize that this guy looked human and was actually a loose cannon. In order to survive, even a move like lazy donkey rolling was used, simply disgracing the face of the cultivator. Thinking so, it couldn't help but taunt. With just this amount of three-legged kung fu, how can you still presume to be my master? You feel too good about yourself, don't you? As I see it, you've really got the name right. Xian Beast? Beast. This move was actually learned from Natsuki. Even if you don't get to kill you the first time, you have to follow up with trash talk to disgust you, commonly known as, screw the mind. As it turns out, the Xian Beast does eat this up quite a bit, being so humiliated by a tiny golden crow. His eyes were red with anger. Xian Beast was not a generous person by nature, as could be seen from the fact that he had to sneak around even to find trouble with Xiai despite the elders of the clan stopping him. His character was extremely egotistical and could not tolerate a single ounce of disrespect from the side, especially since Jian Li also specifically mocked his name. It was stepping on Xian Beast's reverse scales. He hated to joke about his name. When he was a teenager, there was once a disciple of the sect who did not know how to live. In the back of the face of the crowd intentionally shouted at him Beast. By the Xian Beast was informed, the disciple's limbs were broken, his cultivation was abolished, and went very peacefully. It was also since the day that no one dared to make fun of his name anymore, even disciples from other sects. How many years? Xian Beast himself couldn't remember just how long it had been since he had seen someone so bold. No, it's not a person, it's a bird. But, whether it's a man or a bird, there's a price to pay for your behavior. He hadn't been in such a sorry state in a long time, ever since the aura of genius had been cast over him. Good. What a golden-feathered crow. Anger. Xian Beast, however, did not intend to kill this stupid bird that did not know how to die. After all, magical beasts of the Avatar realm were rare, and flying bird-type magical beasts like the golden-feathered crow were even rarer. He still hadn't quenched his mind of taking the golden-feathered crow for his own use. Anyway, in this world, death is not the most horrible thing. Life is worse than death. The more arrogant this stupid bird was now, the worse it would end up later. The face he lost now, he'll get it back later, bit by bit. Well. Gimli didn't bother to bull asterisk this human. Raising his wings was a blade of air, and the golden light immediately made a great deal of noise, cutting straight towards the Xian Beast. Even the air along the way was overwhelmed by the sound of grief, and was chopped up along with the sea of clouds in the sky. Obviously, this strike gathered 10% of its strength and could not be easily dodged. Xian Beast's gaze was ice cold, facing the gas blade without flashing or avoiding it. He actually charged head-on. The reason why he was rude just now was purely because of the suddenness of the incident. After making preparations, he didn't believe that he would not be able to fight head-on against a stupid bird that had just entered the Avatar realm. The spiritual energy in his body surged crazily, forming a sturdy barrier in front of him, firmly blocking out the chi blade. It was clear that he had blocked the blow, but the Xian Beast's face remained ugly. It's not right. It's so wrong. A chopping attack of this intensity didn't even look like something a stupid bird at the beginning of the Avatar realm could send out. Can't it be that this stupid bird is hiding its cultivation? With uncertainty in his heart, Xian Beast subconsciously looked towards Jian Li, but he saw that the other party unexpectedly waved his wings again, and dozens of generalized air blades came flying in, bringing up a terrifying air pressure. Unstoppable. Couldn't stop it at all. The Xian Beast died. Family members know their own business. Although he didn't know if this stupid bird was hiding its cultivation or not, the chi blade chopping attack it sent out had clearly touched the strength of an attack at the late stage of the divine profound realm. If it was just one or two, it wouldn't be difficult to block it with his cultivation, but dozens of chi blade chopping? The power stacked in this was not as simple as 1 + 1 at all. Cursing in his heart, Xian Beast didn't dare to receive it hard, and rolled his body. trying to dodge this attack. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The two air blades split straight on his back with unstoppable speed. Xian Beast only felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't help but spit out an arrow of blood. His body was like a kite with broken strings in the next moment and flew backwards, and flew 100 meters away before he managed to stop. The trees along the way had long been crushed by the two air blades, while leaving a dozens of meters long deep gully on the ground. Like an axe that opened up the sky, the power was evident. Barely got up from the ground. Previously that gorgeous Xian gold robe has been torn and tattered, such as ink black hair is also stained with dust. Xian Beast spit out blood in a big mouth, looked at Jian Li in shock, face twisted like a ghost. How dare you hide your cultivation, you stupid bird, what a poisonous heart. He covered his chest and coughed up another puddle of heart blood with crushed flesh, having long since gritted his teeth. At this point in time, of course, Xian Beast wouldn't think that this stupid bird was just entering the Avatar realm for the first time. To be able to beat him to this state with just 2 chopping strikes, he would believe it even if he said it was the celestial realm. In the entire 10,000 beasts sect, only his father could easily do this. I'm not sure that Goldilocks is surprised at this moment. Speaking of which, this is also the first time it has faced a real human cultivator. Originally thought that the other party's cultivation exceeded it by 2 small realms, and his personality was so arrogant that his strength must not be bad. So in order to be on the safe side, it opened with a killing move, which was thought to be enough to play a certain role in harassment. But who would have thought that the effect was surprisingly good? Hearing again that the Xian Beast actually thought it was hiding its cultivation, Jian Li was also rendered speechless by this fellow's stupidity. I'm hiding my ass cultivation. It's obvious that you yourself are too watered down. At the peak of the Avatar realm, you can't even catch 2 of my chopping blows. With this much strength, how dare you try to take it as your favorite? Being stung by the contempt in Jian Li's pupils for his pride, Xian Beast gritted his teeth and said, who exactly is your master? Even if I die, let me die to understand. How dare you speak recklessly when you don't even know who my master is? Jian Li snorted and said indifferently, you don't deserve to know who Master Bird's master is yet, remembering that it's your first offense. Now leave quickly. If you let Master Bird catch you again, you won't be as lucky as you are right now. At that time, don't blame Master Bird for being ruthless, bully intolerably, being humiliated so bluntly. If it were usual, Xian Beast would have long since jumped up in anger. Unfortunately, the skills are not as good as the birds. The situation is stronger than the people, and at this moment, he can only hold his breath, not daring to put harsh words, for fear of annoying Jian Li, resulting in the loss of his little life. With a final contemptuous glance at this wasteful human, Jian Li no longer stayed long and lifted his wings to fly towards the small courtyard. Eyes watched its back get farther and farther away until it disappeared. Xian Beast finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He clenched his teeth and said almost word for word, sooner or later, I will personally retrieve this scene. That damned stupid bird, and its damned master. Wait for it, what are you waiting for? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Xian Beast was startled, and while his body exploded back, he subconsciously shouted harshly, who? You come to me and ask me who I am? Natsuki showed up and yawned lazily. Just now at the top of the mountain, he watched the battle from beginning to end. Originally thought that this Xian Beast could make a name for himself in the cultivation world for so long, and more or less had a bit of strength. Who knew that it would be such a waste, and that he couldn't even defeat Dajin, who had just broken through not long ago. The reason why he suddenly appeared here was also because Xiaji wanted to use his mouth to announce to the world that he wasn't interested in Enruosu, so those suitors don't bother him with anything. But Xian Beast doesn't know that. He wasn't a stupid person. He understood after a little thought, and immediately said angrily, you're the owner of that stupid bird just now? That stupid bird just left and this guy just showed up out of nowhere. What kind of coincidence is there in the world? Yeah, Natsuki said lazily, not too stupid. What are you doing here? Xian Beast clenched his teeth and stared at him dead on. That gaze was like looking at his father's murderer. Is it possible that you want to kill and exterminate him? I'm warning you, my fate card is still in the clan. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely avenge me. Relax. Xiaji looked at him with a smile. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have let Dajin do it directly just now. And I'm leaving you alive now because you still have a use for it. The relationship between me and that Enruosu woman is pure. It's not what you think. It's your business if you want to pursue her. But don't come and bother me 3 times. Understand? Wait. You are Summer Pole? Xian Beast, however, snapped, his voice changing tone in fear. The master of the golden feathered crow, and his love interest, turned out to be the same person since the beginning. So what's this? Obviously came to find a love rival to fight, but ended up being violently beaten up by the pet owned by the love rival first? Shame. It's so humiliating. Nonsense. So you don't even understand who I am? Xiaji rolled his eyes. Anyway, I've already put my words here. If anyone else comes to bother me 3 times in the future, I'll go and settle the score with you. Got it? What a ing bully. Sheen Beast was going crazy. Even if I can barely guarantee that I won't come to your door to trouble you again in the future, how can I possibly control the people of the world? You're simply forcing your hand. There's one thing to be said for that. Indeed, but it's something you need to think about. And in any case, if anyone bothers me, I'm going to come after you. Is that clear? Xiaji was too lazy to waste time with him, and after dropping these words, he went back to the small courtyard to sunbathe, leaving the Sheen Beast standing alone, his face cloudy and extremely unsightly. Being seriously injured and successively humiliated, he was also forced to sign such an unequal treaty. Today's encounter, for Sheen Beast, was the biggest indiscretion since he became famous. I will kill you. He was almost ready to bite blood out of his teeth, and his whole body hated him to the point of frenzy. I'll kill you for sure. Bastard. Boss, what were you doing? Ruan Xi Yin, who was sweeping the floor, turned around with the effort of watching Xiaji's figure disappearing from the spot, only to disappear for a few tens of seconds, and then surprisingly come back. This girl's curiosity was already heavy, or else she wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles from the 100,000 mountains to come to the 10,000 Flames sect for nothing before. So knowing that she might be a bit talkative, she didn't hold back from asking. It's nothing, there's a little fly in the ointment. I'm just going to take care of it. Xiaji yawned, not taking what happened before to heart. His tone was very light. So, Ruan Xi nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. Turning to say with gusto, boss, quickly look at the ground to see if it's clean. It was all done by me alone. Oh, how about it? It's pretty good, right? This tone of inviting credit and seeking praise. Are you an elementary school student? Xiaji held his forehead, but did not hit her self-confidence. After all, sweeping the floor can be this one. Perfunctory, well, clean, really good clean. Ah, hey, this is too perfunctory, isn't it? The little half-demon girl grunted softly, her 2 furry beast ears moving along to express her master's dissatisfaction. She clasped her hands on her chest and made a super fierce expression. Even if you're the boss, I'll still get angry if you're so perfunctory to me, unless you promise to let me eat another piece of the heavenly green python cow's meat. So it was waiting here. Xiaji was a bit amused. He also didn't know what was wrong with Ruan Xi Yin. She was particularly fond of that heavenly green python cow, even though she hadn't eaten a lot of meat from various Avatar realm magical beasts at all during this period of time. She still begged Xiaji for something and wanted to eat the heavenly green python cow. It's just an ingredient, so keep it anyway, and since the little girl wants to eat it, let her eat it. Natsuki was still quite generous to his own people. In this short few days of contact, he also roughly observed Ruan Xi Yin's character. A bit big-headed, not much of a bad heart, a bit like those high school students in his previous life, and most importantly, she was a foodie just like himself. How can someone who loves food be a bad person? You think so? It just so happens that Jojo is still young enough to have such a playmate, which is actually quite nice. Thinking this way, Xiaji also spoke. If you want to eat meat, go to Jian. Now it's the one who is in charge of the distribution in this area. But words I put in front, the sky green python bull is still too powerful for you. Simply eating a few pieces of meat to satisfy your cravings will be enough. Don't brace yourself to death. Boss, am I that stupid in your eyes? Ruan Xi Yin wrinkled her little nose in dissatisfaction. Obviously, I'm a well-known genius beauty girl. So many sects have snatched me up. Looked pretty proud of himself. Xiaji, however, didn't even hesitate for a second and nodded very seriously. That's right, in my eyes, you've always been very stupid and naive. Humph, stupid boss, ignore you. Forced by the lewdness, the little girl did not dare to retort, and could only retaliate as if she had made a face at him, and then went to find Jian to ask for meat in a hurry. Agree on 3 laws, idiom, provisional agreement made by new dynastic government with the people. After the Sheen Beast incident ended, Xiaji lived a short period of leisure. The hunting patrol was given to Jian, the handling of ingredients was given to Nalan Yen, and the cleaning was given to Ruan Xi Yin. He didn't have to do anything every day, just sunbathe and sleep, and occasionally, if he was interested, he'd go and fiddle with the fire peach tree that was worth the money he'd planted. The small life is called a beautiful, can be called a riceworm and the hero. It was another sunny day when a happy event took place in the small yard. Sia Jojo broke through. The little girl had been stuck at the peak of the innate realm for several months before, and during this period of time when she was fed with good food and drink every day, the energy in her body had finally built up to the end, and a breakthrough would be a matter of course. It took a few months to break through from the innate realm to the nascent soul realm. This speed thrown to the outside world was enough to scare a crowd silly, but in Xiaji's opinion, this was actually on the slow side. After all, when he had broken through the nascent soul realm, it seemed to have taken less than a week, and with a precedent like himself, It was natural that he wouldn't be shocked by the speed of Sia Jojo. To Sia Ji, it was actually not a good thing for his daughter to cultivate too fast. If the realm was high but did not have a state of mind to match it, something would happen one day. It's just about right now. Not too fast, not too slow, and not too embarrassing to talk about. In order to celebrate the fact that his daughter had officially embarked on the path of cultivation from today onwards, and was no longer a rookie in the innate realm, Sia Ji personally went out and caught an unlucky pure-blooded glazed dragon in the upper world, and personally cooked a sumptuous dragon meat hot pot. It's been a while since I've cooked, but I haven't lost my touch. Summer Jojo finally ate the dragon meat hot pot that he longed for, and finally his belly slipped round, lying on the rocking chair and squinting comfortably in the sun. The worst ones were Ruan Xi Yin and the others. Although the dragon meat hot pot was delicious, Lu Long was after all a true dragon of the upper realm, and his strength in life had even reached the real immortal king level. In the small courtyard, other than Sia Ji, the one with the highest cultivation was only Jian, who was at the beginning of the avatar realm, with a celestial being, a quasi-emperor, a great emperor, and a true immortal separated from the immortal king. There was no problem in saying that there was a gap between the heavens and the earth. With their strength, they could only eat half a piece of meat at the top of the day, and any more would risk bursting their bodies. This kind of obvious opportunity is in front of us, but limited to themselves can only chew half a piece of meat but also be careful to refine feeling, is really not good. The others are fine. Most of them are able to put their minds at ease and take what they get. But Ruan Xi Yin, the eater, simply cried as she ate, struggling to take even one more bite, only to be quite honest when she was almost exploded by the surging power in the dragon meat. But his face still looks like a big loss. Once we had eaten and drank our fill, we all went about our business, sweeping the floors and making our rounds. Only the two of them, father and daughter Sia Ji, were still able to leisurely recline on the recliner to consume their food. After lazily basking in the sun for a while, Sia Jojo suddenly said, "Father, I want to go to the Haochi Sword Alliance to find Sisterin." Clam? Sia Ji was a bit confused, not understanding which tendon the little girl was hitching a ride on. "Why did you suddenly think of going to look for her?" "Because, before, Sisterin once told me about it," Sia Jojo said righteously. "Sisterin said that when I break through the nascent soul realm, I'll go to the vast Chi Sword Alliance to look for her, and she'll let me go into the sword chi pool to quench my body, which is a cheap advantage for nothing, and missing out on it is going to cause heaven to strike thunder. What kind of a bargain is that?" Natsuki cried and laughed. He had also heard of the vast Chi Sword Alliance's sword chi pool, which was left behind by a great emperor ancestor of the vast Chi Sword Alliance 10,000 years ago before he sat down, and contained a great emperor powerhouse's lifelong experience in the Tao of the sword. It was certainly a good chance for ordinary cultivators. But, that's for ordinary cultivators. Great emperor, it sounds like a bluff, but in fact, it really isn't a strong person, and it can only flaunt its power for a little bit in this acre of land in the lower realm. Other than that, this dragon meat hot pot that we just ate, all made with immortal king level glazed dragons as ingredients, doesn't it throw off your great emperor by dozens of streets? Sia Ji was bitter, quoting scriptures and good words, trying hard to break his daughter's idea of going to the sword chi pool. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Sia Jojo ironically just wanted to go to the sword chi pool to have a look, completely disobeying advice. If it was just that, it would be just that. The big deal was that Sia Ji took out the majesty of being a father, but the little girl is now ghostly. The whole time she put on an expression of supporting the wind and weak willows. "I see pity." The pathetic big eyes flickered and looked at Sia Ji, filled with pleading, and a soft, pouty voice in his ear. "Daddy Jojo really wants to go to the sword chi pool to have a look. Jojo knows that Daddy is the best and can give Jojo better conditions to harden her body. But, Jojo has been suffocating in the courtyard. It's really boring and dull. So father, you just agree to my daughter's request." After holding out for a full 5 minutes, the summer pole was finally sunk by the summer Jojo's shameless but useful spooning tactics. By the time Sia Ji came back to his senses, he had already agreed to the request to take his daughter to the Haochi Sword Alliance in a confused manner, as outrageous as if he had been struck by an illusion. Blunder. Looking at Sia Jojo's little fox-like wry smile, Sia Ji's face darkened. "For the first time I hated myself for being so weak-willed. You can't stand it when you're pampered. Can't you be a little bit better? Can't you have a bottom line? But look at your daughter's adorable smiling face. Forget it. Forget I said it. After all, isn't the bottom line the thing to break? Consider it owed to her from a previous life." Summer pole also see open. "Otherwise stupid girl usually how mischievous. As long as a pampering he is bound to be soft. Perhaps this is the lover in a previous life. Even a heavy sentence cannot afford to say with her. But soft-heartedness is soft-heartedness. In order to prevent oneself from being pitched again, it is still necessary to make a prior appointment." Sia Ji said seriously. It's fine to take you to the vast Chi Sword Alliance, but you also have to promise Daddy a few conditions first. Ah, how so? The little girl puffed up her face, but didn't refuse. Then you say it, I'll see what the conditions are. Article 1. Sia Ji stretched out an index finger. No talking to your sister and about strange things, and no leaking my information to her. Hey, Sia Jojo was astonished, not realizing that the stupid old man had become smart, even though it would be a lot less fun. She agreed painfully. Okay, and then what? Second, Sia Ji thought for a moment and said seriously, you are also not allowed to run around. Even if you want to see the scenery, you must be within my line of sight. So, Natsu Jojo was a little torn. She was actually quite an active personality, and if she couldn't hang out freely, she always felt as if something was missing, and it didn't seem to hurt to play. Chirps French boat, now departing. But, the little girl finally agreed to this condition reluctantly. Then just listen to Daddy. I definitely won't run around. Well, that's Daddy's good girl. Sia Jojo gave him face so much, and Sia Ji was satisfied. Touching his daughter's head, he smiled. For the time being, let's set these two conditions. As long as Jojo can do it, I'll take Jojo to the Swordchi pool. But if you breach the contract halfway through, then don't blame Daddy for forcibly taking you back then. I know, it's not too late. Why don't you simply take me to Sisterin now? The little girl slapped away the large hand that was making a fuss over her head with displeasure, her eyes shining brightly. Looks like it's really looking forward to going out. Sia Ji smiled helplessly and didn't hesitate, sending a divine thought to Jinli, telling it to take good care of the house. And after saying a word to Li Huazhenzhen, he took Jojo and rushed up to the sky. Take out the evergreen boat. Although the strength of Sia Ji is fully capable of achieving the degree of a thought at hand, but, obviously there is transportation. Why bother to fly yourself? Also, you can miss a lot of the scenery if you use everything at arm's length. It's not like we're in a hurry anyway, so it's nice to catch up slowly. Seeing that the foolish old man had pulled out another magic treasure that she had never seen before, Sia Jojo was a little surprised as she sized it up. Every now and then, he would touch the east and look at the west again, with the look of a curious baby. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something shocking, the little girl opened her mouth wide and said word for word, wait, this seems to be an immortal emperor-level magic treasure? Although the evergreen boat looked unimpressive on the outside, there didn't seem to be anything outstanding about it, and it was no different from those 5,000 spirit stones a mana boat sold outside. However, only by looking deeper can one find that the life force inside the mana boat is so surging and dense that it almost turns into substance, as well as the impenetrable. Even if it is an immortal king, there is no way to leave a trace of white marks on its powerful defense. Aha, worthy of my daughter, she still has an eye. Natsuki nodded non-committally. Evergreen boat is indeed his life from the hands of an immortal emperor snatched treasure. That immortal emperor was born with the word green for the number. Rumor is a willow tree incarnation, very good at assisting the way, even if it is his life left behind boat, but also has the effect of the work of creation. Living people white bone. Such a strong magic treasure can even be used as a war fortress when necessary. You actually, really took it as a magic boat? Natsu Jojo was a bit incredulous, although it had been known for a long time that the cheap old man's family would be richer than she could imagine. This was too rich. What is the concept of an immortal emperor-level magic treasure? Even in the upper realm, immortal emperors were the big shots standing at the top of the pyramid. Only immortal emperors could kill immortal emperors, and all below immortal emperors were ants. Even if 1,000 quasi-immortal emperors surrounded a true immortal emperor, in the end, it would definitely be that one true immortal emperor who would be victorious, without any hesitation. This was the difference in the essence of life, just like the difference between a mortal and a true immortal. Even if it was her, when she obtained this level of magic treasure, she would have to carefully collect it, not daring to use it easily. As a result, the foolish old man was good and actually used this immortal emperor-level Dharma boat as a Dharma boat. The spirit will cry when it finds out. Can you please respect the word immortal emperor? Is it strange to use a Dharma boat as a Dharma boat? Sia Ji gave her a very strange look. So what if it's an immortal emperor-level magic treasure? When it was forged in the first place, it was forged in the form of a Dharma boat. So isn't it only natural for me to use it as a Dharma boat? Truly deserved. This is as normal as using a spirit stone as a spirit stone. Available at. How could an immortal emperor-level magic treasure be compared to a spirit stone? Spirit stones were gone. You could always earn them again. But an immortal emperor-level magic treasure is not something that can be bought with something as vulgar as a spirit stone. Looking at the stupid old man's face full of normalcy, Sia Jojo was suddenly a little powerless. The person who always feels out of sorts seems to be himself. She didn't continue to count on this point, as a Dharma boat to use as a Dharma boat. Anyway, I'm just a weak, pathetic and helpless but edible little child. Why do I care so much? An Immortal Emperor level Dharma boat was the first time even she had sat in one in her 2 lives. I've already cleaned this evergreen boat briefly. There are many empty rooms inside. Do you want to pick a bedroom for yourself and go in to rest, or do you want to look at the scenery outside for a while? Well, Sia Jojo, however, was a bit hesitant. What exactly was the interior of the room of an Immortal Emperor level Dharma boat like? Of course she was curious. But, this seems to be readily available? After agonizing for a while, the little girl still said decisively, it's better to look at the scenery outside for a while, and then go back to the room later when I'm tired. Well then, I've opened up the access for you, so whichever room you fancy, just push your way in. Rubbing his daughter's head, Sia Ji smiled gently. Sia Jojo at this moment but rare did not say some words such as, do not touch the head so will not grow taller words, also did not set aside her hand. She now had mixed feelings, always feeling that in front of her father she, a former heavenly demon, was no different from a bumpkin. At the very least, when she was a heavenly demon in the past, she hadn't eaten dragon meat hot pot or ridden in an Immortal Emperor level Dharma boat. Every day is nothing but sleep, and the demons under his command are all uglier than one another, so just looking at them is an eyesore. It's not like now, where you're provided with good food and drink, and there's a big white guy to jerk off to, surrounded by those bastards. Sia Jojo lost all her cultivation and had no choice but to reincarnate. Obviously she was still angry at first. All she could think about was getting back on top and getting revenge on those assholes. I didn't expect to experience a very different kind of family and warmth from my previous life before this, as well as all kinds of delicious and fun things to eat. In that case, shouldn't she be thankful for the group of assholes that mobbed her in her previous life? Blah blah blah. You can't think like that. Those assholes weren't being nice. They wanted to kill themselves initially. It's just that they didn't realize they had this chance. All in all, no matter how it ended later, at least right now in this moment, she was still happy. To be able to be reincarnated as Pop's daughter in a sea of countless people was a rare destiny that could not necessarily be cultivated for hundreds of years. Then, there would be no point in thinking about it. She just wanted to spend more time with her stupid old man before she accomplished her revenge, and enjoy the warmth between father and daughter a little more as well. As for the future, whatever, it was hard to calm down. Sia Jojo reappeared with a smiling face, looking towards the rising sun in the distance and cheering. In the name of the captain, Jojo's phalanx, now departing. What the hell is the Jojo? How come I didn't know the evergreen boat changed its name? I don't care. I'm going to call it the Jojo. Would you believe me if I said I didn't see anything? The vast Chi Sword Alliance was about 100,000 miles away from the 10,000 Fires Sect. 100,000 miles is not too long to say, but not too short to say, for cultivators below the Sage Transformation Realm. Even if they hurried at full speed, day and night, it would still take more than a week to travel. It wasn't as slow for cultivators above the Sacred Transformation Realm, and even if they were at the beginning of the Avatar Realm, only 4 days would be enough to make the entire journey. Like before, and Ruosu and Mingxuan's uncles and nephews had arrived at the 10,000 Flames Sect from the vast Sword Alliance in only 2 days. As for the Evergreen Boat, as an Immortal Emperor level magic treasure, if Sia Ji were to push it with all his might, it was estimated that he wouldn't even need to blink to reach his destination. Not only that, with the might of the Dharma boat erupting in a split second, even if it didn't have the means to destroy the entire lower realm, it was a certainty that the living would be devastated. After all, the unrestricted use of upper realm magic treasures in the lower realm would have been too perverse, so for the sake of the journey's fun and in order not to play up this side of the lower world, he purposely controlled the evergreen boat's traveling speed a bit, keeping it in a not too tight and not too slow zone. After all, going to the vast Sword Alliance was a pleasure trip. There was no need to be in such a hurry. At the beginning, for the scenery along the way, Sia Jojo was still quite interested. Almost the whole time she was lying on the fence of the French boat, and a small bird flying in the sky could draw her cheers for a long time. But as time went on, after getting tired of looking at all the surrounding scenery, the little girl finally couldn't help but yawn and went back to her room to sleep. Until nightfall and the moon is over the trees, the Haochi Sword Alliance's compound finally appeared on the horizon. It was an extremely exaggerated high mountain, like a sheathed sword, thrusting straight into the sky, and surrounded by many other peaks with the same clouds and smoke. With Sia Ji's eyesight, he could even see the pavilions, carved beams, and many cultivators travel through the complex. Is this the Haochi Sword Alliance's residence? Sia Jojo just woke up from sleep, rubbing her eyes and walked out from inside the Dharma boat. She was still a little confused. Her pretty face was dumb and dopey, letting Sia Jian old father's soft heart instantly turn into water. Yes, this is the Haochi Sword Alliance's residence, and your sister Su lives here. Holding his daughter in his arms, he couldn't help but rub her pink little face as Sia Ji smiled. Finally, stretching her waist, Sia Jojo naturally wrapped her arms around her father's neck and buried her head into his arms. her tone a little sleepy. Traveling for so long, I always feel so tired. It's not that long, it's only 2 days. Xiaji flicked his daughter a gentle brain crash. Don't you still have to go to the sword chi pool to quench your body? More or less, you need to get in the spirit. What if I suddenly regret it? The little girl covered her forehead and deflated with some aggression. I want to go home and eat meat. I don't want to go to the sword chi pool. It's all here already. Your sister Su has been waiting for a long time. Xiaji smiled helplessly and put the mana boat into his storage ring. In front of him was the Haochi Sword Alliance. He didn't want to be so high profile and make it known to everyone. After roughly sensing where Ruosu was and realizing that the other party was located in his own residence, Xiaji didn't think too much about it and instantly moved over while holding his daughter. He then flashed out at a faster pace. Sorry. I really didn't know you were taking a bath. I didn't see anything. Even the eyes do not dare to open. The thought of just inadvertently glimpsed the snow-white beauty. Xiaji hate to self-insert eyes. Let you girl so anxious. Can't you use your mind to see what she's doing before you instantly move? This is good. It's embarrassing as hell. And Ruosu also froze. Who would have thought that? For good reason. She was in her bedroom taking a quiet bath when a man suddenly sprang out of the room? Subconsciously, she wanted to draw her sword and cut down this colorful man who suddenly appeared. But suddenly she heard a familiar voice. Look carefully, only to realize that the person who came was that negative man? That's not all. He was even holding Jojo in his arms, and Ruosu's expression at this moment is particularly odd. Reaching out and beckoning a bath towel to block her white and stunningly beautiful body, she deliberately put on a cold demeanor. What did you just see? It was hard to hide the smile in her beautiful eyes. Didn't see anything. I was just blind. Xiaji hadn't dared to open his eyes until now, so naturally he didn't notice the playfulness in her eyes. Just hell-bent on clearing his name. I've never heard of such a thing as being a cultivator and suddenly becoming blind. The corner of Ruosu's mouth slightly hooked, suddenly asked, is it good looking? How is the body? It's a little big. I think it's best if you can just get a hand on it. Xiaji subconsciously opened his eyes, so he wanted to comment on a couple of sentences, only to suddenly realize what he had done halfway through his sentence. Most what? In front of him, the woman was smirking and asking, word for word, what? Not going on? Summer pole. Say. He couldn't wait to give himself a smack in the mouth. How can you not change being so easily hooked when you clearly even have a child? Even Sia Jojo couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Then 3 words slowly came out of his mouth. Den. Summer pole. Damn. Misunderstood by my daughter. Now my heart hurts. On the contrary, and Ruosu was still adding fuel to the fire. The delicate and perfect pretty face of the guru goddess was filled with a gentle smile. If it's Aji then, I actually don't mind. After all, sooner or later, we're going to have to accomplish something even more intimate than this between us. Ha. Offering an awkward, nonchalant smile, Xiaji laughed. Can you put your clothes on before you talk? He was, after all, a man of normal physical and mental development. Can I trouble you to respect me? Hey, and Ruosu, however, was full of innocence. I thought that Aji just likes to look at these, and, if you are here, there is no way for me to change clothes. Or does Aji want to watch me change with my own eyes? Sister, you're my sister. Stop it. I'm begging you, okay? Jojo's still around. Can't you see that the contempt in her eyes is so thick that it's turning into substance? It always felt like, as of today, not a drop of his majesty as a father was left. As expected, coming to the vast sword alliance to find this woman was simply a bad decision. Xiaji took a deep breath and disappeared into the room with his daughter in his arms, quite literally running away. Sexy old man, that must have been a good look just now. Ha! When they arrived outside, Sia Jojo immediately broke free from Xiaji's arms and stayed far away from him, finishing with a wary look. Hey, what kind of look is that? Xiaji was hurt, gritting his teeth and knocking his stupid daughter's brain. If you dare to make up about my father again, there will be no more dragon meat hot pot. Sleepless nights. Wow. How? Pervert Pops threatened her with this again. Sia Jojo was so angry that she wanted to pull his beard. But unfortunately, Xiaji didn't have a beard. So in the end she could only give up. Turning to a sweet smile, he curried. How could that be? Jojo obviously trusts Daddy the most. I'm sure that Daddy didn't intentionally spy on Sister Sue's bath, right? Of course. Xiaji was furious. Am I that kind of person? Who doesn't know that my father is devoted to his love and regards beauty as dirt? And again, even if he really wanted to look, wouldn't it be easier and simpler to sweep his divine mind? Moreover, with his cultivation, there was no risk of exposure, and it was estimated that by the time it was over and Ruosu wouldn't even know that she had been looked at. Man, secretly skimming her mouth. Sia Jojo wisely didn't continue to be serious in this regard, but instead made a look of adoration. Aha, I believe in daddy. For my hot pot. For my roast. This is just a temporary commission. The little girl was mentally cheering herself up. After such a short while of effort, Sia Ji also gradually calmed down. Shouldn't have panicked so much just now. The more critical the situation, the more should be calm. Easily cannot show fear, or will be rubbed round and lose the initiative. Good thing it's not too late. And Rowosa didn't waste too much time and quickly changed her clothes and walked out. It was still the same fairy-inspired white dress that didn't look exposed and wrapped the whole body tightly. But because of the existence of the interlude just now, Natsuki always couldn't help but think back to the equally snow-white torso under that long white dress, and so on, and so forth. Suddenly realizing that his thoughts had gone wrong, Xiaji's old face flushed. Hurriedly, he meditated on the ice-clearing technique and pressed that fire down. It couldn't be helped. Ever since he parted ways with Hua Sheiyue, he had kept himself clean. After all these years of holding back, the energy is that great. I didn't feel bad about being addicted to baby wearing before, but now the fire is all lit up. Look at your expression. Mo is not reminiscing? And Rowoso couldn't help but tickle the corners of her mouth. Ever since reuniting this dog of a man has been acting like he's not interested in her. And now he's just showing his true colors? Originally at first she did get quite angry. After all, somehow she was looked at naked. A woman can't accept it easily. But now Rowoso has looked away. Anyway, in this life she has identified Xiaji this dog man. Let him early to see the light to play to see the light to see the light. Already does not matter. After all, there were more intimate things to be done later, and a child to be conceived together. Thinking about it this way, just being seen naked seems perfectly acceptable. Besides, it would be a blood moneymaker if he could take this opportunity to force him to admit his interest in himself and thus take a leap of faith. What memories? Xiaji almost choked to death on his own saliva, and quickly made a serious face. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, you look like you're having a good time. And Rowoso looked at him with a smile. You still haven't answered me that question just now. Does it look good? What looks good or not? Xiaji retorted. I really didn't see anything. You can't defile people's innocence. Ha, the dog man who dares to look but not recognize. And Rowoso didn't continue to dwell on the topic. Turning his gaze to the Sia Jojo on the side, he smiled and bent down, then pinched her face. I didn't pay attention just now. I didn't expect Jojo to also come. Well, looking at your cultivation, this is a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm already? Yeah, that's why the first thing I did after my breakthrough was to come to you. Sister Sue. Sia Jojo smiled coyly. This girl has recently become more and more skillful in pretending to be good and cute. If someone who is not familiar with her nature is here, maybe she will really be deceived. And Ruosu, who had little contact with her, was clearly the victim. Jojo is really a good boy who keeps his word. Holding the little girl gently in her arms, the smile on Ruosu's pretty face grew more and more gentle. Promise you something, Sister Sue will definitely do it as well. But it's too late tonight. Jojo, now rest here in Sister's place for the night. And wait until tomorrow to go to the sword chi pool to quench your body. How about it? Yeah. At those words, Sia Jojo nodded her head like garlic. After 2 days of sitting in the law boat, she would have been too tired, and even got up the idea of backsliding, if not for Xiaji taking her in one step ahead of time. It is estimated that at this moment, they all started to make a fuss about going home. Now that I could continue to rest for a night, it could be said that it was just what the little girl wanted. So where was the sense in saying no? That what? Seeing that his daughter was about to be abducted, Xiaji felt that he couldn't continue to remain silent. He wanted to say, it's fine if Jojo sleeps with me, but who would have guessed that just as he opened his mouth, and Ruosu sighed coldly flew an eyeblade, you can also sleep in my room if you want to, but Jojo can't be taken away. Summer pole, that's okay. Anyway, you can't lose your daughter, so you can sleep wherever you want. Pretending that nothing happened, he continued, what's that? I think the moon is quite pretty tonight, so I'll just sit outside for the night and enjoy the moon. You guys go to sleep first, you don't have to wait for me. Then without waiting for Ruosu to answer, he pushed the door out without looking back. Ha, colored dog man, and Ruosu didn't bother with him either. Holding Sia Jojo's hand, she similarly pushed the door back to the bedroom. The little girl did hesitate to say, wouldn't it be a little bad to just leave daddy out there? And Ruosu was blocked with, I would like to let your father come in to sleep, but some people would rather look at the moon than stay with us, so let him be. Wait a minute, what the hell is a mother asterisk? Before Sia Jojo could spit out her words, she was pulled into the bedroom by Ruosu and began to cultivate her feelings, unilaterally. I thought I could get a good night's sleep, but I ended up having to force myself to chat with Sister Sue. The smile on the little girl's face grew more and more forced, and her heart vaguely regretted it. I should have known that I would have accompanied my father outside to look at the moon at that time. Unbeknownst to her, her father is now what is called a lonely and unsupported. After waiting for half a day and not seeing his daughter come out to accompany him, Sia Ji was dumbfounded. What happened to the promise that father and daughter would never be apart? How long has it been since we met? And you've been tricked by your sister Sue? Little heartless, I've loved you for so long for nothing. The heart also regrets. Had I known earlier should be cheeky to stay in the house? Even sleeping in the living room is better than camping in the field. Sia Ji didn't know that the little heartless Sia Jojo in his eyes was at the moment forcing a smile, forcing sleep, and chatting with someone. Except for Anjosu. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Can you respect your own persona? I didn't know that Senior visited and failed to entertain in time. Ming Xian is ashamed of his heart, and I hope that Senior Sia will not suggest anything. Early the next morning, and Ming Xian, who had finally learned from his niece that the unfathomable Senior Sia had already stayed in the Sect for a night without a word, and that in Ming Xian, who was the patriarch, knew nothing about it, had his soul nearly flown away in fear. Although he had not been in contact with Sia Ji for a long time, this did not prevent Ming Xian from rising in deep awe of this Sia Senior. There is no way. From the person's handiwork, we can see that this is definitely a top big brother. Saying that it is an immortal from the upper realm sneaking down for a vacation he would believe. Not to mention himself, it was estimated that even if everyone in the entire Houchi Sword Alliance were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for Big Brother. This kind of Big Brother suddenly came to visit the sect. It was definitely something that had to be properly entertained, even if it was not too much to offer up as an ancestor. But what about your own lackadaisical niece? I can't believe they actually let people sit outside alive all night, even though it's the big man himself. Won't you be polite? Even if the big guy may or may not have a crush on you, can't we be a little more understanding and virtuous? God knows how terrified Min Xian was when he initially first heard the news. He was afraid that Sia Ji would feel that he had not entertained him well and become angry, and then slap the entire vast Qi Sword Alliance out of existence. This kind of thing is not without precedent exists. Once there is not know the high ground of the small clan Anger, a great cultivator of the Avatar realm, was a great cultivator of the Avatar realm backhanded extermination. The entire cultivation community not only did not people for that clan, but a sound of praise, unified that this clan was destroyed purely deserved. After all, if you have to go without knowing what to do to mess with those who can't afford to mess with the powerful, who will be exterminated if you're not exterminated? Although the Houchi Sword Alliance was not a small force, it was instead famous throughout the human race. But that also depends on who you're dealing with. In front of this Senior Sia, was there a difference between their Houchi Sword Alliance and a small force? They were all on the level of being destroyed with the flip of a hand anyway. Sia Ji didn't think about it that much. He is not the kind of arrogant fool who goes around acting like a bully just because he has a few points of strength, tolerating a little bit of disrespect from bystanders, and shouting to exterminate your whole family if he doesn't move. When it didn't touch his bottom line, Sia Ji was still quite good at saying yes. I'll take whatever attitude you have toward me and I'll take it toward you. And Ming Xian was so respectful that he was close to kneeling down and kowtowing a few heads to him. As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. And of course, Sia Ji would not put on a face to others. Similarly, he greeted them with a smile, and his mouth also said in relief, it was originally Sia who came in a sudden manner. Alliance Master and need not be concerned. After a few brief pleasantries, seeing that this Senior Sia's face was as usual, there wasn't any dissatisfaction present, and Ming Xian finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Senpai seems to be quite talkative. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and queried, I don't know what exactly is the Senior's great visit. 4. The Houchi Sword Alliance was definitely a top-notch power in the eyes of others, possessing a celestial realm powerhouse at its helm, and its ancestor had even produced an ascended great emperor. But in Ming Xian is very clear, this achievement is really nothing in the eyes of the Sia Senior. After all, people themselves are suspected of the upper realm of the Immortals down to earth, the lower realm of the power of the more powerful and more heaven-defying, but also unlikely to enter his eyes. Since people had already come to his sect, they must be holding some purpose, and Ming Xian thought about it left and right, but he couldn't figure out what exactly his own sword alliance had that could attract the attention of an immortal from the upper realm. It couldn't be that silly niece, could it? Sia Ji didn't hide the purpose of his visit. Touching his daughter's soft little head beside him, he smiled faintly. After Jojo broke through the nascent soul realm, she clamored to come to the vast Qi Sword Alliance to look for her sister Sue, and wanted to enter the Sword Qi pool to have a look at it. So I couldn't argue with her, and could only come to bother Alliance Masterin. With these words, and Ming Xian instantly understood. Turns out it was really about the silly niece. As for Sia Ji's mouth, the so-called couldn't argue with his daughter. That's why he came to the Sword Alliance to harangue her, was naturally taken as a pretext by Ming Xian. I'm afraid it's because this senior Sia is too embarrassed to say that he's here to catch up with his confidant, so he's pulling his daughter out as a shield. isn't it? An understanding smile appeared on the majestic national face, and Ming Xian said cheerfully, no problem. Of course there's no problem. It's just a mere sword chi pool. I can still make the call. Your daughter can stay in there for however long she wants. How about this? Let Ruosa take senior you? I have some other things to take care of on my side, so I won't stay to bother you. Did this guy misunderstand something? The corners of Xia Ji's mouth twitched, seeing in Ming Xian especially for the old and disrespectful to squeeze his eyes, but also full of I understand expression. How do you get it again? Obviously even I don't understand it. This old man dropped this sentence and then withdrew in a puff of smoke, not even leaving him a chance to retort. What could Shaggy do? He could also only show an awkward and unobtrusive smile. Then it would be a trouble for Eldarin? No trouble. And Ruosa smiled and propped up her chin, lengthening her voice. After all, with the relationship between you and I, there's no need to say such polite words, isn't there? Dying. Natsuki blushed. Where's the promised iceberg beauty? Where's the promised flower of the high country? What happened to the promise of no false pretenses to any man? Sister, your persona has collapsed to the point that you don't even recognize your own mother. The domineering female sword fairy who was always high and cold suddenly spoke to you in a soft and charming tone, with a little bit of a seductive little trailing voice. That's a kill that no ordinary person can top. If Ruoso's fanatical suitors saw it, they would probably be able to surrender their weapons on the spot, and in a moment of feverishness, they would dare to break through the fire for her. Even the long-dormant Buddha's heart of Laodicea almost broke. It's true that all women are scourges, and the ancients are true to their word, pretending as if nothing had happened. Sia Ji blandly said, Elder Sia should not joke anymore. My daughter is still here. Ha, horny old man. Only now do you remember that I'm the daughter next to you? Obviously. I was very impressed by the way I looked at you just now. Sia Jojo's gaze was contemptuous, disgusted with Pop's move to use himself as a shield. She knew that, even though her stupid father always talked about how dedicated he was. But aren't all men creatures like that who eat from their bowls and look at their pots and pans? Dedicated men may exist, but they definitely don't include Natsuki. Sister Sue hadn't done anything yet, just flirted with her words, and the horny old man nearly exposed his nature. Plus the woman still lurking in the shadows, named Ji Minghan. She'd like to see just how long the horny old man could hold out in the midst of these successive attacks of love debts. Extort a hot pot. Xia Ji didn't know that his image in his daughter's heart had crumbled to such an extent. The hat of pervert is probably not going to come off anytime soon. He was holding Sia Jojo's hand at this moment, following behind in Ruosu as they walked together towards the world-famous sword chi pool in the vast Chi Sword Alliance. The reason why the Haochi Sword Alliance had become the holy place in the hearts of sword cultivators in the world. This sword chi pool had at least 70% of the credit. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Sword Alliance, Heavenly Sword Emperor, before he was about to ascend, in order to avoid the rapid decline of the clan after he left, he purposely left behind a huge sword pool consisting of sword chi of the Emperor realm. In the sword chi pool, it was rumored to contain 180,000 sword chi, each of which contained the Heavenly Sword Emperor's lifelong understanding of the Tao of the sword. For normal people, sword chi entering the body was absolutely unbearable pain, and it was not too much to even call it a death by 1,000 cuts. But for the many sword cultivators in the world who only have swords in their lives, every sword chi that enters the body represents a step closer to the lifelong enlightenment of that Emperor realm sword cultivator. And while it hurts and is happy. Back then, the Haochi Sword Alliance, it was by virtue of the existence of the sword chi pool, attracted many sword cultivators in the world who aspired to go further and break through to the Emperor realm to join, thus growing along with the trend and developing all the way to the present scale. For every disciple of the vast Chi Sword Alliance, the existence of the sword chi pool was not only a belief, but equally a rare honor. Only the most outstanding disciples in the Sword Alliance were qualified to enter the sword chi pool and let the thousands of sword chi quench their bodies. And as long as you can carry through this extremely painful process, afterwards, without exception, every disciple will usher in a sea change. Break through the realm is a day by leaps and bounds. Lifelong achievement, at least as the peak of the sacred realm, is expected to be the Avatar realm. For thousands of years, the sword chi pool had cultivated countless talented disciples for the Haochi Sword Alliance, and these disciples had grown to become the cornerstones that supported the Sword Alliance. But, just like anything more powerful will have its day of reckoning, the sword chi pool was certainly no exception. The Heavenly Sword Emperor was certainly a supreme powerhouse who had crossed over into the Emperor realm, and this sword chi pool had also been created using his lifelong sense of the sword path. But, time will eventually smooth things out. In the fading of thousands of years, the sword chi in the sword chi pool had grown weaker and weaker after it had almost run out of energy. It's estimated to be not much longer, maybe a decade, maybe a couple of decades. The once famous sword chi pool would then completely disappear into the river of time. In fact, today's sword chi pool had almost become semi-open and semi-closed. Unless one was the kind of disciple who was particularly exceptionally talented and could carry the banner of the next generation, one could only have the honor of entering the sword chi pool to quench their body. Other than that, no one else, not even him, the patriarch, was qualified to enter the sword chi pool. Nowadays, in the entire vast Chi Sword Alliance, there were only 2 people who could freely enter and exit the sword chi pool. One of them was, of course, Ruosu. As for the other person, is the disciple she took when she was young, the same as an amazingly talented teenage pride, and the talent is even better than the master. However, although Mingxian was not qualified to enter the sword chi pool to quench his body, as the patriarch, the power to decide who was qualified to enter the sword chi pool was still there. After all, to put it mildly, today's sword chi pool, after experiencing such a long period of depletion, was no longer the same place of inheritance that had served such a great purpose as to be considered strategic. Today, the sword chi pool is actually more symbolic than practical. Just go all the way. Soon, and Ruoso stopped in front of a towering mountain peak. This is the location where the sword chi pool is located. She stretched out a slender finger and pointed remotely at the top of the mountain. At one time, it was still bustling there, with the outstanding disciples of the clan entering the sword chi pool to quench their bodies. But since hundreds of years ago, this kind of pomp and circumstance has never been seen again. The tone of her voice was a bit despondent, as in Mingxuan's hand-picked next ally, and Ruosu was no weaker than anyone else in terms of her sense of belonging to the clan. Watching the decline of the clan's inheritance land left behind by the old ancestor was certainly not a good feeling. Xiai also probed the so-called sword chi pool with his divine thoughts. It was discovered that there really wasn't anything rare here, nothing more than the sword chi of some emperor realm cultivators, which was quite useful to minor cultivators below the divine profound realm. But that's all. Can such a dilapidated little place really help Jojo quench his body? Being the doting old father that he was, Natsuki couldn't help but be skeptical, seemingly seeing his look of disgust, and Ruosu was somewhat helpless at this moment. It couldn't be helped. The sword chi pool was really not in a very good situation right now. Kind of like an old cadre who had been drained of his energy but never made it to retirement. Just one breath left. She didn't stay on this topic for long and turned to say, "It's better to go up first. The clan has raised many immortal cranes here as transportation. You and Jojo can each pick one you like to ride on." Fruity. In the cloudy part of the mountain peak, there are indeed dozens of snow-white cranes flapping their wings and playing around, emitting a burst of peaceful atmosphere, which makes people forget what they have seen. Sia Jojo instantly glowed with both eyes. Such a fat crane, and so many more. It would be so delicious and flavorful if it was made into a barbecue, wouldn't it? Xiaji knew what she was thinking as soon as he took one look at her expression. At that moment, he did not have the good sense to give this foodie daughter a chestnut. Warned, want to eat meat, when you go home and let Dajin catch it for you. These cranes are spirit beasts bred by others, are not allowed to put down their mouths at will. Hear that? Ooh-hoo, stinky old dad, how dare you beat me for such a reason? Sia Jojo deflated her small mouth, her face aggrieved, tearful eyes looking at him, her watery eyes full of accusations. Obviously I haven't done anything. Nothing has been said. The little girl covered her head and grumbled under her breath. Unless you make me another dragon meat hot pot when we get back, otherwise I won't forgive you. This look of food begging and gluttony is particularly adorable. Xia Ji looked a little amused. An old father's heart softened and softened. Finally, he sighed, counting as my father being afraid of you. A meal of true dragon hot pot is a meal of true dragon hot pot. But now, you have to honestly enter the sword chi pool to quench your body, and you are not allowed to renege on the way, or else the hot pot will be gone. Got it? Humph. Quenching the body is quenching the body. Sia Jojo looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Foolish old man, you have underestimated me too much. I won't give up halfway. The little girl was arrogant and hated it when people doubted her determination. Without further ado, Sia Ji nodded towards Ruosu, then casually beckoned an immortal crane and took the lead to ride on it. These cranes have been pampered since childhood, and their temperament is more arrogant than one another. Ordinary disciples, not to mention riding them, even close, will attract a crowd of siege, must peck that offending disciple's head before giving up. Even Ruosu had spent a long time in the beginning to make a good relationship with one of the cranes and was willing to take her up the mountain. Modification of the Kenki pool, but now he was facing the summer pole. These cranes, however, were one by one well behaved, and not only did they not dislike it in the slightest, but instead scrambled to be the first to come up. There was even a fight over the bit that would carry Natsuki up the mountain, completely corrupting the ethereal and elegant image of the immortal crane clan, and Ruosu all but looked dumbfounded for a moment. It's actually not without reason. Xiaji's strength was there after all, and even if he had done nothing and had not leaked even a trace of his aura, there was still no way to hide what was essential. Cranes are not humans, and their perceptions are far beyond normal. Although he couldn't see through Xiaji's bottom line, He could also tell that this was a powerful and bombastic big brother, and it wasn't incomprehensible that he would rush up to pander to the animal's instinct to avoid harm. Ditto for Sia Jojo. The little girl was the reincarnation of the great sun lotus in this life, and she was born with extraordinary followers, and her affinity for the heavenly Tao was unparalleled. Without any hesitation, although she was only at the nascent soul realm now, if she didn't take the initiative, even a magic beast at the transformation saint realm wouldn't take the initiative to attack her. This father and daughter are really a line of freaks. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, and Ruosa calmed her mind and flew all the way towards the direction of the sword chi pool on the immortal crane. Half a column. Xiaji finally saw the true face of the sword chi pool. Although he had briefly probed with his divine thoughts before, he still couldn't help but sigh when he actually saw the sword chi pool. It's a little too raggedy, isn't it? The place was quite big, estimated to be as big as half a soccer field. However, it appeared to be exceptionally empty. There was not much sword chi left in the pool. If the sword chi pool at its peak could score 100 points, now 10 points was too much. Sia Jojo couldn't help but feel a little disgusted as well. Thought it was a good place. Didn't he realize it was so decayed? Originally, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to withstand the pain of thousands of sword chi entering her body, but now she was relieved. Don't talk about the thousands of sword chi. It was already rare to gather a few hundred sword chi now. After all, the little girl was someone who had been a heavenly demon, and thought that she could still survive this little pain. I was excited to get into the pool and experience it, but I was stopped by my stupid old man. I think, Xiaji said in a serious tone, that this sword chi pool needs to be remodeled. Natsu Jojo? And Josu? Two women, one large and one small, couldn't figure out what he was up to. Xiaji, however, didn't care how they reacted and had already begun to work on remodeling the sword chi pool. Since he was going to quench his body, as his Xiaji's daughter, of course he was going to use the best conditions. This sword chi pool was obviously not qualified, so it would have to be remodeled by his own hands. Back then, the Heavenly Sword Emperor had left behind his lifelong realization of the way of the sword, wanting to benefit future generations with it. In fact, he did succeed, and the sword chi pool was responsible for the development of the Haochi Sword Alliance to its current size. It also inspired Summer Pole. Since a mere Emperor realm Heavenly Sword Emperor could leave behind a pool of sword chi for the benefit of future generations, why couldn't he? It was no exaggeration to say that in this world, people who could surpass him in terms of swordsmanship did not yet exist. Back when he had just crossed over, Xiaji hadn't realized how demonic his talent was, coupled with the fact that he had always been extremely interested in those sword cultivators in movies and TV dramas who floated like immortals. He had resolutely chosen the sword as his weapon after embarking on the path of cultivation. He was addicted to practicing sword all day long and could not stop himself. After such a long time had passed, even Xiaji himself wasn't sure just how powerful his sword Dao cultivation was today, but if we take the full level of the sword Dao at 100 levels, he is now about 101 levels? Ahem. It's better to keep it on the down low and go by 100 levels. All in all, he was still quite confident in this aspect of sword practice. The book returns to the subject. As a man of action, Summer Pole has always done what he thinks. 2 fingers together, he made a slight stroke in the air. Click. Something seemed to be overwhelmed, producing a shattering sound to ring out. Even the air made a mournful sound under these sword fingers. Xiaji's expression remained unchanged as he faced the direction of the sword chi pool and put up his 2 fingers again. A sword chi rushed up from his fingertips, even vaguely issued a roaring sound. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into everything. It finally transformed into a river stream composed entirely of sword chi, roaring and surging into the pool. The sword chi pool, which had already declined to the extreme and would last no more than a few more decades at most, once again took on new life. Even more so than at its peak. Sia Jojo had looked dumbfounded. She gazed dumbfounded at the foolish old man, watching him transform the sword chi pool, which was like a dying old man, little by little, into the vibrant appearance it was now, and her heart was saddened to the extreme. Xiaji, however, mistook her eyes for admiration and gratitude towards her father, so he smiled and touched the little girl's head. There is no need to thank my father. In order for my daughter to have a good environment to quench her body, this is all what I should do. Thank you? Yes, I do thank you. You're a vicious asshole, aren't you? I think you want me to die in there. Sia Jojo gritted her teeth and said, Stinky old dad, you have not considered. Can I withstand your sword gas this problem? I'm obviously still a child who just broke through the nascent soul realm. Why go through all this? What kind of grudge is this? It's not even real anymore. Don't worry, don't worry. How could my father let Jojo be in danger? Xiaji instead comforted her with a smile. These sword chi have already been weakened by me and maintained at a moderate level. No more, no less, just the limit of what you can endure, guaranteeing that there won't be the slightest bit of danger. These words were still barely believable to Natsu Jojo. After all, how much the idiot old man loved her, Sia Jojo knew better than anyone else, and there was simply no way that this daughter-slave would let his daughter be in danger. But, even so, the little girl's small, pink, bud-like face was still full of hesitation. It's gonna hurt, right? That must have hurt. The cultivation level of the stupid old man was so high that Sia Jojo had never seen one stronger than him even in his 2 lives. Such a strong person who stood at the top of the pyramid. Even if he had specially weakened his sword chi, it was by no means something that an ordinary person could withstand. Moreover, on that very first day of transmigration, Sia Jojo had also seen Sia Ji use his finger as a sword to easily and effortlessly decapitate an evil dragon that was at least in the quasi-emperor realm. Although that finger was not coming at her, the little girl still can't help but have a mental shadow. It always felt like the next moment he stepped into the sword chi pool, he would be twisted into pieces by the thousands of sword chi inside. Thinking so, she said in a weak tone, "Father, can Jojo not go in?" Instead of continuing to indulge her as usual, Natsuki asked rhetorically, "What do you think? A fairy descends to the world, idiom, an immortal descends to the world of mortals." In fact, Sia Ji was a person who could prioritize very well. Usually spoiling the little girl was out of the old father's loving heart. This doesn't mean that Natsuki will be an incompetent father who dotes on his children. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way to change one fact. In this side of the world, it is said that the strongest is the most respected, and whoever has the biggest fist has the right. The weak can only be dominated by the stronger, and will be turned to dust in just over 100 years. Would Natsuki allow that to happen? Of course not. He didn't want his daughter's breakthrough to be too fast, but that didn't mean that he would likewise want her to not cultivate properly. Quite the contrary. Sia Ji actually valued the progress of Sia Jojo's cultivation. No matter what Jojo's identity was in her previous life, at least in this life, she was transformed by the divine object, the great sun lotus. It can be said that right out of the womb you stand at a pinnacle that many people never reach in their lifetime. With such a good talent, of course Sia Ji couldn't let Jojo waste it. He mainly played a gatekeeper role. It's okay for Jojo to be sneaky and lazy on weekdays, but when it's time to work hard on cultivation, you have to work hard on cultivation, and all the pampering and cute is useless. In order for his daughter to have a good environment for quenching her body, Sia Ji had already made a personal effort to remodel the grate of the sword chi pool. In this situation, if Char Jojo gave up halfway and knew what to do, then Shaji would be angry. If Natsuki is very angry, someone will be out of luck. For example, if Jojo really wants to go back on his words, revealing a smile that was gentle to the extreme, he said slowly, "Then you'll be punished for 3 years by being limited to a vegetarian diet." Why in the world is there such a nasty old dad? Sia Jojo's face went white with fear. Within 3 years, only vegan? Are you the devil? I'm your own daughter. You can't go this far even with a prisoner. With a jolt, the little girl looked at her daddy with a gaze full of horror. On the contrary, Sia Ji was still in a poised manner, seemingly not even realizing exactly how horrible words he had just said, still asking the little girl rhetorically, "So, is Jojo sure she wants to back out?" No. I think it's actually necessary to quench my body a bit." Sia Jojo shook her head into a rattlesnake, desperately denying it, fearing that if she was one step slow, she would be punished by her unscrupulous father for 3 years of only being allowed to eat veggies. Father is farsighted, and Jojo deeply respects that. Daddy's a jade, and Jojo couldn't be prouder. This type of horse asterisk is even more of a no-brainer. Only then did Sia Ji nod his head in satisfaction and rubbed his daughter's soft little head. That's what makes her a good daughter for her father. Sia Jojo's small face stiffened. The cavity did not dare to open. Good thing this embarrassment didn't last long. Soon after, she gathered herself together and couldn't wait to jump into the sword chi pool that had been refreshed after being transformed and completed. Her back was quite a bit of a mess. It was only then that Sia Ji realized that Enrowosu, who was on the side, was looking at him with complicated eyes. There was no flirting, no smiles, no icy coldness. It was an extremely complicated look similar to a good friend you've known for years suddenly shows a side you've never seen before. Sia Ji subconsciously touched his nose, rarely somewhat ashamed. "Why are you looking at me like this?" And Ruosu didn't answer first. It was a full moment before she withdrew her gaze and returned to her usual appearance. Then in an exclamatory tone, he said, "Sometimes, I really can't help but wonder if you're a monster in human skin." "Ah, this." Sia Ji drew the corners of his mouth. "Then I'll just take it as if you're complimenting me." And Ruosu smiled. A compliment indeed. Even though he had known this man for many years, had countless dark histories of his youth in his hands, and thought he knew him better than 99% of the people in the world. But at that moment just now, she still couldn't help but be shocked. The sword chi pool, for every disciple of the vast chi sword alliance, was no longer just a place used for cultivation. That was faith, a totem, a witness to the fact that the vast Sword Alliance had stood for 10,000 years and had developed step by step to its current size. Not long ago she was despondent about what the light would be like within the Sword Alliance when the day came when the sword chi pool was completely depleted. And how much of a blow would this fact deal to the disciples? It wasn't that Immortals hadn't thought about trying her best to repair the energy consumed by the sword chi pool, so that this place of inheritance left behind by her ancestors could continue. But she couldn't do it. The Heavenly Sword Emperor was, after all, a former Emperor Realm powerhouse, and without entering the Emperor Realm, he simply didn't have the ability to repair the sword chi pool. But the Emperor Realm, how could it be so simple to break through? And Ruoso had lived for so long, and since her debut, she was also a genius-level character praised by the clan elders. But until now, she was only at the peak of the Divine Passage Realm. There was still a Celestial and a Quasi-Emperor in the middle of the distance to the Emperor Realm. Not everyone was like Sia Jojo, whose talent was so perverted that it pressed on, and whose cultivation breakthroughs were as simple as eating and drinking water. She was just an ordinary little genius, stronger than average, but not so heaven-defying that she could suppress a world. Therefore, can only watch the sword gas pool decline day by day? Today more defeat yesterday. But a miracle happened. There had been countless sect elders and supreme ancestors who had gone to great lengths and racked their brains in a vain attempt to perpetuate the sword chi pool, but they had all failed. But now, just now, the pool of sword chi, which was already on the verge of drying up, was revitalized in the hands of a man. No, you can't say that. It should be that man, recreating a whole new pool of sword energy, even more powerful than the original sword chi pool. What kind of concept is that? All along, and Ruosu was well aware that Xiaji's strength was definitely far beyond her imagination. The two of them were considered to be of the same age. But back then, when Xiajie transformed into the Saint Realm, she was only at the sensational Heaven Realm, and that was still with the clan's full cultivation behind her. After so many years, she was no longer that weak little girl, with a peak cultivation of the Avatar Realm. Even if she looked at the entire human race, she was still considered a famous powerhouse. And Ruosu had thought that after so much time had passed, Xiaji would at most exceed her by 1 or 2 realms, and at the most, he would not be able to exceed the Emperor Realm. But now, she felt she was still too conservative. Even if it was a true Emperor Realm, or even if the original Heavenly Sword Emperor was alive, it was also impossible for him to transform the sword chi pool into a higher grade body tempering sanctuary as he had done so with a light touch. And this was even after considering whether or not Sia Jojo could withstand it. So it was purposely compressed. Then the situation is already obvious. Xiaji's strength had already exceeded the limits of what the lower realms could withstand. That is to say, he's really, Immortals come down to earth, separated by a wall. Silence. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. It was only after a good half a dozen moments of effort that Ruoso said with a face full of complexity, "Tell me honestly, what realm are you actually in now? What realm am I in?" Natsuki was in a bit of a bind. In fact, he didn't know exactly what realm he was in right now. The cultivation levels in the upper realm were divided into Great Emperor, True Immortal, Immortal King, Quasi-Immortal Emperor, and Immortal Emperor. Logically speaking, Immortal Emperor was already the upper limit, but since Xiaji had broken through Immortal Emperor, he was still endlessly getting stronger, and the expression of bottleneck seemed to not exist at all for him. Not even the heavens could bind his cultivation. It's still the same. If the full level is 100 levels, then he is probably just 101 levels now. After all, one has to keep a low profile, but such words might not be believed by Ruosu even if they were said. After all, she was still just a rookie in the Avatar realm. She had never even seen a true great emperor, so even if she spoke in a profound manner, she might not be able to understand. So after thinking about it, Xiaji decided to tell a well-intentioned lie. Just pretend that I've become immortal. What do you mean when you've become immortal? And Ruosu was a bit helpless. To be immortal is to be immortal. To be unfulfilled is to be unfulfilled. What's wrong with me being you? Though this dog man talks left and right, one thing is for sure though, his cultivation was never below the great emperor realm, and he was most likely a true immortal who had descended from the upper realms. Thinking so, and Ruosu's heart was a little complicated again. The gap is getting bigger. After parting with Xiaji for such a long time, she did not slack off in the slightest, practicing hard, day after day. Even in Mingxian had dissuaded her more than once that although cultivation was good, one should not be greedy, and that the body and mind were equally important. It is in this spirit of desperation. In the end, she could only barely break through to the peak of the Avatar realm, and although Celestials were expected, it was likely that she would only be able to stop at Celestials for the rest of her life. Is the Celestial realm strong? Of course strong. The day she broke through the Celestial realm was the day she took over in Mingxuan's position and became the new alliance leader of the vast Qi Sword Alliance. The dowry is there, the status is there, and the strength is there, but these are not enough. There was simply no comparison between them and a great power that had at least all the cultivation of the Emperor realm, and was probably even a true immortal. And Ruosu was actually a very proud woman. Because of his pride, he was extraordinarily possessive of Xiaji and didn't even allow him to talk to the female cultivator next to him. This was one of the reasons why Xiaji finally chose to die and hide, though she has changed a lot now after the many things that have happened since then. One thing remains the same. Since the beginning, she had believed that the person in this world who was most worthy of Xiaji was none other than her. If you were a lock, I would be the only key to unlock it. You and I were made for each other. Thoughts like that kept filling her mind. But now, and Ruosu was shaken. The gap between the Avatar realm and a true immortal was simply too great. It was just like a mortal woman facing a towering immortal. It was already a great blessing to be able to muster the courage to speak a word with the immortal. How could she dare to fantasize about monopolizing the immortal? She was even worried that if she continued like this, the gap would widen and she would be disliked by Xiaji and would no longer be able to look down on her. This girl's nature is already straight, and her joys and sorrows are all on her face. Xiaji watched as her expression changed, sometimes shocked, sometimes grudging, sometimes despondent, the same as a Sichuan opera face change. The heart was creepy, couldn't help but be wary. What bad ideas are you thinking of again? Thoughts were interrupted, hearing the dog man's guarded words, and Ruosu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why would you think that? Natsuki didn't say anything, just still staring at her warily, like Little Red Riding Hood facing the big bad wolf, and Ruosu was suddenly much more relaxed. She felt a little obsessed and downright paranoid. Since the beginning, Xiaji was not the type of person who would be proud of himself just because the next person's cultivation was not as good as his own. He only made friends based on eye contact, never on cultivation, and none of them could be stronger than him anyway. How could someone who could quiet his mind and talk and laugh with mortals dislike her because of her cultivation? Eyeing the with another heartfelt smile, it seemed as if she wasn't the one who had just inexplicably lost her mind. Natsuki was still a bit worried. Couldn't have been so stressed out that he suffocated himself to the point of psychosis, could it? After all, they were old friends, and out of humanitarian concern, Xiaji still asked, "Are you really okay? It looks a little weird." "Of course it's fine," and Ruosa shook her head, looking at the dog man who was obviously worried but still had to act like he didn't care, and suddenly her heart got weird. "Come closer, I have something to say to you." She said so. Natsuki couldn't understand what she was up to again, but come to think of it, he's a big old man, so he can't possibly be at a disadvantage anyhow, can he? So, after a moment's hesitation, he moved forward as he was told. "Closer, this distance is still too far," and Ruoso urged her in a small voice, as if she was worried that Sia Jojo, who was quenching her body in the sword chi pool, would hear her. Xiaji was even more hesitant, always feeling that this woman was up to no good, having the intention to retreat. Who would have thought that it was such a moment's effort that Ruosu actually chose to take the initiative? The long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like fluttering butterflies. In such a close distance, Xiaji could even see the extremely faint and light gentleness in the depths of her dark pupils, like a pool of spring water, stirring up the strings of whose heart? The faint aroma hit my face, and my cheeks suddenly cooled. Something seems to have printed up. Xiaji didn't even have time to savor the sweet taste. The person in front of him had already darted back, putting on an appearance that nothing had happened, and tilted his head slightly at him. She was smiling, a crescent moon smile. Natsuki had never seen such a sweet and innocent smile, as if it was enough to remember for half a lifetime. He suddenly realized that the girl in front of him had grown up, no longer the little girl who would be jealous for a long time if she saw him talking to another woman. Her waist was thin and her legs long, her plait beautiful and smooth. She was a more traditional oriental beauty, every bit of which grew on his aesthetic. With his strength, was there really no way to avoid that light as a feather kiss just now if he had the intention? The sound of a clear, shallow laugh rang in his ears. It was her speaking, but he couldn't make it out. Sharp Pole thought, yes, it might not really be possible to hide, because in this world, the only person you can never fight against is yourself. In the sword chi pool in the distance, Sia Jojo was still clenching her teeth and trying to accept the baptism of the sword chi. It's just a wall away. Her beloved dumbass old man is being wildly teased, even molested, by a woman. You're playing with fire. Summer Jojo's situation at the moment was really not good. The sword chi pool that had been remodeled by Xiaji, the sword chi in the pool, although it had been purposely suppressed, was still not that easy to withstand. Regardless of how outstanding Summer Jojo's heel was, how demonic her talent was, and how terrifying her future accomplishments would be, at least for the time being, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. Nowadays, she had only just broken through the innate realm and stepped into the nascent soul realm's cultivation level. Nascent soul realm, is it strong? To say that it was strong was also strong. On the cultivation path, Whether it was the Hotian realm or the innate realm, it was the stage of laying the foundation, paving the way for the future. Certainly much stronger than a mortal martial artist, but in the end did not break through the limitations of mortal. Only after entering the nascent soul realm could one be called a true cultivator. A metamorphosis, a transformation, a sublimation on the level of life. Even in Ruosu, a reputable heaven's favorite daughter, only managed to step into the nascent soul realm at the age of 14 in the first place. Compared to that, how old is Charlotte this year? If you count from the day she was officially born, it's not even a year. There was no doubt about the young girl's talent. If she was given enough time, she would definitely be able to break the mold and become an immortal in the future. And even achieve a true immortal emperor with the help of Sia Ji would be a breeze. But, no matter how glorious the future may be, it is still later. At least right now, Sia Jojo was just a small chicken of the nascent soul realm. Sia Ji's sword chi was something that even a true immortal king immortal emperor was powerless to resist. And even if it had been weakened countless times now, it was still not something that a little girl under the age of a week could easily withstand. Truth be told, after entering the sword chi pool, Sia Jojo only had one feeling from the beginning to the end. Ouch! The limbs and bones, even extending all the way to the depths of the bone marrow, were all in fiery pain, like 1,000 arrows through the heart. It is like 1,000 cuts. Even the tortures of the human world, with their fierce reputation, pale in comparison to this unearthly agony. Every muscle in his body was bathed in the shadow of the sword that covered the sky, being torn apart, being reorganized, then, continued to be torn apart, week after week, one after the other. If she was really just an ordinary little girl, she probably couldn't help but pass out from the pain at this moment. But after all, Sia Jojo was a supreme heavenly demon in her previous life. Although her character was a little bit more Buddhist, and she didn't have that laborious heart of a strong person, but her tolerance for pain was still noteworthy. So far, at least, the little girl had endured in silence, without uttering a single word of pain. She remembered her goal after all, to get revenge on the assholes who had besieged her in her past life and forced her to disintegrate and reincarnate as a soldier. The process of quenching the body in the sword chi pool was painful, but the effect was also outstanding. Each sword chi contained Sia Ji's lifelong understanding of the Tao of the sword, and while it was hammering her body, it was also feeding her the sword Tao memories of a top powerhouse. What's wrong with a little pain compared to getting stronger? How in the world can you want to get stronger and not want to pay the corresponding price? Even if it was Sia Ji, to get to where he was now, he had fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and blood with one shot and one sword. One wrong step and you're doomed. Since ancient times, it had never been heard that any strong person who suppressed a world had grown up peacefully in an ivory tower, and almost every great cultivator who was able to leave a mark in the river of time had stepped on mountains of corpses and seas of blood and bones under his feet. If those sword cultivators who were as addicted to swords knew that a single pain could be exchanged for the enlightenment of a top sword Tao powerhouse, those who were willing to come and suffer this kind of pain could be lined up from the heavenly pillar peak to the swallowing flame mountain. Sia Jojo knew very well that on weekdays she could be pampered and adorable to her stupid old man, playing the role of an innocent and cute, while slightly arrogant, obedient daughter. But in essence, she was still the supreme heavenly demon from her previous life who had suppressed all beings and made the four seas submit. As a heavenly demon, how can you be afraid of pain? How embarrassing would it be to spread the news? Therefore, whether it was for the sake of her face as a heavenly demon, or for the sake of firming up her heart for revenge, even if it hurt no matter how much, and even on the verge of not being able to hold back her tears, Sia Jojo still clenched her teeth and didn't allow herself to let out even a single moan. Moan. A swollen face is no more than a swollen face. When is this endless torture going to stop? Couldn't help but let out a cry of sadness. The little girl's little mouth was deflated, and she wanted to cry in her heart. Ahem. Coughing somewhat awkwardly, Sia Ji tried hard to put on a calm demeanor, but unfortunately the stimulation given by Farian just now was just too great, and to a normal male like him who had held back for several years and was physically and mentally healthy, the killing power could be considerable. In the end, I could only reluctantly change the topic and said, Jojo, actually managed to last this long, it's really out of my expectation. But Enrowosu was not willing to let him off easily. What about me? Have I outdone you? What's going on? Xiaopol was bitter. What about the promised high cold iceberg traditional beauty? He had the intention of refusing to answer, but unfortunately, after taking such a big advantage just now, he really didn't have the courage in his heart. Finally, he simply broke his heart and threatened, Woman, you're playing with fire. Natsuki can vouch for that. If it wasn't for the fact that the time and place were all wrong, and there was also his daughter quenching her body in the sword chi pool next to him, just based on Enrowosu's behavior just now that intentionally provoked him, she definitely couldn't get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. A pervert who destroyed immortal emperors with a snap of his fingers, who didn't even know how strong he was. had accumulated 4 years' worth of evil fire, and if he suddenly let it out in a brainstorm, just how terrifying would it be? I don't know who was actually blessed with this treatment in the end. So what if you play with fire? And Ruoso's pretty face was a little red, but still did not show any timidity, and her gaze was calm. I just don't know. If you have the guts to do this? Damn. How did this woman suddenly become so difficult? Natsuki crumbled a bit, glancing at Jojo beside her. The little girl still had her eyes tightly closed and was gritting her teeth to endure the pain of the sword chi quenching her body. Anger grew from his guts. He couldn't help but sneer. Have this guts? I'll let you see if I have the guts, waving his hand to make up a boundary. At the same time, his right hand explored like lightning. Before the woman could react, he had already wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and the faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. And Ruosu also came back to her senses at this moment. It was true that she hadn't expected Natsuki's sudden outburst. I thought that this dogman would still be like before, no matter how much she tried to wimp out. But I didn't expect this time to be unexpectedly decisive. Her sensitive waist fell into the enemy's hands. She subconsciously bit her pink lips, and watery feelings welled up in her clear and transparent beautiful eyes. The charm that erupts from the cold and dusty Farian in a moment of emotion is enough to cut down the world's heroes. You're my master's fiancé? Summerpole is no exception. He was not a herbivore and could only blush and say nothing to the repeated female advances. To put it bluntly, when Master Sia stepped on several boats, Yuan Ruosu was still an uninitiated little girl. Before, because of various reasons, for the temptation of women, Xiaji collectively choose to play dumb. As long as I do not take the trick, you cannot take me. Unfortunately, this approach didn't prove to be very useful. At least it didn't work for Enruso. He was able to play dumb, but that was with the certainty that the woman only dared to pay lip service and not go down in person. Now that Enruosu had broken the pot and even dared to kiss him backhandedly and forcefully. At this point, if he continued to play dumb, sooner or later one day he would be eaten without any bone crumbs left. Although Xiaji had a hunch that with his own nature, even if he had the so-called bottom line, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But, even if it doesn't last long, it's still better than surrendering on the spot, right? You can pick me up whenever you want. I don't want to lose face, do I? Even if we really want to reconnect, I must be the one to take the initiative. And the position of a female on top of a male is not in line with Natsuki's style of behavior. Coupled with the idea of not taking advantage of a bargain, he decisively counterattacked under Enruosu's step-by-step pressure. The pale pink lips shimmered with rich color and had a jelly-like texture in the sunlight. Xiao Laotao, who was extremely obsessed with food, naturally wouldn't let go of this kind of deliciousness in front of him, and didn't even hesitate for a moment, and ate the jelly happily. Originally, he just wanted to give this arrogant woman a little color and collect some interest in the process. Who knew that after just getting started Xiaji was a bit out of control? The right hand that had previously wrapped around the woman's slender waist became harder and harder, and had simply become a Siamese twins. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, Sia Jojo in the sword chi pool finally couldn't endure the quenching of the sword chi and cried out with a cry. It is estimated that today's competition will definitely result in a fatality. Oh. So painful. Stupid old man actually really left people in there for so long. Don't even care about me. The little girl who was finally fished out of the sword chi pool cried with pearly blossoms. Her delicate and powerless little fists hammered on Xiaji's chest one after another. Her tone accusing. You definitely don't like me anymore. You must have another cub outside. Cough cough. Xiaji is full of embarrassment, because in other women too forgetful. So forget that his daughter is still suffering next to him. This kind of thing cannot be said in any case. So how to look at how to be justified, he can only whisper to beg for forgiveness. Jojo, forgive daddy, okay? Daddy really did not mean. After all, see you before not saying a word. Look, I thought this kind of pain in the range you can accept it. And Ruoso's expression at the moment was also a bit weak, and she didn't even dare to look squarely at Sia Jojo, for fear of being broken by the ghostly little girl. Just in his heart, he still couldn't help but reminisce about the attack on the city just now, with the break-in. Is this the book, The Secret of the Boudoir Between a Man and a Woman? Good. So weird. Subconsciously biting her pink lips, Farian forced herself to calm down, while her long legs under her snow-white Lucien dress couldn't help but merge, some, unsteady on their feet. Sia Jojo didn't notice this vegetarian sister's odd reaction. The little girl's heart at this moment is aggrieved tight, although she understands that in order to become strong, just suffer some pain is nothing. She should insist on it, and it is even more unlikely that she will blame Xiaji for this. But understanding is one thing, aggravation is another. There's no way, being spoiled more by Xiaji, wanting the stars to have the stars, wanting the moon to have the moon, wanting to eat dragon meat hot pot. One word, Xiaji will go and catch it for her without saying a word. Is there anyone else in the whole world who can get this kind of treatment? In 2 lifetimes, This was the first time someone had been so caring and considerate to her. All good relationships are addictive. Early on, without realizing it, even Sia Jojo herself didn't know just how deep her attachment to her stupid old man was now. Accustomed to her father's pampering and attentiveness to her, the little girl had become petulant to the point where she was resigned to a little bit of suffering. 10 hot pots, true dragon hot pot, and no withholding of my meals for any reason, or else I'll never ignore you as a bad father again. Bitterness has already been suffered, and this moment is almost vented. Always to get yourself some more benefits. She threw her arms around her daddy's neck and made a point of making a super aggressive face, her face bulging into a bun. Xiaji was worried about how to coax this little ancestor, and of course he was busy agreeing when he heard this. Not to mention 10 hot pot meals, even if it's 100 or 1,000, as long as his daughter can get over her anger, he'll cover it all. Of course, 1,000 meals was still too much. It was estimated that all the clans of the True Dragon clan combined could not reach this number, and Xiaji did not have the materials even if he wanted to make a hot pot. True Dragon 1, I may not be human, but you're a real dog. That's more like it. Sia Jojo grunted twice. In fact, she hadn't been angry with Xiaji. After all, the decision to come to the sword chi pool was made on her own, and no one forced her to enter the sword chi pool to quench her body. The reason why I was angry just now was just to make a little fuss. Having raked in enough favors for the moment, he couldn't help but smile, and even gave his dad a kiss on the side of his face as a reward for him. Seeing that the little girl finally subsided, Xiaji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Enrowosu next to him again. His heart was a little complicated. After today's events, it was estimated that this woman was even less likely to give up. It's just a matter of letting her be. It's not like she's losing out anyway. With this thought, Xiaji had intended to say something to ease the atmosphere, but who would have thought that Enrowosu would have spoken before him? Since Jojo has finished quenching her body, I will first take her back to change into clean clothes. You can wait here for a while, or you can wander around inside the sect. After saying that, and without giving him a chance to retort, she held Sia Jojo's hand and went back to her bedroom, with such a hurried pace that she even forgot to take the descending crane. It seems that he is not the only one who was affected by that episode just now. Natsuki shook his head. With his daughter abducted, there was no point in him continuing to stay here, and with nothing to do, he planned to walk around the vast Sword Alliance and take a break. Who would have expected that only just after taking 2 steps, the entrance to the sword chi pool suddenly flashed out a young girl, wearing a snow-white samurai uniform, with bright eyes, who was surveying him without hiding her curiosity in the slightest. Are you Natsuki? Those were the first words out of her mouth. My master's fiancé? Those were the second words out of her mouth. Natsuki? I'd like to meet you, ma'am. Where did this gossip party come from? The corners of Xiaji's mouth twitched. If you don't know a second person named Xiaji, then it is indeed me. But, what's the deal with your master's fiancé? And who is your master? How dare you not even know who your fiancé is? Who expects? The young girl heard this. The performance is actually more surprised than him. Seems to be figured out the joints. Her eyes become gradually unkind. The will not. You this guy, is to want to repent the marriage right? What the hell is repentance again? Xiaji couldn't help but hold his forehead. How did he feel that this sister wasn't too smart? He said helplessly, I really don't know who your master is, and I don't know how this fiancé status came about. After all, I even have a daughter. Even a daughter? The young girl was shocked when she heard one of them, with a look of the sky collapsing. How many things did I miss this time when I was in seclusion? When exactly did master become pregnant? The color of her pretty face changed, sometimes happy, sometimes lonely, like completely immersed in their own little world. Xiaji had to cough gently to interrupt her thoughts. So, who exactly is your master? Can we talk now? Ah, sorry, that was rude of me. Finding herself out of sorts, the girl's pretty face reddened, hastily calmed down, and only then did she say in a solemn tone, Vast Chi Sword Alliance, Elder Enrowosu's disciple, Mu Jianli, see the master. Master. It seemed to be that he didn't know what to call Natsuki. After hesitating for a moment, she still clenched her teeth and firmly said, Mu Jianli, meet senior mother. What the hell is a teacher's wife? Xiaji blackened his face, although he had long had a guess. When the mystery was revealed, he couldn't help but have a complicated mood. It turns out that in the eyes of the onlookers, the relationship between him and Enrowosu has been so outrageous. Unmarried couples are out. God knows if others will pass it on even more. And it's even harder to stop such completely false rumors. Even if Xiaji was no longer powerful, it was impossible to block the long mouths of the people in the world, unless he could shark all the cultivators who knew about this matter. But is that realistic? After all, he wasn't some kind of devil, and couldn't do this kind of act of slaughtering the world because of his own selfishness. Not to mention, this rumor thing is a shark that won't stop, and Rowosu was already a renowned fairy-level stunner in the cultivation world, and the emotional gossip of such a character would naturally attract the attention of many people. It's impossible to stop it, and it's useless to dispel rumors. No one will believe them. The best way is to deal with it coldly. Both sides do not give a response. After a long time, others will naturally find it uninteresting, and no one will continue to discuss it, and the heat will slowly come down. Of course, it's true to say that, but one must never back down on principle. Xiaji said decisively, I am not your master's wife. Don't you dare call it nonsense and lead people to misunderstand. Oh, Jianli understands. Mu Jianli nodded her head obediently. Just when Xiaji was feeling that this girl was not very smart but still obedient, she changed her words, always loving to deny established facts. This should be called arrogance, right? I've seen this kind of expression in the talking books. Since Senior Maiden doesn't like this name, then Jianli won't shout it. Proud of a hammer petite. Xiaji's face was full of black lines. He was really blinded by lard just now. He would actually think that this girl was a well-behaved and understanding nature. Obviously after cutting the inside is black. Immediately, he gave her a chestnut without any good humor. Your master's so cold and clear nature. How did he teach a jumpy disciple like you? Not expecting Xiaji to suddenly strike at her. Mu Jianli, who received a hard chestnut, was a bit shy. She also realized at this moment that she had lost her temper. Originally, as in Rowosu's disciple and born with the heart of a sword, her character was even cooler than her master's. If an Rowosu is a heavenly mountain snow lotus in the eyes of outsiders, she is a clear lotus that can only be viewed from afar but not played with. Want to say hello to her? Simple, but it's hard to get deeper with her. Mu Jianli grew up so big, can walk into her heart of people? Full of counting is also one of the master. It was only in front of an Rowosu that she would display this present-day dainty and naive look that was unique to a daughter's family, making mischief and acting strange. Originally, after coming out of the gate, from the other disciples chatting, she heard that her own cold-hearted and cold Sect senior suddenly had an additional fiancé. Mu Jianli was very surprised. Having spent so much time with an Rowosu, she thought she knew her master better than anyone else. Onlookers said that Farian was devoted to the Tao and would never bend over for love, and was a natural seedling for cultivation. But only Mu Jianli knows that the master is not born to cut off love from herself. There is always a person's shadow present in her heart. Although an Rowosu had always been evasive about this aspect, Mu Jianli was not blind. The scene of her master looking at the moon in a gloomy manner, she did not know how many times she had seen it since she was a child. In the girl's small heart, the master's appearance is obviously hurt by love. In the master's young and naive, must also be full of all sorts of beautiful fantasies about love. But unfortunately there is a scum behind her to get her heart, but did not cherish. It was precisely for this reason that master teacher had cut himself off from love and devoted himself to the Tao. Although Mu Jianli didn't know the last name of the scumbag because an Rowosu had done a good job of keeping it a secret, it didn't stop her from hating the scumbag with a passion. She had thought that her master might not have another Taoist couple in his life, but she hadn't expected that there would be an additional Xiaji in the blink of an eye. In all fairness, Mu Jianli, who had just learned that her own master had a fiancé not long after she had emerged from the customs, was still very curious about Xiaji. Curious as to how good this man was to be able to heal the love wounds that his master had suffered when he was young, and even to make even the always cool master fold his arms. And after actually meeting Xiaji, Mu Jianli was not disappointed. A snow-white long shirt, with picturesque features and a slender and upright figure. It was as if an exiled immortal was in the dust. Not like a mortal. It looks generational. And the cell ability is secondary. It's mostly that unique aura. It seemed to be born to make people feel good. Even Mu Jianli, when she first saw Xiaji, her heart also vaguely rose to be close to him. This has nothing to do with face cultivation. It is purely instinctive. It was also because of this trace of good feelings, so in front of Xiaji, Mu Jianli could naturally reveal a small daughterly attitude that the onlookers had never seen before, and even she herself didn't realize it. He was impressed with his future teacher's wife. The girl hesitated for a moment, but decided to warn. Master had suffered a love injury when she was young, and although I don't know what method you used to soothe her, Jianli hopes that you will be more patient and tolerant with Master in the future. Do something one knows one cannot do. Most importantly, Master is already vulnerable. So, I hope you do not fail her again. The girl's features were exquisite. Her bright eyebrows were a piece of seriousness, and she was looking straight at Xiaji, word by word. Otherwise, even if it goes to the bottom of the sky, Jianli will surely hold the 3-foot green peak and ask for a justice for her master. What is this? A threat? Or a warning? Natsuki was a little amused. This girl was only at the cultivation level of the sage transformation realm, not even as strong as Dajin, and she dared to put out the word that she would pursue him to the Yellow Springs? It had been hundreds of years since he had heard someone dare to say such words in front of him, not even a towering immortal emperor. Sia Ji hated being threatened the most, even if the person who threatened him was an uncompromisingly beautiful maiden. As long as it touched his bottom line, the one who should be killed should be killed, the one who should be beaten, and there would never be the slightest bit of leniency. However, it was rare that after listening to Mu Jianli's words, there wasn't a trace of anger in his heart. Maybe it's because of the girl's heart of gold. I know I'm not going to be able to beat you, but if you failed my master, I'll fight with my sword to seek justice with you. He smiled very lightly. Then do you know that you are not my opponent? Even your master is not my opponent? Of course Jianli knows that. The girl nodded, but there was no flinching in her gaze. But there are always things that you know you can't do. Her pretty face was resolute, and it was clear that the words came from a completely sincere place, and not just a mouthful. Xia Ji suddenly thought of his younger self. At that time, he had just crossed over not long ago, and his blood was not yet cold. Was he not also so stubborn? If you see an injustice, you will definitely draw your sword to help. As to whether you can beat it or not, of course, it's a fight first. So, after a moment of silence, he let out a kind laugh. That's a good ambition. Mu Jianli tilted her head and looked at him with some confusion. Is senior mother mocking me? That's just the way she is. She says what she wants, gets right to the point, and never beats around the bush. Some of the disciples of the Haochi Sword Alliance would not understand, and in private they would secretly mock her for being a deadhead and only taking the bull by the horns. Mu Jianli knew all of this, but she never cared about it. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, so why should I care about the slander of others? Of course not. Not even caring about the title of master's wife. Sia Ji laughed lowly. He reached up and touched the girl's head. Her hair was fine as silk. It was as silky as one could imagine. Such a good trait to have. No, it's not to be done, and remember to keep it up. Do you agree with me? Sure fu. The girl's glazed eyes glowed slightly. She didn't care about Natsuki's big hands that were placed on top of her head to make fun of her. Nor did she care if this kind of contact was too intimate for a man and a woman who were meeting for the first time, because there was no concept of it at all. In the girl's 10 years of simple and naive life, only the sword and her master were everything to her. Of course I agree, because the hand feels so good. Xia Ji couldn't help but rub a few more times, until Mu Jianli's neat black hair was rubbed into a mess before stopping with a low smile. But if you want to carry out this belief, simply saying it with your mouth won't work. You also need to have a strong strength. Strength? About that. I'm still working on it. Speaking of this, Mu Jianli was a bit frustrated, but still cheered herself up. Master said that I was born with a sword heart, and that in the future I would definitely be able to step into the celestial realm and take over her burden. As long as I step into the celestials, then I'll have enough strength to follow through with my beliefs. She was only 17 years old this year, and in her previous life, she was only the age of a high school student, and she was not even a teenager yet. But even so, she already had the strength of the early stage of the sage transformation realm, and was even a shade stronger than that half-demon genius Ruan Xi Yin, and rightfully so, because she was born with a sword heart, and the only thing in her heart was the sword. Mu Jianli spent all her free time practicing the sword. In comparison, Ruan Xi Yin's talent might not be inferior to hers, but she had a lazy personality, and she didn't want to move after she had had enough to eat and drink, so it was no wonder that her cultivation would be lagging behind. The celestial realm is not enough. Even a celestial is just a mole in the eyes of those towering true immortals. Xia Ji flicked back a strand of broken hair that had fallen on her ear. You still have to become stronger. The celestial realm isn't enough. The quasi-emperor realm isn't enough. And the great emperor realm isn't enough either. You want to ascend. You want to become an immortal. You want to use the sword in your hand to kill a path that belongs only to you. Only on the day you become an immortal emperor and truly stand at the top of the pyramid can you be free to do what you want to do and protect the people you want to protect. Become immortal? Mu Jianli, however, was a bit confused. The girl sighed. Would such a goal be too ambitious? I haven't even broken through the avatar realm, hey. Moreover, even in the entire Sword Alliance, it has been thousands of years since anyone has ascended to immortality. I sure couldn't do it either. A true Emperor Realm cultivator was naturally not something that could be produced so easily. Over the long years, the vast Qi Sword Alliance had also given birth to many demons whose talents far exceeded hers. But among them, the highest achievement was only the peak of a quasi-emperor, and there was still a long distance to go before the Emperor Realm. Although she was not too big or too small to be considered a genius, Mu Jianli was still very self-aware. With her talent, she would already be satisfied if she could break through the celestial realm in this lifetime, and she wouldn't even dare to think about quasi-emperors, let alone becoming an immortal. Not to mention her, even in the entire continent, it had been thousands of years since anyone had successfully ascended. As if the upper limit of this world has been locked up. Quasi-emperors are already the peak. No matter how talented you are, you will not be able to move an inch further. No, you can do it. Xia Ji, however, smiled faintly, and in his tone was a strong confidence. The immortal emperor had certainly stood at the top of the pyramid, and even in the upper realm, he was a resounding big shot, and when he stomped his foot, the entire upper realm would have to shake 3 times. But to him, immortal emperor realm cultivators were also equivalent to nothing more than a 90-level veteran account. There was still a long gap between him and the 101 level 1 munchkin who was over the full 100 level. Is it hard to be a bigot beyond the level cap and develop your favorite rookie teammate into a level 90 character? It was also the case that Natsuki was lazy. Otherwise, if he really wanted to cultivate an immortal disciple from scratch, after so many years had passed, it was estimated that the entire upper realm should have turned into his backyard. Xiai didn't like to take on disciples because he felt it was troublesome. After all, his own cultivation path was completely based on real swords, and there was no way to teach people in this way. But that doesn't mean he can't teach. Moreover, even if we take a step back, even if we really won't be able to teach our disciples, it's always possible to smash them with heavenly materials, right? Pick at. After so many years had passed, Xiai wasn't in the business for nothing. As a rabbit bloodline owner, it's customary to take whatever goodies you see into your own pot. After so many years, the heavenly materials and treasures collected at the beginning had long been piled up in the storage ring, and there were even a lot of elixirs thrown to the outside world that could make a crowd of people snatch their heads off and eat dust in the corner. Can't teach disciples? It's okay, I'm rich and powerful. I'll just take the treasure and smash it. Heavenly Spirit Dan, this kind of can be called a bug like hanging upgrade Dan. He still has hundreds and thousands of them there. Can vigorously make finished? I don't believe you can't become an immortal with all the magic treasures, pills and fruits. Although it was the first time he met with Mu Jianli, the only thing they had in common in their relationship was in Ruosu. But, is that a problem? Have been cultivated to today's realm. Xiai do things would have paid attention to a rate. Want to do it, do not ask the results. Ask is 1,000 gold cannot buy me happy. Mu Jianli was blissfully unaware of how heaven-defying opportunity she was about to receive, and the girl's expression became resolute once more. She waved her white tender little fist, a kind of warrior-like perseverance showing on her pretty face. Since Master Mother is willing to believe in Jianli, then, Jianli will definitely be able to do it. Good, very spirited. Xiai gratifyingly patted her shoulder and threw her a training wooden sword. Then it's not too late. Now, take this sword and attack towards me. There's no need to hold back. Of course, I will show no mercy if you fail to satisfy me. Hey, the girl froze for a moment. Didn't understand why things had suddenly developed to this point, when it was clear that the senior mistress, who had been encouraging her 1 second, was going to fight her the next. She hesitated. Would this be a bit rude? Mu Jianli didn't doubt that Xiai was not his opponent. The reason was simple. The other party was after all the nominal fiancé of his own master. The strength must not be bad to wear. At least it was also the avatar realm to hit the bottom. Against this kind of sacred transformation realm cultivator like her, said it was a strong man hitting a child is not much difference. She just felt that as a disciple. Yet she made a move on her master's man. Even though it was requested by her master's mother herself, it seemed a bit rude. There's no need to mind such trifles. Xiai was very calm. I will suppress my strength to be in the same realm as you. The reason why I let you strike first is just to test your fighting skills, so feel free to attack. So that's it? Mu Jianli was somewhat moved. What a good Sifu, willing to help her feed her moves in their first meeting, and to personally instruct her. With this thought in her mind, she couldn't help but firmly say, since this is the case, Jianli would not be able to live up to Senior Maiden's good intentions. Sure Fu-nei, watch out. The girl also has a straight-talking nature and will fight when she says she will. The cultivation of the early stage of the transformation sage all exploded, facing a cultivator who was at least a large realm above her. Even if the other party had suppressed her cultivation, Mu Jianli did not dare to hold back. The wooden sword transformed into a rainbow light, and even vaguely revealed a long sword shadow that was tens of meters tall, attacking towards him with the momentum of breaking through the air and at a tricky angle, and pointing straight at his vitals. Even the clouds in the sky under this unreserved blow also swung into 2 pieces, separating the turbulent airflow, leaving a half-moon shape in the air. Extremely shocking when viewed from afar. Mu Jianli was born with a sword heart. For the sword one way, she has an extraordinary comprehension, coupled with a famous teacher carefully taught from childhood. I have not slacked off the slightest, and now more than 10 years past, on the sword cultivation alone, even in the cultivation of the younger generation, can be compared with her is also only a number of fingers. Sword cultivation was originally a system that focused on killing and destroying among the same realm. Therefore, although this sword was only enhanced by the cultivation of the early stage of the sage transformation realm, in terms of its true lethality, it was even able to threaten the Jianli who had not broken through before. Xiai was true to his word, since he had already said that he would suppress his cultivation to the same realm as Mu Jianli. he naturally wouldn't go back on his word, and now he only retained his cultivation at the early stage of the transformation saint realm. In all fairness, Mu Jianli's sword was indeed stunning, even exceeding his previous expectations. If it were any cultivator whose cultivation level was only at the early stage of the sage transformation realm, when faced with this extremely bright sword, he would only be able to avoid it, dodge it, and in the end, he would have no choice but to choose to take it on the hard way. And if it was hard to catch it, even if it was lucky enough to block it, a serious injury would definitely not be able to run away, and it was estimated that he would have to lose his fighting ability on the spot. Unfortunately for Natsuki, this wasn't desperate enough. Although his cultivation was suppressed, his eyesight was still there, to a demon like him whose skill had become the way. Even though Mu Jianli's sword was stunning enough, in his eyes, it was broken and killing everywhere. More than 300 ways to counterattack surfaced in his mind in an instant. Xiai didn't hesitate, stepping forward with his left step, while his body was slightly sideways. After dodging the girl's sword, which was as strong as a sharp edge, the tip of the sword probed out like a lightning bolt, and with a tricky arc, it fiercely knotted on the girl's wrist, leaving a bright red mark on the white wrist. Good strength, not enough speed, needs work. He left a comment. Mu Jianli clenched her silver teeth and did not reply, forcibly enduring the pain at her wrist. The tip of her sword was picked and stabbed at a more tricky angle towards the side of his waist, actually intending to prejudge a wave of his alignment. The idea is good. A smile flashed in Xiaoji's eyes, casually setting the tip of her sword aside, while his left hand rose up and swung his palm into a blade, slashing at the girl's neck. Still idly, unfortunately, doesn't have enough strength to support the idea. It hurts. A simple hand slash with no special effects or fancy tricks. However, it caused tears to emerge from the corners of Mu Jianli's eyes, and she almost couldn't even hold her sword. Although Xiaoji had tried his best to keep his hand, the neck was one of the most fragile parts of the human body. Even cultivators could not escape this law. While forcing through the pain, the girl's mind was actually filled with shock. In just a few short moves, she had gotten a glimpse of a lot of information. Her recently met senior mistress, her sword cultivation must be far beyond her imagination. Maybe even the master teacher is not his opponent in this regard. From the beginning to the end, Xiaoji did not use any spiritual power, relying only on skill and the physical strength of a sage transformation realm cultivator. But even so, a genius like her in the eyes of the onlookers did not have the slightest power to fight back. No matter how she attacked, she would be lightly blocked back by the other party and apply counterattacks. Turns out, can you do something so incredible with just skill? The girl's heart was extremely complicated, and the gaze she looked at Xiaoji was not like the curiosity she had before, but instead brought a touch of deep reverence. Find things difficult to do or manage. As a rare sword Dao genius of the vast Qi Sword Alliance, Mu Jianli was not so arrogant as to look down on the other disciples though. But, for her own sword cultivation, she is still very confident. Even among the younger generation of the entire cultivation world, those who could match her in this aspect of sword Dao could be counted on one hand, and as for those whose sword Dao cultivation surpassed hers, they simply did not exist. It could be said that just based on the sword Dao alone, Mu Jianli had already stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation, and even if he broke through to the celestial realm, it was only a matter of time. If an Ruosu was the next patriarch personally chosen by an Mingxian, then Mu Jianli was the next patriarch personally chosen by an Ruosu because she had the strength and was pure-hearted and full of integrity. As a sword cultivator, things like sparring were of course inevitable. Unfortunately, a huge Haoqi sword alliance, full of disciples, is her one enemy of a few people? Can hold on to 50 strokes in her hands of the person is not yet born. Even for those demonic geniuses from other sects, when the two sides sparred, they usually fought back and forth, and often after hundreds or thousands of rounds, both sides were still no one was losing, and it was simply difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. In a situation like today's, being defeated without a doubt, she didn't even have the ability to resist. For Mu Jianli's 10 years of life, it was still the first time in the world. People always worshipped the strong, and even more so for people like Mu Jianli who had a simple character and only had the sword in their hearts. Xiaoji was stronger than her in this area of sword cultivation, so wasn't it only natural to worship and respect the other party? I thought that the master's wife was more with the appearance and character to attract the attention of the master, but I didn't expect. Even the strength was so rebellious? Looking at the senior mother still dressed in white, the previous examination didn't even wrinkle the corners of his clothes, his face fluttering and not resembling a mortal. Mu Jianli's pretty face reddened, and a touch of a strange feeling rose in her heart. Xiaoji was not aware of this girl's complicated mind, although he once had his foot in several boats, and was known as the #1 scum of the upper and lower worlds, stealing the hearts of an unknown number of heavenly daughters. But in reality, Xiaoji was a very simple person. He flirted with girls, all thanks to good-looking and able to fight as well as say endless earthy love words. Those heavenly daughters grew up being courted by the crowd, and although there was no lack of suitors, this metaphysical world was after all not as open as the previous world, and the guys were still very shy. Even if they are pursuing, they will not hang I love you kind of love words on their lips all day long, but more with the actual action to show their feelings. In this case, Xiaji's existence is completely a stream of mud. Sweet words do not leave his mouth. Coupled with a good set of skin, his character in addition to philandering is also very generous. Coupled with the talent and strength can be described as a demon. Can attract so many of the heavens. Daughter of the adoration of the matter is also a matter of course. Jun Si, even Ji Minghan kind of upper realm female strong man did not resist falling in the first time, let alone the lower realm of this group of small girls whose hairs have not grown. Bad men are always more popular, no matter what era they're in. Of course, this is the past, and now Xiaji has changed his ways. The prodigal son returns to the cliff, and will never do that kind of cheating people's feelings and then run away in the middle of the scum behavior. Well, yes, he's a good man now. After all, being willing to feed moves to a girl you're meeting for the first time. If that's not being a good man, what is? A light cough. Xiaji smiled. I have roughly figured out your caliber in the test just now. Born with a sword heart. You are a fine sword cultivation seedling. There is no doubt about that. But the road is a little off. The way of the sword does not focus on force, but more on speed. Knowing that the only martial art under the sun is speed, as long as you are fast enough, the sword blade will be able to tear through everything. With a stormy attack, suppress all enemies, instead of abandoning the sword moves and simply using force to suppress people. Mu Jianli's talent was actually very good. It was estimated that even in Ruosu back then couldn't compare to this disciple of his. Natsuki could also tell that the girl was a hard worker in her regular life and didn't live up to her talent. Don't be afraid that people are more talented than you, but be afraid that they are more talented than you and work harder than you. With such a tough character as hers, it was only a matter of time before she became strong. But before that, it was still necessary to set back the path that had previously gone astray. In the previous examination, although Mu Jianli's sword blade was stunning enough and far exceeded Xiaji's expectations, the flaws in it were also great. The girl had a problem. Her focus was less on skill and more on strength. Every sword is trying its best. The power is certainly terrible, and the killing power is also extremely amazing. But what is the use if you can't hit it? Sword cultivators, who were originally focused on killing and attacking, were considered to be one of the most powerful schools of attack in the same realm. To Xiaji's understanding, the so-called sword cultivator, in fact, an assassin is almost the same. Playing is the outbreak. In a moment of surprise to cut the enemy under the horse, with continuous attack to tear apart everything in front of the eyes. Mu Jianli, on the other hand, had turned the sword cultivator into a berserker, and although the attack was powerful, it fell short in terms of speed, which was fine for those who were not as good as himself, but once he was up against those who had a lot of experience in fighting, he would definitely lose miserably. Her style was actually more suitable for making heavy swords, fitting in with those wide-open sword moves. The girl sniffed a little confused. What Xiaji said was actually already very detailed, but she still couldn't understand it. It couldn't be helped. The sword path was originally recognized as the most difficult school to cultivate besides alchemy, and even if she was born with a sword heart, it was impossible for her to be so heaven-defying as to have an epiphany from listening to a few words of advice. She's been using this style for more than a decade, but today a person suddenly jumped out at her and said, "You're going the wrong way." On the contrary, this person was a senior who far surpassed her in terms of sword Dao, so Mu Jianli didn't know what to do in a short period of time. Looking at you, you don't seem to understand what I mean. Natsuki was also a bit hurt. It was true that he still had little experience in teaching students. Mu Jianli's face was ashamed. It is the disciple who is foolish. There's no need to say that. Since he had decided to train people, of course he couldn't do it halfway. Xiaji thought for a moment and continued. I'm not asking you to abandon your current style, but rather, I'm asking you to modify the pattern appropriately while maintaining today's style. To put it simply, there was both a potent offense and lightning-fast speed, and the combination of the two was definitely a noticeable increase in battle power, as long as she could make it this far. Not to say that she was invincible amongst the same realm. At the very least, those who could defeat her wouldn't exist, and at the very most, it would be a tie. Mu Jianli sniffed but became even more embarrassed. It is easy to say, but the requirements of the summer pole are not so easy to do. Brave woman. It's important to maintain both power and speed. If she could really do that, she would probably have been more than just at the transformation saint realm by now. This idea of trying to get both the fish and the bear's paw is a bit too greedy, isn't it? However, Mu Jianli was a good girl. Even if she felt that she couldn't do this to this extent, she wouldn't feel that it was Sia Ji who was forcing the issue. She would only feel that the problem was with herself. So she thought about it, but she was still ashamed. Forgive Jian for being incompetent, and not being able to meet the requirements of senior mother. He didn't even dare to raise his head for fear of seeing the disappointment in Sia Ji's eyes. None of this is a problem. Sia Ji was not concerned, taking out a jade slip from his storage ring and casually tossing it to her. This is a sword stance I got a long time ago that fits your style. You can take it and practice it or use it for reference. What other sword stance in the world could be better than the legacy of the Haochi Sword Alliance? With such doubts, the girl took the jade slip and subconsciously used her divine thoughts to probe the contents. The sword stance was nameless, but the moment the divine thoughts invaded the jade slip, a strange image flashed abruptly in Mu Jianli's mind. It was a giant through the heavens that was holding a long sword that covered the sky and far exceeded the peak of 10,000 feet, slowly demonstrating a sword stance. It was clear that there was no chi leakage, but every time the giant swung his sword, he managed to trigger a violent explosion in the chaos, and wherever the blade passed, even the void was not immune to collapsing. His sword blade wasn't actually fast, and at first glance it even looked like those kigongs that old people in the mortal world used to maintain their health. But it is this kind of sword blade that can't be called fast at all. But on the contrary, it is slow and easy, but it always gives people a feeling that it is impossible to dodge and avoid. It's like, before the giant has even swung his sword, you are already firmly locked by him, and you can only watch the blade go through your own chest and take your life along with it. It was a metaphysical sword stance that could be called a causal law weapon, because I put out my sword. You got hit, unable to resist, unable to dodge. The only thing to do is to face it head on. As legendary predestination. Mu Jianli's heart was almost filled with raging shock. What exactly is the origin of this master? Of one's own? Can't see through it at all. This giant's strength definitely far exceeded that of the sovereign, not to mention any avatar realm, celestial realm, quasi-emperor realm. Even a true emperor realm couldn't be this terrifying. Immortal. It must be a real immortal. Only a cultivation level of true immortal or above could create such a terrifying move that had never been seen before or since. This was simply a sword skill that did not belong on Earth. Mu Jianli had thought that her vast Qi Sword Alliance's inherited merit law was already powerful enough. After all, it was the original merit law left behind by the Heavenly Sword Emperor at the time. Even if so many years had passed and the merit law was missing quite a bit, it was still a proper emperor's scripture. However, it was such an imperial scripture that would cause countless people to break their heads when rumored. But in front of this nameless sword move, it was completely killed to dregs. Even, the two sides are not on the same level. The girl no longer dared to imagine the strength of this master's wife of hers, who could even casually take out such perverted sword moves, and even generously lend them to a minor character like her to see. This kind of terrifying heritage, even if the whole clan was tied together, it wouldn't be able to catch up with what is left in the fingertips of the senior mother, right? Initially, when she had just met Sia Ji, Mu Jianli had thought that he was only able to make her master's heart spring to life and bend over for him because he was born with a good skin. Later on, after sparring with Sia Ji, she realized that this master teacher was not a simple vase. His strength was at least in the same realm as her master teacher. And now, once again, her impression of Natsuki was turned upside down, although it may be a bit of a big no-no to think so. However, Mu Jianli still feels that his own master seems not to be worthy of his masteress wife at all. After all, although Enrowosu was a towering Farian in the eyes of ordinary people, with a stunningly beautiful face and honorable status, but in the eyes of a powerhouse comparable to a true immortal, it seemed to be just that. Natsuki didn't know just how surprised the little girl was in her heart. He just smiled as usual. Well, any epiphanies? Put away the shock in your heart. Mu Jianli bowed slightly, the attitude subconsciously to be more respectful than before, and even vaguely have a hint of fear within. The sword stance that you handed over to me by senior mother is too profound and can be described as unprecedented in the ancient times. Forgive Jianli's incompetence, and did not get too much enlightenment in the first time. The tone was one of undisguised shame. Mu Jianli never thought that one day she would continuously repeat the phrase incompetent talent one after another, but it was still the truth. Even if she wanted to refute it, there was no way to refute it. After all, the sword stance that Sia Ji had handed over to her could be said to be completely beyond this era. Not to mention that she was only born with a sword heart. Even if she was born a sword person and her human sword was united, there was no way that she could see through this kind of heaven-defying move with a single glance. If you don't have a sense, you don't have a sense. And there's still time anyway. Sia Ji didn't care much. The nameless sword skill that was handed over to Mu Jianli was certainly nothing to him. The owner of the sword skill was just an ordinary immortal king in his lifetime. However, after all, the little girl only had the cultivation of the sacred transformation realm, and with a gap of 6 great realms, not to mention an immortal king, Even a true immortal's sword skill wasn't something she could easily eat. If Mu Jianli could really manage to fully comprehend sword techniques on first contact, even Sia Ji would have to marvel at her talent. The girl gratefully glanced at him, and secretly decided in her heart that when she returned, she must seriously practice her sword moves, and resolutely not let her master's wife down. In the next few hours, Sia Ji wasn't idle. He told Mu Jianli to attack like before, intending to feed the girl moves with actual experience, to have a powerful chaperone who was willing to suppress his cultivation. This was a good thing that could not be found even with a lantern. Of course Mu Jianli didn't refuse. She didn't even hesitate before agreeing in one breath. After seeing the sword moves practiced by that prime giant in the Sea of Knowledge, she already had a lot more desire to become stronger. Just like a frog that had seen the vast world was no longer willing to remain in that small and gloomy ancient well. This feeding of the move went on for a whole day, until later already sweating profusely. Even the strength to hold the hilt of the sword are not later. Mu Jianli can only helplessly stop. Pretty face but still not finished color. Obviously, in this kind of high-intensity accompanying training, her strength had improved greatly, and most importantly, she had gained many precious senses. It was estimated that if she still had the strength, she could continue to fight for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Looking at Sia Ji secretly smacked his lips. It was worthy of being a good seedling of sword Dao who was born with the heart of a sword. Not to mention other things, just this style of not wanting to die in order to practice the sword. It was not something that ordinary people could do. Desperate Third Lady Mu Jianli, the actual hammer. And when the sunset and dusk, when the lights first came on, and Rowosu also finally brought Sia Jojo to finish seeing the scenery and rejoined him again,